Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Scion Bloodline. Boom, boom, boom. Chumo was jolted awake by a violent tremor, overwhelmed by confusion. What is happening? An earthquake? Damn it. Run. His first instinct was to think of an earthquake, and he hastily grabbed his clothes and fled outside. However, upon stepping out, he was astounded by the scene before him. What on earth is this? The landscape was strewn with the ruins of collapsed skyscrapers, a desolate aura permeating the air. The apocalypse? Chumo gasped in shock had he awakened to witness the end of the world. Cough, cough. It appears there are still survivors in this city, but alas, I have failed to save more. A feeble voice startled Chumo, swiftly followed by a surge of hope. There are still living souls. He followed the voice and discovered its owner, a young man with blue hair, a long sword at his back, yet a gaping wound in his chest from which blood flowed incessantly. This young man would not survive. Chumo quickly reached this conclusion, yet upon observing the boy's features, he was taken aback. Trunks. The name sprang to his mind as soon as he laid eyes on him. Cough, cough, how do you know my name? Trunks managed to utter, straining to speak. Good grief, it's really Trunks. Have I been transported to the Dragon Ball universe? Or rather, to that apocalyptic future of the Dragon Ball world? What on earth is going on? Chumo was engulfed in bewilderment, yet he rushed over, brimming with questions. Didn't you go back to find Goku? How did it come to this? Trunks' voice was hoarse. He was acutely aware that his time was running short. Unfortunately, the deity is dead, and the Dragon Balls are gone. Otherwise, so many lives wouldn't have been lost. Those wretched androids, I am powerless now. I am about to die. Trunks was filled with regret. He had never anticipated that after eliminating androids 17 and 18 with the remote, there would still be other androids lurking. In a moment of carelessness, he had been ambushed by one of those monstrous androids, even losing his time machine in the process. Chumo looked at Trunks, rendered speechless. Why on earth did I not end up in the world of Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball GT? What is this world? It is nothing but death. Chumo felt a wave of frustration, but as he approached Trunks, a miraculous event unfolded. Ding! Detected Dragon Ball Warrior Trunks, the host can now sign in. Would you like to sign in and receive a beginner's gift package? What is this situation? A golden finger? Hey system. Chumo was overjoyed and hurriedly called out to the system. Yet there was no response whatsoever. Disappointment washed over him as he turned his gaze back to Trunks. The voice echoed once more, ding. Dragon Ball Warrior Trunks detected. Would you like to sign in and receive the beginner's gift package? This time, Chumo was certain he hadn't misheard that I can't go on any longer. I hope you can live well. Rest assured, I will thrive. And no sooner had he spoken than Trunks' neck tilted, and he succumbed. Initiate sign-in, ding. Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. Would you like to immediately open the beginner's gift package? Is that even a question? Of course, I want to open it, ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Super Saiyan bloodline and Trunks combat power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the skills. Magic Flash, Flight Technique, Key Sensitivity, After Image Fist, and Kamehameha. The system's voice resonated at the perfect moment, and Chumo felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body. Commencing fusion of the Super Saiyan bloodline. In the next instant, a wave of excruciating pain washed over him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. What the hell? Didn't they say that system rewards wouldn't involve pain? I can't believe I've been deceived by that author. Chumo cursed inwardly, finding solace in his outrage. After an entire hour, he finally emerged from the depths of torment. This is unbearably painful. But surely I succeeded? Initially dazed from his transmigration, Chumo finally regained clarity after enduring that agony. Not only that, but he felt an overwhelming strength enveloping him, and his mind brimmed with knowledge about transforming into a Super Saiyan. Let's test this power. With that, Chumo threw a punch into the air, aiming at the remnants of a wall ahead. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the once massive debris, spanning dozens of meters, was reduced to mere dust by his punch. A crater several hundred meters deep manifested in the ground, extending for miles. How incredibly powerful! Is this truly my strength now? Chumo felt fortunate he hadn't unleashed his full might, otherwise the earth would have been obliterated. Though he knew he was still weak compared to the later stages of power that could annihilate entire galaxies, he was nonetheless quite satisfied. Overjoyed by his newfound strength, Chumo suddenly noticed a character interface materializing before him. Chumo male. Age. Combat power. Base power, million Super Saiyan, first stage billion. Bloodline, Super Saiyan. Skills. Key sensitivity, flight technique, after image. Fist, Kamehameha, magic flash. After examining his attributes, Chumo was left in a state of ambivalence. unsure whether to rejoice or lament that a base combat power of base power million was commendable. Yet in the later stages, he would merely be relegated to the role of an extra. Moreover, he was only at the initial phase of Super Saiyan transformation, just embarking on the path of becoming a Super Saiyan. Ding. The next sign-in task is now available. Host, please sign in to the Dragon Ball Z world within 1 month to receive corresponding rewards. 1 month? Returning to the previous year, what a predicament. Can we still engage in joyful play? Now that Trunks has been slain and the time machine stolen, what shall we do? Without the time machine, how can he return to the timeline of Dragon Ball Z? It seems the wish of the Eternal Dragon is of no consequence unless it's the Super Dragon. Even the Lizard Dragon of the Namekians cannot breach the fabric of time. Yet, he is at a loss as to where to find those Namekians, let alone seek out that dragon. The only solution is to approach Bulma, imploring her to create another time machine. After considerable effort, Chumo finally located Bulma. Though she had aged, Bulma remained strikingly beautiful, exuding a refined femininity. Chumo did not withhold the truth from Bulma, he directly informed her of Trunks' demise. Bulma, I wish to fulfill Trunks' unfinished business, please. Construct another time machine for me. I must return to the past and alter the course of this tragic future. Chumo articulated his intentions, yet he framed his request as Trunks' last wish. Indeed, upon hearing the final words, Bulma's sorrowful expression softened somewhat. That could be arranged now that the androids are absent from this timeline. Constructing one will be considerably easier. However, you must assist me. Bulma's tone was icy, her sole source of solace had perished. Chapter 2, Super Saiyan 2. Very well. I shall return in 2 days. I have a few matters to attend to. With time on his side, Chumo resolved to enhance his strength before traversing time. The only place capable of significantly augmenting his combat prowess in such a brief period was none other than Karen Tower, a birthplace of countless miracles. Karen Tower had given rise to the Supreme Kai and the Turtle Hermit. Thus, the legend of Son Goku and the tales of the Dragon Ball warriors were born. In a sense, Karen Tower is the very epicenter of earthly wonders. Although the Dragon Ball warriors had all perished, Chumo felt certain that remnants of its glory still existed. What he needed now was to harness the magic of a specific place there. The hyperbolic time chamber. Karen Tower was not difficult to locate. After a few minutes of flight, Chumo arrived at the sacred world of the Kais. However, it had been reduced to ruins. The palace lay in shambles, with only a few passageways remaining intact. Alas, it seems they have been here as well. Let us hope the hyperbolic time chamber still stands. Uncertain of its whereabouts, Chumo began his search, room by room. After an hour of searching, he finally stood before the last remaining intact chamber. Who knows if this is it? This is our last glimmer of hope. Chumo opened the door, and a wave of desolation washed over him. His eyes were met with an expanse of white. An infinite void of blankness enveloped him. The entire world was shrouded in white. I have finally found it. Fortunately, it remains unscathed. Chumo rejoiced. Upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Chumo discovered that it mirrored the anime perfectly, save for a small house in the resting area, surrounded by an expanse of blinding whiteness. The gravity was 10 times heavier. Chumo felt an immediate discomfort upon his arrival, as if an invisible weight bore down upon him. Never mind, I shall soon acclimate. Let the training commence. I have 6 months. Steadying his mind, Chumo embarked on his training journey within this realm. Fortunately, having been accustomed to solitude in his past life as a recluse, being alone was not a burden. Grant me a cup of oblivion. Alas, to his surprise, as he grew accustomed to the environment, Chumo found himself singing. With a mighty roar, a golden aura began to envelop him. Chumo transformed directly into a Super Saiyan, the very state in which Goku commenced his training in the anime, maintaining it continuously thereafter. Indeed, as a Super Saiyan, this power is astounding. Feeling the surge of strength coursing through him, Chumo could not suppress his elation. However, the transformation consumed energy rapidly. Merely minutes had passed before he sensed a significant depletion of his aura. The path ahead is arduous. Let us begin the training. 6 months later, within the hyperbolic time chamber. As the final shout echoed, Chumo ceased his explosive energy release, feeling a profound sense of exhilaration. At this moment, his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. His body appeared to have doubled in size, exuding an immense sense of power. His golden locks were somewhat disheveled, standing upright in defiance of gravity. His eyes shone a brilliant white. The pupils vanished from sight. The aura around him began to surge upward, sparking with hints of lightning. This must be the third form of the first stage of Super Saiyan. Although formidable, it is ultimately impractical. Observing his form, Mo could distinctly feel the potent energy surging within him, a tenfold increase compared to before. Yet he was acutely aware that this transformation, while bestowing immense power, severely hampered his speed. This third form of Super Saiyan had once been employed by Trunks in his battle against the Perfect Cell in Dragon Ball. However, the sluggishness rendered him incapable of keeping pace with Cell. This state was one where strength could not be fully realized. Taking a deep breath, Mo gradually released his energy, allowing his aura to stabilize. During his transformation into the third form, he suddenly grasped a new understanding of the full power of Super Saiyan. As his energy slowly subsided, his body began to revert to the previous Super Saiyan form. The furious golden aura dissipated gradually, ultimately being absorbed back into his being. This moment, Chum remained with his golden hair, yet the golden aura that once enveloped him had entirely vanished. Aside from this, there were no significant changes compared to his previous Super Saiyan form. Finally, I have achieved the full power of the Super Saiyan transformation. Chum exhaled with relief. Over the past 6 months, he had relentlessly honed his Super Saiyan skills and had finally mastered the full power state. Next, he would attempt the transformation into the second stage of Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan form is twice as powerful, with vastly increased speed and strength, but to transcend this state, one must learn the full power of Super Saiyan. Chum had attained this full power, making the subsequent transformation considerably easier. Another 6 months passed. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, a powerful energy began to surge. The entire world seemed to tremble. Chum ignited his energy to its utmost limit, unleashing it in bursts. The debris within the chamber was lifted by an invisible force, floating in midair. Subsequently, the golden aura around Chum transformed into a tumultuous whirlwind. This whirlwind soared upward, causing sand and stones to swirl about. Amidst the terrifying tempest, a flash of blue lightning suddenly flickered. With a crackle, another bolt of blue lightning followed, and soon, more and more arcs of lightning danced like writhing serpents within the whirlwind, producing crisp, resounding noises. These bolts of blue lightning coiled around Chum's body. This moment, Chum's appearance underwent a significant transformation. His facial features became more pronounced, his eyes elongated slightly, and within his light green pupils resided an air of aloofness. Moreover, his golden hair stood upright, save for a tuft of bangs that danced before his brow. The golden aura transformed into a jet-like form, with blue lightning continuously swirling around him, crackling with energy. The Super Saiyan who surpasses Super Saiyan, the Super Saiyan. This power is truly exhilarating. Chum clenched his fist, feeling an immense power within him, boundless as the cosmos itself. Chapter 3. The Cosmic Emperor Strikes. Gazing at the blue lightning swirling around him, Chum felt immense satisfaction with his current Super Saiyan 2 form. After a year of dedicated effort, he had finally adjusted his state to that of a Super Saiyan, a progress he found greatly fulfilling. He had surpassed Goku from the anime by a significant margin, and over the year, his base combat power had also risen to an astonishing level. Chum male. Age years. Combat power 100 million base combat power, 1 billion Super Saiyan. Bloodline, Super Saiyan. Weapon, Sword of the Hero skills. Chi perception, void. Dance, Phantom Fist, Kamehameha, Magic Flash. Upon returning to Bulma's residence, Mo began to assist in the search for various materials needed for the creation. After a fortnight, Bulma finally completed the new time machine. With a nonchalant tone, Bulma remarked, "The time machine is ready. I wish you good fortune once you return. Do not come back. There is nothing left here worth longing for." Mo found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. This time machine is slightly low on fuel, so whether it can send you back before the year's end depends on your luck, she added. Upon hearing this, Mo felt a surge of irritation. Come on, my luck has always been exceptional. In the vastness of space, a colossal spaceship raced at breakneck speed, its trajectory unmistakably directed toward Earth. Within the ship, leading the charge were Cold, Gula, and Frieza, the father-son duo of the Frost Demon clan. That is Earth, father. This time, I shall eradicate every last one of those scion monkeys. Frieza, adorned with crimson lips and an aura of malevolence, stood in his ultimate form, yet his body was marred by an array of mechanical patches, rendering him strikingly conspicuous. Are those scion monkeys on Earth? Did they nearly bring you to your demise? How amusing. Goldo spoke, his disdain evident. Were it not for his family, he would have little interest in accompanying them to Earth. Dear brother, soon you shall witness just how insufferable those scion monkeys truly are. Frieza seethed. His teeth clenched in fury. His animosity towards Goku was so profound that he longed to feast upon his flesh and drink his blood. Curdle, exuding an air of superiority, gazed at the distant azure planet, leisurely swirling the red wine in his glass, a smirk gracing his lips. The emergence of Super Saiyan is intolerable. We must eradicate them. Indeed, Father. While annihilating this planet would be effortless, it would not quell our burning hatred, now that our power has been further augmented. There is no one in this universe who can rival us. Frieza's tail lashed behind him as he spoke darkly. I vow to slaughter every earthling before that wild monkey, ensuring he meets his end in unending agony. Goldo declared with a cruel expression, deriving immense pleasure from the suffering of others. Perhaps history had deviated. Originally, only Frieza and King Curdle were to journey to Earth, now joined by Goldo. With a resounding thud, their spaceship landed, stirring a tempest of air. Meanwhile, Gohan and his companions appeared near Frieza's spacecraft. Alongside Gohan were Krillin, Tien, the proud and obstinate Vegeta, and Yamcha, as well as Piccolo. I can't believe you fought such monsters on Namek. Yamcha trembled, overwhelmed by the unrelenting, formidable energy radiating from the three foes. He could scarcely fathom how Goku and Gohan had managed to battle such creatures, let alone that Goku had vanquished Frieza himself. The oppressive aura from these three adversaries was suffocating. Tien's face turned ashen as he clenched his fists, equally incredulous. The proximity to such malevolent energy deepened his despair. This monster could likely dispose of us with a mere finger. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo's face turned a shade of green with fury. How could Goku have defeated such a being? What level of power has he attained? Despite his relentless training over the past year, he could not suppress the fear ignited by their presence, particularly knowing that these entities had been slain by Goku a year ago. Gohan. It seems that Frieza's power has become even more formidable. The overwhelming aura emanating from him caused Krillin to tremble uncontrollably. In such a dire situation, even Goku's arrival would likely prove futile. As this thought crossed his mind, Krillin's face turned ashen. Is the Earth truly on the brink of annihilation? Indeed. Frieza's energy is exceptionally potent, but the two auras accompanying him are even more fearsome. Gohan spoke solemnly. Just facing Frieza alone renders them powerless, let alone contending with two others who are even stronger. Each of them wore battle detectors. You are not to fly and must suppress your energy. We will proceed quietly on foot, Vegeta declared loudly to Piccolo and the others. If Frieza and his cohorts were to discover their position, it would spell disaster. Upon hearing Vegeta's command, the others quickly subdued their battle power and stealthily made their way up the mountainside. When they reached the summit, they were astonished to see dozens of individuals standing before the hatch of a spacecraft. Among them, unmistakably, stood Frieza and his two companions. Those two beings bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza. The overwhelming sensation of defeat washed over Krillin. At that moment, he felt his courage waning. Just as Krillin and the others were on the verge of despair, an unexpected visitor arrived. With a whoosh, a black hole appeared in the sky, and a peculiar flying machine descended. But that was not the end. With another whoosh, an identical flying craft materialized in the sky. Almost simultaneously, the two strange vessels hovered above Frieza and his companions. What is happening? Hey, down there. Get out of the way. The machine has run out of fuel. A hurried voice echoed from the sky, and moments later, the craft streaked across the sky like a shooting star, crashing directly into Frieza's ship. Chapter 4, mocking Frieza and his kin having only just arrived on Earth and without having the chance to establish dominance. Frieza was taken aback by the sudden voice from above. What in the world is happening? Someone is descending from the sky. Upon realizing the situation, Frieza's expression turned grave. Quick, shoot that flying machine down. Before he could finish his command, his subordinate, Cooler, swiftly extended his right hand, unleashing a powerful energy wave. Damn these incompetent fools. There is no time. He squinted, ready to revel in the lamentations from the craft. That was the most exquisite sound in the universe. However, to his dismay, an energy wave from the craft surged forth in response. With a crackle, Cooler's energy wave was swiftly overwhelmed. Who dares to ambush me? Are you courting death? Kamehameha. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky, followed by a blinding flash of light, leaving Gula's complexion pale. Boom. The spacecraft belonging to Frieza and his cohorts was utterly obliterated by the energy wave. What? Who possesses the audacity to destroy my vessel? King Cold exclaimed, bewildered, as he had not even had time to react before the ship was annihilated. After a violent cloud of smoke, a massive crater several hundred meters wide emerged in its place. A spacecraft landed steadily on the ground, while another crashed into a small hill. The trio of King Cold and his sons gazed in unison at the downed ship, The energy wave that had just struck was exceedingly formidable. From the intact spacecraft emerged a young boy wielding a sword, his blue hair strikingly cool as he regarded Frieza and his sons. It was none other than Trunks from the future. Ugh, how frustrating. Bulma didn't clarify that the materials were insufficient. The quality of this time machine has suffered greatly. The time machine had indeed emerged from Chuma, yet its energy was inadequate, barely allowing it to arrive in this timeline. Upon hearing Chuma's voice, Trunks turned his gaze toward him and spotted the familiar time machine. What is happening? How is there another time machine? Trunks pondered with great curiosity. Cough, cough. Have I finally arrived in the Dragon Ball Z era? Seeing the figures of Frieza and his companions outside the spacecraft filled Chuma with immense joy. He had been uncertain of how long he had lingered in the time corridor, utterly bored. The presence of so many individuals confirmed that he had successfully traversed back to the past of Dragon Ball. Beep. The host has successfully arrived in the Dragon Ball Z era. Please sign in atop Frieza's head to receive the corresponding task rewards. Mo, how curious it is to find myself signing in right atop Frieza's head. Reflecting on my first encounter with the soon-to-perish Trunks. It seems this signing system possesses a certain peculiarity. Nevertheless, a signing is a signing. After all, what are 3 scattered eggs in the grand scheme of things? How audacious of them to attempt the annihilation of Earth with such meager power. Even a single artificial being would terrify them. Truly, they are an uninformed cosmic monarch. However, it is evident that Frieza would not permit anyone to merely touch his head so easily. Greetings, greetings. You must be Frieza, indeed. It is far more impressive to meet you in person than to hear of your reputation. Quite charming, I must say. Such a shiny little bald head. Shumo gently patted Frieza's head, wearing a playful expression, utterly devoid of any sense of tension. Wow, you are a Kurd, quite impressive indeed. And oh, those muscles are truly remarkable. Shumo casually squeezed Kurd's muscles. Quite firm. You could certainly participate in a beauty pageant. Oh, isn't that Gula? Among the 3 of you, you are undoubtedly the most handsome, splendid. In the midst of the astonishment displayed by Frieza and his father, this newly emerged enigmatic figure enthusiastically extended his hand to greet them. His demeanor and expression were so warm that one might mistakenly believe he was a devoted admirer. However, it was evident that the words of this so-called fan did not sit well with them. What? Did he just call me cute? Frieza's face darkened with rage. He detested being referred to as cute. Kurd also wore an expression of indignation, for he abhorred being labeled as muscular, as it implied he possessed brawn over brains. Meanwhile, Gula appeared quite pleased, recognizing the discerning eye of this individual. Shuamo was unfazed by these matters. Upon seeing the trio of father and sons, he felt a surge of excitement. Truly, they embodied the essence of villainy, exuding an undeniable charisma. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in and receiving the check-in gift pack. Would you like to open the gift pack immediately? Yes, open it now. Mo acted swiftly and completed the check-in in an instant. How exhilarating. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Dragon Ball Z check-in gift package and acquired the survival capability of the Frozen Demon Clan within the cosmos. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained Frieza's double combat power. Ding. You have obtained Frieza's super ability to manipulate objects from a distance. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of Death Beam. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill of Death Energy Sphere. How delightful. Check-in is indeed a joyful experience. As the system's voice resounded, a surge of formidable power coursed through Chumo's body, along with the knowledge of how to wield these extraordinary abilities and skills. His base combat power surged by an astonishing 400 million, granting him an immense power exceeding multiple billions upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Nearby, Son Gohan and others hid in astonishment, bewildered by this individual who dared to mock Frieza, the Emperor of the universe. How audacious to even pat Frieza's head and just about his height, truly fearless. Moreover, at that very moment, the mysterious figure's strength intensified further. An intangible pressure spread instantaneously. Frieza and his companions were incensed, yet they refrained from acting, or rather, they were too intimidated to do so. Beyond Chumo's swift movements, they sensed a weighty pressure emanating from him. This newcomer's strength was unfathomable. The cool and collected Trunks was equally perplexed. Who was this individual? Why did he possess a time machine? He appeared to be affiliated with Frieza's faction, yet he seemed distinctly different. Furthermore, Trunks could faintly perceive the unsettling power radiating from Chumo, as if he were but an ant in the presence of such might. What are you? To dare touch my head? Frieza was particularly sensitive about remarks concerning his height, and Chuemo had unwittingly struck a nerve. Enraged, he bellowed, "Who dares strike me?" Before he could finish, Frieza clutched his head and shouted, "I detest being pointed at. Should there be a next time, I shall annihilate you." The indifferent tone of Chuemo left Trunks beside him utterly bewildered. Was it really necessary to be this petty over a mere head pat and sign in? After completing the check-in and claiming his rewards, Chuemo intended to depart, not wishing to involve himself in Frieza's affairs. The rules for the Dragon Ball updates are set. I hope for everyone's support. The new book is embarking on its journey, and the author will strive for consistent updates during the initial period. A minimum of 4 updates per day is guaranteed. If the daily flower count exceeds a certain number, an additional update will be granted. If the number of daily donations surpasses a certain threshold, another update will follow. Should the daily comments exceed a specified amount, yet another update will be added. The author will do their utmost to ensure both the speed and quality of updates, and I hope friends who enjoy this work will lend their support. By the way, for those who appreciate this book, please make your presence known in the review section to provide the author with some motivation. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 5, Frieza. You were too weak with Trunks present. There should be no issues here. Good grief, I'm not here as a guest. I have come to annihilate the Earth. Frieza was furious, and the consequences would be dire. As Frieza, enraged and ready to strike, felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, he was sent flying backward. In that fleeting moment, as he soared through the air, Frieza was taken aback. He could not even perceive the opponent's movements. Alas! Why must you compel me to take action? Chuma shook his head, uttering the words Kamehameha. Frieza, bewildered and struggling to comprehend the situation, was suddenly struck with alarm. What the hell? Not this technique again. Memories of his previous confrontation with Son Goku on planet Namek flashed through his mind. And a dreadful thought crossed him. Am I to face death once more? Frieza lamented his predicament, contemplating resistance, yet the overwhelming power of his opponent left him reeling. Unable to react in time. Quick! Say Frieza. The urgency in the air was palpable. How dare you treat a member of the great cosmic emperor lineage in such a manner? Both Kurta and Gula were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that this seemingly amicable individual would initiate an attack. Moreover, they had been unable to perceive their adversary's movements, now compelled to confront the onslaught head-on. Super Energy Wave! Super Energy Wave! As the two voices resonated, Kurta and Gula positioned themselves before Frieza, uniting their efforts to unleash their most formidable energy. 3 energy waves collided with a blinding brilliance, rendering Krillin and the others in the distance unable to open their eyes. Such folly! Chumo sneered coldly, suddenly intensifying his efforts. With a foundational combat power of 600 million, he had no intention of transforming. To resort to transformation against 3 mere egg scatters would be a blow to his dignity. Zzzzz. Like scorching steel meeting cold water, 3 waves of energy collided violently, obliterating the surrounding mountains and stones into dust in an instant. Gula unleashed his energy recklessly, to the point where his teeth almost drew blood. Beside him, Kurta appeared even more agitated, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out, clearly fighting for his life. The intense shockwaves caused the very earth to tremble, mountains crumbled, and the sea roared. Such terrifying energy! How could he possibly wield the Turtle School's Kamehameha? Clint's teeth chattered, feeling this overwhelming energy for the first time. It was astonishingly powerful. Even a trace of it could obliterate us into nothingness. Yamcha's face turned pale. Was death looming once more? Piccolo and Vegeta wore expressions of discontent as they gazed at the immense energy radiating from the waves. Why? Why are there still those with such formidable power? Why are so many stronger than they? Piccolo felt the foundation of his beliefs crumble in that instant. The notion of ruling the earth had become a mere joke. No. I refuse to succumb. I must grow stronger. Yes, I must indeed become more powerful. Piccolo clenched his fists, determined to continue his training. Vegeta, filled with rage, ground his teeth. I must break through to Super Saiyan. I will crush them. I am the strongest Scion. He vowed to intensify his gravity training and expedite his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Trunks from the future appeared utterly bewildered, unsure of what to do. Initially intending to eliminate Frieza and his companions, he discovered someone else had acted even more swiftly. Moreover, this individual also wielded a time machine, along with the hero's sword. What is happening? Could he be from the future as well? This is too easy. Can you all please take this seriously? The Kamehameha shouldn't be this effortless. It leaves me feeling rather unchallenged. With one hand, Chuemo unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Hearing the sarcastic remarks from Chuemo, Kurt's fury intensified, and he longed to retaliate. However, As he opened his mouth, a metallic taste of blood assaulted his senses. Damn it. How infuriating. I'm risking my life here, bleeding profusely. How can you say I'm not serious? The mighty ruler of the universe, reduced to a state of vomiting blood, found himself utterly humiliated and unable to retort. Gula, too, felt the heat rising to his face, too fearful to speak lest he also spew blood. You wretched creature. I shall end your life. Frieza finally ceased his backward retreat, incensed by Chumo's mockery. Death beam. Frieza unleashed several powerful red beams from his fingertip, swift and penetrating. Yet, Chumo merely glanced at them, too apathetic to even evade. Trash. Is this all you can conjure? The barrage of death beams struck Chumo's body, and Frieza rejoiced. But within seconds, his expression shifted to one of utter pallor. The red beams had failed to penetrate Chumo's skin, leaving not even a mark. No. This cannot be. Frieza suddenly recalled Goku, who had similarly allowed his death beams to hit him without leaving a trace. Could you be a Super Saiyan? No. That is impossible. You lack golden hair. Your eyes aren't green. You cannot be a Super Saiyan. Frieza was on the brink of madness. The mere thought of a Super Saiyan haunted him, rendering him incoherent. So weak, utterly weak. Chumo shook his head, yet inside, he felt an exquisite thrill. The sensation of overwhelming dominance was simply sublime. Gula, if you do not exert your full strength soon, that old man beside you may well find himself breathless. With a single hand, Chumo continued to unleash the Kamehameha wave, appearing remarkably at ease as he firmly pinned Gula and Kurd in place. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned to look, and indeed, Kurd's face was flushed crimson, as if he were on the brink of suffocation. This is intolerable. I cannot allow this to continue. I must transform into my fourth form, or I shall surely perish at this wretch's hands. Gula's eyes darted with determination as he prepared to fight with all his might. No, I refuse to believe it. I will kill you. Frieza, clad in tattered attire, roared with fury. When had he ever been so belittled? He charged directly at Chumo. Enveloped in a formidable aura. Nova Strike. How foolish, thinking he could challenge me in such a manner. Chumo launched a powerful punch forward, creating a resounding impact as his fist collided with the bald-headed figure, causing the entire ground to tremble violently, as if it were shattering into pieces. Cracks resembling spider webs rapidly spread outward, instilling a sense of dread. Frieza was sent flying, a crimson imprint of a fist appearing on his forehead. The blow was devastating, leaving Frieza momentarily dazed, as if he were lost among the stars. Perhaps you have not experienced the agonizing anticipation of waiting in front of the television for the Dragon Ball anime to air immediately after school, a true test of patience. How fortunate we are now, with the ability to access various platforms or Bilibili to watch the entirety of Dragon Ball in one go. I hope everyone can share in the fervor that Dragon Ball ignites. Thank you all, and please shower us with flowers. Chapter 6. The Cosmic Emperor faces utter despair. It was utterly incredulous. Frieza appeared as a mere child before this mysterious figure, completely devoid of any capacity to resist. Krillin watched in astonishment as the once formidable Frieza was sent sprawling, akin to a punching bag. We must leave this place. The energy here is too terrifying, Tien shouted, propelling himself backward. Such overwhelming power was beyond their ability to withstand. Hurry, run. How incredible. We need to escape. Krillin and Yamcha hastily fled, abandoning their attempts to remain hidden. Tien, wait for me. This is frightening. Kaioshin was nearly brought to tears, overwhelmed by such terrifying energy. Piccolo glanced at the fearsome clash of energies before following suit and retreating. Damn it, I shall not cower before this energy. Vegeta, however, refused to retreat so easily. He was the proud Scion Prince, the most formidable genius among the Scions. He was destined to be the strongest in the future. Vegeta stubbornly remained in place, disdainfully observing the fleeing Tien and the others. Lowly beings. Before he could finish his thought, a tremendous wave of energy surged toward him, sending the defiant Vegeta hurtling away. Curse it! How can this be happening? Witnessing his father being thrown back, Trunks yearned to assist him. Yet he understood that Vegeta would not welcome pity. After all, he was the proudest of fathers, unwilling to be outdone by anyone. Only Trunks stood motionless, positioned not far from Chumo and Frieza, facing the torrent of energy that erupted forth, filled with profound questions. Who on earth is this individual? Enough. Tormenting you is no longer amusing. Let us conclude this. Chumo coldly declared, exerting force with his right hand, and the formidable Kamehameha energy instantly engulfed cooled. As for Gula, he erupted with immense energy in that fleeting moment, seizing the opportunity to escape the range of the Kamehameha. Wait, I don't. Cool began to plead for mercy, but before he could utter a word, He was consumed by the overwhelming Kamehameha. This individual is quite formidable, perhaps even stronger than I. Who on earth is he? Why does he possess a time machine? Trunks observed the unfolding scene with great curiosity. Although Chu-Mo had also vanquished Frieza and his ilk, Trunks had never heard of someone named Chu-Mo. If he existed in the history he knew, then the future androids could not have inflicted such immense damage upon Earth. Father, this wretched being, who are you truly? Frieza seethed with rage, unable to fathom how he and his companions had provoked such a terrifying adversary. After Gula's escape, he immediately began to transform. With a series of furious roars, Gula's body underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. A powerful energy wave emanated from him, and the ferocious aura caused Trunks' expression to shift dramatically. Such overwhelming power. How has history changed so drastically? First, there was that bizarre individual, and now another, Gula, has emerged. Could it be that my time traveling has altered the course of history? Trunks pondered, perplexed, for this was entirely different from the history he knew. Damn it. I cannot allow that fellow to complete his transformation. Sensing Gula's potent energy, Trunks drew the Sword of Hope, preparing to interrupt Gula's metamorphosis. As someone from the future, everything felt incredibly foreign to him. No rush, let him transform at his own pace. You stay right here, or else I'll take you down too. Chu-Mo interrupted Trunks' actions. If the villain is not allowed to act, then what meaning does it hold for him to take action? The most gratifying moment is when the protagonist personally delivers a slap in the face at the very instant the villain believes victory is within their grasp. There is no feeling quite as exhilarating as that. If anyone is to play the role of a deceiver, it should be me. Do not be so arrogant. If you do not take the opportunity to eliminate him now, you will be the one to regret it later. Trunks, having endured countless life and death battles in the future, has learned to seize the moment when the enemy is vulnerable. It should be decisive and efficient. Do they think they can stand against such trash? Schumer sneered coldly, his figure darting forward to confront Frieza directly, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Wow. Frieza's body arched like a bow, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, he sensed a grip tightening around his throat, lifting him off the ground. Damn it. Who on earth are you? Enough of this nonsense. Prepare to meet your end. Chu-Mo, weary of conversation, allowed a radiant light to emanate from his palm. With a thunderous sound, a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, and Frieza was utterly obliterated, leaving not even a trace behind. At that moment, Cooler-E's transformation reached its completion. Following this metamorphosis, Cooler-E's physique expanded considerably, growing even more formidable. His four horns extended backwards from his head, while his mouth was concealed by a mask and his eyes glowed a menacing red. His shoulders jutted out like protective armor, and a horn sprouted from his back. His arms transformed into sharp, blade-like appendages, and his power surged to new heights. The fourth form was undeniably grotesque. Chum remarked on Gula's new form, exuding an overwhelming aura that likely surpassed his own. Trunks scrutinized Gula and swiftly reached a conclusion. Regrettably, the individual before him was obstinate, and it seemed a collaborative effort was now necessary. Contemplating this, Trunks turned his gaze towards Chum. With a battle power of 400 million, it was evident that you are indeed the most formidable of the frost demons. This realization brought a hint of excitement. Let us engage. Chu-Mo beckoned at Gula with his finger. Damn it, I shall kill you. Gula, filled with rage, suddenly found himself alone. With that, he prepared to charge towards Chu-Mo, exuding an air of impending battle. Yet, the next scene was rather amusing. Gula unexpectedly soared into the sky above the earth. He was fleeing for his life. Unbelievable, he actually ran away. Not only was Chu-Mo left dumbfounded, but even Trunks was rendered speechless by this bizarre turn of events. With a cold smirk, Chu-Mo raised his right hand, and in an instant, a colossal black energy sphere coalesced before him. The Death Energy Sphere. Halt. As Chu-Mo's voice echoed, Gula, who was on the verge of soaring into space, suddenly found himself immobilized. Is this telekinesis? How could this be? This is Frieza's extraordinary ability. Gula was astounded, bewildered by the turn of events. He was utterly paralyzed. Please, don't kill me. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Gula's face was etched with terror. Enough with the unnecessary words, it is not required. Chu-Mo let out a cold laugh, then with a swift motion of his right hand, a massive sphere of death energy, measuring several meters in diameter, hurtled towards Gula. Chapter 7. The Challenge of Sun Wukong Boom. It was as if a colossal firework had erupted in the skies above Earth. Gula was instantly obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Is this it? In the distance, Krillin and the others gazed in astonishment as Frieza and his companions were dispatched one after another by Chu-Mo with effortless ease. It was astonishingly effortless. Not merely easy, it was indicative of his overwhelming strength. Piccolo remarked coldly, then departed, determined to continue his rigorous training. Humph. I will surpass him eventually. Vegeta also spoke icily before soaring towards Bulma's residence, where he intended to utilize the gravity training chamber once more. What an impolite fellow. At least he could have gone over to greet them. Krillin pondered, troubled by the arrogance of both individuals. Who are you? Trunks turned to Chuemo, feeling an immense pressure emanating from him. Chuemo, a scion, like you, hailing from the future. However, the future version of you has perished. Chuemo responded directly. What? I'm dead? What is happening? Trunks appeared utterly bewildered. After all, he hailed from the future. Just act according to your own judgment. We exist in different timelines, and our paths do not interfere with one another. Chuma elucidated, regardless of whether Trunks could comprehend. Greetings, may I inquire who you are? Tianjin and the others approached, their curiosity piqued by Chuma and Trunks. We are not foes. Chuma replied succinctly before turning his gaze towards Trunks. Trunks, uncertain of how to explain the situation to these esteemed elders, ultimately stated that he was awaiting the return of Son Goku. What? Goku is coming back? Splendid. Krillin, ever the loyal friend of Son Goku, was immediately filled with joy. Is my father finally returning? Son Gohan also wore a look of astonishment. Indeed, Mr. Son Goku is set to return. However, Trunks held great respect for Son Gohan, who had been his teacher in the future. Just as Chumo intended to make his way to the Heavenly Temple, he suddenly heard the notification sound from the system. Ding! A new sign-in task has been issued. Sign in with Son Goku and receive the corresponding sign-in rewards. Another sign-in task? Chuemo had no choice but to remain and wait. After more than an hour, he suddenly lifted his gaze towards the sky, sensing a powerful presence approaching from beyond the earth. This aura was tranquil, suggesting that Sun Wukong had returned. What is happening? Why is he looking at the sky? Krillin and the others, noticing Chumo's gaze, were immediately filled with curiosity. Sun Wukong had the ability to conceal his own energy, and from such a great distance. Tien and the others could not perceive it. The group gazed upwards for a while until suddenly, the sound of a spaceship echoed through the air. It's here. It's here. This must be Wukong's spaceship. It's Dad. I can sense Dad's presence. Krillin and Gohan shouted excitedly, relieved that Sun Wukong had returned. In their hearts, Sun Wukong was the strongest. No matter the foe, he would surely vanquish them. He has arrived. How thrilling it is, akin to the excitement of a Dragon Ball saga. Chumo squinted his eyes, gazing at the descending spaceship, his aura unrestrained. As if sensing the terrifying gaze of Chumo, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a wave of tension wash over him, as though he were being scrutinized by some formidable entity. This sensation was 100 times more chilling than that of Frieza. Were more foes approaching? The ominous aura was palpable. Who could it possibly be? Sun Wukong instantly adopted a serious demeanor, yet a greater sense of exhilaration surged within him. The thrill of confronting a powerful adversary. As the spaceship finally landed, Sun Wukong swiftly propelled himself out, turning his attention to Chumo. He could distinctly perceive the sheer terror emanating from the man before him. Trunks, initially filled with joy as he observed Sun Wukong, was soon overwhelmed by the oppressive aura released by Chumo, feeling as though he could scarcely breathe. How formidable! What could he possibly intend with such an overwhelming presence? It seemed unlikely that even the androids could contend with him. Trunks sensed that Chumo's power had intensified severalfold since their first encounter. Who are you? Sun Wukong inquired, his gaze fixed upon Chumo. Chumo remained silent. Observing that Sun Wukong was progressing far too slowly, it seemed he needed to take action. Chumo, you shall never defeat your foe in this lifetime. After a moment of mutual gaze, Chumo finally spoke. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Only through combat will we ascertain the outcome. Sun Wukong's countenance radiated excitement. Wait, please. Trunks intended to intervene and halt the confrontation between Chumo and Sun Wukong, as the matter at hand was of utmost importance. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he was propelled outwards. In that instant, Trunks finally experienced the sensation he had felt when confronting Frieza. Damn it. I merely wish to discuss matters. Why must you strike me? Before he could complete his thought, Trunks collided with a small mountain, instantly reducing it to countless fragments of stone. Mind your business. When I am engaged in my affairs, you must stand aside. Your turn will come shortly. Chuemo cast a glance at Trunks. Chuemo? Sun Wukong silently repeated the name, committing it to memory. Your strength is formidable. I am no match for you at present. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Krillin and the others were taken aback. What? Even Wukong is no match for him. How terrifying. Nevertheless, I still yearn to test my mettle against you. The blood within me is boiling. Upon listening to Sun Wukong, Chu Mo offered a faint smile. He felt no surprise. After all, this individual was a scion, inherently combative, driven by the scion blood coursing through his veins to continually seek battles with the strong. Come on, Sun Wukong. Let me witness your true power. Chu Mo beckoned to Sun Wukong with a playful gesture, indicating for him to commence the attack. All right, here I come. Sun Wukong struck a pose, swiftly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Boom. A golden aura surged skyward, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. How astonishing. Indeed, Mr. Sun Wukong has mastered the art of transforming into a Super Saiyan at will. Yet, that other fellow is even stronger. Sensing Sun Wukong's formidable presence, Trunks initially felt a surge of excitement, but soon anxiety took hold. In the face of Sun Wukong, he still harbored the courage to engage in battle. However, when confronted with Chu Mo, Trunks found himself devoid of the courage to even strike, for he understood that he could not withstand a single blow. It appears you are quite earnest. You have transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. Chu Mo spoke lightly, because you are too formidable. Without this, I wouldn't even have the courage to make a move. Sun Wukong replied earnestly, illustrating the distinction between him and Trunks. Even when aware of the inevitable defeat, he would still rise to the challenge. Chapter 8. Tenfold Kaioshin. Come on. Chu Mo had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan. At present, Sun Wukong lacked the requisite prowess for such a metamorphosis. As the words fell from his lips, Chu Mo and Sun Wukong sprang into action simultaneously. With a forceful thrust of their feet upon the ground, their bodies soared into the air in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The sky erupted with a series of sonic booms, yet the figures of the two warriors remained elusive. The surrounding mountains crumbled under the tumultuous energy they unleashed, and the earth itself began to fracture. Nevertheless, both Chu Mo and Sun Wukong skillfully restrained the majority of their power. Had they not, the very planet would have surely succumbed to their might. Chu Mo reveled in the exhilarating battle, while Sun Wukong, a paragon of combat experience, served as an invaluable source from which he could glean fighting techniques and wisdom. The air crackled with the sound of fists colliding. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures darted through the skies, their movements so swift that Krillin and the others struggled to keep pace. Even Tien, who had activated his third eye, found it impossible to track them, only able to follow the shockwaves produced by their sonic booms. Their speed and strength were astonishing, rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye. Indeed, this opponent is extraordinarily formidable. No, Mr. Sun Wukong can still hold his ground for the moment, but Chu Mo has yet to unleash his full potential. Trunks remarked seriously, managing to keep up with their velocity. However, he was acutely aware that he was not worthy to join the fray. Even Sun Wukong's combat prowess far surpassed his own. Goodness, you are indeed studying my combat techniques. Sun Wukong, a genius of battle, discerned Chu Mo's intentions within mere minutes. Chu Mo learned swiftly, and before long, a significant portion of his combat skills had been assimilated. Bang! Another forceful collision. Sun Wukong was sent staggering backwards by a punch from Chu Mo, skidding several hundred meters and leaving deep gouges in the ground. Impressive. My hands are numb. Your strength is truly overwhelming. After being struck back by Chu Mo, Sun Wukong appeared even more exhilarated. Aside from his previous battle with Frieza, it had been a long time since he had experienced such a thrilling fight. There is no other option. It seems I must resort to the Kaioshin. After attaining Super Saiyan, using the Kaioshin strains my body, but if I do not employ it now, I stand no chance against you. With a fierce roar, Sun Wukong unleashed the Kaioshin. His golden hair stood erect, enveloped in a layer of crimson aura over the golden flames. Kaioshin times 2. Kaioshin times 4. Kaioshin. This is already my limit. In this state, I can only maintain it for a few minutes. What I just did was merely a warm-up. Now, the real contest begins. Kaioshin, is it? It seems I too must exert some of my strength. Chu Mo gazed at Sun Wukong and smiled as he spoke. In the realm of anime, Sun Wukong had never employed the Kaioshin technique while in his Super Saiyan form. It was not until Dragon Ball Super that he first utilized the combination of Super Saiyan and Kaioshin during his battle against Hit from Universe 6. However, such a technique imposes a tremendous strain on the body. The fact that Sun Wukong is now resorting to it indicates the immense pressure that Chu Mo has exerted upon him. The next few moments will be my limit. I hope I will not disappoint you, Sun Wukong remarked, a hint of determination gracing his lips. All right, the true battle begins now. A serious expression also graced Chu Mo's face. The combination of Super Saiyan and the Kaioshin technique elevates Sun Wukong's prowess to a level that is undeniably beyond that of Frieza. Prepare yourself for the mightiest minute. Sun Wukong bellowed, vanishing in an instant with a speed that elicited gasps of astonishment, appearing before Chuemo in the blink of an eye. He unleashed a powerful punch directed at Chuemo. Come at me. Chuemo had no intention of evading. He was determined to confront head-on and test the strength of Sun Wukong in the present moment. He met the oncoming force with a punch. Bang! At the instant their fists collided, Chuemo felt an overwhelming surge of power, and his body was sent hurtling backward in an instant. Ziz! Chuemo's feet plunged into the ground, carving two deep grooves spanning dozens of meters. With a final kick, he shattered a small hill behind him, finally coming to a halt. Such immense power. Indeed, the Supreme King Fist is extraordinary. Chuemo shook his arms, his face alight with excitement. This is perfect. It won't make the disparity seem too pronounced. With a thunderous roar, Chuemo unleashed a surging aura that ascended dramatically, his black pupils transforming instantaneously into a vivid green. The ground beneath him fractured violently, resembling a spider's web as it splintered in all directions. Super Saiyan. Such power is truly exhilarating. With a battle power in the hundreds of millions, Chuemo felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his entire being. What is happening? Are you also a scion? Son Goku exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Chuemo with enthusiasm. Yet, hadn't Vegeta claimed that only a few of them remained in the entire universe? Indeed, I am also a scion, Chuemo declared, his presence radiating like the vast cosmos, instilling a sense of awe that rendered those before him motionless. Super Saiyan? Son Gohan and Krillin stared at Chuemo in bewilderment. The sheer magnitude of his power caused Yamcha and Kaioshin, whose willpower was somewhat feeble, to collapse, trembling uncontrollably. Even on the distant Kame house, Master Roshi, who had been sunbathing, felt a sudden chill at the terrifying aura emanating from Chuemo. What a fearsome presence. Who could it be? He murmured, contemplating Chuemo's direction. Despite the overwhelming energy, it bore no malevolence. He discerned that this was not a wicked individual. With that thought, Master Roshi returned to his sunbathing. Meanwhile, Piccolo at the Heavenly Temple and Vegeta at Bulma's residence both wore expressions of deep concern. The menacing aura compelled them to intensify their training. Step by step, Son Goku approached Chuemo, a smile gracing his face. Regardless of who you are, let us engage in battle, he exclaimed excitedly, his eyes fixed on Chuemo. I appreciate your combat prowess, and I shall give it my all. With a smile, Chuemo addressed Sun Wukong, observing the confident expression on Chuemo's face. Sun Wukong tapped his toes on the ground, causing the earth to shatter instantaneously, and in that moment, his figure vanished without a trace. With a faint smile, Chuemo regarded Sun Wukong's speed as inconsequential. Is he truly that formidable? Sun Wukong marveled, astonished that his full-force punches were effortlessly repelled by the aura surrounding Chuemo's body. Am I unable to breach his defenses? Boom, boom, boom. Sun Wukong moved with such swiftness that he became nearly invisible, unleashing a barrage of powerful strikes that shattered the nearby rocks into fragments. Yet, despite the onslaught, Chuemo remained steadfast, unmoving. Chapter 9. Sun Wukong was left severely battered. Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt himself soaring through the air. Such tremendous strength. In the following moments, he became akin to a punching bag, as countless blows rained upon him. So fast, so powerful, so painful. Sun Wukong could scarcely perceive Chuemo's movements. His face, chest, and abdomen bore the marks of relentless strikes. To Goku's friends, the scene appeared exceedingly bizarre. It seemed as though Sun Wukong was ensnared by an invisible force, slowly being pushed backward through the air. Meanwhile, Chuemo advanced step by step, maintaining the same distance between them, while Sun Wukong's body was incessantly pelted by some unseen assailant. Red and purple hues emerged, testaments to his injuries. What is happening? Why isn't Wukong fighting back? Krillin observed in frustration, feeling as though Wukong was being manipulated. Hold on. It's not that Wukong is being controlled. It's that Chuemo's speed is simply beyond our perception. Tien halted Krillin, urging him not to intervene. Their combat prowess was insignificant, and Sun Wukong was not in mortal peril, merely enduring a thorough beating. If they approached and provoked the enigmatic Chuemo, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Trunks, drenched in sweat, strained to observe but still failed to catch sight of Chuemo's movements. Were it not for Sun Wukong's continuously battered body and the surrounding rocks being pulverized, he might have believed their opponent was stationary. After what felt like precisely 1 minute, the ordeal concluded. Upon the final word, Sun Wukong's body fell to the ground as if severed from its control. Cough, cough. You scoundrel. You could have easily defeated me with a single punch. Sun Wukong had been so thoroughly beaten that he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form, feeling as if every bone in his body had been shattered, devoid of strength. This is my way of expressing gratitude for learning your combat techniques. Though you are gravely injured now, I am confident you will survive. Chu Mo spoke calmly, explaining that Scions experience a significant increase in fighting power each time they come perilously close to death, which would prove advantageous for you. Inflicting severe injuries upon you while simultaneously earning your gratitude exemplifies Chu Mo's approach. It is time to check in. Standing beside Sun Wukong, Chu Mo commenced the check-in process. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. You have received a check-in gift package. Would you like to open the check-in gift package immediately? Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have opened the check-in gift package and acquired the skill instant transmission. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill Kaioshin. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Spirit Bomb. Son Gohan, you must possess some sins of beans. Please give one to your father, as I have broken all of his bones. Chu Mo's tone was nonchalant, yet his words sent a chill down the spines of Klin and the others. Goodness. To engage in a brawl to the extent of breaking someone else's bones, this fellow is undeniably ruthless. Yes, we brought several, Sun Wufan promptly replied, then soared over. After consuming the magical beans, Sun Wukong swiftly regained his strength, even alleviating the aftereffects of forcibly employing the King's fist, and his power surged significantly. However, he refrained from challenging Chu Mo further. You must have been on Earth all this time, right? Sun Wukong suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo turned to him with a smile and asked, What? Do you wish to challenge me once more? Truly, he was a combat enthusiast, eager to continue fighting even in the face of defeat. It is only with such a disposition that one could achieve in mere decades what others might attain over millennia. Perhaps, I am uncertain of where I will end up. However, I do wish to cultivate for a time in the Divine Temple. You may challenge me whenever you wish. After having completed 3 sign-ins, the system has yet to issue new sign-in tasks. With that in mind, Chu Mo resolved to temporarily venture to the Divine Temple. Although he currently possessed an impressive combat power of 100 million, the extent to which he could truly harness it remained uncertain. Much like Vegeta, whose combat prowess reached staggering levels, yet after training on the planet Yard Rat, although his power did not significantly increase, the effectiveness he could unleash was several times greater than before, leaving even him astonished. Thus, Chu Mo understood well the principle that great edifices rise from humble foundations. Practicality is indeed the path to mastery. Hence, the Divine Temple stood as his optimal choice, a place of mystery, capable of guiding him to better harness his own strength. Moreover, the Divine Temple offered sustenance and refreshment, along with the time chamber for training, making it an excellent destination. The Divine Temple? It is indeed well suited for you. Splendid. I shall make it a point to visit you often. Sun Wukong appeared quite exhilarated. With a rival like Chu Mo, he could fully unleash his own power. However, before that, Sun Wukong resolved to train even harder, for he could not afford to be so defenseless in the next battle. Very well, I shall take my leave now. That young man over there seems to have something to say to you. Chu Mo gestured towards Trunks, expressing his disinterest in Cell, knowing that with Goku present, his assistance was unnecessary. Hey, Trunks, be wary of the androids. Aside from those 2, there are others lurking about. Don't let yourself fall prey to a sneak attack. And spare me your counsel, the matter of the androids is one you can handle on your own. One must rely on oneself. Upon observing that Trunks appeared inclined to speak with him, Chu Mo promptly interrupted him. He then brought his right hand, with the index and middle fingers pressed together, to his forehead, beginning to sense the aura of Piccolo. Fortunately, he had previously attuned himself to the energies of these individuals. Piccolo was primarily engaged in training at the Sacred Temple, thus saving him the time it would have taken to fly there. Whoosh. As Chuma's figure vanished under the gaze of Trunks and the others, a moment of silence enveloped them. Trunks, at a loss for words, found himself abruptly dismissed before he could utter a single syllable. What? He can also teleport? I thought I was the only one capable of such a feat. A skill I acquired from the Ardratarians. Goku, well versed in the art of instantaneous movement, held Chuma in high regard. What a remarkable talent. Such formidable strength. I hope he does not turn into our adversary. Observing the spot where Chuma had just disappeared, Tien wore a look of concern. Rest assured, Tien, though Chuma is enigmatic, his aura radiates no malevolence. I firmly believe he harbors no ill intentions towards Earth. A confident smile adorned Goku's face, but after a brief pause, he added, of course, this holds true unless we provoke him. As memories of the excruciating pain from Chuma breaking his bones resurfaced, Goku adjusted his tone. Chapter 10. Piccolo in a state of bewilderment. Next came Trunks' moment to shine, as he privately informed Goku about the impending future, urging him to remain vigilant against the androids that would emerge 3 years hence, as well as the viral heart disease. After bestowing upon Goku the miraculous cure for the viral heart condition, Trunks boarded the time machine and departed. Thus, history is destined to change. In the Divine Realm. Whoosh. The sudden appearance of Chuma startled both Piccolo and the Supreme Kai. It's you. What brings you here? Piccolo exclaimed, his face etched with tension, well aware of Chuma's terrifying strength. Relax. I'm here merely to train. I have no intention of fighting you. You are not worthy of such an encounter. Chuma spoke coldly. At present, Piccolo had not yet been fully swayed. His greatest desire remained the domination of Earth. Thus, Chuma felt no inclination to treat him with courtesy. You despicable creature, one day I shall challenge you. Piccolo exclaimed, anger boiling within him, though he restrained himself. After all, a mere energy blast from his adversary could reduce him to ashes. Mr. Chuma, may I inquire about your purpose for being here? The deity inquired. Fully aware of the events transpiring on Earth, his demeanor towards Chuma was marked by utmost respect, recognizing the ruthlessness of this individual, capable of committing murder without hesitation. Indeed, even Sun Wukong had suffered the breaking of all his bones at his hands. For a being of such formidable strength, annihilating the Earth would be a trivial endeavor, warranting the deepest respect in return. Deity, there is no need for such trepidation. I merely seek to reside in this celestial hall for a time, and to cultivate my abilities here, Chuma replied, observing the deity's fearful expression. He endeavored to project an aura of tranquility, for he was not a beast that devours. Nor did he wish to become that kind of person simply because he possessed power. Grant me this favor, and in the future, I shall be in a position to reciprocate. Chuma continued, stating that this was indeed a transaction. The celestial temple would assist him in his cultivation, and in return, he would ensure the safety of both the celestial temple and Earth. Well, that certainly makes it more comprehensible. The celestial being, having witnessed the world, would find such conditions far more agreeable, as it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, Piccolo, standing by, was utterly perplexed, given Chuma's formidable strength. Why would he still choose to cultivate in a place like the Celestial Temple? In the Celestial Temple, Chuma diligently cultivates, while Piccolo, despite his verbal protests, finds his body betraying him. He occasionally steals glances at Chuma's training, hoping to unearth a swift method to enhance his combat prowess. However, disappointment soon envelopes him. He suspects that Chuma is merely feigning diligence, starting from the most rudimentary of techniques. This is futile. These are nothing but encumbrances, he mutters. Mr. Chuma, your punches lack decisiveness. You ought to harness your energy with restraint. The mind must be tranquil, the body must be steady, and while in motion, the energy should flow harmoniously. Observing Chuma's movements from the sidelines, Piccolo intermittently offers guidance. Chuma, grasping the essence of his words, continually refines his actions, striving to achieve a state of effortless grace and serene composure. This perplexes Piccolo. Could it be that this individual is truly inept at the fundamentals? How could such a formidable warrior lack foundational skills? His combat techniques are remarkably proficient, reminiscent of Sun Wukong. It baffles him. Piccolo feels utterly confounded in Chuma's presence, perceiving himself as a fool, unable to comprehend the situation. Time slips away swiftly. Each day, Chuma experiences rapid growth, and before long, a year has passed. Chuma donned a striking orange-red weighted garment, seated cross-legged in midair, surrounded by ethereal wisps of translucent energy emanating around him. Like a mirage, these energies subtly distorted the very fabric of space. Suddenly, a resonant explosion of white energy erupted forth, unleashing a frigid gale that swept up the surrounding dust, spiraling into a whirlwind of force. A terrifying aura continuously radiated from him. Despite his conscious efforts to contain it, a considerable amount still seeped out. Not far away, the celestial being, the god, and Bix stood transfixed, their expressions blank as they observed this spectacle, accustomed as they were to Chuma's extraordinary abilities. After a prolonged moment, Chuma exhaled deeply, opening his heart to embrace this newfound power, before contentedly retracting his energy. As he did so, the pervasive aura that enveloped the celestial palace began to dissipate. Chuma opened his attribute interface. Chuma, Male age, years combat power, billion, base combat power, million, Super Saiyan, bloodline, Super Saiyan super ability, telekinesis skills, key sensory perception, flight technique, afterimage fist, Kamehameha wave. Magic flash, instant transmission, death beam, death energy ball, King Kai fist, spirit bomb. Although I have not yet transcended to Super Saiyan, I am finally able to harness the power of a Super Saiyan now. This is indeed a positive development. In his heart, Chuemo silently thought, at last. Salvation has arrived. This fellow nearly brought ruin to the celestial temple. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he reflected on how terrifying the experience had been. Fortunately, Chuemo managed to rein in the situation just in time. Otherwise, the celestial temple would have been lost. The celestial being remarked half-jokingly, "Ah, I shall take heed of this and exercise greater caution in the future." With a face full of embarrassment, Chuemo realized that he had been swept away by the exhilaration of the moment, almost forgetting that he was not in the hyperbolic time chamber. Fortunately, he managed to rein in most of his power in time. From now on, he would try to be more cautious. Beside him, Piccolo was so frightened that his face turned pale. This individual was truly terrifying. Even the god of destruction was continuously wiping away beads of sweat, fervently wishing that such chaos would not continue, as he hoped to live for several more years. After undergoing rigorous systematic training, Chuemo sensed that while his combat prowess had not significantly increased, it had, in reality, been augmented by 2- or 3-fold. Had Sun Wukong emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber? Chuemo inquired. Ever since Sun Wukong was decisively defeated by Chuemo, he has been remarkably diligent in his training. However, he still felt it was insufficient, so he opted to enter the Celestial Temple for further cultivation. He even made a pact with Chuemo, promising to challenge him upon his return. Considering the passage of time, it seemed that moment was nearly upon them. He expressed his unwavering confidence in Sun Wukong. Believing that he possessed a genuine opportunity to triumph over Chuemo pondered for a moment and remarked, "I shall fetch some senza beans." He then soared directly towards the summit below. The senza bean, a miraculous healing artifact from the Dragon Ball universe, possesses the extraordinary ability to restore even the most exhausted warriors, like Goku and Vegeta in their later Super Saiyan Blue forms, to full strength with a single bean. This highlights its formidable nature. Previously, engrossed in his training, Chuemo had not considered requesting senza beans from the Cat Sage. However, acquiring these beans had become an indispensable goal for his current journey. Chapter 11. Seeking senzu beans. The combination of Super Saiyan bloodline and the healing properties of the senza beans is an exhilarating prospect. At this moment, the Cat Sage was lounging languidly on a bench, enjoying a moment of leisure, when suddenly, it sensed a powerful aura approaching. Upon opening its eyes, it was startled to find Chuemo standing before it, having appeared without notice. The Cat Sage was taken aback, leaping to its feet and rubbing its eyes in disbelief. "Why, you are Chuemo? What brings you down here from your training above?" The Cat Sage had yet to engage with Chuemo directly and harbored a deep-seated fear of this formidable being, a natural apprehension that the weak feel in the presence of the overwhelmingly strong. Chuemo came straight to the point and inquired, "Cat Immortal, how many immortal beans do you have left here?" "Immortal beans?" The Cat Immortal slightly opened his squinted eyes. Over the years, most of the immortal beans had been devoured by that little rascal, Akilib. Now, there was scarcely but a single one remaining. At this juncture, the Cat Immortal cast a glance at Akilib, who was dozing off beside him. "Ah, indeed, I almost forgot about that. Darn Akilib." Chuemo's gaze turned towards him. In an instant, Akilib, who had been dozing off, was jolted awake. In his dreams, he sensed a terrifying creature fixating on him, prompting an immediate awakening. Who are you?" Upon encountering Chuemo's fearsome glare, Akilib's instinctive reaction was to flee. "Do not move, Akilib. This is Mr. Chuemo." The Cat Immortal, fearing that Akilib's actions might provoke Chuemo's displeasure and lead to dire consequences, interjected swiftly. Having been in the company of the Cat Immortal for quite some time, Akilib had heard tales of the enigmatic powerhouse known as Chuemo, who was known to cultivate in the Divine Hall. However, he did not anticipate that this formidable figure would grace their presence today, and judging by the circumstances, Chuemo's demeanor appeared decidedly irritable. "Hiki, Lord Chuemo, what brings you here today?" Akilib mustered his courage and asked cautiously. Chuemo gazed at Akilib for a moment, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike him down with a single blow. However, out of respect for Sun Wukong and the Cat Immortal, he deemed it unnecessary to stoop to the level of this indolent and gluttonous fellow. From this day forth, Should you fail to accomplish these 3 tasks, I shall annihilate you without hesitation. The gaze of Chumo sent shivers down Yakuloba's spine. Upon hearing this, he immediately responded loudly, Mr. Chumo, please instruct me. I shall comply without hesitation. For the sake of his own survival, Yakulob was willing to accept any conditions at this moment. First, if you consume the celestial beans again and I discover it, I shall eliminate you without mercy. Second, you are required to prepare no less than 10,000 pounds of food for the celestial hall each month. Should you fall short by even a pound, your fate will be sealed. Third, you must assist the cat sage in cultivating celestial beans, ensuring that you produce no fewer than a certain quantity each year. As you well understand, Chuemo felt the need to assign this fellow some tasks. Otherwise, he feared he might be unable to resist the urge to eliminate him. Ah, no problem. I shall certainly accomplish it. Yakulob hastily responded. Here you go. The cat immortal promptly tossed the remaining immortal beans to Chuemo. Chuemo accepted with great delight and remarked, I shall not shortchange you. Within this capsule lies 10 tons of assorted fish, which shall constitute our transaction. Very well, very well. Very well. No objections. May our dealings be prosperous. By the way, I wonder about the yield of the celestial beans. After receiving the celestial beans, Chumo suddenly inquired. The cat sage shook his head and replied, the cultivation of celestial beans necessitates the use of divine water for irrigation. In Kalinta, my annual yield amounts to only around 100 beans, and in recent years, the output has been steadily declining. I see. Chumo nodded with a hint of regret. After a moment of contemplation, he kindly reminded, Cat Sage, these divine beans are truly remarkable. Their benefits extend beyond merely alleviating hunger and restoring vitality. I believe their therapeutic properties are of paramount importance. I suggest you consider expanding their cultivation. It may prove invaluable in the future. One must remember that there will undoubtedly be many formidable beings like myself in times to come. The universe is vast, and by cultivating these beans, you are preparing essential support for figures such as Sun Wukong. The cat sage stroked its beard, nodding in agreement, for Chumo's words had indeed sparked a realization. In the past, Earth had not encountered particularly formidable foes, so the significance of the divine beings had not been fully recognized. However, just because they were not needed before does not imply they will remain unnecessary, especially with the existence of the mystical Dragon Balls, which may attract the attention of other powerful beings at any moment. As a miraculous healing remedy, the divine beans are undeniably indispensable. Ah, I understand now. I shall endeavor to expand the cultivation of the divine beans. However, the growth of these beans requires divine water, which is regrettably not easily obtained. Thus, it remains uncertain how much we can truly increase their yield. Nevertheless, we can certainly start with the trial. As long as you provide me with divine beans, I will ensure you receive even more fish. Chuemo revealed a radiant smile, enticingly speaking. Chapter 12. Signing in with Broly. Wow, so many fish, how delightful. Upon hearing that more fish were on the way, the cat sage's eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as the cat sage was willing to expand the cultivation area of the Senza beans, the yield would undoubtedly increase to some extent. Moreover, Chuemo had already intimidated a Kairob, ensuring that he would not dare to consume them again in the future. After bidding farewell to the cat sage, Chuemo returned directly to the temple. Once back in the temple, an important thought suddenly struck him. He realized he had forgotten to inquire about the super divine water with the cat sage. That substance had the potential to unlock one's latent abilities. Missing out on it would indeed be a pity. However, he quickly shook his head. Never mind, the super divine water appeared to be anything but safe. For an ordinary person, it was akin to poison. Its capacity to unleash potential was simply too overwhelming. In the anime, Sun Wukong faced near-death experiences, relying on his scion bloodline to endure it. Chuemo harbored a lingering doubt that it was precisely due to the consumption of the super divine water, coupled with the subsequent excessive utilization of the King's fist, that led to Goku's premature myocardial deterioration, culminating in his affliction with viral cardiomyopathy. Truth be told, as a warrior race, how could the scion's vital organ, the heart, suddenly succumb to issues? Typically, individuals with extraordinary combat prowess are impervious to ordinary pathogens, as their immune systems are remarkably robust. The moment any bacteria invade, they are swiftly devoured by the immune cells present in their bodily fluids. Yet, Goku's contraction of viral cardiomyopathy suggests that certain factors may have rendered his body vulnerable. While this remains conjecture, Chuemo deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Not long after returning to the Divine Temple, Chuemo received a sign-in task from the system. Previously, the system had mentioned an upgrade, but he had not anticipated that it would take a full year. His patience was wearing thin. Ding, upgrade complete. A new sign-in task has been issued. Locate Broly and engage in a minute of physical confrontation. Task deadline, 1 day. Failure to comply will result in the system ceasing operations for 10 years. Well, after this upgrade, it seems the system has become rather unreliable. Chumo found himself at a loss for words. The peculiar method of rubbing oneself against the ground to complete a check-in was rather bizarre. In order to locate Broly, the only viable option was to wait at Vegeta's place. Otherwise, he would have to seek assistance from the dragon. Who knows where the new planet Vegeta lies? Chumo resolved to prepare for both possibilities. He would keep an eye on Vegeta at Bulma's house, while simultaneously borrowing the dragon radar to summon the Earth Dragon in search of Broly. Utilizing instant transmission, Chumo arrived directly at Bulma's residence. Chumo, what brings you here? Vegeta exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of a figure beside him. Upon recognizing Chumo, the one who had slain Frieza and his cohorts a year prior, his excitement surged. Haha, I have surpassed the Super Saiyan level. I challenge you. I shall prove that I am the strongest. Vegeta declared with an air of pride, his confidence soaring after achieving this new transformation. I did not come to seek you out. Your meager strength holds no interest for me. Chumo retorted dismissively. You merely transformed into a Super Saiyan. And you dare to challenge me? Truly, you were testing fate. It seemed that the Saiyan Prince had begun to boast once more. However, as was customary, such arrogance heralded the devaluation of the Super Saiyan status. How dare you look down upon me? Infuriating. Vegeta shot back. You must possess the capability for me to regard you with respect. You have only just attained the Super Saiyan form. What arrogance! Chu sneered disdainfully, remarking that even Sun Wukong was no match for his single strike. How could this newly transformed Super Saiyan, Vegeta, possibly compare? Come then. I shall teach you a lesson and demonstrate that I am the prodigy of the Saiyans. Vegeta, filled with rage, let out a mocking laugh. Is that so? It seems that Sun Wukong had already transcended to Super Saiyan long before you, and you have only just achieved this transformation. What qualifies you to claim the title of Saiyan Genius? Chumo remained remarkably composed, scarcely acknowledging Vegeta's presence. The audacious scoundrel. You are even more detestable than that cockroach fellow. Vegeta's facial muscles twitched, clearly indicating his intense ire. Vegeta, do not engage in combat. Bulma's voice resonated as she emerged from the house, attempting to restrain Vegeta. However, Vegeta had already leapt forward, instantly positioning himself before Chumo. He delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Chumo. Yet, after spending 2 years on Earth, Vegeta had undergone considerable transformation this time. He refrained from delivering a lethal blow. It seemed this fellow had begun to change, no longer resorting to murder at the slightest provocation. Observing Bulma's recent emergence and then glancing at Vegeta, Chumo couldn't help but smirk internally. You ought to take this seriously. Vegeta's fury escalated upon witnessing Chumo's nonchalance. P.S. Comrades, do you think we should drink the super divine water? Wasn't Goku poisoned by it? A wave of flowers, please. Chapter 13, Vegeta's challenge. You were too slow. As Vegeta prepared to strike, Chumo swiftly retreated a step. Vegeta's fist met nothing but air. Damn it. Vegeta paused momentarily before pivoting to launch another punch. As he observed Vegeta's fist rapidly approaching, Chumo too retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! In the next instant, their fists collided with tremendous force, only to separate almost immediately. Thud, thud, thud. Vegeta was sent staggering back several meters before regaining his balance. Meanwhile, Chumo appeared utterly unfazed, as though the encounter had required no effort whatsoever. Impressive. This fellow is astonishingly formidable even with a sudden strike. A look of shock spread across Vegeta's face. Although his punch was merely exploratory, it was by no means weak. To his surprise, Chumo not only countered it but also sent him reeling backward. Who is this remarkable individual capable of pushing Vegeta back? Quite handsome as well. Bulma's expression mirrored that of astonishment. Having lived with Vegeta for 2 years, she was well aware of his prowess. Even Yamcha could not withstand a single punch from him. Yet, unexpectedly, this young man, whose origins were unknown, exhibited such incredible strength. Vegeta, having surpassed the Super Saiyan threshold, let me witness just how formidable your Super Saiyan form truly is. In your current state, you stand no chance against me. Chumo spread his hands with a smile and remarked, the strength of the Badian is indeed commendable. Training under 4 times the gravitational force for an extended period has endowed it with certain advantages, surpassing even Sun Wukong in specific aspects. Given this, Allow me to demonstrate what true power really entails. Vegeta glared at Chumo, for the Super Saiyan is the mightiest warrior in this universe. Chumo spoke coolly. The Super Saiyan is indeed the mightiest warrior, but you, as a Super Saiyan, are not among them. Do not naively assume that transforming into one will enable you to defeat me. Arrogant as ever, today I, Vegeta, shall demonstrate the true power of a Super Saiyan. However, this place is not suitable for combat. Follow me. Having resided here for 2 years, Vegeta felt a twinge of hesitation upon seeing Bulma emerge. One cannot bite the hand that feeds, and Vegeta was no exception. It appears that a lesson must be imparted through force. Alas, I truly did not come seeking a fight. This is quite troublesome. Miss Bulma, once the battle concludes, I have a matter to discuss with you. With that, he soared away from West City, followed closely by Chumo. Oh, you have something to discuss with me? This handsome fellow is surprisingly polite, Bulma mused, somewhat smitten. Whoosh. The two arrived in a desolate area, with Yamcha and Krillin trailing behind. Residing at Bulma's household, they could not forego the opportunity to witness Vegeta and Chumo's duel. Humph. This space is ample enough. Vegeta turned, a frosty smile adorning his face as he addressed Chumo. So you are a Super Saiyan. What of it? What makes you so remarkable? Is that so? I hope you remain this arrogant once the battle begins. Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly. Ever since he surpassed the Super Saiyan threshold, he believed he had eclipsed Goku. Thus, prior to challenging Goku, it would be prudent to deal with this enigmatic Chumo first. Krillin, do you think Vegeta stands a chance? Yamcha remarked, somewhat incredulous. Of course not. Previously, Goku was nearly defeated by this Chumo. Vegeta is far from his level, Krillin, Goku's closest ally, asserted. He firmly believed that Vegeta could not rival Goku, let alone Chumo. How infuriating. They don't believe in me. Vegeta overheard Yamcha and Krillin's conversation, his fury escalating. To be underestimated so. Clenching his fists tightly, a terrifying golden aura erupted from his body. Accompanied by a deep growl. Vegeta's hair transformed to a brilliant gold, a whirlwind emanating from him, sweeping in all directions. The ground beneath his feet fractured, and stones levitated in the air. Indeed impressive. Your combat prowess as a Super Saiyan exceeds that of Goku from last year, even without the Kaioshin, Chumo commented coolly, feeling the overwhelming energy. How does it feel to be intimidated by my aura? Aha. Vegeta boasted, reveling in his newfound strength, convinced he could easily vanquish Frieza. You are overly self-assured, Vegeta. Not even a single punch can you withstand. Chumo uttered softly, then beckoned to Vegeta with a finger. How dare you seek your own demise? The moment Vegeta's voice fell, he charged towards Chumo. So swift. Both Krillin and Yamcha were taken aback. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta indeed exhibited a tremendous enhancement in speed and strength, nearly appearing before Chumo in the blink of an eye. Chapter 14. The New Planet Vegeta Bang. Vegeta's fist landed heavily upon Chumo's palm. However, Chumo remained unfazed, not even shifting a step. What? This is impossible! Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. I knew this would be the outcome, Krillin shrugged. Having witnessed a similar result last year with Son Goku, Krillin's demeanor only served to infuriate Vegeta further, prompting him to attack with even greater ferocity. With a flurry of blows, Vegeta reappeared before Chumo, his fist striking like a tempest in a relentless barrage. How dull. You need more practice. Chumo displayed a hint of disdain, declaring that it was over. What? Vegeta was taken aback, and before he could comprehend the situation, he felt himself being propelled into the air. Then darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness entirely. Such power. With a single punch, he had decisively incapacitated Vegeta. Although Yamcha had previously witnessed the dire state in which Sun Wukong had been left by Chumo, he was once again astounded. He had not anticipated that Vegeta, who could not withstand even a single blow, would also be unable to resist Chumo's might. Take him back. I shall take my leave now. Chumo casually spoke to Klin, and then soared towards Bulma's residence. By the way, where is Vegeta? Bulma inquired upon seeing Chumo return alone. Handsome, what is your name? I am Chumo, a friend of Son Goku. I have rendered Vegeta unconscious. Chumo succinctly elucidated the circumstances. Who would have thought he would face such a day? Often exuding an air of arrogance. However, having suffered such a resounding defeat today, it is certain that he will seek you out for further challenges in the future. Bulma, evidently unfazed, was merely relieved that Chumo had not slain Vegeta. Let him be. I harbor no objections. By the way, could you lend me the Dragon Ball radar? I have matters to discuss with the Eternal Dragon. Since Paragus has not appeared here to seek Vegeta, I must venture forth myself. Waiting is not Chuma's style. Do you wish to summon the Eternal Dragon? Very well, I shall procure it for you immediately. Bulma, no longer as fixated on summoning the dragon as she once was, readily handed the Dragon Ball radar to Chuma. After obtaining the radar, Chuma managed to locate all 7 Dragon Balls within 2 hours. Arise, Eternal Dragon! In the Celestial Temple, Chu-Emo summoned the Divine Dragon, while Sun Wukong stood by his side. Upon hearing that Chu-Emo was about to embark on a journey to an intriguing destination, he immediately clamored to join him. Chu-Emo believed that it was time for the fated adversaries, Sun Wukong and Broly, to finally meet. So he consented to take him along. Suddenly, the entire sky darkened, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. A magnificent green dragon began to materialize amidst a dazzling golden light. Beside him, the celestial being gazed at Chu-Emo with a complex expression. Summoner, declare your wish. I possess the power to fulfill any desire. The dragon proclaimed to Chu-Emo. My companion Sun Wukong and I wish to journey to the new planet Vegeta. Is that feasible? Although Chu-Emo was aware that the dragon was boasting, he remained unfazed, as transporting him to new planet Vegeta should pose no difficulty for such a being. No problem, I shall convey you to new planet Vegeta at once. The dragon's eyes emitted 2 beams of red light, casting their glow upon Chu-Emo. Chu-Emo felt a fleeting shadow before him. And when he focused his gaze once more, he realized he was no longer in the Divine Hall of Earth. Indeed, this method of travel proved more convenient than instantaneous movement, as it did not require the perception of another's aura. Comparing the two, Chu-Emo perceived that the power of the Divine Dragon was quite remarkable. How fascinating it is that the gravity on this planet resembles that of the hyperbolic time chamber. Sun Wukong, embodying a curious child, began to explore every corner. The gravity on New Vegeta is 10 times that of Earth. However, for Chu-Emo, who had long trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, it posed no challenge. After a brief moment of sensing, Chu-Emo located the position of the planet's highest combat power. This aura was indeed formidable, far surpassing that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The legendary Super Saiyan was truly deserving of its reputation. This powerful aura exuded a fierce and violent energy, which made Chu-Emo realize that this was the very reason Broly struggled to control his transformation into the Super Saiyan form. Let us proceed. Our objective lies ahead. Chu-Emo remarked softly. On the new planet Vegeta, Paragus was contemplating how to persuade Prince Vegeta to embrace the affairs of this new realm. Just a few days prior, he had learned that 2 years earlier, Frieza had been vanquished by a Super Saiyan. With the number of Scions dwindling across the universe, Paragus sought to gather what remained of their kind and rejuvenate the Scion race. However, his intentions were not entirely altruistic. He merely aspired to become the sovereign of the Scions. Chapter 15. Son Goku vs. Broly. Particularly, upon discovering that the Scion Prince Vegeta was still alive, Paragus felt an urgent compulsion to execute his plan. He yearned for Prince Vegeta to acknowledge him as the new king of the Scions. Glancing at Broly beside him, Paragus felt a surge of pride. With such a formidable son at his side, it would not be long before the so-called Prince Vegeta was beneath his heel. He would ascend as the new king of the Scions. Broly, tall and imposing, appeared despondent, his expression betraying little emotion, as if the unfolding events were of no consequence to him. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the sky, where 2 figures emerged. What is the matter, Broly? Don't fret. You have me, Paragus said, following Broly's line of sight, only to discover the 2 figures hovering above. Who are they? The intrusion of outsiders caused a flicker of panic within Paragus, yet he regained his composure upon glancing at Broly. What I am is of no importance to you. I am not here for a conversation, he declared. Broly, let us engage in battle. With a power level beneath a mere 10,000, Chu-Emo dismissed Paragus's taunts. This individual, if not controlling Broly, could not hope to stir any significant response. Broly, eliminate them, Paragus commanded furiously, angered by the disrespectful tone directed at him. He raised his right hand, and a faint green glow emanated from the controller in his palm. A guttural roar erupted from Broly's throat. His physique suddenly expanded, a verdant aura surging from his feet. Kakarot! Kakarot! Broly bellowed, his gaze fixed on Son Goku, his entire body trembling with rage. With fiery intensity in his eyes, he advanced step by step towards Son Goku. Each step cracked the hardened ground beneath him, leaving distinct imprints. This individual held a grudge so deeply that even the grievances of his infancy lingered on. Chu-Emo gazed coldly at Broly, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for him. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan you spoke of earlier? He mused. Such an imposing aura. Sun Wukong smacked his lips, recalling that Broly had not exhibited any remarkable prowess moments ago. His presence seemed even inferior to that of Paragus. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into something utterly terrifying. This energy surpassed even his own. How exhilarating! He never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Sun Wukong glanced at Chuemo. Shall I engage him first? Feel free. Chuemo stepped back, relinquishing the right to strike. Broly, allow me to engage with you. As he observed Broly advancing step by step, Sun Wukong clenched his fists in palpable excitement, swiftly transforming into a Super Saiyan. With a powerful push off the ground, he propelled himself directly towards Broly. With a resounding impact, Sun Wukong's fist struck Broly's chest with tremendous force. Yet, Broly remained utterly unperturbed, his body steadfast and unfaltering as he continued his relentless approach towards Sun Wukong. Kakarot. He called out repeatedly, his fixation on Kakarot evident in his tone, revealing the depth of his resentment. This individual was indeed formidable, having endured a punch from Sun Wukong without so much as a flinch. At this moment, Sun Wukong, harnessing the full power of a Super Saiyan, was exponentially more potent than before. Chuemo could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. It was essential to recognize that Sun Wukong's current strength had reached full power as a Super Saiyan due to his emergence. Yet, he was astonished to find that even this was insufficient to contend with Broly. It should be noted that Broly had not yet assumed his legendary form. Should he transform into the mindless state of that legendary form, Broly's power would escalate to a terrifying level. Remarkable. In that moment, Sun Wukong felt a rush of exhilaration. He leaped high into the air once more and delivered a sweeping kick aimed directly at Broly's neck. With a dull thud, the outcome remained unchanged. Broly stood unmoved, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Sun Wukong. Kamehameha. Sensing imminent danger, Sun Wukong swiftly unleashed a Kamehameha wave. Boom. The energy struck Broly squarely in the chest. The ground trembled violently, smoke billowing as a massive crater formed. As the smoke cleared, Broly remained unscathed. How could this be? Sun Wukong stared in disbelief at Broly, realizing that his previous assault had inflicted no harm whatsoever. Nevertheless, he was not one to yield easily. He swiftly repositioned himself and launched a powerful punch. Bang! Finally, Broly was sent flying. However, it appeared that his injuries were negligible. Chapter 16. The legendary Super Saiyan Kakarot. I will kill you. Broly clenched his fists, crimson cracks suddenly appearing in his eyes. A thunderous roar echoed, reverberating throughout the surroundings as Broly's energy began to surge uncontrollably. The sky darkened instantaneously, transforming from daylight to night. Countless bolts of blue lightning cascaded from the heavens. The entire planet trembled violently, as if heralding the arrival of a sovereign. The roar continued, and his aura escalated with fervor. Stop, Broly, for heaven's sake, do not transform. Upon witnessing Broly's transformation, Paragus felt a wave of panic. He understood all too well what Broly intended. Once he assumed that form, he would lose all consciousness, becoming a merciless instrument of destruction. In such a state, not even Kakarot would be safe, let alone himself as his father. The entire galaxy, perhaps even the universe, would face annihilation. With this thought in mind, Paragus quickly raised his right hand, the control device in his palm flashing with a frantic, grass-green light. The golden circlet upon Broly's brow similarly glowed. It seemed to have an effect as Broly's emotions gradually began to stabilize. The legendary Super Saiyan indeed possessed formidable power. Sun Wukong smacked his lips, realizing that Broly's aura was far beyond that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Now you comprehend the formidable nature of this individual. Should he lose consciousness, his power would only intensify. Chomo smiled as he contemplated the sheer terror that would ensue if Broly were to transform into a Super Saiyan. His anticipation grew. After a brief moment of stillness, Paragus finally sighed in relief. However, it was not long before a feral glint re-emerged in Broly's eyes. With a thunderous roar, Kakarot's aura surged uncontrollably once more. The emerald green energy radiated outward in waves, engulfing the surroundings. In an instant, the entire sky transformed into a vibrant shade of green. Crack! The golden circlet on Broly's forehead shattered. His muscles swelled once again, doubling in size. The already towering Broly, standing at 2 meters, now appeared to exceed 3 meters. Exuding an overwhelming sense of power, the verdant aura swirled violently around his form. At this moment, Broly's hair turned a striking green, and his eyes lost their pupils, becoming a hollow, pale shade. Kakarot, I will end your life, Broly declared, and in an instant, he lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch aimed at Goku. Bang! Before Goku could react, he was sent hurtling away, crashing into several mountains. Yet, Broly was far from finished. He surged forward once more, readying another strike, knowing that the moment had come for him to intervene. Chumo was taken aback to witness that even the full power of Super Saiyan Goku was no match for the legendary Broly. The sheer might of the legendary Broly was truly unexpected. Observing this formidable power, Chumo wasted no time, with a powerful surge of his arms. He transformed into a Super Saiyan at full strength. He yearned to discover just how terrifying the strength of the legendary Broly truly was. With a resounding impact, their fists collided and then swiftly separated. Chumo's body unexpectedly soared along the ground, crashing heavily against a towering peak. In an instant, the majestic mountain was reduced to countless fragments. The combat power is indeed formidable. I now possess at least 100 million in combat strength. Yet I still find myself defeated by him. How is it possible? Wasn't it said that this Broly only had a combat power of 400 million? Has he grown stronger after battling Son Goku? Chumo shook his right arm and clenched his teeth as he murmured. Yet, simultaneously, an intense fervor for battle ignited within him. Perhaps this time, Broly would prove to be the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. At the same time, he was also the adversary who stirred the most passion within him. If that is the case, then let me test the full extent of my power. Chumo's gaze sharpened. In the recent clash, he had unmistakably sensed Broly's terrifying power, which was undoubtedly beyond 1 billion. He recalled another Broly. Even Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta were no match for him, and he grew stronger with each battle. Could this be the same? Regardless, if Super Saiyan form was insufficient, he would transform into Super Saiyan 2. Subsequently, Chumo let out a thunderous roar, and invisible waves of energy surged from within him, spiraling outward like a vortex. In an instant, blue lightning danced around Chumo's body. His golden hair became even more vibrant. The golden aura soared high into the sky, taking on a jet-like quality. It then stood erect, leaving only a tuft of bangs playfully swaying before his brow. Chapter 17, Super Saiyan 2 vs. Legendary Super Saiyan. In that moment, Chumo's energy also surged dramatically. The golden aura enveloping Chumo began to boil with fervor, swirling with an undeniable display of immense combat prowess, causing the very planet to tremble. After Broly had sent Chumo staggering with a single punch, he exhibited no hesitation and advanced once more towards Sun Wukong. In his eyes, Sun Wukong was the primary target to be eliminated. Clenching his fists, a terrifying pale green energy sphere coalesced from his chest at his shoulders. With a fierce roar, the energy sphere hurtled towards Sun Wukong. Chumo gazed intently at the energy sphere, his expression suddenly turning cold. With a swift movement, he appeared before the vibrant green orb and, with a single hand, struck it forcefully. Whoosh! To his astonishment, the formidable energy sphere was sent flying by his palm. Boom! In the next moment, it crashed down onto the ground, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Nearly 1/3 of the ruins were reduced to mere dust, creating an immense and boundless crater. A colossal mushroom cloud enveloped the entirety of the planet. After Chumo effortlessly swatted away the energy sphere, he wasted no time and propelled himself directly toward Broly with astonishing speed. Broly, equally impatient with Chumo, grew frustrated as this individual repeatedly thwarted his ultimate technique. Fueled by the conviction of his lethal intent, Broly was determined not to delay any longer, advancing to meet Chumo head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a myriad of fierce clashes, each brutal encounter leaving cataclysmic marks upon the planet. Observing their battle, Sun Wukong finally rose to his feet, though the bloodstains on his visage revealed that he had sustained considerable injuries. Witnessing the ferocious duel between Chumo and Broly ignited a spark of excitement in Sun Wukong's eyes. Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? The sheer power is astonishing. I never imagined it could be so formidable. And Chumo is no slouch either, to possess such strength. Sun Wukong felt the blood within him boil. He yearned to partake in such a battle. Yet, he recognized that he was not yet worthy of this confrontation. He still had a long way to go. I must train harder. Just watch, Chumo and Broly. I shall not fall behind you. The warrior spirit within Sun Wukong was fully awakened. Kakarot, savor the taste of this terror. Even in the depths of hell, one could not hope to witness such an intense spectacle again. Paragus was becoming increasingly frantic, fully aware that he and his companions were destined to perish at Broly's hands. I am certain that there will be many more battles like this in the future. Chumo will not be defeated. Sun Wukong exuded confidence. Haha. How naive you are. The legendary Super Saiyan is not so easily vanquished. Broly has broken free from my control. He will not cease until he has obliterated the entirety of planet Vegeta, or even the whole universe. Paragus spoke with unwavering assurance. Kakarot, simply enjoy this terrifying feast from hell while you await your demise at Broly's hands. At this juncture, a cold light flickered in Paragus's eyes, filled with resentment, endless resentment. The legendary Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Ha. In the next moment, Sun Wukong erupted into maniacal laughter, his mirth echoing through the heavens. The legendary Super Saiyan? I shall not be defeated. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Sun Wukong became resolute. As a thunderous roar escaped him. A surge of golden energy erupted from his body, his golden hair standing tall once more as his aura swelled dramatically. He sent Paragus staggering back hundreds of meters. No. It cannot be. Paragus gazed at Sun Wukong in terror. How is it possible that this man remains unaffected by Broly's influence? Moreover, his aura intensified even more than before. Meanwhile, Broly unleashed hundreds of energy spheres in an instant, raining down upon the battlefield like a torrential storm. In a heartbeat, the area where Chu-Mo stood became engulfed in a thick cloud of dust and debris. Observing the scene before him, Broly erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Is it truly amusing? Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from the dense haze. Broly's laughter abruptly ceased, and an unmistakable chill spread across his features. As the dust gradually began to settle, the figure of Chu-Mo emerged, his golden aura flickering upwards with fervor. Beneath his feet, it appeared as though the terrifying explosion had spared a solitary stone pillar, which stood resolutely, supporting Chu-Mo's stance. Evidently, the recent explosion had not significantly impacted Son Goku. Chapter 18. Under the friction of transmission, the sign-in was successful. How infuriating. Broly bared his teeth, his eyes trembling violently as his body flickered. Propelling him once more towards Chu-Mo also charged towards Broly. The speed of both individuals was astonishing, as the distance of several dozen yards was traversed in the blink of an eye, bringing them side by side. The sound of fists and legs clashing echoed as they engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield an inch. At present, they remained evenly matched. However, Chu-Mo was acutely aware that Broly, as the legendary Super Saiyan, possessed stamina that would not wane with the passage of time. On the contrary, the more intense the battle became, the more it would awaken the latent potential within him. During combat, his power escalated at an alarming rate. This was the terrifying aspect of the legendary Super Saiyan. Although Chu-Mo had obtained a Senzu Bean from Master Roshi, he realized that if he continued to fight Broly for an extended period, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. He needed to complete his sign-in first. The system was rather unfair, demanding that he hold Broly down for a full minute to achieve it. Chu-Mo silently criticized the system for its inadequacies. Even if he could restrain Broly for a minute, this creature's ferocity was sufficient to obliterate the planet numerous times over. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to resort to his supernatural abilities. Telekinesis. Bind. With his hands, shaped like lotus flowers, Chu-Mo directed them towards Broly's body. To everyone's astonishment, the once formidable Broly, akin to a god of war, suddenly came to a halt, as if ensnared by an invisible force. What was happening? Broly had been subdued. Paragus was taken aback. How could this man, Chu-Mo, possess such terrifying power? What of the legendary Super Saiyan? He too is ensnared by supernatural abilities. Chu-Mo was filled with joy, yet he remained uncertain about how long it would last. In just a few fleeting seconds, he sensed a significant depletion of his mental energy, accompanied by a disorienting sensation. With his right hand, Chu-Mo grasped Broly's head and forcefully pressed it against the ground, rubbing it vigorously. Rubbing, against the smooth surface. What of Super Saiyan? 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Chu-Mo constantly calculated the time, delivering punches and kicks, relentlessly grinding Broly beneath his feet. Broly's face flushed with rage, his gaze resembling that of a ferocious beast. Yet, he found himself unable to break free from this peculiar restraint, rendered utterly motionless. 60 seconds had elapsed. The time was up. Chu-Mo felt as though his mental strength had been nearly entirely depleted, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have completed the sign-in task and received a sign-in gift package. Would you like to open it now? He chose to defer the opening. In this tense moment, Chu-Mo was reluctant to hastily engage with the gift. Just as he was engrossed in the system, Broly finally broke free from his restraints. He let out a primal roar that echoed through the air, then spread his palms wide, aiming them directly at Chumo. Noticing Broly's imposing stance, Chumo's brow furrowed slightly. In the next instant, a cerulean energy sphere began to coalesce above Broly's hands. Whoosh! Once the energy sphere had fully formed, it hurtled toward Chumo with tremendous force. Initially, the sphere was no larger than a fist, but as it hurtled through the air toward him, it expanded at a visibly rapid pace. By the time it reached Chumo, the once tiny sphere had grown to a gargantuan size of over 10 meters. As the colossal energy sphere bore down upon him, Chumo's heart plummeted. In that critical moment, he unleashed every ounce of power within him. Upon releasing his energy, a magnificent golden aura erupted around him, radiating with the might of 1,000,000,000 battle power. After unleashing his full power, Chumo immediately spread his palms wide. The tumultuous energy within him surged through his arms, coalescing instantaneously in his hands. Kamehameha. In the next moment, a dazzling radiance emanated from Chumo's palms, colliding forcefully with Broly's energy sphere. Crackle. As the Kamehameha met the energy sphere, sparks of energy erupted in all directions. The sky roared with thunder and lightning. The entire planet of New Vegeta trembled as if the very apocalypse were upon them. The Kamehameha of Chumo and Broly's energy sphere remained locked in a stalemate for several seconds. In a sudden burst of strength, Chumo exerted himself once more, effortlessly pushing Broly's energy sphere back with the Kamehameha. How could this be? He actually managed to deflect Broly's energy sphere? Paragus, witnessing this scene, displayed an unusual expression of shock on his aged face. In the next moment, he noticed Broly had spread his arms wide, seemingly preparing to absorb the rebounding Kamehameha and energy sphere. Paragus's expression shifted dramatically. Broly, quickly, evade. However, in his state of fury, Broly paid no heed to Paragus's warning and met the descending energy sphere with his palms. At that instant, Broly's body felt as though it were under an immense weight, forcing his legs deep into the ground, which instantly caved beneath him. With a ferocious roar, Broly emanated an overwhelming aura of energy. Yet, tragically, in that fleeting moment, the tremendous forces of the Kamehameha and the energy sphere annihilated Broly's form. A brief silence enveloped the world. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the ground erupted. The entire New Vegeta planet was marred by a web of cracks, with lava columns gushing forth from various locations. A massive pit emerged where Broly had stood, shrouded in darkness so profound that its depths were unseen. Concurrently, a crimson lava column surged forth from the fissures of the Great Chasm. This planet was doomed. Chumo could not help but exhale in relief, then consumed a magical bean to restore his strength. Let us go, Sun Wukong. The mission is accomplished. This planet is about to explode. With that, Chumo tossed a magical bean to his companion, who was gravely injured. Oh, is it ending like this? What about him? Sun Wukong pointed at Paragus. No problem. Death beam. Whoosh. A crimson light shot from Chumo's fingertip, piercing through Paragus. Chumo, why did you kill him? Sun Wukong expressed his discontent. What do you think he was here for? He aimed to dominate the universe just like Frieza. Are you going to save him? Chumo felt increasingly irritable. Who did this Sun Wukong think he could spare? If it were to continue this way, Chumo would not hesitate to eliminate him. Showing mercy to an adversary was futile. It would be far better to simply dispose of this Sun Wukong and spare himself the annoyance. What significance did being an anime protagonist hold? At this moment, he himself was the true protagonist. Oh, never mind, since he desired to dominate the universe. Perhaps it was best to allow him to meet his demise. Fortunately, Sun Wukong's response remained relatively rational. Having just encountered the malevolent cosmic tyrant Frieza, he was not overly concerned with the act of killing. Thus, let us depart and return to Earth, with the convenience of instant transmission. As long as he remembered a single aura, traveling back and forth would become effortless. Whoosh, whoosh. With a gentle tap on the forehead from Chumo, they swiftly returned to the divine temple on Earth. Chumo, you are truly remarkable, having surpassed the Super Saiyan. I shall strive diligently to enhance my skills. Upon witnessing Chumo's Super Saiyan form, Sun Wukong recognized that he was no match for him, and thus temporarily relinquished this challenge. I refer to this as the Super Saiyan. You too can achieve it, and I eagerly await your challenge. With a smile, Chumo expressed his anticipation for the completion of this Saiyan task. Super Saiyan. Very well. I comprehend. I shall strive diligently. After uttering these words, Sun Wukong departed from the heavenly temple, presumably to engage in some indescribable activities with Chi-Chi. Piccolo observed as Chumo and Sun Wukong left, then returned, feeling a sense of unease in his heart, as if a chasm had widened between them. How infuriating. Is it true that all Super Saiyans are so extraordinary? I must surpass you, Sun Wukong and Chuemo. He felt a profound sense of resentment. The once mighty Demon King had been reduced to a mere bystander. Upon returning to his chamber in the Heavenly Temple, Chuemo began to summon the system. Now, activate the sign-in gift package. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the sign-in gift package. You have acquired the skill, Fluorescent Energy Shield. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Transcendent Bloodline. The mention of the Transcendent Bloodline immediately brought to mind Broly's rampage. Goodness. It seems that this Transcendent Bloodline may not be as advantageous as it appears. System, may I decline this offer? After all, some gifts are indeed desirable, while others are not. Upon merging with the Transcendent Bloodline, the host will gain abilities akin to Broly's, enabling transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan. However, this transformation will also lead to a loss of rationality and subsequent rampage. My word, losing one's sanity is of little use. Within Chumo's heart lay a firm rejection. Although there existed a stark contrast in innate power and talent between Broly, a legendary Super Saiyan, and Goku, a product of sheer training. The latter half of the system's statement struck him like a bucket of cold water amidst his fervor. Transforming would lead to a loss of reason and uncontrollable rage. The notion that he might become a mindless monster, akin to Broly, was utterly unacceptable. System, after merging with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, will I still be able to transform into a regular Super Saiyan? After a moment of contemplation, Chuemo posed the question once more. Yes. The host can choose to transform into a regular Super Saiyan or embrace the form of the legendary Super Saiyan. Such an option was indeed available. Elation surged through Chuemo. Thus, upon merging with the legendary bloodline, he would possess the extraordinary talent and potential of a legendary Super Saiyan, akin to Broly. The distinction, however, lay in the fact that as long as he refrained from transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, he would retain his sanity. Shall I merge with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline? Merge. This time, Chuemo hesitated not a moment, promptly opting for the fusion. As soon as the words left his lips, he felt an overwhelming surge of fierce energy coursing through his body. While the power was formidable, the bloodthirsty impulse it instilled sent a chill down his spine. He fervently hoped that he would never encounter the opportunity to transform into a legendary Super Saiyan. In his heart, Chuemo silently reflected. After all, Chuan Chao resembled a ticking time bomb. Once activated, he would descend into a state of irrationality akin to Broly. 2 years swiftly elapsed, and everything unfolded much like the narrative predicted. The emergence of number 17 and number 18 captivated the attention of Goku and his companions, leading to an ensuing battle. However, due to Chumo's intervention, the power of Goku and Vegeta surged dramatically, leaving number 17 and number 18 questioning their very existence. They were overwhelmingly formidable. For Goku and his allies, confronting this android posed no challenge whatsoever. In the Heavenly Temple, the Supreme Kai sensed the events transpiring with Goku and his comrades, and he was instantly filled with joy. There is no need for such astonishment. They have been under my guidance for 3 years. If they still fail to progress, it would be better for them to perish. Chuemo reclined leisurely in his chair and remarked, over the course of 2 years, my combat prowess has doubled. Dealing with these artificial beings is astonishingly effortless. The lineage of the legendary Super Saiyan is indeed remarkable. It enhances my fighting capabilities automatically each year. No wonder Broly is so formidable. Were it not for his transformation leading to a loss of reason, the legendary Super Saiyan would undoubtedly be the strongest warrior in the universe. Chuemo couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. The notion that sleep could enhance combat prowess was unparalleled in its ease. Meanwhile, he found it hard to believe that Sun Wukong had yet to break through to Super Saiyan after 2 years, leading him to suspect that perhaps this individual was being somewhat indolent. However, under Chumo's encouragement, both Vegeta and Piccolo had significantly enhanced their abilities, far surpassing their animated counterparts. Vegeta had nearly mastered the full power of Super Saiyan, aside from his stamina, which lagged behind that of Sun Wukong. His combat strength was nearly equal. Over the past 2 years, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had faced each other multiple times, each encounter resulting in a stalemate. This had allowed Vegeta to vent the frustration he had endured from being overshadowed by Sun Wukong in the series, yet he now seemed to be in a worse predicament, as he found himself suppressed by Chuemo, who was even more formidable. As for Piccolo, although he had not fused with the Supreme Kai, his strength had improved considerably. Yet he still fell short compared to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Nonetheless, dealing with lower-level foes was hardly a challenge. Just as Chuemo believed he could continue to enjoy such leisure, the long-dormant system reactivated. Ding! A new sign-in task has been issued. The host must complete the sign-in on the entity within a day. Completion requirement. The host must hold the entity for over 10 minutes. Damn it. Is the system trying to make a fool out of me? Has the system upgrade gone awry? Chuemo felt somewhat troubled. If it were merely a matter of subduing the number, it would be manageable. However, clinging to the sign-in was exceedingly exhilarating. The host could choose to forfeit. Forfeit? Who would ever consider such a thing? This task is unparalleled. I shall not let this opportunity slip away. Given this, I must ensure that the number is not absorbed. Alas, the sister and brother of the number have been defeated. Suddenly, Chumo perceived that the duo, numbered as siblings, had succumbed to the formidable Vegeta and Piccolo, while Goku, as ever, was afflicted by his heart condition and had retreated prematurely. What a farce these androids are! Do they not possess the genes of our scion lineage? How can they be so utterly feeble? Vegeta, brimming with arrogance, felt no pressure against this so-called world-ending android, despite having been suppressed by Chumo for several years. How infuriating! How could they be so overwhelmingly strong? This was utterly inconsistent with the information provided. The siblings were thoroughly defeated, due to the prowess of Vegeta and Piccolo. The anticipated encounter between Number and Krillin never transpired. Am I destined to perish? Is there no gallant prince to rescue me? Reflecting on the tale her mother once told about a prince on a white steed, Number revealed a rare moment of vulnerability. On the other side, Piccolo too wore a smug expression, grateful to that man for compelling him to train diligently. Now it was time to reap the rewards. How infuriating, surely we are the strongest. Number, are you not going to make a move? Piccolo, perish. Number was indignant. The siblings had only just escaped from that dreadful place. How could this be their fate? Chapter 21. A heroic rescue. Meanwhile, Number showed no intention of attacking, declaring, I shall only contend with Goku. She leapt into the air, unleashing a barrage of shimmering energy blasts. They possessed boundless energy and had no cause for concern. However, according to the theory of smoke without harm, Piccolo remained unscathed. Your power is too feeble, he remarked coldly, sending Number hurtling away with a single punch. Trunks, filled with delight, believed that these two androids were finally facing their demise. Father, eliminate her, and the future will be altered. I need no instruction from you. Androids are nothing but this. Since there is no challenge, perish, Vegeta declared triumphantly, invoking his ultimate flash. As he brought his palms together, a blinding wave of energy surged forth. How infuriating! Am I truly to meet my end? The tales of a gallant prince are mere fabrications. Number wore a nostalgic expression. She did not wish to die yet. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, creating a massive crater where Number had been positioned. Is this what death feels like? She pondered. How magnificent that angel appears. You are not yet dead. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. A gentle utterance stirred Number's heart, enveloping her in warmth. Chumo, how did you arrive here? Trunks exclaimed, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. How infuriating. Chumo, what are you doing? Vegeta wore a displeased expression. This fellow had appeared unexpectedly and even rescued the woman. Holding her was Chuemo, who arrived just in time to intercept Vegeta's ultimate flash before it struck. With a single hand, he crushed the full-force energy of Vegeta's attack and then enveloped her in a protective shield of luminous energy, offering her a warm embrace. She is my woman. No one shall harm her. Her affairs are my own, Chuemo coldly stated, yet her gaze remained tender as it fell upon Hao. She is an artificial being, destined to bring about humanity's demise, Trunks exclaimed in haste. In the future, it was Hao who had slain Sun Wukong. How could he allow her to escape unscathed? How dare she claim to be his woman? What an arrogant fool! Yet, his embrace was so warm. Although Hao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, she was reluctant to part from Chumo's chest. The Prince Charming had arrived, stirring a flutter within her youthful heart. With me by your side, everything shall change. Her affairs will be my responsibility, Chuemo remarked with a scoff. If you wish to save her, you must first defeat me. I'm not the same as I once was. Come on, Chuemo. Vegeta, feeling irritable and empowered by his recent surge in strength, deemed it the perfect opportunity to issue a challenge. However, Chuemo remained unresponsive, his gaze locked with Hao's. She was breathtaking, far more enchanting than in the anime. A peculiar sensation washed over Chuemo as he realized he had fallen in love. Hao's heart raced in tandem. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a 1-minute embrace. Sign-in successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a sign-in gift package. Would you like to open it immediately? Not for now. I shall save it. This was a moment to deepen his bond with Hao, and Chuemo had no time to squander on opening a gift. As Chuemo and Hao exchanged tender glances, a shadowy figure of a green monster stealthily emerged from the distant forest, coldly observing the gathering below, lost in their affectionate gaze. Chumo remained unaware of the lurking threat. How? I have finally found you. Once I consume you, I shall evolve into my perfect form. The malicious Trunks had thwarted his previous attempts, leaving him with only how to devour. This green creature was none other than Cell, now having transcended his initial form. If Chumo were to see him now, he would undoubtedly recognize that Cell had attained his second form, just as Piccolo was about to unleash a powerful attack. A figure suddenly appeared, snatching Hao from the ground. At last, I can fulfill my desire. Cell's hand clutched tightly around Hao's neck. Who are you, you fiend? No matter how fiercely she struggled, Hao could not escape Cell's grasp. You need not know, only understand that I intend to consume you. Then, under the astonished gazes of Piccolo, Tien, and others, the tail of the green monster unfurled like a trumpet flower, directly enveloping Hao's entire body. Hao, upon witnessing this, her beautiful face paled. She broke free from Chumo's embrace without a moment's hesitation, her feet moving swiftly towards Cell to engage him in battle. Damn it. You've interrupted my plans. Wait, is that Cell? How could he have already transformed into his second form? Chumo was somewhat intrigued, having just absorbed the being. It had yet to undergo evolution. Nevertheless, in the face of a relentless barrage of attacks, Cell effortlessly evaded all of the assailant's strikes. Chapter 22, Perfect Form Cell. This creature, where did it come from? The attacks were utterly ineffective. How could its power be so formidable? I had never heard of such a thing. And it was quite grotesque. The assailant continued to launch rapid attacks at Cell, yet each one was deftly avoided. You truly underestimate yourself. I have encountered your kind in the future, just as arrogant, but ultimately, I consumed them, haha. Since you are so eager, I shall proceed to devour you. Upon hearing Cell's words, Chumo instantly comprehended the situation. This being had actually absorbed the assailant in the future. It became clear now. No wonder it had evolved into its second form. So, this is the Cell from the future, who, after eliminating Trunks, had traveled back in time to conceal itself until now. If that is the case, then Cell would merely need to absorb the assailant once more to attain its perfect form. Indeed, the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from within Cell, resembling a swirling tempest. Following that, a blinding radiance shot forth, enveloping the entire sky of the earth. What is happening? Such a powerful aura. I have never encountered anything like it before. It is terrifying. This presence was the mightiest that Krillin and the others had ever experienced, without exception. The comparatively weaker Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaioshin were instantly swept away by the hurricane-like force, landing several thousand meters away before they began to regain their composure. The slightly stronger Vegeta and his companions also bore expressions of struggle. They hastily unleashed all of their energy, yet it remained a daunting challenge. Chumo effortlessly took a step forward, shielding himself with his aura as a protective energy barrier deflected the approaching wave of force. He pondered whether he should strike and interrupt the transformation of his adversary. However, just as he contemplated action, a cacophony of thunder and lightning erupted, causing the very ground to tremble. Countless stones and boulders were drawn upwards by an unseen force, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This overwhelming presence instantly resonated across the northern galaxy, felt by numerous powerful beings. The winds ceased, the thunder quieted, and calm returned. Yet, the entire island had transformed. It appeared as though a colossal blade had sliced through it, leveling all that exceeded 100 meters in height. What was happening? Where had the mountains gone? Was this truly so terrifying? Yamcha's face was etched with fear. With such immense power, did they truly intend to confront this foe? In that moment, all eyes converged upon Cell, who emanated a resplendent golden aura that shimmered brilliantly. The ground beneath him had sunk several inches, and a fierce whirlwind surrounded him, deterring any approach. His previously grotesque visage had transformed into one of striking handsomeness, arousing even Chumo's curiosity. Could transformation also serve as a means of cosmetic enhancement? The formidable energy radiating from Cell caused Krillin and the others to collapse onto the ground in sheer terror. How frightful! Shock was evident on their faces as they gazed at Cell in dread. They felt utterly defeated. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, disbelief coursing through him. How could this be possible? He had exerted every effort in his training, yet he was still inferior to Cell. Was the power of the androids truly so daunting? Only Chumo and Vegeta maintained their composure. Vegeta, overconfident in his own abilities, believed that despite Cell's superior energy, he had attained full power as a Super Saiyan. Ultimately, the outcome of their clash remained uncertain. With an impassive expression, Chumo appeared to be fully prepared, as if he had anticipated this moment. Haha, I have finally succeeded. This complete form, as the doctor referred to it, signifies that I am the strongest. Cell closed his eyes, relishing the overwhelming power surging within him. He believed himself to be the sovereign of this universe. Are you ready? It is time to send you on your way. Shall I eliminate you one by one? Or all at once? You are merely a hybrid. Do not take pride in yourself, for I shall be the one to defeat you. Aha! Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, astonished that anyone would dare to rival his ferocity. With a sudden collapse of his feet, Vegeta propelled himself forward like a gust of wind, so swift that he was nearly invisible. However, Cell merely chuckled derisively. Die, hybrid. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Cell, his hands moving like a Gatling gun, unleashing a furious barrage upon Cell's entire body. Foolishness. Vegeta, you are utterly ignorant of true power. Allow me to enlighten you. Cell unleashed his full might, a formidable aura erupting as he permitted Vegeta to pummel him. The sound of fists striking metal rang out, jarring and piercing. Yet no matter how vehemently Vegeta attacked, he could not breach Cell's defenses. Pathetic, Vegeta. Is this truly all the strength you possess? You have utterly disappointed me. Cell regarded Vegeta with disdain, as one might view a mere clown. How dare you underestimate me? Vegeta's anger surged upon witnessing Cell's condescending demeanor. Yet before he could react, Cell's fist struck like lightning, leaving Vegeta with no means of defense. The impact landed squarely on his chest. Bang! Vegeta, who had been on the offensive, was abruptly sent flying, spewing forth blood. A single blow had rendered him severely injured. How terrifying! Krillin and the others gasped, their bodies trembling in shock. I will kill you. Trunks, witnessing Vegeta's plight, rushed forward, his own aura flaring to life as he ascended to Super Saiyan at full power. Chapter 23. Trunks in a panic, however, Cell remained unfazed, effortlessly sending Trunks hurtling away in just a few moves. Father and son, defeated. It seems it is time for me to take the stage. Just as Chumo prepared to intervene, the creature known as Number 17 could no longer wait and charged forward. Damn monster, how dare you consume Number 17? Spit him out. Currently, Number 17's combat power was even inferior to Vegeta's, making the situation even more precarious. Chumo maintained a vigilant stance, ready to rescue him at a moment's notice. With Number 17 already engaged, he had no choice but to await the opportunity to play the hero, as that would demonstrate his significance. Number 17, you are still so reckless. I shall grant you what you seek, for you are truly unaware of your own limitations. Sharo unleashed a series of punches that sent both Piccolo and Tien flying, and then met the onslaught of Hao-S fist head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce battle, causing the air to tremble and reducing the surrounding stones to mere dust. Sharo wore a relaxed demeanor, exuding an air of leisure, as he effortlessly countered Hao's attacks with a single hand, clearly exerting minimal effort. Damn it, you ugly monster, perish. Hao swiftly gathered a terrifying sphere of energy and hurled it towards Sharo. Humph, is this your ultimate technique? Pathetically weak as ever. Sharo scoffed, swiftly striking his arm, deflecting the energy sphere back towards its origin. What? Hao, caught off guard, was struck by his own attack. Boom. The energy sphere exploded instantaneously, its immense force tearing through Hao's clothing. The overwhelming shockwave sent Hao hurtling backward. Yet, just as his body was about to collide with the ground, a shadow darted past, securely catching him in its grasp. Chuemo removed his garments and draped them over her figure. The beauty of his beloved is a privilege reserved solely for him. Shala. Bold as you are, to dare to mistreat my woman, you court your own demise. Chuemo, clutching the horn, glared at Cell with indignation. Upon hearing Chumo's words, Cell's brows furrowed in curiosity. He bore little recollection of this unexpected scion, as there were no records of Chuemo within Dr. Gero's database, nor any indication of his combat style. Nevertheless, Cell sensed the formidable strength emanating from the man before him. During his evolution into his perfect form, he had felt an undeniable threat of immense power, clearly originating from Chumo's direction. This alone convinced Cell of Chumo's considerable prowess, at least surpassing that of Vegeta. Is it just you? I hope you're not merely boasting. Let me test your mettle before I confront Son Goku. Cell scoffed, clenching his fist with disdain. At that moment, the horn in Chumo's grasp began to writhe. How dare you? Who said I'm your woman? I refuse your assistance, it exclaimed. Stay still, rest assured. With me here, everything will be just fine. Chuemo reassured. The utterance of Chuemo exuded an imposing authority, rendering the struggling Hao momentarily stunned, who then obediently complied. Chuemo gently remarked, do not rush. Observe how I shall teach him a lesson and avenge you. Once you have grown stronger, you may seek your retribution. With that, Chumo released his hold on Hao and strode purposefully toward Shalu. Within his mind, a notion began to take shape, one that could enhance Hao's strength. As Hao gazed at Chumo's retreating figure, she did not feel anger. Instead, she found herself mesmerized, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. She was acutely aware of her own limitations against Shalu, understanding that advancing further would only lead to her demise. As Chumo walked, an immense energy suddenly surged within him. In the next moment, a brilliant golden aura erupted, bathing the entire sky in a resplendent hue. This individual possesses formidable power. Hao stood transfixed, captivated by Chumo's imposing presence. In that instant, the image of the prince on a white steed became overwhelmingly powerful. Your energy is quite impressive. It appears you may be a worthy adversary. Shala remarked with a calm smile, yet soon his expression shifted to one of unwavering confidence as he declared, however, at this level, you are still no match for me. Is that so? I hope, after this encounter, you will still find cause to smile. Chu Mo smirked coldly, then raised his palm and beckoned to Shalu, saying, come on. Infuriated, Shala retorted, how dare you be so arrogant? You are the one who speaks too much. In an instant, Chu Mo's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, it was behind Sharu, quick as lightning. How swift. Upon witnessing Chu Mo's speed, the expression on Hao's face shifted slightly. Having materialized behind Sharu, Chu Mo delivered a powerful elbow strike. Bang! It seemed Sharu was caught off guard, receiving a fierce blow from Chu Mo. However, at the moment Chu Mo struck, Sharu's form suddenly transformed into an afterimage, then vanished from sight. An afterimage? This is perilous. Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of concern. What? Could it be that Chu Mo is unable to prevail? Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. No. Make sure you observe closely before making any assertions. Hao declared earnestly, managing to barely keep pace with the opponent's movements. So, this is Sharu? No wonder Chu Mo had warned me to be cautious. This adversary is indeed formidable. Trunks compared his own strength with that of Sharu and suddenly felt a wave of despondency. He realized he couldn't match Sharu head-on. What should he do? Chapter 24. Relentlessly tormenting Sharu. Sharu's true form appeared before Chu Mo, wearing a serious expression. Your speed is impressive, far superior to Vegeta's. While Sharu merely offered an objective assessment, his words ignited a simmering anger in Vegeta's heart. Over the years, he had tirelessly trained, striving to surpass both Son Goku and Chu Mo. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he had once believed he had finally outstripped Chu Mo and Son Goku. Yet, after being defeated by Chu Mo with a single punch, Vegeta recognized the chasm that separated him from Chu Mo, motivating him to train even harder. All along, Vegeta had been unable to ascertain just how strong Chu Mo truly was. However, you shall not prevail. The warm-up is over. It's time to send you on your way. Chu Mo perceived that Cell's strength had not significantly changed. It remained comparable to that in the anime, lacking even the slightest enhancement. Given this, Chu Mo felt no immediate need to transform into a Super Saiyan. His base combat power, augmented by full Super Saiyan prowess, was already sufficient. You underestimate. Cell was abruptly interrupted as Chu Mo delivered a powerful punch, causing him to spit blood. Bang! Chu Mo unleashed a swift and powerful punch to Cell's chest, a deep sound resonating from the impact. In an instant, Cell's chest caved in, and he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. With a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood. It was evident that Chu Mo's full-powered Super Saiyan strength far surpassed that of Cell. No, this is impossible. I am complete. How could I be defeated? Cell instinctively retreated, his face a mask of disbelief. He had barely reveled in his earlier triumph when it was abruptly shattered. This was unfathomable to him. In his mind, Chu Mo, no matter how formidable, was merely his equal. Yet, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Chu Mo had widened the chasm between their powers to an astonishing degree. Cell had not even comprehended the nature of Chu Mo's previous blow. It was utterly bizarre. Boom. Before Cell could formulate another thought, Chu Mo struck him once more, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. Enraged, Cell seethed. Having just proclaimed himself the strongest, he was now faced with the harsh reality of defeat. He aimed to obliterate Chu Mo into nothingness. Get up. I know you're not dead yet. Chu Mo approached the edge of the deep pit, his gaze icy as it fell upon the battered figure of Cell. How despicable. I shall not let you escape. Rising to his feet, Cell charged once more at Chu Mo. He was swift, but Chu Mo was swifter. His body flickered, darting towards Cell. Boom. Their fists collided with tremendous force, a terrifying energy rippling outward like waves. The already devastated island was shaken to its core by the monstrous shockwave. As crimson lava cascaded down from all sides, In this fierce encounter, Cell's body was once again sent hurtling backwards. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu-Emo soared forward, seizing Cell by the head and lifting him effortlessly. Enjoying your meal, are we? It's time to expel it. With that, Chu-Emo unleashed a powerful punch to Cell's abdomen. The force of the blow was devastating, contorting Cell's body into an arc, and the sheer might of the strike even penetrated his form, obliterating a distant mountain peak. Ugh! With such a blow, Cell immediately clutched his chest, coughing violently. His lungs felt as though they might burst from the effort. Yet it was clear that Chu-Emo had no intention of granting him an easy reprieve. Bang! 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 Chuma unleashed a barrage of punches, leaving Shalu nearly lifeless, before carelessly discarding him aside like refuse. How dare you treat me like this? I am not trash. Shalu coughed violently, his anger futile. With one final heave, he expelled a figure, none other than Hao. Covered in green liquid, Hao lay unconscious but was finally freed. Hao hurriedly rushed to awaken her counterpart. No, I cannot perish like this. Shalu seethed with fury. He could not accept such a fate. Then, another silhouette emerged from Shalu, a future version of Hao. At this moment, Hao was momentarily taken aback. Two of me. What is this? How did another Hao come to be? Trunks gasped in astonishment. The others were equally bewildered. It was all too strange. Following the expulsion of Hao and her future self, Shalu's appearance drastically changed, his formerly handsome visage contorting into something grotesque, and his stature diminished by half. Die. Yet, with a powerful kick, Chuma propelled Shalu into the sky. His last word echoing as a terrifying energy sphere coalesced in the palm of his hand. The energy sphere was truly formidable. Shalu's face turned a sickly green with fear. No. With one final, furious roar, the energy wave surged forth towards Shalu. Chapter 25, Shalu dead. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed from 10,000 meters above, as a colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the Earth's atmosphere. In the sky, Shalu was utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind as he descended to the underworld. Was it truly over? Had the artificial being been vanquished so easily? Krillin and the others could scarcely believe it. This once formidable foe, who had rendered them powerless, was now defeated. But wait, there were still three of them, two Haos, one Hao, and another Hao. Trunks cast a wary glance towards Hao. She is my woman. Her affairs are my concerns. With me here, what is there to worry about? Chu-Emo approached Hao, enveloping her in an embrace, exuding confidence as he spoke. Surprisingly, this time Hao did not retort. Her cheeks flushed slightly, indicating her tacit acceptance of Chu-Mo's words. Indeed, there was a semblance of truth in his statement. Trunks appeared bewildered, yet, given the formidable nature of this individual, he felt reassured. This was a matter of strength. With power, one need not fear anything. I have not consented yet. Hao shook her head, finally regaining her composure. Upon hearing Chu-Mo's declaration, she felt quite displeased. Why should she suddenly have a brother-in-law? However, given that her elder sister showed no signs of resistance, she thought, if he wished to be her brother-in-law, he must prove his worth. Hao had yet to witness Chu-Mo's prowess against the complete form of Cell and needed to assess his capabilities. Vegeta held Hao in contempt, dismissing her challenge. If she could not even defeat him, how could she dare to confront Chu-Emo? Nevertheless, since she was destined to be Chu-Mo's future sister-in-law, Vegeta merely voiced his thoughts without earnest intent. Having just faced the complete form of Cell, Vegeta recognized that he was still no match for Chu-Emo. Thus, any plans for a challenge would have to be postponed. Very well then. Hao declared, you shall set aside your future self. She will not awaken so swiftly. Chu-Emo spoke gently. This future version of the character would undoubtedly not be so benevolent. He is also the murderer of Sun Wukong. A thought began to form in his mind. With a swift motion, the character soared into the air, delivering a knee strike aimed directly at Chu-Emo's chin. You certainly do not hold back, little brother. Chu-Emo gazed upon the sharp onslaught with an air of calmness. With a single hand, he struck the knee of the adversary. Bang! The tremendous force propelled the foe several paces away, while Chu-Emo merely dusted off his hands, seemingly unbothered. Infuriated, the adversary seethed with rage, unable to fathom how effortlessly his assault had been thwarted. A sphere of energy was hurled directly at Chu-Emo. As he advanced without a moment's hesitation, fist clenched, charging forward once more. With a swift motion, Chu-Emo struck the energy ball away, then extended his right hand in a palm strike to meet the approaching fist of Hao. The two collided, sending Hao hurtling several yards away. How was that? Am I qualified now, little brother-in-law? Chu-Emo smiled, and Hao, observing from the side, wore a radiant grin as well. Although she had yet to fully comprehend the depths of Chu-Mo's character, The presence of such a charming gentleman brought her immense comfort. Humph, his prowess is indeed commendable. Yet this is not the end. A faint smile curled at the corners of Hao's lips. My strength extends far beyond what you have witnessed. It is merely out of consideration for you, my dear brother-in-law, that I have refrained from unleashing my full potential, for I fear it might overwhelm you. Chu Mo smiled faintly. Were it not for his deliberate concession, a single punch would suffice to resolve the matter. Who cannot boast? Hao flashed a charming smile and said, "If you truly frighten me, as your younger brother, I would wholeheartedly support your endeavors with Hao." The corners of Hao's mouth lifted. If this fellow truly possessed such formidable strength, what harm would there be in calling him brother-in-law? Since my brother-in-law has spoken thus, I shall allow you to witness the full extent of my power. The smile on Chu Mo's face vanished in an instant as he unleashed a powerful punch, sending the horn flying several dozen meters away. Huh! With his fists clenched tightly, a series of low growls erupted from his throat. In that moment, the ground beneath Chu Mo began to tremble violently as fragments of stone surged upward amidst a golden blaze. The aura of Chu Mo surged instantaneously, its intensity becoming increasingly dense, akin to a multitude of sharp blades reducing rubble to mere powder. The formidable gust emanating from him caused the figure several dozen meters away to stagger backward. Retreat further. On that eternally enigmatic face, a look of astonishment finally emerged. Is this truly the extent of his prowess? Remarkably formidable, his strength has amplified several-fold since his encounter with Cell. TCH, this fellow is indeed a prodigy. Each time I behold him, he grows even more powerful. Krillin, Piccolo, and the others expressed their astonishment. Although they were aware of Chu Mo's tremendous strength, they found themselves astonished once more at this moment. This guy, how infuriating. I shall not relent. Vegeta's fingers dug deeply into the rock, his eyes betraying an overwhelming jealousy. Each encounter with this individual led him to believe he had narrowed the gap in their strengths, only to find Chu Mo delivering a resounding slap to his face, leaving him exceedingly displeased. Chapter 26. The Unyielding Younger Brother. The figure's gaze shifted towards Chu Mo, the overwhelming aura instilling a sense of fear within him. The aura emanating from Chu Mo surged violently, a tempestuous whirlwind ascending towards the heavens. The entire earth began to tremble in response to the intensity of Chu Mo's energy. Chu Mo, you must cease. Are you intent on annihilating the planet? Tianjin Fan shouted urgently. If you continue to amplify your power, the very fabric of the earth will be undone. The crowd fervently implored Chu Mo to stop, fearing that he might overwhelm the planet's capacity to endure. Hiss. The eyes of the onlooker were filled with profound gravity as they fixated on the vortex's epicenter, their eyelids quivering uncontrollably. Such formidable energy. How magnificent. He is truly my Prince Charming. The onlooker stood transfixed, recalling the tender moment when Chu Mo had rescued her, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Moreover, this overwhelming force bore down upon her like a mountain, rendering her immobile. Drink. With one final, thunderous shout, Chu Mo at last halted the surge of energy. At that moment, his golden hair stood tall, dancing in the wind, exuding an undeniable charm. The fiery aura that had once surrounded him now erupted from his being as if it were a tangible entity. What's the matter, little brother? Are you astonished? Chu Mo slowly approached Hao. Observing the expression on Hao's face, which resembled that of a startled chicken, a wicked smile curled at the corners of Chu Mo's lips. His elongated eyes exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance. After a full 10 seconds of astonishment, Hao finally regained his usual smile. I admit, I am intimidated by your strength. I am no match for you. Hao, being quite straightforward, acknowledged Chu Mo's prowess without hesitation. All right, the matter here is settled. I shall take my leave. Lazili, come with me. Chu Mo held the hand of Hao while carrying the unconscious future Hao with his other hand. Hao replied softly, his gaze fixed on Hao and Hao. All right, let us proceed together. Honestly, your little world is rather exclusive. Why drag me into it? Hao pouted, noting that they had only just awakened and now there was an additional brother-in-law. I have no objections. After all, the mission has long since failed, Hao remarked nonchalantly, stating that aside from dealing with Sun Wukong, he had little else to attend to. By the way, have you located Cell from this timeline? Just now. I eliminated Cell from the future timeline. If you do not dispose of the Cell from this timeline, I fear he will continue to evolve. Before departing, Chu Mo reminded Trunks and the others, as it was uncertain whether the Cell from this timeline had awoken. Is this the Temple of the Gods? Indeed, it is splendid. I quite like it here. The Temple of the Gods was imbued with a natural ambience, which Hao and Hao found quite appealing. What do you propose we do about future Hao? I have heard that she is malevolent in the future. As he spoke, Chu-Mo directed a teasing glance at Hao. What does that have to do with me? I am myself, she is herself. Hao's cheeks flushed slightly. However, considering that she was a future version of herself, Hao was reluctant to eliminate her. The feeling was rather peculiar. Eliminate her? You dare. I am merely jesting. Rest assured, she is one of my women. And I shall take responsibility. Chu-Mo harbored a notion. He implored the celestial being to fetch the Dragon Balls. Very well. Although the celestial being was unsure of Chu-Mo's intentions, he complied and summoned the Dragon Balls. These Dragon Balls had resided in the Celestial Palace for several years. As per Chu-Mo's assertion, to prevent them from falling into the hands of malevolent entities. Upon hearing this, the celestial being acknowledged the rationale and turned a blind eye to Chu-Mo's actions, for he lacked the strength to intervene. Following a tumult of thunder and lightning, the verdant dragon materialized above the Celestial Palace. O human who has summoned me, articulate your desire. Any wish shall I fulfill. Is this the dragon? Suddenly, there surged within him a sense of hope. Perhaps this dragon could transform them into true humans. Could you merge the two of us into one? Chu-Mo's intention was to harness the abilities of the dragon to merge the present and future versions of the characters into a single entity. However, the artificial being's strength was far beyond his capabilities. The dragon's declaration instantly left the trio in a state of disappointment, as it became evident that this was unattainable. Then let us try something else. Please transform us into genuine humans. Although Chu-Mo was aware that the dragon could not fulfill this request, he still felt compelled to take action in front of them. Alas, I am unable to accomplish that as well. Please propose another wish. The trio was utterly exasperated, exclaiming in disbelief, seriously? Aren't all wishes supposed to be granted? If this isn't possible, and that isn't either, can you send us to the new Namek planet then? If not, I swear I'll have you done for. Chu-Mo intimidated the dragon. Having long contemplated the possibility of seeking assistance from the dragon of Namek, if necessary. Chapter 27, Come forth, dragon, he declared. This can be accomplished. I shall transport you there immediately. The dragon, taken aback, nodded vigorously. I shall not accompany you. You may proceed with the transport, said Hao indifferently. I shall remain here. It is quite pleasant, Hao continued. Very well, Hao, you shall gather the Dragon Balls shortly and continue to utilize them in the future. Chu-Mo would never be foolish enough to scatter the Dragon Balls. He was truly infuriated by the actions of characters such as Sun Wukong in the anime. What was the point of possessing power if one had to search high and low when the time came to utilize it? It was utterly pathetic. Of course, this might also be a ploy by the original author, a fact unknown to Chu-Mo understood. He replied with a smile, quite fond of Chu-Mo's domineering nature. In a flash of light, the figures of Chu-Mo and the two others vanished from the divine temple. Who are you? Upon their arrival on Namek, a voice filled with astonishment rang out. I am Chu-Mo, from Earth. We were sent here by Sun Wukong to seek the Grand Elder. The Namekians were known to be more amenable to gentle persuasion than coercion. Even Frieza could not compel them to submit. So Chu-Mo had no desire to resort to intimidation. My name is Namekians. So you are friends of Mr. Sun Wukong? That's wonderful. Allow me to escort you. Namekians exclaimed joyfully, promptly leading Chu-Mo and his companions onward. I'll guide you. Just point the way, Chu-Mo said. After flying for a while, he found himself somewhat unimpressed by Namekians' speed. Oh, splendid. Namekians extended his hand. Whoosh. The group soared at several times the speed of sound. How astonishing, Mr. Chu-Mo. This is incredible. Namekians exclaimed, having never experienced such velocity before, his face alight with excitement. Before long, under Namekians' guidance, Chu-Mo arrived before a grand edifice. The Grand Elder must be inside, he mused. Chu-Mo sensed that the combat prowess of the Namekians on this planet was rather modest, with only one individual in the room exhibiting a formidable strength of approximately 100,000. This individual was likely the bodyguard of the Grand Elder. It is worth noting that this Grand Elder had risen to prominence only recently, as the previous one had long since passed away. Indeed, Mr. Chu-Mo, you are quite impressive. Namekians remarked with a face full of admiration. Hey, this fellow is rather naive, Chu-Mo thought, feeling somewhat speechless. Hao cast a sideways glance at Chu-Mo, as if to say, You're bullying a child. Grand Elder, I am Chu-Mo, a friend of Sun Wukong. We have come here in hopes of seeking assistance from the dragon. Chu-Mo stated candidly upon entering the room. He immediately sensed the uniqueness of the Grand Elder, who, despite lacking formidable combat strength, emanated a distinct aura indicative of his ability to create Dragon Balls. You are friends of Sun Wukong, thus, there is no problem at all. Dandy, please escort Mr. Chu-Mo and his companions to summon the dragon, the Grand Elder replied decisively. As long as they were not malevolent beings, the Namekians were always willing to extend their assistance. Although the Grand Elder's combat ability was limited, he possessed a remarkable talent. He could discern no traces of evil within Chumo. At that moment, Dandy was still quite young, comparable in age to son Gohan, and rarely encountered outsiders. Upon being entrusted with this task, he was filled with joy. Very well, leave it to me. Mr. Chumo. Please follow me, he exclaimed eagerly. Chumo carried the unconscious future number 1 as he followed the others outside. Soon, Dandy had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls from Namek. After a series of incantations filled with whimsical sounds, the 7 orbs emanated a golden aura, which gradually intensified into a brilliant beam of golden light that soared into the sky. Under the astonished gaze of number 1, the golden light transformed into a lizard-like dragon with a disproportionately large head and a small body. Indeed, it was this creature. How rotund it appeared. As Chumo beheld the jade-green dragon, reminiscent of a toad, the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. The dragon, Purunga, stood nearly 100 feet tall, identical to its animated counterpart, yet somehow more awe-inspiring in reality. Its long forehead was undeniably unpleasing to the eye. Number 1 wore a look of exasperation. This dragon had certainly led them to a certain misunderstanding of the term dragon. Those who summon me, articulate your wishes. I can fulfill anything. You may express 3 desires. Although its appearance differed considerably from the dragon of Earth, its powers were far superior. The dragon gazed down upon Chumo and the others with a benevolent demeanor. Dandy, instruct the dragon to fuse the 2 of them together, with her consciousness taking precedence. Chumo pointed at the number. After the fusion, there was naturally no need for that future evil consciousness. No problem. Dandy then began to chatter away with the divine dragon. No problem. This divine dragon is somewhat more reliable, unlike those on Earth who tend to boast. The divine dragon's eyes emitted 2 beams of red light, illuminating the 2 numbers. Chapter 28. The counterattack of Cell. Suddenly, a dazzling, resplendent light burst forth, enveloping the 2 numbers within. As the radiance gradually faded, an enchanting beauty appeared in their place. Although there was no change in appearance from the fusion of the 2 timelines, the aura surrounding her had undergone a profound transformation. Chumo gazed from a distance, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. The current aura had intensified exponentially. How much do you sense your strength has increased? Chumo approached, grasping the delicate hand. It felt incredibly powerful, as if I were on the brink of invincibility. I am super number. Slowly, I savored the immense energy coursing through my being. Realizing that I had become significantly more formidable than before, perhaps by countless magnitudes. The combat prowess and energy of artificial beings are eternal, making any increase nearly impossible. Although the current super number may not rival Hell number in strength, it certainly would not fall short of the legendary Super Saiyan Goku. Dandy, thank you. For my second wish, please ask the dragon to restore me, number to a normal human being, while retaining my boundless energy. Chumo continued to articulate his second wish. Very well, Dandy responded succinctly. At that moment, upon hearing Chumo's words, a sudden wave of joy washed over him. And seizing an opportunity, he stealthily planted a kiss on Chumo's handsome face. He then feigned nonchalance, turning his gaze toward the divine dragon. Unperturbed, Chumo was determined not to concede any ground. Thus, he retaliated, and this playful exchange escalated into a delightful duel of mutual affections. Eventually, Dandy, looking utterly bewildered, interjected. Mr. Chumo, what are you 2 doing? The wish has been granted. What is your third wish? As a Namekian, who reproduces asexually, Dandy found the human practice of kissing rather perplexing. We are merely adjusting our breathing, which is quite vital for humans. It differs somewhat from your customs. Chumo spoke with a solemn facade, weaving a web of fabrications that left Hao blushing. However, undeterred by the opinions of others and embracing love and passion with fervor, Hao tenderly linked arms with Chumo, exuding an air of possessive affection. Ah, thank you, Dandy. Razily, do give it a try and see how it feels. Chumo expressed his gratitude to Dandy, allowing Hao to assess her physical condition. A minute later, a radiant smile spread across Hao's face as she clasped Chumo's hands. Exclaiming with joy, my body is restored. This is wonderful. Thank you, Chumo. And you too, Dandy, I am truly grateful. The ability to revert to a normal human being was the most profound desire of Hao and her fellow artificial beings, and the realization of this dream was utterly exhilarating. Far away on Earth, while resting in the Temple of the Divine, Hao and another individual suddenly sensed a beam of crimson light descending from the sky. Soon after, an overwhelming sensation of interconnectedness coursed through their bodies, and before long, they felt their forms reverting to that of ordinary humans. "This is truly marvelous," exclaimed Hal. "I have never experienced such delight. Being human is simply wonderful." With her eyes closed, she inhaled deeply, reveling in the air around her, overwhelmed with happiness. Indeed, it was astonishing that he had truly succeeded. "Chumo, thank you, you wonderful brother-in-law. Words cannot express my gratitude." Hal felt immense appreciation for Chumo's assistance, and simultaneously, she rejoiced at the prospect of a promising future for herself. "As for the third wish, what would you desire, Lotzi?" Chumo said to Lotzi Li. "I do not know. Having you by my side is sufficient." At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Having found the prince charming his mother once spoke of, he had regained his human form, and his combat abilities had significantly increased. He had no further desires. It was enough as it was. "Thank you, Dandy." Chumo had contemplated the wish for immortality, yet he understood that due to Dandy's nature, such a request would be vehemently denied. Coercing him would prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, Chumo was not one to repay kindness with malice. Since the Namekians had shown him grace, he would not impose difficulties upon them. However, as Chumo and his companions journeyed towards Namek, chaos erupted in the underworld. Although Cell had perished, he evolved into Lightning Cell, wreaking havoc in hell. He consumed the souls of Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold in succession, significantly augmenting his power. Hell dispatched its mightiest warrior, Rabokafan, to confront Cell, yet, with his newfound strength, Cell proved too formidable, ultimately devouring Rabokafan as well. Empowered, Cell managed to break free from Hell and return to the mortal realm, where he consumed the Cell of this timeline before Trunks and the others could confront him, transforming into Super Cell and further enhancing his strength. Consequently, Vegeta and his companions found themselves in dire straits, mercilessly tormented by Super Cell. However, Super Cell refrained from killing them, harboring a deep-seated wariness of the enigmatic Chumo. Thus, he devised a game, announcing a tournament, the World Martial Arts Tournament, where anyone could challenge him. Should no one triumph, he threatened to annihilate the Earth. In Chapter 29, the World Martial Arts Tournament unfolds. At this juncture, Son Goku, having consumed a miraculous medicine, finally cured his viral heart disease and experienced a surge in strength. Yet, upon realizing that Super Cell could easily overpower Vegeta, Goku acknowledged his own inadequacy. Consequently, the group resolved to train together in the hyperbolic time chamber of the Supreme Kai. "Piccolo, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it, old man? Speak up." The Supreme Kai inhaled deeply before stating, "Piccolo, our future adversaries grow increasingly formidable, while my own abilities wane. Let us fuse. I entrust the protection of Earth to you." "Fuse? Me guarding Earth?" Piccolo was taken aback. "I intend to dominate Earth, not merely protect it." Piccolo's expression revealed his confusion. Surely, there had been a misunderstanding. The Supreme Kai had often been dismissive of him. So this sudden proposal for fusion must surely harbor ulterior motives. Piccolo wore a face of suspicion, thinking, "You must be trying to seize control of my consciousness." Despite the potential for becoming a true Super Namekian, enhancing his power and talent exponentially, he would not agree to the fusion if it meant the loss of his consciousness. "Rest assured, post-fusion, you will merely gain additional knowledge and strength. I will have no influence over you, and I shall genuinely cease to exist," the Supreme Kai said with a wry smile. "If it were feasible, I would prefer not to meet my end in such a manner." Fortunately, the current Piccolo was no longer the malevolent entity that sought to rule Earth. "You better not deceive me, you old fool." Piccolo cast a cold glance at the deity but ultimately acquiesced. The two moved closer together, locking eyes in a direct confrontation. "Piccolo, from this day forth, you shall diligently safeguard the Earth for me." Upon uttering these words, the deity placed a hand upon Piccolo's shoulder. A brilliant white light surged forth, enveloping the pair. Under the radiant glow, the entire divine hall appeared remarkably sacred. Minutes passed before the dazzling brilliance gradually faded, leaving behind but one silhouette. Piccolo. The deity had completely vanished. In that moment, Piccolo appeared revitalized. Though his gaze remained sharp, it now bore a hint of softness. "You are the deity?" he inquired, gazing at the transformed Piccolo with sudden exhilaration. "You are mistaken. I am not the deity, nor am I merely Piccolo. I am Super Piccolo." "Haha." Piccolo clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power within him, far surpassing anything he had experienced before. The divine hall buzzed with energy as Vegeta and his son emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Though they appeared somewhat weary, their spirits were undeniably high. "Kakarot, this time I have surpassed you. I am now a Super Saiyan," Vegeta declared triumphantly. "Haha, Cell shall fall by my hand." with a combat power in the billions. Super Vegeta brimmed with confidence. While you are indeed powerful in this state, you are merely stronger than the fully realized Cell. Defeating the current Super Cell will be exceedingly difficult, Piccolo interjected incisively. Damn it, I will prove you wrong. Vegeta retorted angrily, indignant at Piccolo's disdain. Vegeta, when I emerge, I will be even stronger. With that, Goku entered the time chamber alongside Gohan. At long last, the day had come for the tournament of power against Cell. However, Vegeta and his son had already departed, leaving only Goku and Gohan behind. Vegeta is truly cunning, setting off ahead of us, Goku remarked, exasperated. Come on, Gohan. Let us make our way there. The pair soared through the skies for several minutes until they arrived at a vast island. At the center stood a colossal arena, where Cell stood with his arms crossed. Upon noticing Goku and his son approaching, he finally lifted his head. Vegeta, you are too sly. We agreed to come together. Goku expressed his dissatisfaction. You were simply too slow, taking so long to emerge. I could not wait any longer, Vegeta replied coldly. At that moment, Krillin and the others exchanged uneasy glances. Although they too had trained in the time chamber, they understood their limitations. Against Cell, they could only be considered fodder. Cell, Kakarot has arrived. Let us begin. I shall repay you for all the previous humiliation. In the past, the complete form of Cell dealt a devastating blow to Vegeta, who has long yearned for vengeance. However, at that time, Cell was swiftly vanquished by Goku, leaving Vegeta with a profound sense of regret. Vegeta, you are no match for me. Moreover, there is another individual who has yet to arrive. Even if you wish for death, you must wait. Cell disdainfully remarked without even opening his eyes. Though he did not utter that person's name, everyone present was acutely aware of whom Cell awaited. Chermo, the man who obliterated Cell. As Vegeta thought of Chermo, a hint of reluctance crossed his face, yet he resolved to wait. An hour swiftly passed, and Chermo still had not made his appearance. Vegeta's impatience grew. It was time for him to take the stage. Where on earth was that guy? He could no longer wait. Defeating Cell was paramount, and Chermo's presence was irrelevant. Vegeta believed he could handle the situation alone. Chermo's absence was inconsequential. Chapter 30, Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, it's not my fault for being late. King Kai has already informed Chermo. He should be returning shortly. Just be patient. Upon hearing Vegeta's discontent, Goku felt utterly innocent. At last, they arrived. Just then, with his eyes closed, Cell suddenly opened them, gazing into the distant sky. Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and the others also sensed two immense presences and looked up. Two figures were swiftly approaching from afar. It was Chermo and No. They had just returned from planet Namek. Chermo had finally arrived. Now, they could commence. Goku was filled with excitement. The time to begin had finally come. TCH, at this hour. And he still brings that woman along. Vegeta clearly expressed his dissatisfaction. As a Super Saiyan, how could he always be preoccupied with chasing after girls? Whoosh, whoosh. Chermo gently lowered his hand while holding on to the number, then exchanged a smile with his companion. It seems you all have been diligently training these past few days. Your combat prowess has significantly increased. After a brief separation, Chermo surveyed the surroundings and noted the substantial enhancement in the fighting abilities of Sun Wukong and his companions. Humph. Just watch, Chermo. My strength has now surpassed yours. Once I deal with Cell, you will be next. Vegeta declared proudly, feeling as though he had outstripped his rival. He was determined to defeat both of them, thus stepping onto the arena first. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Chermo merely smiled with indifference. To think a mere Super Saiyan at full power could surpass him. What a delusion. Vegeta, having undergone training in the hyperbolic time chamber, had recently transformed into a Super Saiyan, greatly augmenting his power. Yet, despite this transformation, Chermo believed Vegeta would still fall short against the formidable Super Cell. You are quite cunning, Vegeta. Seizing the opportunity to go first, Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta with a hint of discontent, dismayed that he had taken the lead. Humph. The order of battle is determined by strength, and now it is my turn to defeat Cell, to show you all who the true genius of the Science is. Vegeta exuded confidence. However, Chermo stood below, smirking at the prospect of witnessing Vegeta's downfall. Cell, come forth. Cell glanced at Vegeta, beckoning him with a casual flick of his finger, displaying an air of nonchalance that incited Vegeta's fury. How dare Cell underestimate him? He was resolute in his intent to crush him, to teach him the consequences of provoking the Prince of Science. Ah, Vegeta roared. A torrent of immense energy surging within him, rising steadily. In the next moment, dazzling light burst forth, and the ground began to crack. Such power! Krillin and the others once again became mere spectators, pushed back by the overwhelming wave of energy. Vegeta's body erupted in golden flames as he transitioned into his Super Saiyan form. Such formidable energy, is this truly Vegeta's current strength? Yamcha marveled, realizing that despite training in the same hyperbolic time chamber, the gap between him and Vegeta had widened significantly, spawning a sense of despair within him. Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta's silhouette with exhilaration, clearly eager to engage in battle with him once more. The number on the girl's face also reflected surprise. She had not anticipated Vegeta's moment of brilliance. While he may not yet rival her super form, he was indeed impressive in his own right. Well, it appears you have been quite diligent. Your strength has increased considerably. Cell finally adopted a more serious demeanor, tilting his head to observe Vegeta. In just a few days, you have grown so much. I must admit, I underestimated you. Now, you are worthy of challenging me. Humph. There are many surprises in store for you, so do not be astonished later. Upon observing the expression of Cell, Vegeta's vanity found immense gratification amidst the astonished gasps of Krillin and the others, his demeanor radiating a haughty pride. Do you believe yourself to be formidable? I merely offered you a compliment. Enough of this banter. Let us engage in some serious combat. Come on. Perish. Provoked by Cell's taunts. Vegeta could scarcely contain the fury bubbling within him. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, leaving behind a cracked expanse of earth, indicative of the extraordinary force he was about to unleash. In the next fleeting moment, Vegeta's figure reappeared abruptly before Cell, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Bang! Cell effortlessly countered with a punch of his own, resulting in a temporary stalemate between the two. Waves of energy surged forth from the ground, creating a tempest of force. Bang! 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 The two combatants engaged in relentless exchanges of blows, the arena reverberating with the sound of their sonic impacts, causing the surrounding landscape to crumble into fragments, cascading like raindrops. Remarkable, Vegeta has grown immensely strong. How has he trained to attain such prowess? Is this the terrifying nature of the scions? The astonishment of Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien, who had all grown alongside Goku, was palpable. Yet, with the passage of years, they found themselves unable to keep pace even with Goku's shadow. Chapter 31. The affection for Android 18. While Vegeta had indeed become significantly stronger, he was still no match for Cell. Just as Krillin and Yamcha were grappling with their astonishment, Goku suddenly interjected from the sidelines. Upon hearing Goku's words, the gazes of Gohan, Trunks, and the others converged on him. Why is that, Dad? Uncle Vegeta seems to be holding his own against Cell. Gohan questioned, a look of confusion etched on his face. Gohan, you must observe keenly. Does it truly appear as though they are evenly matched? Goku replied calmly, redirecting his focus back to the clash between Vegeta and Cell. This is troubling. Vegeta seems to be displaying signs of fatigue. How can this be? It has only been a short while. The toll of being a Super Saiyan is immense. If we cannot conclude this swiftly, defeat will be ours. Goku expressed with earnest concern. I suspect Cell is currently utilizing only half of his potential, he asserted, feeling an overwhelming pressure. No. I believe Cell is only exerting a third of his strength at this moment. As Chu Mo's words echoed in the air, Sun Wukong, Trunks, and the others were taken aback, immediately turning their gazes toward the figures of Vegeta and Cell. Indeed, they observed Vegeta's movements becoming sluggish, seemingly struggling to keep pace. In stark contrast, Cell appeared unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Cell accelerated, vanishing from sight in an instant, only to reappear with his right arm thrust directly at Vegeta. What? Vegeta was caught off guard by Cell's astonishing speed, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Yet, Cell seemed to have anticipated this, disappearing once more, now appearing behind Vegeta. With a swift lift of his arm, he delivered a powerful elbow strike straight to Vegeta's back. Bang! Vegeta's form flew away like a kite severed from its string, hurtling toward the edge of the arena. This is bad, Krillin exclaimed anxiously. Is he going to lose so soon? However, Vegeta, with his wealth of combat experience, executed a sudden roll, bracing himself against the ground, and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward the rear. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous recoil allowed Vegeta to halt just at the brink of the arena. Thank goodness. That was close. Both Krillin and Yamcha breathed sighs of relief, knowing that if Vegeta faltered, they would have to step in. Vegeta, I told you. You're not strong enough. Your weakness is infuriating. Cell's taunts only fueled Vegeta's rage, his fist clenching tightly. Damn it. Stop boasting. Prepare to meet your end. With a furious shout, Vegeta brought his palms together, ready to unleash his ultimate technique, the final flash. You are woefully underestimating your opponent. You think you're the only one capable of such a move? I can do it too. Cell sneered, preparing his own final flash. What? You can use my signature move? Vegeta was taken aback, hastily launching his own final flash. The two powerful beams collided, igniting a dazzling explosion of light. Yet, it was evident that Super Saiyan Vegeta was no match for Cell. Before long, his final flash was overwhelmed and pushed back. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted. A mushroom cloud rising into the sky, visible from across the entire Earth. Vegeta let out a pained scream. Utterly defeated, his Super Saiyan form forcibly retracted. He succumbed to unconsciousness in midair, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Father. Trunks soared upward, embracing Vegeta. This must be administered to him. Otherwise, he won't survive. Chumo cast a fleeting glance, and then with a flick of his finger, he produced a magic bean for Trunks. Over the past 2 years, he had amassed a considerable supply of these beans, rendering him quite affluent. Thank you. Trunks expressed his gratitude hastily. Should I go up? I believe I can handle Cell without much difficulty. The atmosphere grew somewhat impatient. She possessed a combat prowess far exceeding that of Vegeta, instilling her with confidence against Cell. No rush. Goku has been eagerly waiting, she replied. Just stay here and observe. Here, let me prepare a sofa and some refreshments for you. With that, Chumo activated a universal capsule, unveiling a plush sofa and a large refrigerator. Come, there is enough for everyone. Enjoy some cold drinks while we watch the battle. It shall be quite delightful. The voice of Chumo left Klin and the others momentarily speechless. However, witnessing his nonchalant demeanor, they felt a sense of relief. Chumo. I shall take my leave first, Sun Wukong said with a cheerful grin. Upon hearing this, Chumo shot him a disdainful glance. You've already gone up. And yet you still ask me? Is this a display of superiority? Suddenly, Chumo recalled that he had yet to open his sign-in gift pack. Previously, in his haste to merge 2 accounts, he had rushed to Namek, and in the midst of a tender exchange with the character, he had momentarily forgotten about this matter. System, activate the sign-in gift pack immediately. Ding. The sign-in gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received unlimited energy for androids. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the deepest affection from the character, allowing you to act at your discretion. Oh, such benefits exist? Chapter 32. Sun Wukong is also at his limit at present. Chumo could only hold hands and share a brief embrace with the character. To suddenly deepen their emotional connection so significantly was indeed remarkably convenient. Hiki. In the arena, whether it was Sun Wukong or Cell, both radiated golden auras, exuding an explosive energy. This time, Super Cell did not take it lightly and directly transformed into a Super Saiyan state. Could Cell also transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta clenched his fists. After consuming a Senzu bean, he had finally regained consciousness, with the cells of all of you within him. It was no surprise that he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Chumo remarked casually, pondering the true extent of Super Cell's power. Having devoured Frieza and others from the depths of hell, along with Raboku, and merged with the Cell from this timeline, he was hesitant to declare that he could undoubtedly defeat this version of Cell. However, he possessed a trump card, Super Number. Moreover, he had lingered at the Super Saiyan level for several years and was now on the cusp of a breakthrough. This battle presented an opportunity for transcendence. Hence, he refrained from personally eliminating the Cell from this timeline, keeping a reserve. He had a faint intuition that this Cell might catalyze his ascension to Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, the battle on the arena was fierce. Suddenly, Son Goku's figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Cell in a flash. With a swift punch, he struck at Cell. So fast. Goku, go for it. Krillin exclaimed with delight, sensing that Goku had a real chance of victory. Yet, Cell seemed to have anticipated this move. Retaliating with a punch of his own, the two fists collided with a resounding impact, sending Goku staggering back several meters as Cell pursued him. Bang, bang, bang. Powerful dark energies erupted behind them, reducing the massive rocks surrounding the arena to mere dust. Goku smiled subtly, then accelerated again, his form flickering with agility. Suddenly, his right arm transformed into a knife hand, sweeping towards Cell's shoulder. However, just as he was about to land the blow, Cell vanished once more, effortlessly evading the strike. Bang, 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 boom. The two figures darted through the sky, exchanging punches, elbows and knees in rapid succession, the air crackling with the sound of their fierce clashes. Yet, their speed was so extraordinary that, aside from Chumo, Hao, and Vegeta, none could keep pace. Even Piccolo could only perceive fleeting shadows. Damn it. I can't believe that even after merging, I still can't keep up with them. Are scions truly this monstrous? Piccolo thought bitterly, frustrated that even the sacrifice of the old Kaioshin could not match these scions. How fast? I can't see anything. Yamcha scanned the surroundings in terror, realizing the futility of the situation. Indeed, how are we supposed to fight against such opponents? Thank goodness for Goku and Chumo, otherwise, we wouldn't even be qualified to fight back. Krillin lamented, despondent that their enemies were growing stronger while they struggled to keep up. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chumo's mind, announcing, "Ding, a new sign-in task has been issued. Defeat Cell consecutively for 3 minutes to complete the new sign-in task." 3 minutes? Do you underestimate me so? Chumo was acutely aware that his current combat prowess, though formidable, paled in comparison to that of the Super Cell. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. For he had a hidden card up his sleeve. His primary intention was to leverage Cell to achieve a final breakthrough, with a new task at hand. A shift in battle strategy was imperative. An hour later, Chumo's brow furrowed as he observed Goku beginning to exhibit signs of fatigue. The relentless intensity of the battle, sustained in Super Saiyan form, was inevitably depleting Goku's energy. This is not good. Goku is showing signs of exhaustion. Krillin suddenly exclaimed. Such fatigue was a harbinger of dwindling stamina, which would significantly impact their combat effectiveness. While Goku's energy waned, Cell's presence remained unchanged, indicating that he had yet to unleash his full power. In that moment, the hearts of Trunks and the others sank. They were uncertain of Chumo's reliability. Goku had always been their greatest pillar of support, and now that he faltered, who could possibly save the Earth? Another half-hour passed, and as Goku succumbed to fatigue, his strength began to wane. The stalemate that had once characterized the battle was swiftly shattered. Goku found himself on the receiving end of Cell's relentless assault. Suddenly, Cell's form vanished from Goku's sight, catching him off guard. In the blink of an eye, Cell reappeared behind him. Upon witnessing Cell's sudden acceleration, Goku's expression changed dramatically, leaving him no time to adjust his tactics. The next moment, a smirk curled upon Cell's lips as he launched a powerful punch towards Goku. However, Goku, seasoned by years of combat experience, swiftly raised his arms to shield his chest just in time. The impact was thunderous. Cell's fist collided with Goku's arms, the sheer force propelling him through the air. With extraordinary speed, Goku was unable to withstand the blow and crashed into the arena, sending debris flying. The once mighty platform was reduced to a mere crater. Impressive reaction, Cell remarked, initially expecting Goku to sustain significant injuries. Yet, to his surprise, Goku managed to respond in the nick of time. Truly remarkable, Goku. You surpassed Vegeta by leagues. While Cell's praise was genuine, it did little to brighten Vegeta's mood, as it implied his own inferiority. Without hesitation, Cell lunged towards the beleaguered Goku once more. I can't continue. I've lost. I'm utterly exhausted. As Scherer prepared to launch another attack, Sun Wukong suddenly gestured with his hand and leapt off the stage. What? When Sun Wukong uttered the words "I concede," Yamcha, Krillin, and the others were left utterly bewildered, believing they had misheard. Concede? After so many years of knowing Sun Wukong, this was the first time they had heard him say such words. Wukong, you cannot concede. Krillin's face was filled with indignation. And even Yamcha and Tien Shinhan shared the same sentiment. Why? A loss is a loss. Sun Wukong struggled to comprehend Krillin's feelings. In his perspective, if he couldn't win, conceding was an option. After all, there was still Chumo, so there was no need for him to exert himself so fiercely. To him, being a hero was exhausting. He merely sought the thrill of battle that he relished. Well, I admire your character. Since Sun Wukong has conceded, it is now your turn, Chumo. This time, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond measure. Speaking of Chumo, Sherry's expression was one of gritted teeth, recalling the moment of despair from long ago. It was during his time of triumph that Chumo shattered his dream of universal domination with a single punch, leading to his demise. Had it not been for his fortunate circumstance of devouring the frozen demon trio in the underworld, he would have faced an uncertain fate. Thus, he organized this grand martial arts tournament, intending to personally defeat Chumo before the eyes of the world. He aimed to let everyone know that he was the strongest. I truly wish to, but look at them. Chumo shrugged. At that moment, several individuals appeared beneath the arena organized by Cell. The most conspicuous among them was a man with a lion's mane and a face resembling a shoehorn, who was none other than Mr. Satan, the champion of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament. Following him were 3 disciples, with 2 more individuals trailing behind. One of them looked remarkably familiar. He was none other than the sunglasses-wearing commentator and referee of past tournaments. Beside him stood a young man carrying a camera. "Is that Cell over there?" Mr. Satan inquired. "He looks rather intimidating. Are we truly going over there?" The sunglasses-wearing commentator wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the palpable danger surrounding them. Although he was merely an ordinary earthling, having hosted numerous world martial arts tournaments endowed him with a keen eye for recognizing individuals and their capabilities. He could certainly sense Cell's extraordinary nature. "Haha, you must be misinformed. That guy appears formidable, but in truth, he is an empty shell. At this rate, I could dispatch him in mere 3 seconds," Mr. Satan declared, arms crossed and laughter booming. It was unclear whether he was merely boosting his own morale or genuinely oblivious to the terror that was Cell. "Oh, is that so? Well, that's reassuring." The sunglasses-wearing commentator replied, nervously nodding while wiping the sweat from his forehead. He did not fully trust Mr. Satan's words. After all, the sense of danger was overwhelmingly strong. "What nonsense! How dare they interrupt my battle?" Cell, endowed with scion cells, shared an equal fervor for combat. What are those individuals even doing here? Krillin furrowed his brow as he observed Mr. Satan and his companions across the way. The atmosphere was exceedingly perilous, and had they not represented the last vestiges of Earth's strength, he would have thought twice about their presence. These ordinary people were seemingly courting death. Did they not value their lives? It is only natural for them to appear here, as Cell has issued a challenge to Earth's fighters on television, Tien Shinhan remarked. They may be foolish, or perhaps they have deliberately chosen to forget the terror that is Cell. Chapter 34. The comedic savior. These individuals are quite amusing. Perhaps they truly can save the Earth. Chumo's lips curled slightly as he addressed Satan and his companions. Although this fellow was rather vain, he possessed a fundamentally good heart. Thus Chumo had no intention of taking action against them. Moreover, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the depiction in anime. Simply observing him was quite entertaining, equally rugged, equally ignorant, and undeniably humorous. "You fools, you obstruct my battle." Cell was eager to engage Chumo in combat and was reluctant to squander time on these buffoons. The instant Cell cast his gaze upon them, Satan and his companions felt as though the specter of death had descended upon them. A surge of panic gripped their hearts, causing their bodies to instinctively retreat. "Satan, Satan, great Mr. Satan, you must teach that arrogant Cell a lesson." Meanwhile, throngs of men, women, and children gathered before the grand screens in cities across Earth, fervently cheering for their hero, Satan. In that moment, Satan had become their faith, their savior. However, Cell paid little heed to this. In his desire to confront Chumo swiftly, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy with a mere flick of his hand. Instantly, Satan and his disciples were swept away by a formidable gust of wind. Yet, at that moment, Chumo retaliated from a distance, delivering a punch that mitigated some of the hurricane's ferocity. Ultimately, Satan and his companions crashed against the rocky perimeter of the arena, each sustaining injuries and appearing utterly defeated as they sat on the ground, looking pitiful. Nearby, the photographer and the man in sunglasses stood in stunned disbelief. What on earth just happened? Our savior of Earth, the world's foremost martial arts champion, Mr. Satan, was sent flying just like that? They struggled to comprehend the situation, as no physical contact had been made, yet they had been propelled away. Consider yourselves fortunate. Chumo, was it worth saving them? Indeed, at that crucial moment, Chumo had intervened, neutralizing much of Cell's power. Otherwise, Satan and his companions would have been obliterated in midair. He found it quite amusing. After all, it would serve no purpose to slaughter these ordinary individuals. Chumo spread his hands and smiled. Whether to kill them or not was of no consequence. "Now it was your turn. Come forth." Sheru beckoned with his finger, feeling like a triumphant victor, utterly exhilarated. "Chumo, unleash your true strength, and let us engage in a splendid battle. Unleash all your power. Are you certain? Then do take care." With a wicked smile gracing his lips, Chumo levitated effortlessly, his fists clenched as an overwhelming wave of energy erupted forth. A resounding roar accompanied this display, causing the entire arena to tremble violently, even the nearby mountains beginning to float in midair. Centered around Chumo, a fierce tremor radiated outward, reminiscent of an earthquake. "How can he fly? Is this some kind of illusion, Mr. Satan?" The sunglasses-wearing man stammered in terror, his words faltering. Mr. Satan, too, was not faring much better. His body quivered involuntarily, bewildered by the inexplicable fear that gripped him. Only Chumo comprehended the source of this dread, the instinctual terror that the weak feel in the presence of the overwhelmingly strong. Consequently, the faces of those around him turned ashen. Monsters, they are all monsters. Terrifying. Mr. Satan's mind was engulfed in sheer horror. He could deceive others into believing this was merely an illusion, but deep down, he knew the truth. Mr. Satan, should we retreat now? The sunglasses-wearing man suggested nervously. Observing Satan's pale visage, I suddenly feel unwell. I need to excuse myself. With that, Mr. Satan made a hasty retreat, his body already several yards away before the words had fully left his lips. The others stared, dumbfounded, marveling at Mr. Satan's speed, silently acknowledging him as the world's foremost fighter, having failed to perceive how he had vanished so swiftly. Meanwhile, the frequency of the ground's tremors intensified, and the confident smile on Cell's face gradually faded. For Chumo's aura was escalating at a terrifying rate. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the ground quaked, soon encompassing the entire planet. What is happening? Is this an earthquake? Many people, bewildered, voiced their confusion. Those watching the screen were equally stunned, rendered speechless by the revelation that the chaos was caused by the young delinquent in the arena. My heavens, what sort of power does it take to achieve this? Gasped a middle-aged man, swallowing hard in disbelief. With one final, thunderous roar, golden light erupted from Chumo, his entire being radiating brilliance. Golden flames surged forth, accompanied by arcs of blue lightning. His hair stood on end, save for a few rebellious strands that danced in the wind before his brow. Cell, come forth. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, the terrifying tremors finally ceased. Chapter 35, The Pitiful Cell. Haha, Chuma, is this truly all your strength? Cell suddenly erupted into laughter, his initial astonishment morphing into exhilaration. What is the matter? Is it too much or too little? Chumo coldly remarked that he was prepared to offer Shalu a surprise. If this is all the strength you possess, then I must say, I have underestimated you. Shada gazed at Chumo as if victory were already within his grasp. Chumo was acutely aware of his current combat prowess, which paled in comparison to the formidable Supercell, whose strength was estimated to be at least several billion. To secure victory, he could only rely on the Kaioshin combined with Super Saiyan or transcend the limits of the Super Saiyan form itself. Thus, this battle was a test of his own resolve. 3 minutes. If he could not break through within that time, he would have to wait for another opportunity. With the presence of the Super, if all else failed, he could simply allow her to eradicate Cell. Do not blink. You shall soon witness the outcome. Double Kaioshin. Boom. As Chumo's voice resonated, an additional layer of crimson energy enveloped the golden aura, and the intense shockwave caused the ground to fracture instantly. After invoking the double Kaioshin, Chumo felt his body tremble violently. By the heavens, the strain of using Kaioshin as a Super Saiyan was beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand. The fact that Son Goku had managed to endure it for minutes was a testament to his unparalleled prowess. Chumo sensed an impending sensation of expansion and collapse within his body, immediately realizing that this moment had arrived sooner than he had anticipated. Wow, how impressive. Chumo actually comprehends the King Kai fist. Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight, utterly astonished that Chumo could employ the King Kai fist even in his Super Saiyan form. He himself had attempted it, but found that he could scarcely endure even a second in that state. Telekinesis. Chumo did not hesitate to wield this extraordinary power. Now, the disparity in combat prowess between him and Supercell had diminished, and exerting control over him was no formidable challenge. How infuriating. What have you done to me? Just as Cell intended to strike, he felt his body ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him utterly immobile. Can you guess? As Chumo's voice faded, his figure flickered and appeared at the left side of Cell, delivering a powerful elbow strike. Bang! Half of Cell's body was engulfed in a numbing sensation, as the formidable energy pierced through him, bending him into an arc. How infuriating. Cell struggled desperately, his face contorted in agony, attempting to swiftly break free from this invisible force. However, at that moment, bolstered by the Kaioshin technique, Chumo resolutely restrained Cell's first attempt at escape. How naive of you to think otherwise. With a cold smile, Chumo landed another punch squarely on Cell's face. Oof. Cell transformed into a mere punching bag, his handsome visage grotesquely contorted, yet he remained unable to retaliate. Bam, bam, bam. In an instant, Cell's striking features were battered by 1,000 blows, resembling a pig's head. Despicable. Infuriated, Cell attempted to resist Chumo's telekinetic powers once more. However, with a face flushed with effort, Chumo subdued Cell again. Ding! After a minute of relentless assault on Cell, only 2 minutes remained to complete the sign-in task. Time swiftly passed, yet to Chumo, it felt as though an eternity had elapsed. Nevertheless, he persevered. Now infused with boundless energy, he could maintain his abilities for an extended duration. Provided the disparity in fighting strength was not overly vast, his powers would remain effective. Was Chumo being excessively ruthless? Poor Cell, Goku observed with a twinge of sympathy. Fool, Kakarot, is your mind filled with mush? Winning is all that matters. Who cares about the means? Vegeta scoffed, his gaze fixed intently on Chumo. It turned out that battles could be fought in such a manner. This was far more intriguing. Ding. After 2 minutes of pummeling Cell, only 1 minute remained to complete the sign-in task. Another minute passed, and Chumo felt his body nearing its limits. The strain of the Kaioshin technique was immense. However, in his quest to transcend his limits, Chumo vowed to endure, embodying the resilience of his spirit. Though in his previous life, his generation had been labeled as a fallen one, Chumo refused to accept this. He possessed an indomitable will. He would not yield. He must break through his limits. Tick, 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 ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task and receiving the sign-in gift package. Would you like to open the gift package immediately? Open it now. Chumo felt as though his body was on the verge of exploding, overwhelmed by an intense pain. Haha, Chumo, your demise is imminent. Sharo sensed the shackles binding him had vanished, filling him with elation. Danger. How could clearly perceive that Chumo's condition was dire and was about to rush forward to assist. However, upon witnessing the smile on Chumo's face, she abruptly halted her steps. It was a smile of exhilaration. Had he already discovered the method of breakthrough? Chapter 36, The Ascension to Super Saiyan 3. Indeed. I shall await your arrival. Chumo let out a cold laugh. He finally sensed a glimmer of breakthrough opportunity. His choice was indeed not mistaken. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the sign-in gift package and acquiring S-rank regeneration ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique of duplication, where each divided entity possesses the host's combat prowess, with a maximum of being able to split into multiple forms. Chumo could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. This time S sign-in gift package, aside from the S-grade regeneration ability. The so-called duplication technique was utterly devoid of any substantial utility. Before he had time to ponder further, Cell's fist had already arrived. Bang, bang, bang. Cell relentlessly struck Chumo, causing his body to tremble violently, with his bones shattering one by one. Chumo was drenched in cold sweat from the excruciating pain. Yet he bore it stoically without uttering a sound. With each blow from Sharu, Chumo felt himself drawing ever closer to a breakthrough. It hurts, doesn't it, Chumo? The agony you have inflicted upon me, I shall return 100-fold. Sharu sneered. How unfortunate for you. You shall not have the opportunity. With a cold smirk, Chumo felt the surge of his regenerative abilities as his bones mended at a lightning pace. What do you mean? A sudden sense of foreboding enveloped Shalu. He had scarcely enjoyed a moment of triumph, and yet the implications were dire. It couldn't be, absolutely not. Even Chumo at his peak strength could not vanquish him. Let alone now. A soft crack echoed, reminiscent of some unseen restraint being shattered, and then a formidable aura emanated from within Chumo, ascending relentlessly. Following this, a cascade of golden light erupted, radiating a resplendent brilliance. In that instant, Chumo's essence transformed, becoming overwhelmingly formidable. The golden radiance expanded, unfathomable and boundless. Shining with the brilliance of the sun, the once subdued blue-violet lightning re-emerged, morphing into a silvery hue, crackling incessantly as it entwined around Chumo. Chumo's entire body trembled violently, each cell absorbing an immense surge of energy, brimming with vitality. Boom! A dazzling golden light illuminated the entire earth, causing the planet to shudder in response. The ground began to crack and collapse incessantly, while the sky itself was rent asunder, revealing the outer cosmos through gaping fissures. As if it had been cleaved apart, the might of Chumo is steadily ascending. Not only is it affecting Earth, but the entire solar system and the Milky Way are also under its influence. Suddenly, a tremor reverberates through space. Strange ripples propagate outward, reminiscent of the moment he transcended into a Super Saiyan, a grand and magnificent aura sweeping across the entire seventh universe. Cell's complexion pales as he gazes, wide-eyed, at the formidable Chumo before him, a wave of ominous foreboding washing over him. Bewildered by the situation, he thinks to himself, what the hell? I've just evolved. And now you've evolved too? Am I destined to be beaten again? An unsettling premonition stirs within him. His opponent has indeed broken through. Reluctant to accept this reality, Cell grits his teeth and begins to howl frantically. You wish. I want to let you succeed in your breakthrough. Summoning his death energy ball, he ascends into the air, concentrating a massive orb of energy in his hand, a technique he mastered after absorbing Frieza's essence. He then launches it with great force. Yet, all his efforts prove futile. With a mere wave of his hand, Chumo conjures a luminous energy shield. Boom. The formidable energy shield effortlessly deflects the death energy ball. The immense explosion causing the very earth to tremble violently. This shaking persists for several minutes before ultimately fading into nothingness. Chumo emanated an infinite golden radiance, enveloping the earth in a suffocating aura that intensified with each passing moment. At this moment, Chumo's golden locks had grown wildly long, cascading down to his waist in a matter of moments. His entire being was entwined with silver lightning. He was in the form of a Super Saiyan. Stop right there, shouted Cell, increasingly agitated and frenzied. His body transformed into a shadow as he charged directly at Chumo. Nova Strike. You are utterly deluded. You have no comprehension of true power. Chumo gazed coldly at the approaching Cell, and suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar. A brilliant golden radiance erupted from his being, radiating in all directions. Simultaneously, an intense wave of energy swept outward with ferocity. Even the arena, meticulously prepared just moments ago, succumbed to this force, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a gaping abyss that inspired dread in all who beheld it. Quickly, this place is too perilous, Sun Wukong exclaimed, swiftly taking flight in retreat, his speed surpassing the sound barrier. The others hastily followed suit, recognizing that they could not withstand such overwhelming energy and wisely choosing to withdraw. The super number gazed intently at Chumo, captivated. So handsome, truly deserving of my admiration, exuding such a formidable aura, far surpassing my own prowess by tenfold. Chapter 37, The Miscalculation of Cellbang. Before Cell could draw within 10 meters of Chumo, he was sent hurtling back by the sheer force of this overwhelming energy. Is this all you are capable of? Chumo spoke coldly. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he felt himself become considerably more ruthless and bloodthirsty. I shall grant you a single opportunity to choose. First, within a minute, breach my defenses, if you can inflict even a single hair's worth of damage upon me. I shall spare you today. Second, I will allow you to flee for 1 hour. If you manage to escape, I shall let you go. Third, withstand a single blow from me. If you endure this strike, I shall grant you mercy today. The 3 conditions set forth by Chumo incited an unparalleled fury within Shalu, a man determined to dominate the universe. How could he endure such an insult? How dare you regard me with disdain? You shall perish. Shalu, possessing the genes of both the Scions and the Frieza race, found it intolerable to accept such a humiliating provocation. Death Beam, Death Energy Ball, Demon Flash Wave, Kamehameha. In a frenzied state, Shalu unleashed a barrage of his formidable techniques upon the ever-proud Chumo. He had lost all sense of reason. Ha! I am the strongest. Boom, boom, boom. The very earth quaked under the tremendous force as this island was engulfed by the overwhelming energy. Geysers of seawater erupted, obscuring all sight. Alas, it is a pity that you are not. You are not the strongest. Chumo's voice resonated like a haunting melody, rendering the green-faced Shalu pale with terror, his eyes brimming with fear. How could this be possible? Indeed, how could such a formidable attack leave him unscathed? It was astonishing. What manner of training had Chumo undertaken? At this moment, Krillin had regained his confidence, fully aware that Earth was safe this time. Indeed, his power was beyond any prediction. This must be the mightiest scion. Yamcha wore a relaxed expression. As long as he was not led to his demise, the world appeared to him in all its splendor. I, Tien Shinhan, am willing to declare Chumo as the strongest in the universe. Such power is what I shall strive for in my lifetime. Tien Shinhan had rediscovered a new aspiration. He yearned to become a savior akin to Chumo. How infuriating. How vexing. I refuse to accept this. I must persist in my training. The only other being possessing such an indomitable fighting spirit, aside from Beidou, was none other. Sun Wukong gazed on with admiration. He had once believed that Super Saiyan was the utmost limit of their kind. Yet now, he understood that to speak of limits for a Saiyan was premature, or perhaps there were none at all. Listening to Tien Shinhan and the others extolling Chumo, How felt a sweetness in her heart akin to honey, her affection for him unmasked. She wished to gaze upon her Prince Charming in such a manner. This was her heroic champion. As the ocean receded, Chumo reappeared before the crowd, leaving not a speck of dust in his wake. It seems you have chosen a different path. You have truly disappointed me. Chumo chuckled coldly. Upon hearing this, Sheru felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, as if he might vomit blood. What the hell? I was merely testing the waters, not choosing sides. If I can't win, what am I to do? Sheru's gaze darted to the side, contemplating how he might escape. Suddenly, he noticed that the opponent seemed unguarded, and an idea sparked within him. Chumo, do not revel in your confidence. Solar flare. With both hands raised above his head, Sheru unleashed a blinding radiance that surpassed the sun itself. Wow, that's blinding. What was this guy up to? Krillin and the others could hardly bear it. Sheru was employing such a nefarious tactic, catching them completely off guard, and one by one, they fell victim to it. Chumo, however, regarded the situation with disdain, as a protective barrier rose before him, shielding him from the blinding radiance. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. Cell, you truly possess audacity. You dare to attempt capturing me, thinking to use me as leverage against Chumo for your escape. How naive of you. It is now time for you to repay your debts. While Krillin and the others were still speculating about the unfolding events, a thunderous explosion erupted, followed by the violent roar of the sea. A sickening sound of retching echoed. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent impacts resounded. But apart from Chumo, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo, no one comprehended what had transpired. When Krillin and the others finally discerned the scene before them, they were met with the sight of Cell, now resembling a swollen pig's head, his body marred with blood, and his limbs utterly limp, clearly broken. Despite Cell's S-class regenerative abilities, he was momentarily rendered incapable of recovery in the face of such brutal assaults. Suspended before him was the petite figure of Number. Her gaze icy as she regarded Cell with an air of nonchalance. How delightful. After delivering you a thorough beating, I feel utterly revitalized. P.S. Soon, we shall delve into the saga of Buu and the evil energy wave. I hope for your generous support. A wave of flowers and votes would be greatly appreciated. If flowers are received by tomorrow, a substantial update will follow. Chapter 38. Do not provoke women. What on earth is happening? Krillin exclaimed, bewildered. What just occurred? Yamcha echoed, equally perplexed. After a brief moment, and with Sun Wukong's elucidation, they finally grasped the sequence of events. It turned out that Cell had attempted to abduct Number, pressuring Chumo for his release. However, it was evident that he had miscalculated. The current super Number was not a foe to be trifled with, within mere seconds. She had rendered Cell unrecognizable to Dr. Gero. Now, Number appeared at ease, having finally avenged her previous grievances. Alas, how unfortunate for you, unable to choose your adversaries wisely. She is destined to be my future wife. How could her strength be lacking? You are courting death, and I cannot be blamed. Chuma jested, his tone infuriating Shara to the brink of explosion. Yet, he found himself unable to retaliate or escape. Frustration consumed Sheru. How could his combat prowess have surged so drastically? Damn it. Even in death, I shall not allow you two scoundrels to humiliate me. Witness my self-destruction. Enraged, Shara transformed his last shred of dignity into courage. Hiss. Hiss. With his mouth agape, Sheru began to inhale violently. Instantly, a tempest arose upon the ocean's surface, waves of seawater being voraciously consumed by Sheru. Before long, his form swelled grotesquely, resembling a bloated frog, yet he persisted. This is perilous. Quickly, Son Goku exclaimed in alarm. Yet he was at a loss as to where to flee. Such overwhelming energy would obliterate the entire Earth in an instant. Krillin and the others turned pale, realizing that escaping now bore no significance. It's over. Everything is finished. Who would have thought we were to perish once more? Yamcha wore a pained expression, lamenting how shortly after his resurrection he was to face death again. Let us all die together. With so many accompanying me, I have gained something. Shara cackled. You think too highly of yourself. You can only kill yourself. A voice emanated from behind Sheru, followed by a colossal green shield enveloping his inflated form. Damn it. Chuma. You scoundrel. I shall haunt you even in death. Sheru, in his fury, unleashed a torrent of curses typical of Earthlings. You are a ghost now. How can you haunt anyone? If you wish to die, do it yourself. What a nuisance. The Super Saiyan Chuma regarded the now balloon-like Sheru with cold disdain. Damn it. I am indeed a ghost. Nearly forgot. Shara looked up at the halo above him, rendered speechless. However, he had reached the point of no return, unable to regain control. Uft. Within the shield, a sound akin to a fart erupted, followed by a flash of light, leaving behind only remnants. Those consumed by Sheru, including Frieza and others, along with the rib dish, were reduced to ashes, truly dead beyond resurrection. Krillin and the others found the unfolding events almost unbelievable. What had begun as a life-and-death crisis had taken such a dramatic turn. Everything seemed too simple. Indeed, after Chuma's appearance, everything had become considerably easier. Even scenes that once demanded desperate effort had become rare. Yet, there lingered a feeling that something was amiss. What could it be? With peace restored to Earth, Son Goku and Vegeta intensified their training, for they understood that the transformation into a Super Saiyan still awaited them. On the occasion of their wedding, Chumo and Hao exchanged vows at the Divine Temple, where Sun Wukong and his companions were naturally in attendance. On their wedding night, Chumo devoted himself entirely to his bride, remaining in their chamber for a full 7 days and nights, eliciting profound envy from Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Despite their formidable strength, Bulma and Chi-Chi, being women of Earth, lacked such extraordinary stamina. This record weighed heavily on Vegeta's conscience, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Ultimately, it was only after transforming into a Super Saiyan that Chumo subdued Hao, demonstrating to her what it truly meant to be a man. The couple's endurance was boundless, ensuring that their physical pleasures posed no issues. Following this, they turned their focus to rigorous training. Sun Wukong and Vegeta understood that they could not afford to slacken their efforts if they wished to keep pace with Chumo. Sun Wukong traveled to the North Kai for training, subsequently seeking the guidance of the Grand Kai, yielding remarkable results. As for Vegeta, he continued his arduous training in the gravity room, having escalated the gravity to an astonishing level, a feat both daunting and impressive. Though Chumo possesses the extraordinary bloodline that allows for effortless growth in combat prowess, doubling each year, he still feels the necessity to engage in rigorous training. Otherwise, akin to the newly introduced Broly, despite his formidable strength, he risks being overwhelmed by Goku and Vegeta. In Chapter 39, titled Contract of Surrender, Chumo summoned Dandy from the new Namek planet to serve as the new Guardian of Earth, resurrecting the dragon and subsequently wishing for a gravity chamber with the highest possible weight capacity. Time swiftly elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. In addition to his training, Chumo diligently undertook various scion tasks, treating them as a delightful honeymoon journey. Having resided on planet Namek for 6 months, Chumo acquired an S-level healing ability comparable to that of Dandy, as well as an S-level enhancement potential akin to that of the former Grand Elder. However, this S-level enhancement potential could merely elevate human capabilities to the Super Saiyan stage. "Hey, Chumo, are you up to the task?" Krillin inquired. His anticipation mingled with a fear of disappointment. Having relinquished any hope of catching up to Goku and others, he focused solely on his continued training. "Come on, let's not dawdle. I'm growing increasingly eager." Tien clenched his fists, filled with confidence about the future ever since learning that Chumo could elevate their potential to that of Super Saiyans. "Rest assured, there's no issue. However, you must first sign this contract." Chumo chuckled softly as he produced 4 contracts. They contained nothing of great significance, merely binding Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaioshin to serve as enforcers for his organization for a century. Was this a form of servitude? Krillin wore an expression of disbelief. Chumo, once perceived as a paragon of martial prowess, now seemed merely a shrewd businessman. Tien and the others shared his bewilderment, as Chumo's reputation in their minds had suffered a considerable blow. "Rest assured, this is hardly a contract of servitude. A century will pass in the blink of an eye. Do you not have faith in your longevity?" With the deepening of their cultivation, humanity's dimensions gradually ascended. Living for several hundred years posed no challenge. Moreover, by that time, Krillin and the others would possess even greater strength, making a millennium of life well within their grasp. "Let us sign it," Krillin declared, gritting his teeth, ready to sacrifice for the sake of his continued training. Chumo, it seemed, was a decent fellow who would certainly not treat them poorly in the future. "I will sign as well. Count me in," exclaimed the others in unison, unwilling to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Furthermore, Chumo's jewel enterprise was undeniably powerful, and few would dare to cause trouble. "That's the spirit. Come, I shall enhance your potential." With a cheerful expression, Chumo placed his hands atop the heads of the 4 individuals and commenced his mystical incantation. A few minutes later, he effortlessly withdrew his hands, his countenance remaining unchanged, which left Klin utterly perplexed. He recalled how he, too, had once experienced a potential enhancement from the Grand Elder of Namek, who had appeared to be on the brink of death at the time. Furthermore, the increase had been rather modest. Yet now, to elevate them to the level previously attained by Goku should surely evoke some noticeable difference. Could my strength truly equate to that of the nearly lifeless Grand Elder from before? Rest assured, if it does not, this contract shall be rendered null and void. Upon a mere glance, Chumo discerned the perplexity etched upon Klin's face. Observing that Tianjin Fan, Klin, and their companions had not exerted sufficient effort in their training over the years, it was evident that they had suffered a considerable setback. With benevolence, Chumo decided to enhance their potential collectively. In truth, they were merely subjects for his experimentation, yet the results were unmistakable. Wow, what immense power! Klin exclaimed, feeling invigorated and brimming with strength. A month later, he bellowed with exhilaration, sensing that his prowess had increased at least tenfold. This remarkable progress instilled within them a newfound confidence, igniting an even greater fervor for their training. 3 years later, Klin and his companions were exceedingly satisfied. Even the weakest among them, Dumpling, boasted a combat power exceeding 100 million. Their strength had undoubtedly surged beyond imagination. Meanwhile, Chumo and Hao trained under intensified gravity, witnessing a meteoric rise in their combat abilities. The extraordinary bloodline ability of Chumo has fully manifested its abnormality, with a foundational combat power reaching several hundred million. And upon transforming into a superior form, it escalates to trillions. Her combat prowess, originally at several hundred million post-fusion, has now soared to trillions. As for those who made an appearance during the Cell Saga, such as Satan and others, they were unfortunately lost when Cell obliterated the island. Except for the sunglasses-wearing gentleman. All of Satan's companions perished without exception. At that time, Chumo had just transcended to a Super Saiyan, and the others had forgotten about the existence of Satan and his associates, leading to their untimely demise. Chumo's combat prowess has escalated significantly, and he has yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta have both ascended to Super Saiyan status, their combat strength merely reaches 1 trillion, rendering them incapable of challenging him. Presently, Chumo's focus has shifted away from Sun Wukong and Vegeta, directing his ambitions toward their fusion forms, Vegeto and Gogeta, who represent the pinnacle of warriors. Vegeta, do you wish to engage me in battle? Alas, you are wholly unfit to be my adversary. Fighting you would be rather unfulfilling. Chuma spoke candidly. How infuriating. You wretched fellow. Vegeta seethed with rage, yet he could not refute the truth in Chuma's words. Very well. I have heard that the Hell Martial Arts Tournament is to be held. You should participate. If you emerge victorious, I shall agree to engage in combat with you. Chuma began to entice Vegeta. Chapter 40. The Hell Martial Arts Tournament. The Hell Martial Arts Tournament? How can I participate if I am not dead? Who said that one must be dead to have a chance to participate? That fellow Goku went and joined, didn't he? Just seek out Goku. I believe the North Kai must have a way. Recalling the wager between the North Kai and the West Kai, Chuma was certain that the North Kai would not mind an additional formidable fighter. With both Vegeta and Son Goku possessing a staggering battle power of 1 trillion, there would be no spirit in hell capable of challenging them. It is likely that the finals would be a showdown between the two of them, followed by the emergence of the evil spirit wave, allowing the fused warrior Gogeta to appear. Chumo's ultimate goal is to engage in battle with Vegeta, perhaps aiding him in transcending to Super Saiyan. The Hell Martial Arts Tournament, splendid. I shall participate. And as for Kakarot, that rascal has the audacity not to inform me. How cunning. Vegeta clenched his fists, filled with exhilaration, and promptly sought out Son Goku. What, pray tell, is Vegeta's intention in entering this Hell Martial Arts Tournament? After his bath, Hao emerged clad in naught but a white shirt. That physique, that appearance, left Chumo utterly entranced. What are you staring at? Have you not savored every inch? Foolish. Hao shot him a sidelong glance. In a moment of overwhelming intensity, Chumo could no longer contain himself. Having long forgotten the purpose behind it all, a fierce roar erupted as, after 7 days and nights, a formidable energy surged forth from his residence, causing the entire structure to collapse. Ah, darling, this marks the 3rd villa you have destroyed, exclaimed his partner, filled with a mixture of admiration and exasperation. You are truly extraordinary. I feel so fortunate. Although she wore a satisfied expression, there lingered a hint of dissatisfaction regarding Chumo's penchant for demolition. What does it matter? We can simply purchase another one. Besides, I shall also acquire for you a beautiful dress, as well as a set of special attire. Hee hee. With a mischievous grin, Chumo remarked, how annoying. Do as you wish. After all, I am destined to perish in your presence. How shot a glare at Chuamo, already accustomed to his absurdity. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Son Goku attended the Hell Martial Arts Tournament, while the Earth's prestigious martial arts tournament had also commenced. Chuamo, undoubtedly affluent, has amassed a wealth of gems from various planets over the past few years. He now presides over the largest jewelry conglomerate on Earth and holds the title of the world's richest individual. After all, where else would he acquire such riches to pamper his wife, indulge in exquisite clothing, and acquire luxurious villas? As a devoted husband, Chuamo naturally refrains from allowing his wife to toil for the family's sustenance. A wife, after all, need only embody allure and beauty, despite his financial abundance. An unexpected whim stirred within him, prompting a desire to participate in this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Chuman naturally would not intervene. He considered it a mere opportunity for his wife to engage in some exercise. Among those who registered were Son Wukong, Piccolo, and others, as Krillin and his companions sought to gauge the extent of their enhanced potential. Subsequently, the young Trunks and Goten also enrolled in the junior division of the World Martial Arts Tournament, these two mischievous children proving to be quite a handful. With Satan absent, others sought out a so-called power testing machine to evaluate the strength of the participants. However, this time, the atmosphere was not as lighthearted. A single punch from one of the competitors obliterated the machine, while the formidable power displayed by Piccolo and his peers left the staff utterly astonished. Where had these extraordinary beings emerged from? Utilizing the Dragon Shinron, Son Wukong erased humanity's memories of Cell, thereby obliterating any recollection of Piccolo and Son Gohan as well. Additionally, Videl had come to participate. Now she was Son Gohan's official girlfriend, albeit unaware of the true extent of Piccolo and the other's formidable strength, merely perceiving them as powerful. These individuals had effortlessly destroyed a machine worth millions. Truly, what extravagant waste. Chuemo is the foremost sponsor of this year's martial arts tournament. Enjoying the privilege of observing the matches, he is quietly scrutinizing the crowd, attempting to discern who the Supreme Kaioshin is, along with the two minions of Babidi. Suddenly, a notification sounds. A new sign-in mission has been released. Unleash the evil Buu and annihilate him to complete the sign-in task and receive the corresponding rewards. Witnessing his wife effortlessly obliterate the so-called power testing machine, he can't help but shake his head. Boss, a staff member approaches and whispers, "Do not worry. That's just the boss lady. Just be cautious. Remember to present her with a beautiful crown later." Upon hearing that the boss lady is attending the martial arts tournament as the primary overseer, the manager feels a surge of energy. This is a splendid opportunity to shine. It must be executed flawlessly. The formal competition soon commences, while Chuemo takes a nap in the lounge, as this event hardly captures his attention. A formidable entity emerges. And then Videl is brutally assaulted, ultimately being rescued by Gohan. Naturally, the enraged Gohan seeks vengeance, but when facing Jebet, he finds himself ensnared by Shin's telekinetic powers. Damn it, he finally appears. Did you think being the Supreme Kai grants you the liberty to act without restraint? With a cold smile, Chuemo remarked that this meager superpower could only be effective in catching Son Wukong off guard. Chapter 41. A god? Merely that. How infuriating. My body has become immobile. What is happening? Son Wukong was filled with alarm as he sensed an invisible force gripping him, rendering him utterly unable to move. Just as those two ruffians were siphoning off his energy, Chuemo made his move. Chuemo swiftly appeared beside the Supreme Kaioshin, feigning anger. Who dares to disrupt the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? As he spoke, a formidable aura enveloped Supreme Kaioshin, rendering him immobile under its overwhelming pressure. On the arena, Son Gohan suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him, finally able to move again. Upon witnessing the individual who had severely injured Bidily approach, he was instantly filled with rage, transforming into a Super Saiyan and unleashing a flurry of blows upon them. Gohan, do not kill them. We might still have use for them. Chumo uttered a few words with an air of indifference, then stood before the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, regarding him with a frosty gaze. This so-called deity exhibited such cowardice, clinging to life with desperation. Were it not for his status as the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe, he would have met his demise countless times over. You are indeed the Supreme Kai. Are you not? However, even a god must not interfere in the contest at will. Once a decision is made, one must be prepared to bear the consequences. Chuemo coldly remarked, harboring little affection for the god of the realm, Xion, and preferring the former god of the realm instead. How do you know my identity? The god of the realm, Xion, was well aware of Chumo's formidable strength, Yet he was perplexed as to how the other party had uncovered his identity. Even the North God of the realm was oblivious to his existence. From where had Chu Imo acquired this knowledge? How I know is of no concern to you. What matters is that you have violated the rules of the competition and shall face punishment. I am the God of the realm. Who dares to impose judgment upon me? Xian retorted with disdain, for he considered himself the supreme deity of this universe. In my eyes, you are no different from an ordinary person. Since you take such pleasure in observing others being absorbed, why not experience it for yourself? Chu Imo said coldly. Then seized the shoulder of the supreme Kai of the universe, hurling him onto the stage. That's enough, Gohan, cease your actions. Chu Imo addressed Sun Wukong, stating, You too seek to absorb power, do you not? Here, take this. How much you can absorb is entirely up to you. He gestured towards the Kaioshin Shin lying on the ground. The two demons under Babiti's control, upon hearing this, were instantly elated and promptly aimed the absorber at Kaioshin Shin. Jebit, alarmed, rushed forward to intervene. However, the moment he attempted to move, Sun Wukong's attack surged forth. Our match has only just begun. Your opponent is me. Sun Wukong's voice was icy. The adversary before him was allied with the peculiar figure on the ground, and such treachery was utterly unforgivable. Well, this little one seems rather formidable, daring to treat the Kaioshin in such a manner. Should I awaken Lord Beerus? In a distant realm. The angel Whis observed the image on his staff and chuckled softly. He contemplated whether to rouse the slumbering god of destruction, Beerus. But recalling that the time had yet to arrive, he decided against it. This place was described as a planet. Yet it resembled a vast conical flower pot cradling a singular tree. On this grand tree resided the god of destruction, which one could only imagine to be a colossal entity. Surrounding it were numerous planets, and the dwelling of the god of destruction was indeed quite spectacular. Ah! How curious that I cannot ascertain the origins of this Chumo, truly an intriguing scion, Whis mused, finding no information regarding Chumo, as if he had simply materialized in this world. Nevertheless, Whis remained rather languid, showing little inclination to delve into Chumo's background. Ah! Kaioshin Shin cried out in agony. For being directly drained of energy was excruciating. You finally comprehend the torment of having your energy siphoned, do you? I have always despised you, cowardly Kaioshin. Chu Imo coldly observed the anguished cries of the Kaioshin, showing no intention to intervene. In a short while, the Kaioshin's energy was completely absorbed, much to the satisfaction of the two demons. After all, despite the Kaioshin's weakness, he still possessed a battle power in the billions, comparable to the legendary Super Saiyan of yore. Once drained, the Kaioshin felt as if his very essence was being extinguished, teetering on the brink of death. Rest assured, you shall not perish. And as for the two of you, did I permit your departure? Freeze. Chumo dared not let this individual perish. For who could tell if there were celestial observers lurking in the shadows? After all, this supreme Kai was likely connected to the god of destruction, Beerus. Until Chumo's power reached the level of a god of destruction, he refrained from taking any rash actions against this supreme Kai. Upon finishing his thought, Chumo extended his hand, transmitting some of his energy. Moments later, the supreme Kaioshin felt himself revived, rising to his feet and approaching Chumo. Meanwhile, the audience had already commenced their discussions. At that moment, I felt a surge of frustration. Why should the supreme Kai be granted such privileges? This Goku is utterly useless. Watching as others treat his child poorly without intervening, I was filled with indignation. Chapter 42. The Birth of Malevolent Waves. Wow. The sponsor of the martial arts tournament is incredibly handsome. How wonderful it would be to marry him. This behind-the-scenes benefactor is truly formidable. I believe he is the unrivaled champion of the world. It is a pity that he did not participate in this year's tournament. What an idol. He is simply remarkable. Anyone who dares to cause trouble shall face consequences. These ordinary people had never encountered a man as handsome and powerful as Chumo, and they couldn't help but express their admiration. Such strength is deserving of sponsoring a tournament of this magnitude. Who would dare to disrupt the event? Not even the mightiest of beings would stand a chance. In no time, the arena was filled with cheers for Chumo. The supreme Kaioshin approached Chumo, glancing at the two incapacitated demons and realizing that this formidable warrior had merely imparted a lesson. Mr. Chumo, I sincerely apologize. My earlier behavior was disrespectful. The supreme Kaioshin earnestly expressed, intimidated by this scion who had the audacity to disregard divine authority. Unfortunately, the supreme Kaioshin was unaware of the existence of a god of destruction. Otherwise, he would not have so readily acquiesced. Considering your status as a supreme Kai, I shall let this matter slide this time. Chu Imo said calmly, you merely wish to rely on these two worthless guides. Come. Let us go and take a look at this entity that instills such fear within you. Excellent. With Mr. Chumo's involvement, there is certainly no cause for concern. The Realm King Shin wore a beaming expression, having completely forgotten the earlier unpleasantness. Agreed. Chumo smiled and asked, do you two wish to perish? Or do you desire to survive? If you wish to live, then take us directly to your base. Perhaps there is still a chance for survival. The indifferent tone prompted the two captives to nod hastily in agreement. Gohan, will you remain here, or will you accompany us? Chumo inquired. Having heard that a formidable adversary had emerged, naturally, Sun Wukong felt compelled to engage, for he could scarcely hope to contend with the likes of Andy Hao. I must attend. How could one possibly miss the opportunity to encounter a worthy opponent? Sun Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. I shall accompany you, chimed Krillin, along with Tien and others. The forthcoming matches were merely familiar faces, lacking intrigue. It was the new challengers that promised excitement. How shot Chumo a glance. Exasperated that her dear husband had whisked everyone away, rendering the situation rather dull. Yet, she had little desire to partake in the commotion, preferring instead to focus on her crown, crafted by a master jeweler specifically for her. Chumo and his companions set forth, accompanied by two demons, leaving behind a bewildered audience. Witnessing so many individuals soar through the air, the ordinary onlookers could no longer remain seated. They erupted into exuberant cheers. This was the epitome of martial artists. The so-called experts of mundane life were merely playing house in comparison. At this moment, the world of martial arts ignited. Meanwhile, the Hell Martial Arts Tournament was in full swing. With no surprises, the figures of the champions were none other than Vegeta and Son Goku. The once prominent rib meal had vanished into oblivion with the demise of Cell. The West Kai had suffered a crushing defeat, losing all possessions to the North Kai. Kakarot. This time, your defeat is inevitable. Once I triumph over you, I shall challenge Chumo. Vegeta boasted with arrogance. These so-called Hell martial artists, though formidable, were no match for him. As the battles progressed, he felt quite satisfied with his formidable combat prowess. Engaging in combat here exhilarated him. Come forth, Vegeta. Son Goku, content with his training under the Grand Kai, was eager to test his strength against an opponent. The two soon clashed, able to unleash their full potential. 1,000,000 units of combat power ignited a new wave of frenzy at the Hell Martial Arts Tournament. These martial artists, having been dead for so long and trained for countless years, had never before encountered such a powerful surge of energy. They were momentarily at a loss for words, feeling as though they had merely existed like dogs for millennia. As the battle between Vegeta and Son Goku intensified, a significant event transpired in the realm of soul purification in Hell. A minor demon, distracted by the spectacle, inadvertently caused the soul filter to explode, throwing the little spirits into chaos. Before they could report the incident to King Yin, all the malevolent energies in the universe suddenly coalesced, birthing the most nefarious entity in existence, the evil thought wave. As the powerful dark energy merged, pandemonium erupted in Hell, with countless souls resurrected and manifesting in the mortal realm. As Chumo and his companions were about to embark on their journey to Babidi, they were suddenly enveloped by a multitude of ethereal presences emerging from the netherworld. Before long, spirits began to materialize in the realm of the living. What could this phenomenon signify? Why did each of these entities bear a halo upon their heads? Krillin was taken aback. They are all deceased. How peculiar that so many of the departed are manifesting here. Having once faced death himself, Tianjin Fan quickly discerned the nature of this occurrence. Chapter 43. Chaos in the world. What? The dead have returned to life? Krillin inquired, his confusion palpable. No, they have been summoned to this realm by someone. Can't you see the halos adorning their heads? It appears that something has gone awry in the underworld. Upon observing the situation, Chumo immediately discerned the emergence of the evil thought wave. Goodness, this formidable superpower is truly remarkable, summoning such a multitude of spirits in an instant. We are in dire straits. The menace of Majin Buu remains unresolved, and now the evil thought wave has manifested. The Kaioshin, taken aback, pondered whether this would spell doom for the universe. Indeed, as a Kaioshin, he possessed extensive knowledge. No need for concern, these matters are trifling. And there are those equipped to contend with the evil thought wave. Krillin, you and your 3 companions must unite to subdue these spirits. Gohan, Piccolo, and the Kaioshin. Let us press onward. Chum disregarded these specters entirely, deeming them mere trifles. With the combined efforts of Tianjin Fan and his companions, subduing these malevolent spirits would pose no challenge. Vegeta, cease your actions. Goku suddenly interjected from the arena. Kakarot, what do you intend to do? Although Vegeta was perplexed by Goku's motives, he complied. Do you sense it? There exists a formidable and sinister aura. What do you wish to convey? Vegeta, growing increasingly impatient, yearned solely for battle with Kakarot, dismissing all else, regardless of the lurking demons or ghosts. Goku, hold off on the fighting for now. The situation is dire. The Grand Kai, who had previously appeared indifferent, now bore an expression of grave concern as he swiftly flew onto the arena to halt their confrontation. Old man, do you seek to impede the battle of your esteemed Vegeta? Beware, or I shall obliterate you. Aside from Chum and Kakarot, Vegeta had never shown deference to anyone else. A powerful evil entity has emerged from the underworld, and countless spirits have manifested in the mortal realm. You must eradicate this malevolent force swiftly, otherwise, the ancient and formidable souls will be unleashed upon humanity, leading to their annihilation, the Grand Kai stated with palpable anxiety. What? Are you serious? Vegeta exclaimed, alarmed. His beloved Bulma and Trunks were still in the mortal realm. If these spirits were to harm them, it would be unforgivable. At that moment, Vegeta relinquished his fixation on battling Kakarot, realizing that Bulma held equal importance in his heart. Rest assured, Grand Kai, we shall handle this. Vegeta, grasp my hand. Goku shouted, intrigued by this new adversary. In a flash, Goku and Vegeta vanished from the arena. Watching them depart, the Grand Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him as he murmured, I hope you can quell this dark malevolence. Do not allow it to wreak further havoc. Meanwhile, the underworld was shrouded in a yellow barrier. What is this? Vegeta gasped, astonished that he could not even breach it with a single punch. Vegeta, let us join forces and see if we can break this barrier. Goku's expression turned grave. If Vegeta could not shatter it, he certainly could not either. Together, the two unleashed a powerful energy wave. Ultimate Flash, Kamehameha. The terrifying shockwave collided with the barrier. A thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the very foundations of the underworld. Yet, when the smoke cleared, the barrier remained unscathed, without a single crack. What on earth is this? It is astonishingly resilient. Although they had not transformed into Super Saiyans, they had already exerted their full power in their normal state. This barrier is formidable. It appears we must summon even greater strength. Sun Wukong gazed intently at the barrier before him and remarked, how splendid. At last, you have arrived. The King of Hell, within the confines of the barrier, beamed with joy upon seeing Sun Wukong's figure. Reinforcements have come. In the depths of hell, only he could thwart this malevolent wave of energy. Beware of that creature on the roof, exclaimed the king. With these words, Vegeta and Sun Wukong turned their attention to the roof of the Hall of Hell. There, they beheld a plump, pale yellow entity, round and covered with numerous holes. While its appearance might seem somewhat endearing, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta could sense the formidable power of the malevolent wave even from behind the barrier. Finally, a worthy opponent. Let me witness your strength. Vegeta, concerned for the safety of Bulma and the others in the mortal realm, could not contain his impatience upon learning that this was the malevolent wave. Confident in his abilities, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed a full-force punch to shatter the barrier, then swiftly darted towards the malevolent wave. Allow me, Vegeta, to obliterate you. With a smirk, Vegeta found the task exceedingly simple. As he broke through the barrier, the rotund malevolent wave turned its gaze towards Vegeta and Sun Wukong, clapping its hands before emitting a high-pitched shriek. Chapter 44. Vegeta versus the malevolent wave. As it beheld Vegeta, the malevolent wave swiftly struck out with a palm. Despite its seemingly clumsy demeanor, the speed of the malevolent wave was astonishing. Vegeta was taken by surprise. His body could not react in time, and he was struck. Bam! He staggered back a few paces, regaining his footing, yet his eyes were filled with gravity. I never anticipated this creature's speed. Kakarot, he is mine. Although Vegeta's initial attack had failed, he remained resolute. Be cautious, Vegeta. Perhaps I should take over, Sun Wukong interjected, eager to join the fray. Nonsense, he is my foe. Vegeta, fully aware of Sun Wukong's intentions, launched a powerful punch. Bam! The tremendous force struck the malevolent wave's body, but its rotund form absorbed most of the impact, merely bouncing away. However, the malevolent wave was infuriated by being knocked aside, letting out a furious roar before suddenly diving into a black hole, reappearing beside Vegeta the next instant. Bam! Vegeta, caught off guard by this unexpected tactic, was sent flying. Curse it! He concentrated a powerful energy sphere in his right hand, instantly maneuvering behind the malevolent wave and launching an assault. Boom! As if fireworks had erupted, scattering in all directions. In an instant, The malevolent energy wave was reduced to mere remnants. All done. Such a vile entity is utterly powerless. Vegeta scoffed. No, he is not dead yet. King Yama bellowed, reminding everyone that although Vegeta was formidable, this malevolent energy wave was far from simple. What? Not dead yet? Vegeta paused in disbelief. Indeed, mere seconds later, a yellowish haze began to rise once more, and within moments, it reformed into the shape of the malevolent energy wave. Vegeta, this energy wave possesses a vitality even greater than that of Cell. To defeat it, you must obliterate every trace of its evil essence in an instant, Goku asserted. His brow furrowed. What? It's like this again? Damn, what a troublesome foe. Vegeta grumbled, finding the situation increasingly vexing. On the Supreme Kai's planet, the Supreme Kai was drenched in sweat, as were the 4 Kais of the cardinal directions, equally distressed. Mr. Vegeta is indeed remarkable. Having extinguished the malevolent energy wave so swiftly, the North Kai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Don't celebrate too soon. Such an attack cannot completely eradicate the energy wave. The Supreme Kai urged, his expression tense. Vegeta, you must intensify your efforts and eliminate it. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the mortal realm, an unsettling atmosphere pervading every corner of the world. Only the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament remained relatively safe, thanks to Goten and Trunks, who had vanquished numerous spirits. However, these spirits resurrected immediately upon death, rendering their efforts futile. Being children, even with their immense power, they were reluctant to unleash their full strength. Meanwhile, Krillin and his companions had ventured in all directions, directly annihilating every spirit they encountered. Yet, with billions of spirits to contend with, their efforts were but a drop in the bucket, exhausting them to the point of near collapse. Had it not been for the sins of beings, they would have surely succumbed to fatigue by now. Bang, bang, bang. In the underworld, destruction reigned supreme. The initial form of the malevolent energy wave was volleyed about by Vegeta as if it were a mere ball, devoid of any resistance. This is all too easy. Vegeta sneered. Vegeta, do not let your guard down. Goku cautioned, noticing Vegeta's old habit of underestimating the opponent resurfacing. Stop with the chatter. Just as he prepared to deliver a punch, the malevolent energy wave displayed a sly grin, and dozens of black holes suddenly appeared in the sky. As its pudgy form began to dissipate, what kind of attack is this? Vegeta wondered as countless tendrils emerged from the heavens, ensnaring him in the blink of an eye. Surrounding him were hundreds of phantoms of the malevolent energy wave, all gazing vacantly at Vegeta. Be careful, Vegeta, Goku shouted. Before Vegeta could react, the hundreds of phantoms erupted in a blinding burst of light. The malevolent energy wave unexpectedly detonated. Boom, boom, boom. The malevolent energy wave. Oh, how delightful. The portly malevolent energy wave clapped its hands in glee. The air was filled with the sound of explosions, and brilliant arcs of electricity flickered amid the dark clouds, causing countless spirits to tremble in fear. In the distance, powerful shock waves spread through the sky, tearing apart the very fabric of space. After several minutes, the cacophony ceased, and as the smoke cleared, the figure of Vegeta emerged. How infuriating! What a troublesome foe! Vegeta brushed off the dust from his attire and remarked coldly. Had he not been in his Super Saiyan state, he might have struggled to withstand the recent cataclysmic blasts. The malevolent energy wave, upon seeing Vegeta utterly unscathed, became displeased and retreated into a black hole once more. Again with this trick, Vegeta scoffed, unleashing his ultimate flash. He directed a powerful energy wave towards a patch of ground where the malevolent energy wave had just reappeared. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a blinding burst of light, sending shockwaves rippling across thousands of kilometers, and fierce whirlwinds roared in the sky. How impressive! The North Kai exclaimed excitedly. Lord Grand Kai, has the malevolent energy wave vanished? No, not yet. The Grand Kai replied solemnly. What is happening? The malevolent energy wave's power has not only persisted but has intensified. How can this be? The West Kai gasped in shock, confronted by such a terrifying entity. Vegeta, too, wore a serious expression, his piercing gaze fixed on the void. That last attack should have left even Kakarot rattled. Yet this peculiar being. Be cautious, the malevolent energy wave is about to transform. If it achieves its second form, it will become even more formidable, King Yama warned loudly. The second form of the malevolent energy wave has only been spoken of in legends, and in the past, it came at a tremendous cost to eradicate. What? There is a second form? Vegeta was taken aback, realizing that this ordeal was far from over. As he spoke, the atmosphere of the underworld seemed to freeze. and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The earth trembled violently, the sky darkened ominously, and a vivid crimson figure coalesced before them. With blood-red skin, 2 horns atop its head, and a layer of light purple armor encasing its shoulders and legs, a blood-colored tail lashed back and forth. The overwhelming energy and destructive force emanating from this second form of the malevolent energy wave were formidable beyond measure. The second form of the malevolent energy wave, compared to its initial appearance, was devoid of its earlier navet, yet its physique had become more robust, exuding a venomous intensity in its gaze. This was the true form of the malevolent energy wave. The first form was merely a fade. Indeed, it was incredibly powerful. This was the first sensation that Vegeta experienced upon encountering the malevolent energy wave once more. Little did he know, this energy wave possessed the capability to contend with Gogeta. Vegeta's heart ignited with fervor as his strength reached a level where every action bore immense significance. Suddenly, with a flash, the figure of the malevolent energy wave vanished and reappeared silently before Vegeta. "You dare to harm me. You must perish," it bellowed with fury. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent seemed to thicken the air, causing the temperature to plummet drastically. "Come forth," Vegeta exclaimed with exhilaration. The malevolent energy wave flickered and launched an attack towards Vegeta, its formidable energy carving terrifying grooves into the ground. Vegeta's expression shifted, and with a thunderous roar, he charged forward, unleashing all of his power. Bang! 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 Vegeta and the malevolent energy wave became enmeshed in a fierce struggle, their efforts perfectly matched in this state of complete exertion. As their powers collided, the very fabric of space began to rupture, with residual energy erupting violently, as if the underworld itself were being torn asunder. With each clash, the sky bore witness to a warped indentation, a manifestation of the pressure exerted upon space by their might. In his Super Saiyan form, Vegeta was a formidable match for the malevolent energy wave, even managing to suppress it momentarily. However, such a state demanded tremendous stamina, and after an hour, Vegeta found himself gasping for breath. In stark contrast, the malevolent energy wave, though battered and even obliterated several times, possessed an extraordinary regenerative ability that allowed it to recover swiftly. The pervasive malevolence within the underworld soon replenished its energy completely. "Dreadful creature, it possesses this eternal energy once more," Vegeta lamented, feeling a sense of helplessness. Despite the prowess of Super Saiyans, prolonged battles were not their forte. "Vegeta, allow me to take over," exclaimed Goku, his excitement palpable as he could no longer contain himself. Meanwhile, on the earthly plane, Chuemo and his companion stood before a massive spaceship. "This is Lord Babbidi's vessel. The terrifying egg lies within," Spavich pointed out. "Enough of your meddling. Be gone. Gohan, let us enter." Chuemo was disinclined to deal with the two minions. He resolved to charge straight in. "Mr. Chuemo, are we truly going in like this? It's far too perilous." The king of the worlds, Xion, murmured, believing that caution was the wiser course. "Gohan, pave the way. These insignificant lackeys are entrusted to you. If you are afraid of even this, then your position as king of the worlds is utterly devoid of meaning." Chuemo replied calmly, "No problem, Uncle Chuemo. Leave this to me. It's a perfect opportunity for practice." Over the past 2 years, Sun Wukong had approached the brink of a Super Saiyan breakthrough, and such a splendid chance for training was indeed rare. The Supreme Kaioshin felt his face flush with embarrassment from Chuemo's words. However, there was truth in his statement. Ever since the infamous Majin Buu had slain the other 4 Supreme Kais, he had become considerably timid. Chapter 46. The unsealing of Buu. At that moment, the hatch suddenly swung open, and a diminutive figure floated out, accompanied by a towering presence. "Dabura, I cannot believe that you, the esteemed king of the Dark Demon Realm, have fallen under Babbidi's control." Sun Wukong and Piccolo exchanged looks of confusion. Supreme Kaioshin clarified, "Do not underestimate him. His strength is formidable." "Humph. How dare you bring others here? You shall not survive this." Babidi glared menacingly at Spobobic, who had escorted Chuemo and the others to this place. Before Spobobic and his companion could plead for mercy, their bodies erupted in explosions. "You deserve this fate. Do not blame me," Babidi sneered. Chuma gazed upon the demise of the two individuals, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. It bore no distinction from the unfolding narrative. It was all but the same. "Gohan, I grant you 3 minutes. Should you fail to vanquish Dabura, return and seek additional training from Vegeta." Chumo regarded the figure of Dabura with indifference. However, the Supreme Kaioshin appeared somewhat anxious. "Mr. Chumo, let us join forces. Once we vanquish Dubra, Babidi will lose his most formidable ally. After all, the Supreme Kaioshin had been terrorized by Majin Buu in the past, and any matter related to it would send him into a frenzy. There is no need for such concern. Just give it 3 minutes. Gohan, unleash your full power. Churmo spoke once more. Sun Wukong nodded, and then let out a tremendous roar. A powerful aura enveloped him, and a brilliant golden flame erupted, intermittently releasing streams of silver. Fox-shaped electricity. Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong and Depura clashed instantaneously, their confrontation ignited by an unspoken disagreement. However, Depura's combat prowess surpassed that of the fully formed Cell by a considerable margin. A minute later, both combatants bore numerous wounds upon their bodies. Meanwhile, the dissipated energy was entirely absorbed by a colossal egg located at the bottom of the spacecraft. Haha, splendid. Hurry, faster. Depura exclaimed with exuberance as Babidi shouted joyfully, eagerly observing the energy nearing its peak. Chuemo gazed at Sun Wukong and Depura, contemplating that Buu should soon make an appearance. He was well aware that Depura possessed formidable strength. Even if Sun Wukong had not squandered any time, he would only marginally surpass Depura. Winning within 3 minutes was, for all intents and purposes, an improbable feat. What Chuma requires is a formidable energy to unlock Buu's seal. He is reluctant to intervene, for he could easily resurrect Buu if he wished. After a lapse of 2 minutes, the colossal egg finally absorbed sufficient energy. Haha, the seal is finally broken. The great Babidi shall dominate the universe. Babidi exclaimed exuberantly. Uncle Chuma, this fellow is not to be underestimated. Give me 1 more hour, and I will surely defeat him. Sun Wukong said somewhat sheepishly after 3 minutes had passed. It's all right. I believe Chuma will not hold it against you. He is well aware that you cannot handle Depura within 3 minutes. He merely urged you to give your utmost effort, and your progress has been remarkable. Piccolo interjected aptly. He then turned his serious gaze towards the lower part of the spaceship, where an aura emanated that instilled a profound sense of dread within him. This is disastrous. Buu has indeed been unsealed. The Supreme Kai's face turned pale with terror. Jebet was similarly shaken, his body trembling. I must say, can you not show some resolve? After all, you are the supreme deity of the 7th universe. Do not cower so. I am still here. What is there to fear? Chuemo retorted with annoyance, expressing that this deity was exceedingly timid, even inferior to the celestial beings. The words of Chimo filled the god of destruction with a sense of shame. Yet fear ultimately prevailed, causing him to cautiously retreat behind Chimo in hiding. Alas, this deity is beyond redemption. Chuemo shook his head, no longer paying attention to the timid deity. He began to prepare for the Saiyan task. Defeating Buu 1,000 times was exceedingly simple. Sun Wukong and Depura also sensed this overwhelming aura and ceased their actions. After consuming this magical being, you will still be able to continue fighting shortly. This time, there is no time limit. Simply vanquish him. Chumo cast a fleeting glance at Depura, devoid of any interest. Such a lackluster opponent was merely suitable for Son Gohan to hone his skills. Thank you, Uncle Chimo. Under the Super Saiyan state, Son Gohan was far from the merciful individual he was in his normal form. Taking a life or two was an effortless endeavor for him. At that moment, a rotund, cherubic figure ascended from the bottom of the spaceship alongside Babidi. The sight of that plump figure sent King Kaioshin into a tremor, rendering him nearly speechless. Majin Buu. He has truly appeared. The universe is doomed. Conversely, Chumo observed the chubby, seemingly adorable Buu with intrigue, pondering whether to take him in as a caretaker. It would surely be entertaining to have him accompany his child. Depura, well done. However, with Majin Buu resurrected, you have become of little use to me. Buu, eliminate him. The corpulent Buu rubbed his belly and exclaimed with a gluttonous grin, Hee hee, I shall devour him. Chapter 47. Gohan versus Buu. With that, Buu extended his appendage towards Depura, unleashing a golden wave of energy. Depura attempted to flee, but to no avail. He was transformed into a large chocolate figure, promptly consumed by the rotund Buu. How terrifying. King Kaioshin trembled uncontrollably, and Jebet was similarly aghast, his face flushed with fear. How dare he eliminate my opponent? Enraged by the demise of his adversary, Son Gohan charged at the plump Buu. Bang, bang, bang. Gohan unleashed a furious onslaught, and soon, Buu was left in a grotesque state, utterly battered. Yet, Piccolo remained visibly apprehensive. He sensed that Buu's aura had not diminished in the slightest. Presently, Gohan held the upper hand, as Buu had just been released and his power was unstable. However, being relentlessly pummeled by Gohan naturally left Buu in a foul mood. In an explosive fit of rage, Smoke began to billow from the vents atop his head. Yet, with his fury, Buu's strength began to surge. This is dire. Buu's power is escalating. Mr. Chomo, please intervene quickly. King Kaioshin was frantic. This scion was far too arrogant, underestimating none other than Majin Buu. Truly, he had never faced death. How formidable. Gohan became increasingly exhilarated as he fought, but his enthusiasm was short-lived, for Buu's strength began to eclipse his own Super Saiyan state. And it was now Gohan who found himself on the receiving end of a brutal beating. Bang, bang, bang. Gohan was soon reduced to little more than a punching bag. Completely devoid of the ability to retaliate, he was battered from the ground to the sky, resembling a disheveled mess. One could only fear what Chi-Chi would think. Unable to recognize her own Gohan in such a state. This fellow, can't he break through? If it were Vegeta, he would have already transcended to Super Saiyan. As Chuemo gazed upon the increasingly unconscious figure of Sun Wukong, he felt a pang of frustration. This young man had been rendered almost useless by Chi-Chi. At that moment, Sun Wukong was deeply entrenched in the ground, his spirit shaken and filled with unwillingness. How could this pudgy fellow possess such sudden strength? Piccolo, do you wish to give it a try? Chuemo inquired, noting Wukong's state of unconsciousness. Never mind if I were to go up. I would merely end up on the receiving end of a beating. It's best to refrain, Piccolo replied with a wry smile. He had initially believed he had found a worthy opponent, only to discover that the adversary was so formidable that even Wukong had been defeated. He knew he was weaker than Wukong, and stepping into the fray would only result in an even more devastating defeat, so he opted to sit this one out. Then I shall take my turn. Kaioshin, I entrust Wukong to you. Please assist him in his recovery. After a moment of contemplation, Chuemo abruptly resolved to forego the use of the mystical beans. After all, the servant of the Supreme Kai, Jebet, possessed remarkable healing abilities. Alternatively, they could escort Son Gohan to the realm of the Supreme Kai. At that point, he could concoct an excuse to sense Gohan's energy and enjoy a visit there himself. Very well, that seems feasible, he concluded. The Supreme Kai, in haste, interjected, Mr. Chuemo, this place is exceedingly perilous. Perhaps I should escort Mr. Son Gohan back instead? As you wish, came the reply. Chuemo waved his hand dismissively. Look at your pitiful state. In the end, you still brought Sun Wukong to the King Kai's realm. This King Kai, being so timid, must certainly have a contingency plan. If Chuemo were unable to defeat Buu, Sun Wukong would serve as his trump card. Therefore, returning with Sun Wukong to aid in his training was the most prudent choice. As he watched King Kai and Jebet take Sun Wukong away, Piccolo felt a profound sense of humiliation. How could he have been intimidated by such a cowardly deity? If it weren't for the subconscious influence of the Supreme Kai, he would have paid no heed to such a timid god. Want to leave? Buu, go and eliminate them. Babidi seethed with rage. These individuals clearly held him in contempt. Upon casting a glance at Babidi, Chuemo contemplated an immediate resolution. Suddenly, a notification chimed. A sign-in task was issued, promising the reward of Babidi's immense spiritual energy upon his swift demise. It seemed as though the system had sensed Chuemo's displeasure and promptly presented him with this task. Upon hearing this, Chuemo was filled with immense joy. Since that is the case, what on earth are they waiting for? It was time to eliminate him. As he observed Fat Buu soaring toward him, he noted the speed was swift, yet insufficient for Chuemo bang. Chuemo transformed directly into a Super Saiyan at full power. With a flicker of movement, swift as lightning, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Fat Buu hurtling through the air before he could even react. With a swift whoosh, Fat Buu was propelled away, crashing through dozens of mountains and plunging several hundred meters into the earth. What? Fat Buu was actually sent flying with a single kick? Who are you? Babidi exclaimed in astonishment, bewildered by the identity of this young and handsome figure. His strength was even more terrifying than that of Son Gohan. Now it is your turn. Old man, let us see who can save you, Chuemo said coldly, his displeasure already evident. Chapter 48. A resounding strike against Babidi. Do not approach me, Babidi cried out. Ah, Buu, come to my rescue. He cast a magical shield around himself and began to fly towards Buu. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he heard a faint crack. It was the sound of his magical shield being shattered. So powerful. Before Babidi could turn to discern what had transpired, darkness enveloped him, and with a resounding thud, he lost all consciousness. Naturally, it was Chuemo who had caught up with him. Since the system mandated that he deliver a decisive blow to Babidi, he obliged without hesitation. In that strike, he concentrated all of his current combat power and overwhelming force. Not only Babidi, But even Gohan and Buu would face obliteration from this blow. A vast, tumultuous energy coalesced with the strike, forming a colossal hand hundreds of meters in size, which descended upon Babidi. In an instant, it shattered Babidi's magical shield and reduced his body to mere pulp, resulting in an explosive demise in midair. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the sign-in task and obtained a significant increase in Babidi's psychic energy. Would you like to merge this psychic energy? Merge immediately. In the realm of Dragon Ball, psychic energy is often undervalued, rendering most supernatural abilities mere embellishments, especially when juxtaposed with immense combat prowess. It is only in the hands of gods of destruction and angels that the potency of such abilities is truly realized. Now that Chumo had acquired a multiple increase of the sorcerer Babidi's psychic energy, the strength of his supernatural abilities was immeasurably enhanced. As Chumo's voice faded, he was suddenly beset by a powerful throbbing pain in his mind. He felt as though his head might explode. Damn it! Chumo exclaimed in frustration, feeling as if his head had been cleaved open from the recent fusion. At that moment, Majin Buu returned, and, upon seeing Chumo clutching his head in apparent agony, seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of punches upon him. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, having just returned to the Kaioshin realm, gazed into the crystal ball with a sense of relief. How fortunate that I returned in time. Earth is perilously dangerous. Indeed, my lord, these scions are utterly insufferable, daring to treat us in such a manner. Jebbit wholeheartedly agreed, feeling utterly uncomfortable in Chumo's presence, as if he were but an insignificant insect before him. He had never held much regard for humans, and Chumo's demeanor extinguished the last flicker of interest he had in them. Thankfully, I have returned with Gohan. Once he awakens, I shall take him to the sacred mountain to draw forth the holy sword. In that moment, Majin Buu will be no match for us. The Supreme Kai had already devised a training regimen for Gohan. The sacred mountain? My lord, do you intend for Gohan to wield the holy sword? Jebbit exclaimed in astonishment. The sword had remained unsheathed in the Kaioshin realm for countless years, with no one ever able to draw it forth. Legend has it that those who succeed in pulling the sword will gain unimaginable power. And thus the Supreme Kai and Jebbit believed that this power would be sufficient to confront Majin Buu. Perhaps he is the most suitable candidate. The Supreme Kai could not deny this assertion. Soon, Gohan awoke, and under the Supreme Kai's guidance, he strained with all his might, ultimately managing to extract the holy sword that had remained undrawn for eons. This sword is so heavy, can it truly be wielded to slay Buu? Gohan, having fought Buu before, found it hard to comprehend. Perhaps this sword possesses some undisclosed, miraculous power. It must be possible. This is our mightiest holy sword, the Supreme Kai proclaimed with confidence. However, Gohan felt a sense of skepticism. Aside from its weight and sharpness, it seemed of little practical use. Then, as Gohan attempted to wield it, he inadvertently broke the most powerful holy sword of the Kaioshin realm. Consequently, the old Kai appeared. In order to resolve the issue with Buu, the old Kai decided to assist Gohan in unlocking his potential, enabling him to truly defeat Majin Buu. Meanwhile, the battle on Earth had already shifted. After a few minutes, Chumo finally completely absorbed the double Babidi spiritual energy. Now it's my turn. You've had your fun at my expense, so it's time for you to experience some hardship. Chumo wiped the blood from his face, relieved that his body had become significantly stronger after years of training. Even after enduring a few minutes of relentless punishment from Majin Buu, he merely sustained minor injuries and was essentially unscathed. You cannot defeat me. Majin Buu sneered, his expression one of disdain. Has this fool been rendered senseless by my blows? Chumo clenched his fist, and his figure instantly dissolved into nothingness. Bang! Before Fat Buu could react, a significant portion of his body was obliterated by Chumo's punch. TCH, it's merely a slightly enhanced regenerative ability. His strength is not formidable. Presently, Fat Buu cannot even contend with Super Saiyan Goku. If it weren't for his extraordinary regenerative capabilities, he would have perished in a single blow. The sky was filled with pink matter, resembling glue, which, after a few moments, began to coalesce once more with a gurgling sound. Chapter 49, Buu's Fear. Hey, your head is reversed. As Chumo gazed at the transformed Fat Buu, he could not help but mock him. This fellow was truly amusing. With his head seemingly affixed backward. I am incensed, Fat Buu declared, his visage contorted into a fierce expression, smoke billowing from the openings in his body. Yet, before he could utter another word, Chumo swiftly thrust an energy sphere into Fat Buu's mouth. Boom! A brilliant radiance erupted, and in the next moment, a dazzling display akin to fireworks illuminated the sky. Fat Buu was instantly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Chumo did not directly take his life, as there were still scion tasks to complete. After a minute, Fat Buu reverted to his original form once more. This time, he was even more infuriated, extending his two arms in an attempt to seize Chumo. However, such speed was far too sluggish. With a swift movement, Chumo transformed into a mere shadow, his physical form already positioned behind the corpulent Buu. Magic flash. Fireworks erupted once more as Buu was once again blasted apart. Ding! Buu has been obliterated again, and the quest has been completed. The system's voice resonated. I am truly enraged. I shall eliminate you. Smoke billowed from Buu, and soon a tall, slender version of Buu emerged in the sky, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Chumo. Who are you? Who are you? I am Buu. I am the true Buu. The two contrasting Buu figures engaged in a heated dispute. Enough of this bickering. I shall send you both on your way. Chumo, weary of such childish quarrels, swiftly launched two energy orbs. Boom, boom. Two bursts of pink and gray glue erupted into a cloud of chaos. A squelching sound followed, as the two Buu figures were poised to regain their humanoid forms once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing Buu twice, one more time. And your efforts shall be rewarded. Chumo felt an overwhelming joy at this revelation. Progress was indeed accelerating swiftly. As Chumo gazed upon the impending transformation of Buu into a humanoid form, he clenched his hands, summoning forth two more energy blasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of two violent explosions resonated as the two Buu were yet again reduced to mere fragments of goo. I explode. I explode. I explode. Explode. With the effects multiplied, Chumo certainly could not let this opportunity slip by. Astonishingly, within an hour, he achieved a direct success in obliterating them once more. Cursed be it. Cursed be it. You are utterly despicable. This time, the remnants of the two Buu fused together, giving rise to a larger humanoid Buu. Enraged, the colossal Buu swallowed Chumo's energy blast whole. However, the results were unmistakable. The giant Buu 2 exploded, transforming into a pile of crimson meat pulp. TCH, all worthless trash. Now, the pace shall inevitably slow again. How utterly vexing. Chumo cast a disdainful glance at Majin Buu, realizing that this creature's combat prowess was, at best, only slightly superior to that of the animated Super Saiyan Goku, falling short of even a trillion. Now, possessing a combat strength in the trillions himself, the notion that Buu could consume his energy blasts was nothing short of absurd. It would be a miracle if he didn't get obliterated. After 3 arduous hours, Chumo had dispatched Buu less than a handful of times, a feat that left him feeling utterly bored. Majin Buu, on the other hand, was increasingly despondent. After finally emerging from his seal, he had been ruthlessly annihilated nearly 200 times, instilling a sense of dread within him. Yet, he found himself utterly speechless, unable to comprehend why this detestable figure had chosen to target him specifically. Damn it, I've been sealed for tens of millions of years. And now that I've finally emerged, I must endure this torment? I want to find my mother. The outside world is so terrifying. In that moment, Majin Buu was engulfed by fear. Although he perceived Chumo as quite handsome, to him, there was little distinction between him and a demon. On the ground, Piccolo was utterly bewildered, questioning how the formidable Majin Buu, who had instilled fear in the Supreme Kai for millions of years, could possibly possess such limited power. However, he quickly reevaluated his thoughts, realizing that it was not Buu's weakness but rather Chumo's overwhelming strength that was at play. In the presence of Chumo, could such an adversary truly be considered formidable? After an hour of observation, Piccolo grew accustomed to the scene. Such minor skirmishes were merely routine in Chumo's presence, rendering astonishment unnecessary. While Chumo toyed with Buu in the Supreme Kai realm, the old Supreme Kai had been inadvertently rescued, leaving the Supreme Kaioshin and Jebet unaware of Chumo's immense power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to trouble Gohan so much to draw his sword. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Vegeta and the malevolent Spirit Bomb were engaged in a fierce battle, though the tide had decidedly turned against Vegeta. His stamina was nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of inflicting any further damage on the Spirit Bomb. Vegeta, it's my turn now. You rest well. Sun Wukong stood resolutely between Vegeta and the malevolent entity, halting its advance. Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, silent. Had it not been for the formidable regenerative abilities of this malevolent force, he would have vanquished it countless times. Though he had triumphed on numerous occasions, a singular, comprehensive defeat gnawed at his pride. Ultimately, it was his lack of sufficient power that hindered him. Otherwise, he could have obliterated the foe's energy in one fell swoop. avoiding such complications altogether. Chapter 50. Divine Meal. Vegeta, in a state of dissatisfaction, retrieved a Senzu bean and consumed it. In no time, his vitality was restored. However, he refrained from rushing into battle, opting instead to observe the skirmish between Kakarot and the malevolent entity, seeking alternative strategies. 4. Even if he could slay the malevolent force 1,000 times, it would still result in defeat. Sun Wukong's combat prowess was akin to Vegeta's. Yet his techniques were more refined. He refrained from unleashing his full energy immediately, thereby prolonging his endurance. Yet, as time wore on, even he found it impossible to entirely eradicate the malevolent entity. He could reduce it to mere fragments, but annihilating its entire essence proved unattainable. The malevolent force was, after all, a confluence of evil energy from across the universe, rendering both Sun Wukong and Vegeta incapable of complete destruction. Ultimately, Sun Wukong too succumbed to exhaustion, reluctantly relinquishing his Super Saiyan form, and was felled by the malevolent entity. Next, it was Vegeta's turn to engage. Fortunate that they had stocked a considerable number of Senzu beans. Furthermore, due to the pressing circumstances imposed by Chumo, Yachirobe was too intimidated to consume any beans. However, Master Roshi had cultivated many over the years, ensuring that Sun Wukong and his companions were not as beleaguered as depicted in the anime. Kakarot, we must devise a strategy. At this rate, we will exhaust ourselves without defeating this foe. Moreover, the situation in the human realm is dire. If this continues, it will surely become a second hell. Vegeta recognized that their individual strengths were insufficient to vanquish the malevolent entity. Proud as he was, for the sake of Bulma and Trunks, he had no choice but to urge Sun Wukong to think quickly. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he understood that Sun Wukong possessed a higher combat intellect. Ahem. There are only two possible solutions. After consuming a Senzu bean and regaining his strength, Sun Wukong contemplated and spoke earnestly. What are the solutions? First, we could enlist Chumo's aid from the underworld. He has the capability to annihilate this malevolent entity directly. That is self-evident, yet he may not be inclined to assist. I would rather not plead with him. Then we must resort to the second method. I once learned a fascinating fusion technique from the Metamorans. If you and I perform it together, we will surely succeed. Fusion technique? Indeed. The fusion technique requires two individuals of similar stature and strength to engage in a remarkable dance, leaping left and right. Each must extend a finger to connect, initiating the fusion, which typically lasts for a minute. However, the duration is influenced by the power level. The stronger the individuals, the shorter the fusion time. Furthermore, if the steps or finger positioning are incorrect during the process, the fusion will fail. Sun Wukong elucidated, Vegeta, in order to vanquish this malevolent energy wave, we must merge. Merging? Preposterous. I have no desire to fuse with you. Do not even entertain such a notion. Though Vegeta had somewhat softened, he remained defiant against Kakarot and Chuma, finding the idea of merging with either of them utterly unacceptable. With a sigh, Sun Wukong acknowledged that Vegeta would undoubtedly reject the proposition of fusion. The battle in the underworld raged on, and the regenerative capabilities of the malevolent wave caused great distress among all involved. Great King of the Universe, can you transport Chuma to the underworld? We are in dire need of his assistance. Sun Wukong was left with no choice but to seek help. Though he was reluctant to involve Chuma, the Scion's combative nature compelled him to regard Chuma as his most formidable rival. Kakarot, chaos reigns in the mortal realm. Additionally, an adversary reminiscent of the malevolent wave has emerged, Majin Buu. Previously, Gohan was bested by Buu, but the Supreme Kai rescued him. Currently, Chuma is engaged in battle with Buu. The great king of the universe communicated telepathically with Sun Wukong. However, were he to witness the ongoing confrontation between Chuma and Majin Buu, he would certainly refrain from using the term battle, instead declaring that Buu was being thoroughly overwhelmed by Chuma. While the stalemate persisted in the underworld, the situation in the mortal realm was decidedly one-sided. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, Gohan was undergoing a ritual to unlock his potential. Guided by the Elder Supreme Kai, this time, the Elder did not deliberately prolong the process, swiftly completing the enhancement of potential. Just as Chuma delivered a devastating blow to Buu for the fourth time, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from a distant planet. This presence was vast and boundless, even more so than during the Super Saiyan transformation, and it carried with it a faint trace of divine energy. Chuma suddenly comprehended that this was the moment when Sun Wukong transcended to a mysterious realm. The emergence of divine rice had arrived. He had previously attempted to sense the divine aura from Kaioshin, but regrettably, Despite Kaioshin's relatively modest strength, the divine essence emanating from him eluded Chumo's perception. Hence, he had requested Kaioshin to take Sun Wukong away, allowing him to harness Wukong's energy to ascend to the Kaioshin realm. Chapter 51. Signing in at the Kaioshin realm. Ding. A new sign-in mission has been issued. Please proceed to the Kaioshin realm to sign in and receive corresponding rewards. Time limit: hours. The system's announcement left Chumo speechless. He had only completed half of the previous mission, and yet another one had emerged. After dedicating several hours to his tasks, with a brief interlude for other assignments, he pondered whether the count of defeating Bu still counted. This was a clarification Chumo felt compelled to seek, as this sign-in task was a branch mission. The defeats of Bu would still be valid, allowing him to complete the branch sign-in before returning to finish the Bu defeat mission. The system's response delighted Chumo. After all, having battled so long, it was only fair to let Majin Buu take a breather. One cannot perpetually bully the mischievous child, can they? Chumo swiftly manifested 10 clones at the original location, attuning to the powerful aura of Son Gohan. With a mere gesture of his fingers upon his forehead, he vanished from sight. This technique of cloning possessed a combat strength of 4 million, sufficient to continue assaulting Majin Buu for 10 minutes. After this duration, the 10 clones would dissipate into the ether due to energy depletion. In the realm of the underworld, Son Goku, having regained consciousness, suddenly sensed the formidable presence of Son Gohan. This power, markedly different from before, piqued his curiosity. Vegeta, I shall be away for a moment. Hold the fort, he declared, promptly utilizing instant transmission to pursue the source of the energy. TCH, what's so impressive about instant transmission? Vegeta scoffed, yet inwardly resolved to master this skill himself. Tired of Chumo and Son Goku flaunting it before him. In the Kaioshin realm, Son Gohan, with his customary dark hair, appeared unchanged, yet his aura was nearly imperceptible. Incredible! I have never felt such overwhelming strength. Son Gohan mused, realizing in that moment that he had become nearly equal to his father, Son Goku. Rest assured, Mr. Gohan. Your current combat prowess is more than sufficient to subdue Bu. The universe is saved. Kaioshin exclaimed joyfully, finally possessing a trump card against Majin Buu. This is essential. This is the proper method for our scion race to enhance our strength, unlike the erroneous evolution path of Super Saiyan I previously pursued. The old Kaioshin wore a smug expression, relishing this moment of revelation. Indeed, the old Kaioshin is truly astute, discerning the flaws in our transformation at a glance. But can you assist me in achieving a similar enhancement as Son Gohan? A voice resonated unexpectedly, startling the four within the Kaioshin realm. Who are you? How did you enter the Kaioshin realm? The old Kaioshin regarded the newcomer with suspicion. Uncle Chumo. Mr. Chumo, how did you arrive here? Exclaimed Son Gohan, Kaioshin Shin. And Jebet, astonished by Chumo's unexpected presence. Particularly Jebet, who had recently boasted that even the Grand Kai was unqualified to enter the Kaioshin realm, and that a mere mortal could never set foot here. Yet, not long after, Chumo's figure appeared, a clear contradiction to his earlier claims. But the surprises were not yet over. Oh, Gohan, there you are. And Chumo, what brings you here? Son Goku's voice rang out just in time. Who else is coming? Who are you? Jebet felt his face flush with embarrassment, though to be fair, his complexion was already quite red. Dad, you've come. Son Gohan exclaimed joyfully, feeling a surge of happiness within. Indeed, I sensed your energy in the underworld, and it no longer pales in comparison to mine. Hence, I came to see you. Remarkable. Son Wukong was elated that his son had caught up to him. Was this not a source of joy for him? Oh. It is merely the result of my father's teachings, Son Gohan replied, modestly scratching the back of his head. Upon hearing that the newcomer was Son Gohan's father, Jebet and King Kai finally felt a sense of relief. Has the evil aura been eradicated? King Kai inquired. The evil aura has appeared as well. The old King Kai was taken aback, sensing that his release may not have come at an opportune moment. Is the outside world this perilous now? Son Wukong's expression grew grave upon hearing this. Not yet. Vegeta and I are battling the evil aura in the underworld. Yet, we are unable to truly destroy it. We have obliterated it hundreds of times, but it always regenerates. We cannot eradicate its malevolence in one fell swoop. Thus we are unable to vanquish it completely. Indeed, that is the formidable nature of the evil aura. It is exceedingly difficult to eliminate. The old King Kai, seasoned and wise, quickly comprehended the predicament faced by Son Wukong. Chumo, would you accompany me to the underworld to eliminate this evil aura? Aside from you, I believe only the fusion technique could achieve its destruction. However, Vegeta is unwilling to resort to fusion, Thus, I must implore your assistance. Sun Wukong expressed his reluctance, yet he understood that only Chumo could entirely annihilate the evil aura. Chapter 52. The Semi-Divine Realm. Just as Chu Mo was about to respond with assurance, a sudden prompt echoed in his mind. The system declared that the host must evolve into a mysterious state within the realm of the King of Worlds to fulfill the scion task. Indeed. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Chu Mo cast a sidelong glance at the system, recognizing its propensity for trouble. My presence here is due to Gohan. And now I seek the assistance of the old Kai to refine the evolution of the scions. It seems I cannot depart from this place for the time being. Yet I firmly believe that you possess the capability to handle both the evil energy wave and Buu. Chu Mo had no choice but to decline Sun Wukong, for this malevolent energy wave presented a formidable adversary to them. He was confident that Gogeta would inevitably make an appearance. Speaking of Buu, the Supreme Kai suddenly produced a crystal ball. To his astonishment, he beheld a formidable little demon engaged in combat with Majin Buu. Is that Gotenks? Upon observing the diminutive figure, Chu Mo immediately recognized it as the fusion of Sun Wukong's sons, Goten and Trunks. It appeared that his doppelganger had vanished after a mere 10 minutes, while Majin Buu wreaked havoc. Naturally, the two young heroes would not allow Majin Buu to have his way. Thus, he personally intervened, granting them the precious time needed to practice their fusion technique, delivering a sound thrashing to Buu. Although he was unable to completely vanquish Majin Buu, inflicting torment upon him was certainly within his capabilities. Have you imparted the fusion technique to them? Chu Mo gazed at Sun Wukong. Indeed, he recalled discussing this fusion technique with Piccolo a few years prior. Sun Wukong remarked. On the screen, after the fusion of Gotenks, he swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, due to his relatively modest combat prowess, even in his Super Saiyan form, Gotenks' power was merely comparable to that of Majin Buu. Moreover, their endurance was limited to half an hour, and they soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Gohan, go teach that Majin Buu a lesson. With your combat strength, as long as you exercise some caution, it will be no problem. Go forth. Shuma observed Gotenks' battle, noting that this reckless child was hardly a match for Majin Buu. The crucial factor was the intervention of Gohan. No worries, leave it to me, Gohan confidently declared. Jebit, upon hearing this, was elated. With Gohan's involvement, victory was assured. Very well, Mr. Gohan, I shall escort you to Earth at once. Goku glanced at Chuma, his expression suddenly resolute as he remarked, we'll take care of the underworld. Chuma, I will undoubtedly challenge you again. I shall await your return. Chu Mo understood that the next challenge would certainly not be limited to Sun Wukong. Vegeta? I eagerly anticipate it. Within the realm of the Kaioshin, only Chu Mo and the two elder and younger Kaioshin remained. Elder Kaioshin, would you be able to assist me in enhancing my potential? Chu Mo attempted to inquire. With the lineage of transcendent blood coursing through his veins, his foundational combat strength had reached an extraordinary level, rendering any further enhancement of his potential seemingly impossible, at least for now. Indeed, after scrutinizing Chu Mo, the old Kaioshin remarked, are you jesting? With your prowess? There is no need for you to augment your potential any further. Moreover, I lack the capacity to elevate your potential, despite his prior expectations. Hearing such words from the elder still left Chu Mo somewhat disheartened. If that were the case, how could he evolve into the enigmatic realm? Just as Chu Mo was lost in contemplation, the old Kaioshin continued, while I cannot assist you directly, there are still avenues to explore. Your mental fortitude is exceptionally formidable. Why not cultivate it yourself? Indeed, the mysterious realm could also be referred to as the semi-divine state, with the divine realm lying just beyond. After all, Gohan had been nurtured by the old Kaioshin, developed along the path of divinity. However, Goku and Vegeta had not traversed this route, and even Gohan had strayed, choosing a path of scholarship. According to Chu Mo's understanding, ascending to this mysterious realm was the authentic path to the divine realm. The subsequent transformations of Super Red and Super Blue were merely artificial divinities, possessing the power of gods yet lacking their capabilities and longevity. This was due to Goku and Vegeta's dimensions not having ascended to the level of a god of destruction, rendering them, to some extent, inferior to the true gods. Chu Mo now sought to embark on the genuine path of divinity, aspiring to become the true Super Saiyan god, achieving the caliber of a god of destruction. Release your strongest power, the old Kaioshin urged, gazing intently at Chu Mo. Very well. Chu Mo said softly, Full power Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. In a matter of seconds, Chuemo transformed into a Super Saiyan. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted into the sky, enveloping it in countless blue and purple lightning, while golden clouds swiftly flowed through the air. Thunder rumbled. At that moment, the entire King Kai's planet trembled. Chapter 53, The Method to Control Transmission. Is the ground shaking? What a terrifying energy. King Kai felt a pang of trepidation. This power was undoubtedly greater than that of Majin Buu. In that instant, he recalled the formidable aura he had sensed a few years ago in the King Kai realm, which was now emanating from Chuemo. In just a few seconds, the ground on King Kai's planet began to crack, with spiderweb-like fissures appearing ominously. Enough. Stop. The old Kai urged. If this continues for a few more minutes, the King Kai's planet will be utterly destroyed. This is too terrifying. At that moment, the entire planet was shrouded in an infinite golden light, and the overwhelming aura made it difficult for both Kais to breathe. Chumo's golden hair cascaded down to his waist, and with the lightning wrapping around him, he epitomized the Super Saiyan form. Is this the Super Saiyan? Indeed, it is formidable. Yet, such power is exceedingly wild and unstable, with great energy consumption. Am I not correct? The old Kai, wise and experienced, quickly articulated the shortcomings of the Super Saiyan transformation. You are indeed correct. The energy consumption of a Super Saiyan is substantial and highly unstable. If it were not so, there would be far more individuals capable of achieving it. It is a transformation with inherent flaws. Throughout the Dragon Ball universe, whether it be Hit, Jiren, or even Beerus, none rely solely on transformations to enhance their strength. While transformations may grant immense combat power, they often overshadow the importance of improving one's foundational combat abilities. Hence, Goku and Vegeta pursued basic training under Whis in Dragon Ball Super to unlock their latent potential anew. The results were evident not long after. Vegeta's deep blue state and Goku's Ultra Instinct were remarkably close to the realm of the divine. In truth, rather than merely aiding Gohan in enhancing his potential, I helped him harness his own power, allowing him complete control over it. This way, he could avoid instability and excessive energy expenditure. I refer to this state as semi-divine. When you reach such a level, I believe you can attempt to control another force within you. The old Kai suddenly smiled. It had been long since he had witnessed such power. The legendary strength of the Super Saiyan, often referred to as the ominous force. Chuemo stood in silence, astonished by the piercing gaze of the old Kaioshin, who could discern the transcendent bloodline within him. From the perspective of losing consciousness, this transcendent bloodline could indeed be deemed an ominous power. If one could truly harness such power, growing stronger in the face of adversity, then the Scions would truly embody the essence of a warrior race. Time slipped away, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Since his conversation with the old Kaioshin, Chumo's figure had remained suspended over the lake on the Kaioshin planet. At this moment, Chuemo maintained his Super Saiyan form. Yet compared to his earlier ferocity, he now exuded a much calmer aura. From a distance, he appeared more serene, embodying a simplicity akin to nature, a sense of returning to one's true essence. If the previous transformation into a Super Saiyan had been an expression of overwhelming violence, then Chumo's current state was gentle and composed, devoid of any excess turbulence. It seemed as though all his power had been completely mastered, with not a trace of it unleashed. After a long while, Chuemo finally opened his eyes. His once fierce green gaze had softened, now merely glimmering with a tranquil light, as if he had merged with the essence of the Kaioshin planet. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and his body began to float gracefully, enveloping everything within his sight. The Super Saiyan form was indeed too tempestuous. Even someone like me often finds himself dominated by that ferocious sensation. Thus, it can only be described as a powerful explosive state, while the realm built upon it is that of a demigod, where one fully masters the superpower. Through these 3 days, Chuemo finally grasped this concept, a smile slowly curving upon his lips. This was the state he had long pursued. Although the power of the Super Saiyan was formidable, it was unstable and imposed a significant burden on the body, making it impossible for Goku and Vegeta to engage in prolonged combat. According to the old Kaioshin, Chuemo had 2 choices. The first was to continue evolving from the foundation of the Super Saiyan, leading to a higher evolution of life forms, where strength and speed would be 100-fold greater than before. This would be Super Saiyan 4. The second option was to absorb the power of the Super Saiyan, comprehend the demigod realm, and ultimately transcend into the divine realm. He could then utilize the divine realm to cultivate the transcendent bloodline, growing stronger in the face of challenges. achieving a true divinity on par with the god of destruction. P.S. Dear readers, do you believe that the author's approach to controlling the transcendent bloodline is feasible? Should the development lean towards Super Saiyan 4, or perhaps towards Super Saiyan Blue and Ultra Instinct, or a combination of Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4, or even directly to the transcendent form? If you have better suggestions, please leave a comment. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 54. Gohan and Buu. Were he an ordinary scion, he would be compelled to choose a singular path. However, Chu-Mo is unlike others. With the aid of a system, the Super Saiyan bloodline and the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline do not conflict, allowing him to simultaneously attain divine realms while mastering the legendary Super Saiyan lineage. Furthermore, he can evolve beyond the Super Saiyan form, progressing to Super Saiyan 4 and beyond. Essentially, this is akin to the distinction between Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Neither form is superior to the other, representing different choices in the pursuit of power. Currently, Chu-Mo's method involves absorbing the strength of the Super Saiyan to ascend into the demigod realm, a mysterious state akin to that which Gohan achieved with the assistance of the old Kai. He intends to continue his ascent until he becomes a true deity. In the divine state, he can fully absorb the powers of the Super Saiyan, unleashing extraordinary strength in his natural form. After much contemplation, an epiphany struck Chu-Mo, and a faint smile graced his lips as he once again closed his eyes in concentration. Crackle! A bolt of lightning split the sky above the Kaioshin planet. Crackle! A series of soft sounds echoed, slicing through the air. It was then that Chu-Mo's long golden hair, which had cascaded down to his waist, began to shorten, gradually darkening in hue. When he finally opened his eyes once more, even his emerald gaze had transformed entirely to obsidian. More significantly, the golden aura that enveloped him had vanished, rendering him seemingly like an ordinary person. With black hair and black eyes, he appeared to be in a state of normalcy. Yet a tuft of hair stood defiantly at his forehead, exuding an aura of coldness. The Super Saiyan form that once enveloped Chu-Mo has finally dissipated, leaving behind a state of pure simplicity and authenticity. Chu-Mo carefully attuned himself to the strength coursing through his body, profoundly satisfied with this state. He could not help but exclaim, "It is truly astonishing. This condition surpasses even that of a Super Saiyan." If the Super Saiyan form represented a fourfold increase, then his current state must possess at least an eightfold enhancement. Furthermore, it remained remarkably stable, with a consumption rate that was both low and environmentally friendly. Suddenly, with a soft thud, Chu-Mo unleashed a punch, causing the vast lake to erupt in tumultuous waves. The power of his normal state could be controlled with such exquisite precision at this moment, it was simply marvelous. With a radiant smile, Chu-Mo gently floated, gliding smoothly across the surface of the lake before descending onto the ground. He could sense the vast and surging energy within him. Yet every movement he made exuded an aura of tranquility. This marked a new realm for demigods, distinctly different from the previous brutish levels, undoubtedly signifying his ascension to a higher plane. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in task and receiving the check-in gift package. Would you like to open it immediately? Open. Chu-Mo harbored great anticipation for the sign-in gift package in the realm of the King of Worlds. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully opening the sign-in gift package and acquiring an SS-level enhancement potential superpower. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Divine Fire Seed. SS-level enhancement potential, capable of elevating an ordinary individual's potential to the realm of a Super Saiyan billion. Divine Fire Seed, upon the ascension from demigod to true god. Igniting the Divine Fire will culminate in the achievement of the Divine Realm. Furthermore, this can directly elevate the Divine Realm to the level of a god of destruction. Wow! How exhilarating! This journey was indeed worthwhile, as it not only resolved the instability of the Super Saiyan but also paved the way for complete control over the transcendent bloodline. What a delightful experience! However, before Chu-Mo could bask in his joy, an ominous piece of news arrived. Mr. Chu-Mo, the situation has turned dire. The expression of the King of Worlds, Scion, was complex, leaving Chu-Mo somewhat perplexed. What happened? Has there been an incident in the underworld? Chu-Mo believed that Vegeta was still unwilling to merge, which led to the amplification of the malevolent wave. No, the matters of the underworld have already been resolved. Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta utilized the fusion technique to awaken Gogeta, who swiftly purified the malevolent wave in a matter of moments. The crisis of the underworld was resolved 2 days ago. If it is not a matter of the underworld, could it possibly pertain to Earth? Is it conceivable that Gohan cannot defeat Buu? This seems implausible. Chuma possesses unwavering confidence in Sun Wukong. Under his influence, Sun Wukong has undergone significant transformation. No longer solely aspiring to be a learned individual as depicted in the anime. This brings us to the dilemma of Bu. Initially, Sun Wukong held an undeniable advantage upon his entrance, yet inexplicably, Gotenks intervened, forcefully engaging in combat with Bu. Tragically, he was consumed by Bu, followed shortly by Mr. Sun Wukong meeting the same fate. The Supreme Kai, feeling utterly helpless, lamented the unfortunate turn of events, as an excellent situation was recklessly sabotaged by two mischievous children, leaving matters even worse than before. Were Goku and Vegeta not involved in this predicament? Chuma remarked, indeed, they are currently engaged in battle with Gohan Bu. However, Gohan Bu has become exceedingly formidable. Even Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta, without their fusion, are no match for him. The Supreme Kaioshin wore a distressed expression. Chapter 55, The Unreliable Supreme Kai, he mused. I hope they aren't quarreling again. Since they fused into Vegito to defeat the evil spirit bomb, they should be able to combine forces to confront Gohan Bu as well. As expected, the Supreme Kaioshin spread his hands and said, yes. Those two scions have indeed had a falling out. Consequently, they lost the opportunity to fuse, and now they can only take turns battling Gohan Bu. If it weren't for the Senzu beans sustaining them, they would have likely met their demise long ago. Very well, I understand now. Chuma found himself at a loss for words. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind the quarrel between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, it was evident that the fusion technique required time to complete its ritual, rendering it rather inconvenient. By the way, don't you possess the Patera earrings, Supreme Kai? Those also facilitate fusion. Did you not offer them to them? Chuma was suddenly engulfed in confusion. Although there was no Vegeta, one could still have Vegeto. Wait a moment. Could it be that the Supreme Kai was too fearful for his own life to make the journey? As he spoke, Chuma cast a skeptical glance at Supreme Kaioshin. Ah, today's sun is splendid. It is perfect for a swim. I shall take my leave for a while. Supreme Kaioshin felt a flush of heat on his face and hastily sought an excuse. Indeed, it seems that one can rely on the Supreme Kai. Even a sow can climb a tree. Shuemo cast a disdainful glance at the Supreme Kai of this realm. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. He still had the task of signing in to eliminate Bu, and now was the opportune moment to proceed with its completion. Upon discovering the mysterious realm he had created, Shumo found himself able to faintly sense the aura of the god of the realm, Shin, and others. He understood in his heart that the path he had chosen was indeed the right one. Hand over those earrings to me. Shumo spoke softly. The Kaioshin hastily handed over the item and then dove into the lake. Sensing the auras of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Shumo pressed his two fingers to his forehead, and his figure instantly vanished from the Kaioshin realm. Upon witnessing Chumo's disappearance, the distant Jebit finally felt a sense of relief. The oppressive aura emitted by that detestable individual was overwhelming, and if he did not leave soon, he would nearly succumb to despair. Vegeta, we must find a place to fuse. Sun Wukong exclaimed urgently, realizing that their supply of Senzu beans was dwindling. Together, they could barely withstand the assaults from Gohan and Bu. If this continued, the Earth would be doomed. In fact, it was already on the brink of destruction. Under the immense energy collision, less than a third of the Earth remained intact. The rest had been obliterated. From high above, one could see that only the towering Karen Tower was still standing, which was precisely where Goku and Krillin were taking refuge. The powerful energy waves were being neutralized by the tower's protective aura. Karen, with a battle power in the trillions, although unable to completely eradicate Gohan and Bu, had no trouble safeguarding the Karen Tower. It could be said that even if the Earth were lost, the Karen Tower would persist. This fulfilled Chumo's promise to protect the tower. As for everything else, Karen was indifferent. Wait, there's an additional aura. It's my dear husband. He has finally returned. Suddenly, Karen stood up, her gaze fixed intently on the distance. What is wrong, Karen? Krillin and the others inquired with great curiosity, wondering what had transpired. Had Wukong and Vegeta failed? Nothing at all. My husband is back, Karen replied with a faint smile. What? Chumo has returned? Why can't I sense his aura? Krillin exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it's strange that we cannot perceive Chumo's energy, Yamcha and Krillin remarked, puzzled. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were equally bewildered as Gohan and Bu suddenly exploded. They were at a loss for what had occurred. It was only when they recognized the figure before them that they understood Chumo had come back. Chumo, you have finally arrived. However, your aura. Sun Wukong exclaimed with joy, only to furrow his brow in confusion as he realized he could not sense Chumo's energy. Had he not been standing right in front of him, he might have believed it to be an illusion. TCH, showing off. Arriving now when it was earlier or later would have sufficed. But why can't I feel his aura at all? Vegeta, though pleased, was more irked by Chumo's display of bravado. As Chume remained silent, the figure of Gohan Buu across from him reverted to his human form. Upon seeing Chume with his dark hair and ebony eyes, Gohan Buu erupted into laughter. I remember you. I have eagerly awaited your arrival. It is time for me to exact my revenge. You must be feeling rather powerless now. Gohan Buu perceived Chume's aura to be faint, leading him to believe that Chume had lost much of his fighting spirit. This presented the perfect opportunity for vengeance, as he had once been relentlessly pursued and terrorized. However, now that he had absorbed such formidable power, he felt no fear. It was time to reclaim his dignity. It seems you still lack intelligence. Do you truly believe I am incapable now? Come, let us find out. With that, Chume beckoned Gohan Buu with a flick of his index finger. He then tossed a pair of earrings to Goku and Vegeta. I will handle him for a moment, but after that, I shall leave the rest to you. Here are a pair of fusion earrings. You may consider whether to use them. They should function similarly to your fusion technique, and in terms of duration, they may last even longer. Chapter 56. The birth of Vegito. The Potera earrings will only separate once the energy is fully expended. As demonstrated in the anime when they faced Zamasu, where the energy was prematurely depleted. However, it is evident that Gohan Buu currently lacks the power to do so. Now it is your turn, Chume. Gohan Buu sneered. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chume's figure materialized instantly before him. Bang! Chumo's fist struck heavily against the abdomen of Gohan Buu. Ugh! Ah! Gohan Buu let out a piercing scream, his eyes nearly bulging out, as his stomach contorted into a lobster-like arc. How's that for an attack? Chumo let out a cold laugh, delivering a knee strike that sent Gohan Buu flying. Whoosh! Following that, another energy blast surged forth. Boom! The earth trembled once more, a torrent of magma erupting into the sky, causing even the Korin Tower to shake. A cloud of pink flesh scattered through the air, obliterated in an instant. Gohan Buu's combat power had significantly increased compared to the anime, reaching several trillion. Yet, to Chumo, it was merely child's play. If one energy blast proved insufficient, then two would suffice. The pink flesh suspended in the air began to coalesce once more. However, adhering to the established routine, as soon as Gohan Buu regained his humanoid form, Chumo hurled another energy sphere toward him. Boom, boom, boom. A sequence of terrifying tremors ensued. Each time Gohan Buu barely took shape, he was mercilessly obliterated by Chumo, a truly brutal spectacle. Even the old Supreme Kai, residing within the Kaioshin realm, could hardly bear to witness it. Chumo, what are you doing? Just finish him off. You possess the power to do so. The old Supreme Kai expressed pity for Gohan Buu. Nevertheless, Kaioshin Shin found the scene quite enjoyable. Yes, Mr. Chumo, demonstrate your might to Buu. He has instilled fear for countless millennia. It is high time to release a sigh of relief. For 5 hours, the system's notification sound persisted. Finally, ding. Congratulations, host, for annihilating Buu for the nth time, successfully completing the sign-in task and receiving the sign-in gift package. Phew, at last, it is done. My hands are utterly exhausted. Please refrain from issuing such monstrous sign-in tasks in the future. Chumo gazed at the Majin Buu, who was regaining his human form, and let out a sigh of relief. Who are you, exactly? Majin Buu, now restored to his human visage, did not exhibit anger. Instead, a look of sheer terror washed over his face as he regarded Chumo. Having perished over 1,000 times, he was acutely aware of the opponent's formidable strength, far surpassing his own. Thus, for the very first time, fear manifested upon Majin Buu's countenance. Who am I? Did you not already know? Son Goku declared. Vegeta, the rest is up to you. How you proceed is entirely your decision. Majin Buu had absorbed Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, while Chumo possessed the capacity to eliminate him directly. Doing so in front of their fathers seemed rather inappropriate. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged a knowing glance and nodded. Having reached a consensus, each donned the Potera earrings, and a brilliant light erupted, heralding the emergence of one of the universe's most potent fused warriors, Vegito. Indeed, he was remarkably powerful. Even in his normal state, Vegito's battle prowess was several million, far exceeding their Super Saiyan transformations. Upon comparison, Chumo recognized Vegito's extraordinary might. He truly lived up to his reputation as a formidable force. You want to intervene? will you? Majin Buu inquired, for if this individual chose to meddle, there would be no point in the battle. I will not. This is your fight, Chuemo replied. Chuemo spread his hands and said, hey, hurry up. Once I'm done with you, I still have to contend with Chuemo. The demeanor of the tyrant incited Gohan Buu's wrath, provoking an immediate clash. Having already been humiliated by Chuemo, he could hardly tolerate being further insulted by this defeated foe. After all, he was a formidable demon who had instilled fear in the Supreme Kai for countless millennia, a once mighty being on the brink of universal domination. However, Gohan Buu soon fell into despair, realizing that he was still no match for his opponent. The ensuing events were predictably tragic for Gohan Buu, who suffered yet another severe defeat. Ultimately, Vegeta feigned absorption, infiltrating Gohan Buu's body to rescue Goku, Goten, and Trunks. To Chuemo's surprise, Fat Buu also emerged. Upon seeing Chuemo, Fat Buu was overtaken by an expression of sheer terror. From now on, follow me, and I shall treat you to a life of luxury and indulgence. Chuemo spoke softly. Is there anything delicious? Of course, I am quite wealthy. You can have whatever you desire. Here, take this pudding jelly. As he spoke, Chuemo produced a universal capsule containing several tons of pudding jelly. Wow, this is delectable, exclaimed Fat Buu, momentarily forgetting Chuemo's earlier terrifying demeanor. With such a figure to indulge him, he felt at ease. After rescuing 3 children, Vegeta no longer held back. He now had a more formidable target to engage with, and was disinclined to waste words. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy blast, obliterating the evil Buu into nothingness. All done. Vegeta clapped his hands, appearing utterly relaxed. Chapter 57. Battling in the Kaioshin realm. Vegeta then turned his gaze towards Chuemo. His intentions unmistakable. If you wish to fight me, I have no objections. However, we must first restore Earth. Moreover, both Bulma and Chi-Chi have perished. We ought to resurrect them, don't you think? Chuemo spoke directly. All right. Naturally, Vegeta would not delay the resurrection of his beloved. However, as Chuemo observed Vegeta, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. If these two continued in this manner, wouldn't Vegeta be able to indulge with both Chi-Chi and Bulma? How amusing. Upon returning to the God Palace, Hao rushed into Chuemo's embrace. Well, we are already like an old married couple. Let us make our wish first to restore the Earth, and then we can enjoy some intimacy later. Chuemo playfully tapped the pert backside of the number. How annoying. Upon seeing Fat Buu following closely, Number expressed a hint of confusion and inquired. He will be our caretaker from now on. Once we have children, we can rely on him to assist us. Heh, it will suffice to provide him with some delectable treats each day. Chuemo chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, it was clear to all that this plump Buu had once again been deceived by her own husband. Nevertheless, this Buu possessed commendable fighting prowess, and with his seemingly gentle demeanor, he would make an excellent caretaker. Dandy, please present the Dragon Balls. It is time to restore the Earth and resurrect humanity. Chuemo remarked, no problem. I have long been prepared. The celestial deity Dandy chuckled, acknowledging Chuemo's remarkable foresight in placing the Dragon Balls within the heavenly temple, which facilitated their swift summoning. Before long, the mighty dragon was conjured forth, and under the enhancement of the new celestial deity Dandy, this dragon was now capable of granting 3 wishes. Following a flurry of wishes, the dragon's power enveloped the earth, swiftly restoring it and reviving those who had perished. Moreover, Chuemo seized the opportunity to wish for an augmentation of the Earth's resilience. Having grown accustomed to life on Earth, he deemed it essential to bolster its strength. The fortified Earth was rendered impervious to destruction by any force possessing combat prowess below 1 billion. Well, everyone has been revived. Now it is time for us to commence our battle, Chuemo, Vegeta stated after a considerable pause. Chuemo gazed at Vegeta for a moment, then smiled and said, very well, I too wish to engage in battle with you. However, Earth is evidently unsuitable. Let us venture elsewhere. Turning to his wife, he added, my dear, please await my return. I shall entrust our home to you. With a swift motion, Chuemo executed an instantaneous teleportation alongside Vegeta, arriving at the Supreme Kai's realm. Upon witnessing their sudden appearance, Supreme Kaioshin wore a perplexed expression and inquired, Mr. Chuemo, what brings you here? Nearby, Jebet wore an expression of disdain, though he refrained from displaying his true feelings. After all, this was the Supreme Kai's domain, and the frequent presence of ordinary individuals irked him. We believe the Supreme Kai's planet is sufficiently vast, a perfect venue for combat. Chuemo chuckled softly. What? Are you planning to fight here? The King of Worlds, Shin, instantly turned pale. You must be joking. With your immense power, Fighting here would obliterate this planet. Are you intent on destroying your own home? Even the old Kai, who had been engrossed in reading a Riska book from a distance, approached, bewildered, staring at Chumo and Vegeta. King of Worlds. This area has been temporarily appropriated by us. You should leave at once. We are about to commence. Vegeta stated coldly, viewing combat as his sole priority. You mere mortals truly are. Jebet began to express his discontent, but before he could finish, he was sent flying by Vegeta. Although he possessed Goku's consciousness, Vegeta's own awareness was displeased with Jebet's descent. Ultimately, the three Kings of Worlds departed from the King of Worlds planet, as it had become perilous. Come on, Chumo. Let us not squander any more time. I am ready to unleash my full power, Vegeta proclaimed loudly. Chumo's gaze grew earnest as he declared, very well. Let us proceed. I too wish to experience the might of the ultimate fusion warrior. He estimated that his battle power was comparable to that of Super Vegeto. Vegeto bellowed, his golden aura surging dramatically, causing the very ground of King Kai's planet to fracture relentlessly. Chumo was also gathering his energy. But being in a mysterious realm, his energy was exceptionally serene, with not a hint of it leaking. A layer of silvery aura surrounded him, reminiscent of the effortless mastery seen in anime. Come on, Vegeta shouted, and in an instant, his figure vanished, appearing right before Chumo. Indeed, he was remarkably strong. Chumo did not show weakness. He unleashed a powerful punch with all his might. Bang! The collision of their fists caused the ground to fracture violently. Deep cracks revealed the star core within, spreading over thousands of kilometers, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Ancestors, such power is truly formidable. One punch has devastated more than half of our divine planet. The King of Worlds, Scion, wore a bitter smile. This was the strongest divine planet. Yet it could not withstand their combined strength. One could only imagine how extraordinary they truly were. Your vision is lacking. The force of this punch is perhaps less than 1% of its true potential, which they each bore. Otherwise, the divine planet would have exploded. The old King of Worlds remarked, observing the scene within the crystal ball, and playfully tapped Xion on the head. Yes, I understand, ancestor. Xion exclaimed, clutching his head. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Within the crystal ball, the figures of Emo and Vegeta became indistinct. Their combat speed was astounding. The entire planet seemed to be filled with their fleeting forms, each appearance quickly followed by another distant manifestation. Appear, disappear, reappear, vanish. The ferocity of the battle was almost overwhelming, leaving the two supreme deities and one divine attendant in sheer astonishment. It's over. My King of Worlds planet is being destroyed. The old King of Worlds appeared on the verge of tears. That was his stronghold, and he had many precious treasures yet to be retrieved. Alas, they were far too powerful. In our universe, they were the strongest. What can be done? Xion felt utterly helpless, realizing that as a King of Worlds, he was utterly outmatched, even by a mere fraction of a mortal's strength. On the distant Earth, despite the countless dimensions separating them, Goku and Gohan sensed the intense tremors. Incredible. Is this the power of Dad and Uncle Vegeta fused together? Gohan was astonished at the magnitude of strength achieved through their fusion. However, he was even more shocked by Chumo. He knew Chumo was strong, but never imagined him to possess such overwhelming power. Stupid husband. I bet you're feeling the strain too. The might of this fused warrior is truly remarkable. I cannot compare. Truly, they are the natural rivals of the Scions. The woman squinted towards the sky, where the intense energy fluctuations could be felt. Those two formidable energies emanated from Chumo and Vegeta. Boom. Once more. A tremendous shockwave reverberated, sending both figures retreating over 1,000 meters. What exhilaration! Come on, Chumo. My strength is far from trivial. Bring it on, strongest fused warrior. I shall not be defeated. Chumo felt his blood boiling throughout his entire being. This was the second time in history that he unleashed his full power. Moreover, this experience surpassed his previous encounter with Shalu in both exhilaration and excitement. This time, it was a pure battle. And the Scion's innate warrior spirit compelled all three parties to resist the notion of bringing this conflict to a close. Chumo was enveloped in a shimmering silver aura, making him particularly striking. Meanwhile, Beijite radiated a resplendent golden flame, brimming with combat fervor. The two advanced towards each other with the swiftness of lightning, engaging in a fierce clash in an instant. In the heavens above, the golden and silver auras collided ceaselessly, with neither yielding an inch. Chumo, receive my punch. Before he could finish his declaration, Beijite's figure darted forward like a streak of lightning, instantly crossing the expanse between them and appearing at Chumo's right side. His emerald eyes flickered with intensity as the immense force of his fist surged forward. In that fleeting moment, the overwhelming pressure of his punch seemed to freeze the surrounding space, compelling Chumo to brace himself for the impact. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, and the area behind Chumo exhibited signs of rupture, revealing an abyss of endless void. Very well. Faced with Beijite's formidable blow, Chumo did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He moved his palm, unleashing an immense force in an instant. The collision echoed with a thunderous roar as their fists met. Chumo deftly intercepted the full-force punch delivered by Vegeta. In that fleeting moment, he silently maneuvered behind Vegeta and executed a swift knife-hand strike aimed at his neck. Such astonishing speed. You nearly succeeded. Vegeta sneered, retaliating with a punch of his own. Bang! Both Vegeta and Chumo were sent reeling by the force of their respective energies, unable to suppress their winces of pain. Clearly, they had both sustained injuries from the clash, the agony palpable. Another resounding crash echoed as Chumo and Vegeta were propelled backward. Yet, they both deftly stepped into the void beneath them, the sky revealing a layer of air that appeared almost solid, ripples radiating outward. Vegeta launched a fierce punch towards Chumo's face. Even before contact, the pressure from his fist caused discomfort to Chumo's visage. Damn it, don't hit the face. I still needed to earn a living. With great fury, Chumo could not believe that he had been struck. He swiftly evaded the ferocious punch by sidestepping and retaliated with a powerful elbow strike. Yet, the confrontation was far from over. He followed up with a knee thrust aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta chuckled, and despite having missed his initial attack on Chumo, he adeptly shifted his stance, blocking the knee strike with his right fist. However, in a seamless transition, Chumo's elbow connected forcefully with Vegeta's chest. A resounding impact echoed as both combatants were sent hurtling back. In Chapter 59, the clash intensified. After being struck by Chumo, Vegeta, propelled through the air, managed to kick off from the ground, landing a blow squarely on Chumo's chest. The two were evenly matched, nearly on the verge of bloodshed. Despite their remarkable physical resilience, the force unleashed between them was overwhelmingly potent. The sheer impact obliterated a third of the King Kai's planet, leaving a gaping crater that revealed the very core of the star. This is disastrous. My garden has been utterly ruined, lamented King Kai, irked by the destructive antics of the Scions, who seemed utterly devoid of appreciation for beauty. If he were able to contend with them, he would have undoubtedly expelled these two ruffians. Nearby, Jebbet watched in utter dismay, feeling his heart ache as a third of the planet he had painstakingly nurtured for eons was annihilated. Within the crystal sphere, the figures of Chumo and Vegeta vanished once more, leaving only the resounding echoes of sonic booms in their wake. They had been engaged in their fierce battle for a full 2 hours, still locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, the ground erupted. Countless fissures extended deep to the star's core, with torrents of molten lava surging forth at temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. Chumo exhaled deeply and remarked with a smile, "Look at the time. Your energy is nearly depleted. It is time to determine the victor. Come now, Vegeta. Let me see the limits of my capabilities." "No problem. What follows shall be my utmost power." Super Saiyan. Vegeta's lips curled into a smile. Golden waves of energy erupted from within Vegeta, cascading into the cosmos, while the heavens roared with thunder and lightning. Purple and gold bolts descended from the depths of the universe, creating a scene of unparalleled terror. The boundless energy waves caused countless massive boulders on King Kai's planet to levitate, while the ocean formed serpentine tides that surged skyward. Sensing the overwhelming force before him, Chumo recognized that Vegeta's combat prowess had surpassed his own. If his current mysterious state was at 1 trillion, then Vegeta's heightened state must be at least 4 trillion. Such formidable energy could only be sustained by Vegeta for a fleeting minute. Noticing a small tuft of hair at the front of Vegeta's forehead, Chumo understood it was his turn to strike. Fourfold Kaioshin. With a roar, a crimson aura enveloped the silver flame, as if wrapping it in a protective shroud. The surging waves of energy shattered the mountains of King Kai's planet, while the sea seemed to be lifted by an unseen hand. Countless torrents of water swirling in the air. "Our home is lost," King Kai lamented inwardly, mourning the destruction of his millions of years of residence. "Well, there are many other planets. You can always choose another worthy one. If not for your years of cowardice, this would not have come to pass. Consider it a reward for their triumph over Buu and the evil spirit." Truly, the old Kai is wise, with foresight beyond the present. He understood that warriors like Chumo and Vegeta were the strongest in the 7th universe, and their assistance would be indispensable for the future. Far away, both Earth and Namek sensed the tremors of their planets, as if an invisible force were battering them. Panic ensued as everyone rushed into open spaces, gazing at the quaking ground, uncertain of the cause. How terrifying! Gohan gritted his teeth and spoke tremulously. Even he, despite his might, felt a shiver under such overwhelming power. Krillin and the others, although having reached the Super Saiyan threshold, displayed a vulnerability that rendered them weaker than ordinary individuals, collapsing involuntarily to the ground. This was the soul's fear of absolute power. Even the realm of destruction began to tremble. As the god of destruction, Beerus, was on the verge of awakening. Whis swiftly waved his staff, isolating the overwhelming energy and halting the quaking of the divine planet. What on earth has transpired? Allow me to witness it. With a flick of his staff, Whis conjured an image of Chuma and Vegeta. It turned out that these two were the source of the disturbance, and he was astounded by the magnitude of their power. One was a fused warrior, while the other was forcefully employing the Kaioshin technique, truly formidable. Upon witnessing the might of Chuma and Vegeta, even Whis was taken aback. Their strength was undeniably close to 70% of Beerus's own power. Vegeta was to be expected, as he was a fusion, but Chuma was different. He stood alone. In that moment, even Whis could not maintain his usual composure. His gaze firmly fixed on the scene of Chuma and Vegeta. Behold my most powerful strike. Chuma and Vegeta exclaimed in unison, Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Boom! Boom! As their furious shouts echoed, Vegeta unleashed a powerful wave of radiant white energy, shooting forth with tremendous force. Chuma unleashed a radiant wave of silver and crimson light, hurtling towards Vegeta's position. At last, I have reached the milestone of 100,000 words. I plan to launch it on Wednesday, and I hope for your generous support. After much deliberation, we are set to embark on a journey. The pacing of the narrative has been somewhat languid, but I shall hasten it towards the climax and the subsequent developments. Chapter 60 features a significant character who wishes to meet you. The atmosphere trembled with a thunderous roar. The immense energy collided, causing the King Kai's planet to evaporate instantaneously, vanishing from existence. Oh my! The two let out cries of fury. In that moment, their strength was measured solely by their roars. One was Vegeta, who had never known defeat in this exchange, while the other was Chuma, the mightiest individual warrior at present. Who among them is truly the strongest? The formidable energy persisted for a full minute, under the force of their clash. Even the galaxy that housed the King Kai's planet shattered, with thousands of celestial bodies obliterated. What was once a densely packed array of planets now lay barren, as if a bulldozer had swept through, leaving a vast emptiness. Fortunately, these celestial bodies harbored no life. Yet, the two warriors continued unabated, their forms becoming ethereal, tracing straight lines across the sky as they resumed their frenetic dance of collision. Amidst the cacophony of violent explosions, their silhouettes were once again sent hurtling backwards. Chuma began to breathe heavily. The intensity of this battle was truly exhausting. Were it not for his entry into the mysterious realm, even boundless energy would likely have proven insufficient to endure. Similarly, Vegeta was in a comparable state, with several bruises marking his body, although he too was panting. Both Vegeta and Chuma were expressions of exhilaration. This encounter was immensely gratifying, and Chuma, I eagerly await our next clash. Having fought with all his might, Vegeta recognized that he could no longer sustain this level of exertion. No problem, he replied. I, too, wish to continue our duel. Chuma sensed that his comprehension of power had advanced yet another step, befitting his status as one of the mightiest fusion warriors. Following their bout, Vegeta's form suddenly began to shimmer and, in a brief moment, transformed into two distinct figures, none other than Son Wukong and Vegeta. I must seek out the Dragon of Namek to restore these planets, otherwise, the Supreme Kai will no longer permit our presence in this battle. Chuma smiled, believing that the Polona lizard would indeed restore this place. Vegeta and I shall take our leave. This battle has been truly enjoyable. Son Goku chuckled lightly. However, Vegeta held a different perspective, sneering, Chuma, next time I shall challenge you personally. Do not revel too much in your victory. This time, he did not entertain thoughts of challenging Chuma, for after witnessing the recent battle with Vegeta, he was acutely aware of the disparity between them and resolved to train even harder. I shall await your challenge. With a smile, Chuma pointed with two fingers and departed from the realm of the King of Worlds. However, it seemed that the instantaneous movement had failed this time. He found himself suspended in a kaleidoscopic space, where everything around him was in rapid motion, yet he felt as though he were in a state of stillness. A spatial tunnel? Chuma was taken aback. Was this not the time-space tunnel belonging to Weiss from the anime? Goodness, this place is perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead him to an unknown dimension. Just as Chuemo was engulfed in confusion, a turquoise figure materialized before him. An angel? Weiss? Chuemo was taken aback. Had he truly caught the attention of this influential figure? Indeed, you are aware of my existence. It seems that you, a visitor from the future, possess quite an intriguing nature. Weiss maintained his casual demeanor. Chuemo was taken aback for a moment, but soon comprehended that it was likely the fierce battle with Vegeta that had caught Whiss's attention. Given Whiss's extraordinary abilities, discerning his origins from a future timeline would be a trivial task. However, from the current circumstances, it appeared that Whiss had not realized he hailed from an alternate realm. This detail seemed to have escaped his notice. After all, being from the future, he inherently possessed knowledge of certain matters. Chuemo chuckled lightly, unperturbed by Whiss. Angels are forbidden from intervening in mortal affairs. Even Frieza, a formidable being, was disregarded by Whiss. To these celestial beings, all mortals appear alike, unworthy of their consideration. And life itself pales in comparison. Since Whiss had brought him here, it was evident that he intended to confront him. Otherwise, the situation would not warrant such elaborate arrangements. You are quite astute. I sought you out for a reason. A certain esteemed individual wishes to meet you, Whiss stated. No sooner had he spoken than ripples danced through the colorful tunnel, and an orange-haired little girl emerged from the shimmering waves, appearing before Chuemo and Whiss. The Kaioshin of time? Cain. Upon seeing her figure, a name surfaced in Chuemo's mind. She was a formidable deity tasked with preserving time and safeguarding the continuum. It seemed that another future great being had once served under her, ultimately leading to their entrapment by the mighty Frieza. Yet, that was a tale for another time. Moreover, this Kaioshin of time possessed a transformation that rendered her an unparalleled beauty. Whiss approached her with a respectful bow, smiling as he proclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed Kaioshin of time. Mr. Whiss, I thank you for introducing me to such an extraordinary individual." The Kaioshin of time responded with a smile, then stepped closer to Chuemo, observing him with curiosity. Chapter 61. Comprehending time abilities. Indeed, your aura does not belong to this timeline. Furthermore, your strength is formidable, and your heart is imbued with righteousness, which aligns perfectly with my expectations. The little girl, embodying the Kaioshin of time, nodded repeatedly, appearing quite pleased. What is it that you wish to accomplish? Chuemo felt a sense of bewilderment. If the Kaioshin of time was not there to apprehend him, and was instead concerned with maintaining the balance of time and space, what was her true intention? I am Cain. Chuemo, would you be interested in becoming an apprentice Kaioshin of time? The little girl's request sent a thrill through Chuemo's heart. Could it be that my overwhelming aura of dominance has erupted? Chuemo, becoming an apprentice Kaioshin of time is not a role for just anyone. Each Kaioshin of time has but one apprentice. In 1,000,000 years, you shall be the new Kaioshin of time, Weiss interjected, causing Chuemo to roll his eyes in exasperation. 1,000,000 years? Good grief, isn't that the longest apprenticeship imaginable? Does this count as the most extended temporary position? Nevertheless, upon reflection, this didn't seem overly burdensome. For a deity, it was but a fleeting moment. Even Beerus has served as a god of destruction for billions of years. And East Kaioshin has held his title for over 10,000 years. A mere 1,000,000 years is hardly a concern. Observing Chuemo's expression, the little girl quickly discerned his thoughts and giggled. Mr. Weiss is merely jesting. If you progress swiftly enough, I may even retire early. Haha, may I inquire? It seems that the Kaioshin possesses a time ring, does it not? Is it not the Kaioshin who maintains the flow of time? Chuemo reminisced about the anime where Zamasu sees the time ring of the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, allowing him to traverse between the past and the present. He pondered how many Supreme Kais could stand up to him. Typically, Supreme Kais are tasked with creation, while the time rings merely facilitate the restoration of the disrupted temporal order. Our role is to apprehend or seal the malevolent beings that jeopardize the fabric of time. The Supreme Kai of Time, Cain, offered a knowing glance and elucidated that indeed, among the 12 universes depicted in the anime, most Supreme Kai serve in auxiliary capacities, rendering them less formidable than the apprentice Supreme Kai Zamasu of Universe 10. It is no wonder that although Superfu possesses strength surpassing that of Kamba, he harbors a degree of trepidation towards the Super Saiyan 4 versions of Goku and Vegeta, as they serve the Supreme Kai of Time. Superfu's true fear lies with Cain, for Cain has sealed his parents, Tawa and Mira. With Cain's explanation, Chuemo comprehended that the Supreme Kai of Time embodies a more combative archetype, particularly the apprentices who serve as vanguards. Nonetheless, he found this prospect rather intriguing. In fact, I believe it would be wise for you to consider this. Your abilities have likely attracted the attention of those who wish to manipulate time. Becoming an apprentice Supreme Kai of Time would greatly benefit you. Observing Chu Mo's growing interest, Kane seized the moment. Given your inclination, I see no option but to acquiesce. I am delighted to follow Lord Kane. Chu Mo extended his right hand. Kane paused for a moment before also reaching out her right hand. Upon their hands meeting, Chu Mo was instantly struck by a tingling sensation. How smooth. Once your strength reaches the level of a destroyer god, I shall grant you a formal position, she remarked, withdrawing her hand with an air of indifference. This fellow actually dared to take advantage of her. If Chu Mo were to comprehend Kane's thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim his innocence, for he had never harbored such notions. He merely found the situation rather slippery. At that moment, Weiss remarked, in the past, Lord Beerus was similarly positioned. He began his journey as an apprentice destroyer, only attaining his official status after 1,000,000 years of arduous training. 1,000,000 years. Thank goodness I am not he. Kane then produced a ring, resembling the time-space rings from anime, albeit this one was of a striking red hue. This time-space ring was specifically designed for Apprentice Supreme Kai, and upon achieving official status, it would transform into a resplendent gold. Chu Mo nodded, realizing that this golden hue was indeed possessed by the god of the realm. As soon as he donned the time and space ring, he heard the system's prompt once more. Ding! A new sign-in task has been issued. The host must journey to the G dimension, transcend to Super Saiyan 4, and complete the sign-in to receive the corresponding sign-in gift package. The G dimension? With a smile, Chu Mo found the situation rather intriguing. Your mental fortitude is impressive. You have the potential to master the power of time and space. I hope you grasp it soon. Kane narrowed her eyes with a smile, saying, if you need anything, you can summon me with the ring, though I may not always be available. Well then, I must take my leave. As soon as her words fell, the petite figure vanished. It seems that the Lord of Time and Space holds you in high regard. I too shall depart, this stated before leaving Chu Mo alone within the temporal tunnel. Hey, you must take me away from here. Chu Mo was taken aback. Is this truly a betrayal on my part? That stubborn girl, so petty, it was merely a gentle squeeze of her hand. At the very least, she could have instructed me on how to comprehend this. And that rascal Weiss, daring to abandon me here. Rest assured, I shall exact my revenge upon you one day. How impressive, indeed, are angels. Chu Mo, filled with indignation, lamented the lack of responsibility exhibited by these deities. With no other recourse, he resolved to explore what knowledge could be gleaned from this temporal ring. Chu Mo concentrated deeply, merging his essence into the ring of time and space. Upon entering, he felt as though he had stepped into a unique realm, reminiscent of a time tunnel, resplendent with vibrant hues. Here, time and space appeared to stand still. Chu Mo was immersed in the joy of comprehending the abilities of time and space, unaware of how much time had elapsed. After a period of profound realization, Chu Mo finally attained a preliminary mastery of temporal abilities. He could manipulate time within a limited scope, currently confined to mere seconds. However, the greater the range or the more formidable the opponent, the more energy was required to exert control over time. Chu Mo estimated that when it came to Beijite, he could only exert control for a mere fraction of a second. Moreover, this manipulation of time could either be accelerated or reversed. Having initially grasped the essence of temporal abilities, Chu Mo was suddenly reminded of another individual who wielded such powers. The technique of time skip. Upon comparing the two abilities, Chu Mo found himself uncertain as to which was superior. Ultimately, these abilities belong to the realm of superpowers. Their effectiveness closely tied to one's mental strength, and a brief duration rendered them challenging to employ effectively. Even for further enhancement proved to be a daunting task, let alone achieving limitless advancement. Consequently, it eventually abandoned the time skip in favor of relying on his own strength in battle. This decision also stemmed from the inherent drawbacks of the time skip, should one possess sufficient speed or if the user's strength was suppressed. The technique would struggle to yield results. It is important to clarify that with Kaioshin, the intent was to achieve a unique form of divinity, not merely to serve her. In simpler terms, the goal was to surpass her. Chapter 62. Journey to the GT World. However, Chu Mo's approach to time control was distinct, as it could be perpetually enhanced, potentially allowing him to traverse time with the same freedom as the Kaioshin of time, Kaioshin. Thus, despite the formidable challenge of mastering this temporal ability, Chu Mo would not be foolish enough to relinquish his pursuit of honing it. At that moment, Kaioshin's figure reappeared, her expression one of satisfaction as she regarded Chu Mo and remarked, "You truly are remarkable. To have comprehended the power of time so swiftly is commendable. You have proven yourself worthy. Chuemo fixed his gaze upon the little girl Kane, pondering how exquisite her adult form might be. If she is already so lovely now, her maturity must surely be remarkable. How long did it take me? Less than a day. Less than a day? Then my performance should be quite commendable. Chuemo inquired tentatively, how is it? Barely adequate, I suppose, Kane responded, visibly displeased by Chuemo's smug demeanor. Despite her efforts to maintain a facade of indifference, her inner turmoil was palpable. Goodness, not merely adequate. It's nothing short of extraordinary. To comprehend the power of time and space in just a day is an achievement far surpassing my own. Then, shall we depart from this place? Indeed, but I require your assistance to thwart the sinister machinations of the demon realm in another world. Where shall we go? To the demon realm? Chuemo furrowed his brow. He still needed to venture into the G dimension. A fellow named Fu had been causing chaos and had recently infiltrated the mirror world. Thus, it fell upon you to thwart him. I have sealed Fu's parents and have been suppressing them for years, preventing their prolonged escape. Therefore, this task is entrusted to you, Kaioshin elucidated. The mirror world? Presently. There exist 12 universes, each corresponding to another. We refer to our current realm as the main world, which follows the path of divine transcendence. In contrast, the mirror world adheres to the trajectory of life evolution. The relationship between the mirror world and the main world mirrors that of two corresponding universes, albeit with entirely divergent paths. Moreover, they exert mutual influence upon one another. Kaioshin continued, stating that everything in the mirror world is quite similar to that in the main world, with comparable strengths, save for the absence of angels and destroyers. Furthermore, you are not present. I have not detected your presence in the mirror world. Upon hearing this, Chuemo understood. It was not merely the eruption of his kingly aura, but rather the obscurity of his origins that had drawn attention. Coupled with the fact that the god of time required a free hand, he had unwittingly won this opportunity. Naturally, his unique prowess and mysterious background were among the reasons Kaioshin had chosen him. The so-called mirror world must indeed be the realm of Dragon Ball G. Nonetheless, it matters not. Regardless of the circumstances, I am now merely an apprentice, and I firmly believe that I shall soon attain formal status, Chuemo confidently stated, secretly adding that he would conveniently include her in his harem. Let us set forth, he declared. Kane, feeling somewhat bashful, decided to directly lead Chuemo into the mirrored world. I must return to inform my wife, for failing to do so would surely invite punishment. Chuemo spoke earnestly. The god of time stood in silence, yet ultimately escorted Chuemo back to Earth. 3 days later, after an affectionate exchange, Chuemo emerged feeling rejuvenated. Kane, somewhat displeased, cast a glance at the mischievous Chuemo, her heart weighed down by the fact that he had made her wait for a full 3 days, without uttering a word. The god of time, Kane, promptly led Chuemo into the time-space tunnel. As Chuemo observed the little lowly with a sullen expression, he understood that he was at fault and hesitated to speak. Once you arrive in that realm, should you encounter Fu, the time-space ring will offer you guidance. The rest shall be left to you. A year from now, I will come to fetch you. With that, Kaioshin abruptly cast Chuemo out of the time-space tunnel. How infuriating. I disdain you, petty goddess. Chuemo felt an overwhelming sense of despair as he was engulfed by a black hole. A wave of darkness descended upon him, and he sensed a formidable force of tearing within. He swiftly summoned all his combat prowess, exerting his utmost effort to activate the luminescent energy shield. Only then did the situation become somewhat bearable. The goddess, like any other woman, was equally capricious. Without adulation, one could not hope to succeed. Chuemo found the temperament of the little girl rather tempestuous, preferring the gentleness of his own account. Thus, he resolved that upon his return, he would certainly swat the little girl's bottom. It was uncertain how long he had lingered in the darkness, but eventually, the formidable energy shield of fluorescence was rent asunder by the tearing forces of time and space. Instantly, the overwhelming power of time and space began to tear at Chuemo's body, inflicting a sharp pain that caused him to sustain injuries in an instant. Truly, it was a case of embarking on a venture only to meet an untimely demise. Fortunately, the time-space ring proved its worth at that moment, enveloping Chuemo in a protective force, and he was no longer subject to harm. Goodness, it seems I had been wasting my expressions earlier with this. There was no need to endure anything at all. Chuemo shouted in protest, feeling wronged and suffering from an undeserved calamity. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally emerged from the darkness. As soon as he stepped out, the space-time ring emitted a brilliant red light, conjuring an image in his mind. Fu was just ahead, and Chuemo promptly followed. However, it wasn't long before the brilliance of the space-time ring faded, likely due to the considerable distance making it impossible to track. Alternatively, Fu might have possessed some means to obscure his presence, rendering Chu Mo unable to sense him. Otherwise, he would have been caught long ago. Thus, he decided to rest for a while, as time was plentiful. Upon landing, Chu Mo realized he had arrived near the western capital. He attempted to sense the energies on Earth. Ah, this is Vegeta's energy, surprisingly strong, nearly on par with that of the other side. It seems that Kane was correct. The main world does indeed influence the mirrored world, resulting in a significantly greater battle power here than in the G dimension. After a few moments of perception, Chu Mo realized that neither Sun Wukong nor Trunks were present. He immediately understood that Sun Wukong must have transformed into his smaller form and, along with Trunks and Xiao Fang, embarked on a quest across various planets in the universe to seek the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Chu Mo sensed a rather remarkable aura nearby and swiftly pointed his fingers to his forehead, teleporting to the source of the energy. There, at the entrance of a flower shop, a young man with short hair was speaking to a girl with brown, curly hair, saying, "Paris, these flowers are all for you. Do you like them?" Paris appeared delighted, just as she was about to accept the bouquet when, unexpectedly, the young man's expression changed abruptly. He positioned himself protectively in front of her, his demeanor turning tense. "Wu Tian, what is wrong?" Paris whispered. As the daughter of a super-rich family, she was aware of the existence of many powerful individuals and recognized Wu Tian's formidable strength. Thus, seeing him adopt such a wary stance indicated the emergence of a formidable adversary. Chapter 63. Who are you? Shu. Wu Tian gestured for silence. Then cautiously observed the man ahead. "Kid, your sensing ability is quite impressive." Chu Mo emerged from the shadows. The act of instantaneous movement might betray a hint of presence, which allowed Sun Wukong to perceive the arrival of a formidable being. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong maintained a vigilant demeanor, feeling a tremor coursing through his body. He had never encountered Chu Mo before, yet he sensed an aura reminiscent of his brother emanating from him. Chu Mo, a scion. A scion? Are there other scions in this universe? Did Father and Uncle Vegeta not say there were no other scions? Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed. There are always exceptions. But your combat prowess is rather lacking, don't you think? With a furrowed brow, Chu Mo expressed his disappointment. Despite the divergent trajectories of the two worlds, it was disheartening to witness that, given Sun Wukong's innate talent, it had taken all these years for him to attain such meager combat prowess. Who exactly are you? Sun Wukong inquired solemnly once more. An unsettling sensation enveloped him. The intensity emanating from Chu Mo was overwhelming, as if it were an inherent pressure that instilled within him a profound sense of threat. Chu Mo disdainfully remarked, "Son Goten, you have truly brought shame upon the name of the Super Saiyan. With your training at this level, if I were you, I would rather end it all in a headlong crash." "You have also achieved Super Saiyan status?" Son Goten inquired. The people of this world firmly believe that it was that rascal Satan who saved the Earth, especially as Gohan has also taken advantage of the Super Saiyan image to showcase his prowess. Hence, the golden-haired, blue-eyed visage of the Super Saiyan has now become synonymous with the role of a character actor. What do you think? Chu Mo felt a surge of annoyance towards Sun Wukong, and with a powerful aura, he ascended into the sky. Witnessing the transformation before him into a figure with golden hair and azure eyes, enveloped in a golden flame, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. "You truly are a Super Saiyan." Meanwhile, all the Dragon Ball warriors sensed the emergence of a formidable and unfamiliar energy. In the Heavenly Temple, Piccolo, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them, directing his gaze towards Chu Mo's vicinity. Such an overwhelming presence, was this a new adversary? Accustomed to the invasions of outsiders, Piccolo instinctively perceived Chu Mo as a potential intruder. However, he soon dismissed this notion. There was no trace of malevolence emanating from him. A glimmer of insight sparked in Piccolo's eyes as he swiftly propelled himself towards Chu Mo's location. Simultaneously, Vegeta also detected Chu Mo's energy and was momentarily astonished. After a brief pause, he too soared towards Chu Mo. "What do you intend to do?" Sun Wukong inquired. Chu Mo said lightly, "It's nothing much. Merely came to have some fun and see how far you've progressed. Unfortunately, you've left me quite disappointed. Once a prodigious talent, how have you fallen so low?" Chu Mo exited the Super Saiyan state, a mere tactic to draw Vegeta closer. Generally speaking, he preferred to engage using the mysterious realm. In a short while, two figures descended from the sky, Piccolo and Vegeta. "Wow, Goten, they flew straight here. How impressive." Paris exclaimed with excitement. With sufficient mastery over one's energy, anyone can achieve flight. It is not particularly challenging, Chuamo said softly. Pei looked at Sun Wukong and noticed him nodding. She seemed to grasp the idea somewhat. That Mr. Satan must also possess the ability to fly, for he is indeed the most formidable martial artist in the world. Perhaps, the next time you encounter him, you could request a demonstration. It would surely be an eye-opening experience. Chumu, suppressing a smile, remarked, this might be possible. Sun Wutian felt a wave of embarrassment. He was acutely aware of Satan's true nature. Yet, considering that Satan was his brother-in-law, he refrained from exposing him. Who are you? Vegeta inquired, gazing at Chumu. Although he could no longer sense Chumu's energy, an instinctive feeling told him that the formidable aura he had just encountered emanated from this unfamiliar individual. HM. The Vegeta here possessed a more ferocious energy compared to the one from the main world, suggesting that his strength was not to be underestimated. Chuma gazed at Vegeta, contemplated for a moment, and then declared, I am Chuma, also a scion. I came to Earth originally in search of Son Goku, but since he is absent, defeating you will suffice. Upon hearing this, Vegeta arrogantly retorted, defeat me? Do you possess such strength? In his perception, throughout the cosmos, aside from Kakarot, no one could rival him. You are not from Earth. What brings you here? After the fusion of Piccolo and the Namekian god, a sense of responsibility had emerged within him, and he could not sense Chuma's presence on Earth. Only through combat will you truly understand. Chuamo spoke indifferently. As for whether I can defeat you, you shall find out for yourself. To strike you, I need only a single finger. Should it require more, I concede my defeat. Arrogant, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? I shall teach you a proper lesson. Do not presume that your scion heritage will spare you from my wrath. Vegeta was enraged. This newcomer was insufferably arrogant. Come forth. Chuma glanced around and chuckled softly. Are you certain this is the place? The Earth is exceedingly fragile. It might not endure until the conclusion of our battle. You may choose. I am amenable to any destination. Vegeta also perceived the inadequacy of their current location, aware that if the Earth were to be damaged, Bulma would undoubtedly be infuriated. Let us venture to the realm of the Kaioshin. It offers ample space for our tumultuous activities. When it came to combat, Chuma instinctively thought of the Kaioshin realm. Suddenly, he recalled that he seemed to have overlooked something. Oh well, if it eludes my memory, it is best not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, in the primary world, Kaioshin was furiously drawing circles, cursing Chuma and Sun Wukong with a countenance full of indignation. Extend your hand. Chuma addressed Vegeta, expressing his desire to join and lend a hand. However, it was Gohan who arrived. Piccolo, too, wore an expression of anticipation, as he had yet to visit the realm of the King Kai. In that case, let us embark together. Chuamo was quite unbothered. With a mere gesture of his fingers, he swiftly sensed a trace of the Kaioshin's aura and instantly teleported to the location. Upon arriving on the Kaioshin planet, the god Jebet, who was in the midst of catching butterflies, and the elder Kaioshin, engrossed in a rather questionable book, were startled by the sudden appearance of the four visitors. Gohan, what brings you here? And Mr. Vegeta, who is this? Jebet, familiar with Gohan, was nonetheless filled with trepidation upon encountering Vegeta. The dread associated with Vegeta lingered, despite the passage of over a decade. Me? Just take a look at this, and you will understand. Chuemo activated the time-space ring, causing the god of Jebet to momentarily pause. Could it be that the other party was also a Kaioshin? In Chapter 64, I only need a single finger. Fool, he is merely an apprentice. The old Kaioshin, upon observing his own child, realized the misunderstanding that had arisen. It appears you have come from another world. How is that little girl, Kane? Having seen much of the world, Chuemo replied with a smile. Her? She should be fine, though she is experiencing menopause. Menopause? The old Kaioshin was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us begin. Vegeta, feeling quite dissatisfied with the nostalgic exchange between Chuemo and the old Kaioshin, interjected, I am here to fight, not to indulge in sentimentality. Very well then, old Kaioshin. I shall borrow your space for a battle. Chumo smiled and said, a fight? Well, feel free. The old Kaioshin was taken aback, secretly thinking, I knew there was nothing good to come of this. Scions are truly troublemakers. Subsequently, Chumo and Vegeta soared into the sky, standing opposite each other at a distance of 1,000 meters. Let us begin, Vegeta remarked coldly, gazing at Chumo. Vegeta, you had better unleash your full strength from the start, or else I fear I might not accept the loss gracefully. Chuemo spoke lightly. Humph, arrogant fellow. Do not come to regret it. Upon hearing the words of the old Kai, Vegeta realized that his opponent hailed from another realm, and he dared not let his guard down. Huh. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta unleashed a golden aura that soared into the heavens. Arcs of electricity crackled and a fierce wind erupted. Vegeta's Super Saiyan form had persisted for over a decade, and coupled with his formidable base power, his transformation was nearly comparable to that of Goku in the anime. Incredible. Truly, Vegeta uncle is formidable, Gohan exclaimed, astonished at Vegeta's overwhelming strength. Indeed, Vegeta has become so powerful that even Goku would likely not surpass him now. Piccolo, reflecting on Goku's power before leaving Earth, recognized that Vegeta's strength was undeniably formidable. The transformations in your world are indeed more wild and brutal, Chuemo declared, come on, while beckoning with his finger. Humph. Arrogant. How dare you not transform? Witnessing Chumo's unwavering demeanor, Vegeta was infuriated. This is my ultimate form. Huh. With a resounding shout, Chuemo unleashed a cataclysmic aura that swept through the surroundings. An oppressive force, seemingly originating from the depths of the soul, rendered Sun Wukong and his companions breathless from a distance of kilometers away, their faces paling in dread. Could he also transform in this manner? Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment. This transformation had once seemed outdated to him, as he had seldom employed it in recent years. Ancestor. How could this individual also possess such a transformation? The god of Jebet was taken aback, recognizing that this was a technique developed by the ancestor for Sun Wukong. No. This is a manifestation of his own cultivation, distinct from what I assisted Sun Wukong in developing. It is far more potent, more magnificent, and closer to the divine reflection. The old Kaioshin stated solemnly. He understood that they were in a mirrored world, where this was the pinnacle of the path toward divinity he had cultivated, yet lamented that Sun Wukong had ultimately deviated from it. The enigmatic realm of Sun Wukong stood in stark contrast to Chuemo. Akin to the disparity between an infant and an adult, utterly incomparable. Even the Kaioshin planet resonated with a low hum, seemingly responding to Chumo's realm. A formidable pressure bore down on Vegeta. However, he felt invigorated. To think you possess such strength? It appears I must unleash my full potential ahead of schedule. Initially intended for Kakarot, Vegeta's face was alight with exhilaration as he suddenly bellowed, his muscles tensing instantaneously. Boom, boom, boom. An overwhelming golden radiance erupted forth, as golden lightning became frenzied, striking down from the heavens. The aura emanating from Vegeta surged forth, compelling those a kilometer away to retreat yet again, only to feel some semblance of relief. Such terrifying energy! Piccolo gasped in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the gap between himself and Vegeta had widened to such an extent. Could Son Goku still rival Vegeta? No wonder you have yet to surpass Super Saiyan. Your base combat power has escalated to this level, and should you break through to Super Saiyan, your body may not withstand the strain. Chuma holds a favorable view of Vegeta. Come on, Chuma. Vegeta roared, as he propelled himself forward, shattering the rocks beneath his feet in an instant. With a flicker in his eyes, Chuma propelled himself forward, embracing a relentless approach of sheer force. Bang! Before Vegeta's fist could descend, an immense power surged from Chumo's index finger, shattering the air itself. The entire space seemed to freeze. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retreated. Upon landing, his body rebounded instantly, launching an even more ferocious assault, golden arcs of electricity crackling with explosive intensity. The sonic booms reverberating through the air, creating a stunning spectacle. Bang! 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 As Chuemo and Vegeta engaged in combat, several figures flickered simultaneously, both moving at astonishing speed before vanishing. The immensely resilient King Kai's planet resonated with a continuous hum under the relentless collision of their powers. As if it were bearing the weight of tremendous pressure, the golden and silver figures darted about, and within mere minutes, numerous massive craters appeared on the surface of the planet. Waves of astonishing energy collided, generating formidable storms that threatened to obliterate everything in their path, instilling fear in both gods and mortals alike, while nearly tearing the King Kai's planet asunder. Yet, throughout this fierce confrontation, Chuemo maintained an air of nonchalance, employing merely a single finger. Curse you! Vegeta seethed, his fury flaring to the point of explosion. In the next instant, Chumo's figure materialized directly before Vegeta, and with a swift jab, he struck. The impact reverberated through the air. Though Vegeta exerted every ounce of his strength to shield himself with his arms, he was still sent flying back hundreds of meters by the overwhelming force emanating from Chumo's fingertip. What terrifying speed! Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, struggling to keep pace with Chuemo and Vegeta. As for the other Kai beings, They had long lost sight of the action and could only observe through their crystal ball. Such power. Piccolo swallowed hard. Though he had once participated in battles of this magnitude, he now sadly realized he had fallen behind without even noticing. Vegeta's azure eyes gleamed with a fervent battle spirit as he proclaimed, "I never imagined you would be this formidable. Come, let me witness the true strength of your scion race." "As you wish." With his flowing black hair and piercing gaze, Chuemo emanated an overwhelming pressure that surged forth. Chapter 65, Time Reversal. A deafening roar echoed as the clouds in the sky were violently dispersed and streaks of silver lightning descended, as though they sought to rend the earth asunder. "Marvelous! What a thrill!" Vegeta exclaimed loudly, acutely aware from their earlier clash that he was no match for Chuemo. Yet, he felt exhilarated to encounter such a formidable opponent. As a scion, it is essential to continually confront the strong. This embodies the true spirit of a warrior. Boom, boom, boom. The air was constricted, emitting a mournful wail. Piccolo and Gebet God were taken aback, while the old Kaioshin stood in utter disbelief. "This Chuemo is exponentially stronger than I am." Gohan's face turned pale with shock. "Vegeta stands no chance." Piccolo's expression mirrored astonishment. Suspended in midair, Vegeta began to catch his breath but defiantly declared, "Unleash your strongest attack. Even in defeat, I wish to understand my loss." Ultimate Flash. A tremendous force coalesced between his palms, the sheer energy sending tremors through the Kaioshin planet. The overwhelming might seemed poised to obliterate the realm. Gebet God lamented internally. "Oh no, not again. We must flee. This place is doomed." He grasped the old Kaioshin's hand, ready to instantaneously depart. However, in the face of Vegeta's concentrated strike, Chuemo unexpectedly smiled. Time reversal. He neither evaded nor retaliated with energy. As he uttered those 4 words, Vegeta, about to unleash his energy wave, abruptly halted. His attack ceased, and the gathered energy dissipated into the air. What just happened? Uncle Vegeta's attack had no effect. Gohan's expression was one of astonishment. Indeed. What on earth transpired? Both Piccolo and Gebet God questioned their own perceptions. Although they anticipated Vegeta's defeat in this battle, the bizarre manner of his loss left them speechless. Could it be that scions from other realms are all this formidable? A fleeting thought crossed Gohan's mind. "I have lost." After a brief moment, Vegeta regained his freedom, sighed, and reverted from his Super Saiyan form. He had not anticipated encountering someone stronger than himself, aside from Kakarot. In Vegeta's heart, the comparison with Goku regarding strength was not yet settled. However, this time, he had lost utterly, with no room for contest. "You are commendable as well. Merely unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. Your Super Saiyan transformation is quite impressive." Chuemo was secretly astonished at the magnitude of power Vegeta had exhibited as a Super Saiyan. Defeat is defeat. Could you enlighten me on the extent of your strength just now? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Vegeta fixed his gaze intently upon Chuemo and declared, 1%. The recent display of the newly mastered temporal power yielded palpable results. After reversing time by a mere second, Vegeta's ultimate flash dissipated at his own command. His expression was one of disbelief, followed by a resigned sigh. "The path I tread diverges from yours, so do not despair. You are quite similar to the Vegeta of that world. Another version of myself?" Vegeta paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon found clarity. If his son could return from the future, then Chuemo's arrival from another realm was not beyond comprehension. Now, he had an additional objective, to catch up with Chuemo. However, it was imperative that he forge a new path of cultivation based on his current foundation. Beyond the Super Saiyan form, there must exist even higher realms of transcendence. It seems I can no longer simply pursue the conventional combat strength. After some contemplation, Vegeta resolved to endeavor to surpass the Super Saiyan state and ascend to greater heights. Chumer uttered little else, escorting Vegeta and the others back to Earth while he chose to remain in the realm of the Kai. He yearned to attempt a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 4. However, despite dedicating a month to this endeavor, he faced failure. Although his strength was adequate, he could not replicate the scenario of the Golden Great Ape. The only way to truly experience that loss of consciousness and raw fury was to transform into a Golden Great Ape himself. In the anime, Goku's successful transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was heavily influenced by fortune. Had it not been for the tears of his beloved Chi-Chi, he might have struggled to achieve it. As for Vegeta, his deep affection for Bulma, combined with his status as the Prince of Scions, rendered his transformation into a regular Great Ape manageable. Thus, even if transforming into a Golden Great Ape posed some challenges, it was not insurmountable for him. Their successes were largely serendipitous and without a reliable companion. Chumer dared not wager on his own success. The only resource he could depend on was the formidable mental prowess of Babidi. Hence, he required an authentic simulated environment, specifically, the moment Goku transformed, where he could personally comprehend that realm of power. At this juncture, Chumer found himself hopeful that Baby would hasten in controlling Vegeta and the others. Furthermore, since arriving here, aside from the initial day when the time ring detected Frieza's presence, there had been no further indications, leading him to harbor doubts about the capabilities of the time ring. Days later, Chumer observed the unfolding narrative through the crystal ball of the Kai. Baby arrived and began to possess, continually augmenting his own strength. He controlled a significant portion of the Earth's populace through living eggs. Ultimately, Baby successfully possessed Vegeta, transforming into Super Baby. Baby then proceeded to control Gohan, Goten, and Bra, simultaneously channeling energy into his own being. As immense energy surged into Super Baby, his power escalated dramatically. Eventually, Baby manifested with silver hair and crimson eyes, adorned with blood-red markings on his forehead, chin, and pupils. It appeared that he had significantly enhanced his power, now surpassing Vegeta by several magnitudes. As Chuemo stroked his chin, he mused that if the previous Vegeta possessed a combat power in the millions, then the current Super Baby undoubtedly exceeded that threshold, prompting him to regard this baby with newfound respect. "Mr. Chuemo, will you not intervene?" inquired Jebet God. "Given my current status, it would be inappropriate for me to meddle in the affairs of mortals," he replied. Chuemo glimmered the ring on his hand. "Indeed, it is true that deities should not arbitrarily intervene in human affairs. However, I am not a part of your world, and thus, there is no divine decree against my interference." At this moment, the god Jebet felt a sense of speechlessness. Who is it? Sensing the presence of another, Baby suddenly shouted loudly in reprimand. Chuemo appeared above Baby with a demeanor of superiority, which greatly displeased Baby. "Today is a splendid day. The new chapter is set to be released tonight. I sincerely hope that my esteemed readers will offer their unwavering support. At least 10 updates upon release would surely delight everyone. The likes of Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan, and Ultra Instinct are all present. Surely you cannot refrain from lending your support? I extend my heartfelt gratitude in advance to all." Chapter 66. The Repulsive Baby Master. "His name is Chuemo, and he has effortlessly defeated Vegeta," Gohan said with a respectful bow. Upon hearing this, Baby's pupils constricted sharply as he recalled an image from a month prior, during a battle in the realm of the Supreme Kai. This individual possesses such formidable strength? Baby discreetly assessed his own power in comparison to Chuemo's, feeling an escalating sense of trepidation. However, he still held a trump card. He could possess another being. "Chuemo, is it? If you agree to become my subordinate, I might consider sparing you." Baby feigned benevolence. "Not interested. I find the prospect of defeating you far more appealing," Chuemo disdainfully remarked. Instantly, Baby's expression darkened, and an aura of malevolence began to emanate from him. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky dissipated. Darkness engulfed the surroundings, and daylight began to fade. Seeking death, Baby smirked wickedly. With a wave of his hand, Son Gohan and his companions immediately surrounded Chuemo, launching an assault against him. All those under Baby's control harbored living eggs within them, their thoughts and actions completely manipulated by him. In the face of Son Gohan's trio's onslaught, Chuemo merely chuckled coldly, deftly evading the attacks with a feigned maneuver. Then, with 3 swift strikes, Son Gohan and his companions lost consciousness and plummeted from the air. Clap, clap, clap. Impressive indeed. You truly are formidable, effortlessly defeating Son Gohan and the others. A warrior of your caliber is one I must claim for my own, with you. My strength will only amplify. Baby drooled in anticipation, causing Chuemo a wave of revulsion. How revolting you are. Even the most unsavory of individuals pales in comparison to your repugnance. I doubt you possess the capability for that. Chuemo chuckled coldly. Even if he did not slay this baby today, he would certainly deliver a severe beating. A flash of silver light swept by, causing the air to instantaneously solidify. Chuemo and Baby stood in stark opposition, their formidable auras radiating power, causing the very earth to tremble in response. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, they darted forward, their movement seemingly surpassing even the speed of light. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing a blinding burst of radiance at the point of impact. The earth shook violently, as if lamenting in anguish. Whoosh! Baby was propelled backwards several dozen meters, while Chuemo remained steadfast, his disdainful gaze igniting Baby's fury. With a darkened expression and a contorted visage, Baby exclaimed, "Very well. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. Even that Sun Wukong would stand no chance against you. How delightful. The stronger you are, the more I relish it. Must you be so utterly revolting? Chu Emo was filled with rage as he unleashed a powerful punch from a distance. He had no desire to even make contact with Baby, whom he found utterly repugnant. The force of his impending strike had yet to arrive. Yet it already confined the space around Baby, exuding a terrifying aura that rendered Baby's complexion pale. Goodness, how could this individual possess such formidable strength? With a punch fueled by rage, Chu Emo unleashed a force of at least 1,000,000, a power far beyond what Baby could withstand. In that moment, Baby felt the chilling breath of death looming nearby. However, just as the fist was about to obliterate Baby, a black hole emerged before him, absorbing the immense pressure. At last, it has appeared Fu, with a fist fueled by rage. Chu Emo struck not only in anger but also to ascertain whether he could compel the elusive Fu to reveal himself. Although it was merely an appearance, Chu Emo could not let this opportunity slip away. He promptly abandoned Beibai and pursued the figure. Beibai, having narrowly escaped death, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Watching Chu Emo's retreating silhouette, she clenched her teeth and vowed, Chu Emo, I shall undoubtedly seek retribution for the grievances of this day. Chu Emo's disdain and murderous intent ignited an unparalleled fury within Baby, akin to the wrath once felt by Sun Wukong. Chu Emo closely pursued the elusive figure, his breath having locked onto the target, matching the other's speed with equal fervor. It seemed that Fu was aware of Chu Emo's pursuit. As he sneered and headed toward the solar system, the two engaged in a direct chase through the vastness of space, swiftly traversing the solar system and arriving at the northern galaxy. At this juncture, Fu came to a halt, patiently awaiting Chu Emo's arrival. Moments later, Chu Emo's silhouette emerged. He gazed upon a man adorned with violet skin, golden-rimmed glasses, and flowing silver hair, recognizing him as the Fu from the anime. Fu's origins had long been a topic of fervent debate among Chu Emo's former life as an anime enthusiast, for he was born from the fusion of the scion cells of Tawa and Mira. Tawa, hailing from the demon realm, was the mother, while Mira was a synthetic being created by her. Tawa's superior was the demon god Demigra. The demon realm held an adversarial stance against the Omni King, resulting in a confrontation they ultimately lost. In their indignation, they sought to provoke further conflict. Being demon gods themselves, their meddling spanned across various parallel timelines, drawing upon the prowess of historically formidable warriors. Tawa gathered genetic material from these warriors to forge a fighter named Mira, controlling a cadre of warriors from different timelines, including Bardock, the father of Goku. Their chaotic endeavors culminated in failure, leading to a severe defeat at the hands of the Supreme Kai of Time and Trunks. Yet Mira, undeterred, inadvertently fused with Tawa, aiming to vanquish the Supreme Kai of Time. In the end, Bardock, upon regaining consciousness, dealt the final blow to Mira, leaving his fate uncertain. After confronting Mira, Bardock hurriedly fled from the temporal rift, expressing uncertainty about Mira's demise. As for the cosmic hierarchy, the Omni King reigned supreme, while the highest authority of the demon realm remained shrouded in mystery. However, Tawa, Fu's mother, could be likened to an angel of the demon realm. Thus, Mira could be seen as a destroyer birthed from the union of an angel and a destroyer. One might ponder the strength of such an offspring. Furthermore, within the Dragon Ball Super universe, Tawa even toyed with Whis and Beerus, provoking Beerus to the point of irritation. This suggests that, while Tawa may not surpass Whis, she is not far behind. Given her relentless pursuit of trouble with the old Kai and the Supreme Kai of Time, it is evident she possesses formidable power. You are quite confident, waiting for me like this. Upon seeing the situation, Chu Emo immediately comprehended FR's intention. Initially, he intended to seize you, but he was preempted by the God of Time. Now, you have become an apprentice to the God of Time. Thus, I am left with no choice but to reluctantly eliminate you. FR smiled, yet the murderous intent was palpably strong. I detest anyone who harbors designs upon my interests. Therefore, let us dispense with further pleasantries. Chu Emo coldly remarked, this is your burial ground, a truly beautiful expanse of starry sky. With a gentle utterance, Fu emitted a tremendous aura of power. The starlight dimmed, and flashes of lightning flickered. A formidable presence surged through the cosmos, unleashing an energy potent enough to obliterate an entire star system in the blink of an eye. Chapter 67, The Great Battle with Fu Bang. Bang. The surrounding planets erupted continuously, their explosions resonating through space as the formidable gravitational pull of the black hole intensified, as if it sought to consume everything in its vicinity. Observing that Fu had begun to amplify his strength, Chumo did not dare to relax. He immediately unleashed his full potential. His adversary was exceptionally powerful, and he could not afford even the slightest oversight. Chumo was enveloped in a silver flame, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, causing the surrounding planets to shatter into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. The two individuals appeared evenly matched in their current powers. It seems your strength has indeed grown. What a pity it is that I cannot obtain you as a specimen. Fu gazed at Chumo, feeling a deep discontent towards the divine essence that emanated from him. With a cold snort, Fu stepped through the void, advancing towards Chumo step by step. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he vanished from Chumo's sight. With an air of calmness and poise, Chumo's expression turned serious as he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch towards a specific direction. However, to his dismay, he had miscalculated. A mocking voice echoed, and Fu appeared on the opposite side of Chumo, raising his hand to strike at Chumo's face. One does not strike the face. It is you who has erred. In an instant, Chumo's figure vanished, only to reappear behind Fu, a faint cold smirk gracing his lips. With a resounding thud, Chumo's fist, harder than steel, struck Fu's back. Whoosh! Fu was propelled forward as if launched by a shooting star, his speed astonishing and uncontrollable. As Chumo ascended to power, he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The force of his potent punches directly struck Fu's back, releasing energy that obliterated nearby planets. Fu's sneer transformed into an expression of disbelief. He had not anticipated such prowess from Chumo. What was happening? I clearly struck him moments ago. How could this be? Fu was utterly bewildered. Why did events unfold contrary to his expectations? No, just now he wielded the power of time and space. This individual reversed time. He turned back my time by a second, and in that fleeting moment, he positioned us within two separate timelines. Fu swiftly comprehended the situation. It was not a mere technique like the Phantom Fist that could accomplish such a feat. Cursed apprentice of the god of time, I loathe these beings. The power of time and space is truly elusive and formidable. With a triumphant expression, Chumo reveled in the inspiration he had just derived from the flash time technique. He possessed the remarkable ability to reverse his opponent's time while accelerating his own, thereby placing them in two distinct temporal realms. This strategy would enable him to decisively alter the course of the battle. How infuriating! Dark Flash. With a thunderous shout, Fu summoned a layer of dark, swirling mist that instantaneously spread across the vast expanse of the starry sky, enveloping tens of thousands of kilometers. Simultaneously, Fu's figure melded into the obsidian haze, vanishing from sight. Chumo swung a punch that met only empty air. Instantly sensing the impending danger, he swiftly retreated. Bang! He was quick, but Fu was swifter. Barely managing to withdraw several kilometers, Fu's figure materialized, his fist thrusting forward with tremendous force. A sense of foreboding gripped Chumo's heart, and in an instant, he instinctively shielded his chest with his arms. The next moment, his body was propelled backwards, hurtling through the air like a meteor plummeting to the earth. The dark destruction orbs. Fu clasped his hands together, and a crimson radiance flickered between his palms, momentarily coalescing into countless colossal energy orbs. The energy emanating from each orb was terrifyingly potent, with the capacity to obliterate an entire sun. Chumo sensed the impending danger. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he swiftly contemplated a countermeasure. With a flourish, Fu unleashed a barrage of potent energy projectiles that was toward Chumo's form. A luminous energy shield. With a thunderous roar, Chumo was enveloped by a vibrant green barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Countless formidable energy projectiles relentlessly bombarded the shield. The violent explosions launching Chumo thousands of kilometers away. Along his path, every planet he encountered was shattered into fragments, reduced to cosmic dust. An innumerable array of black holes formed instantaneously, their immense gravitational pull devouring all nearby meteors. The fierce clash between the two had long captured the attention of the Northern Realm King, yet the overwhelming intensity of the battle instilled profound fear within him. Your shield is quite impressive. It managed to withstand my attack. However, you shall still meet your demise. Frost remarked coldly, observing the pallor on Chumo's face. Chumo was somewhat breathless, exerting every ounce of his strength to maintain the luminous energy shield, a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Were it not for his boundless energy, he would likely have faltered after withstanding merely a dozen energy projectiles. The outcome of this confrontation remains uncertain. Chumo let out a cold laugh. If all else fails, he would have to transform into a transcendent being. He had conducted experiments and found that with his current mental strength, he could sustain half an hour of fury, which might be used as a last resort. His battle power from earlier was at least 1 trillion. Damn it, he had been tricked by that little girl, Kane. When he sees her, he will certainly give her a good spanking. In his heart, Chuemo seethed with frustration. Had he known the perils that lay ahead, he would have certainly given it more thought. As the two clashed once more, Chuemo hesitated to employ the King of Worlds' fist, despite its formidable enhancement. The repercussions were equally severe. Without the confidence to achieve a swift resolution, it was prudent to refrain from its use. He possessed boundless energy and an SS-level regenerative ability, ensuring that even if his opponent obliterated him, he would not perish. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a powerful punch from Fu struck him squarely in the chest, resulting in an instantaneous gaping wound. He cursed inwardly, lamenting his unfortunate luck. It seemed that whatever he contemplated came to fruition. Chuemo felt utterly innocent. A single punch could easily have felled an ordinary person. Fortunately, he possessed formidable regenerative abilities. In the blink of an eye, the gaping wound on his chest mended instantly, and the pain finally subsided. Moreover, he sensed a significant increase in his combat prowess. That recent blow had elevated his baseline combat strength by at least 100 million. You truly are a creature tenacious in survival. It is astonishing to discover you possess such resilience. The Scion's remarkable constitution, akin to that of a Majin, is indeed surprising. Fu gazed at Chuemo, his expression one of utter astonishment. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. There are countless unexpected occurrences. With his enhanced combat abilities, Chuemo felt emboldened, thinking that he could emulate Bu, continually absorbing blows while augmenting his strength. Even so, I shall still eliminate you. Fu, filled with rage, propelled himself forward once more. Remained silent as he charged forward. Bang, 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 bang. A crimson and a silver figure darted through the vast expanse of the North Galaxy, their speeds reminiscent of shooting stars. With each collision, a violent explosion erupted in the cosmos, creating a spectacle akin to the apocalypse. The figure of Chuemo retreated hastily, much of his body annihilated. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he restored himself. At this point, Chuemo's fundamental combat prowess had surged to an astounding 100 million. A speed that was nothing short of astonishing. With his latest insights into the mysterious state, combined with the Kaioshin technique, he had acquired a combat strength in the trillions. However, it was still insufficient to defeat Fu, illustrating just how formidable this adversary truly was. Golden Cooler was at least on par with Golden Frieza. Even without the power of Goku, he still possessed considerable strength. Yet, he remained ensnared by Fu, who, despite lacking Goku's combat prowess, still wielded several trillion units of power. Frustration gnawed at Fu, nearly pushing him to the brink of rage. He could obliterate Chuemo each time, but found this opponent to be an unyielding cockroach. With his formidable protective barrier, remarkable S-class regenerative ability, and peculiar scion bloodline, Chuemo had inadvertently become the catalyst for Fu's own vexation, propelling Chuemo's combat strength ever higher. Chuemo, even if you can continuously recover, I shall still slay you. Fu bellowed in fury. He then opened his mouth, unleashing a wave of dark energy towards Chuemo swiftly. Chuemo evaded the attack. Then, he surged forward, traversing thousands of meters of void space. Retracting his right hand as potent energy coalesced, a sense of danger washed over Fu when he perceived Chuemo's stance. Before he could react, he felt the space around him solidify instantaneously, rendering escape impossible. Dragon Fist. This technique had been cultivated by Chuemo within a month of arriving in this world. Under the guidance of the old Kai, it was the strongest punch of Son Goku, a masterpiece of martial prowess. Silvery energy swiftly coalesced, transforming into the form of a divine dragon, and the endless void reverberated with a cacophony of explosive sounds. The explosive power of the Dragon Fist was immense, embodying a head-on assault capable of amplifying combat strength by over tenfold in an instant. The silver dragon roared forth, seemingly piercing through the void with the swiftness of light, annihilating all planets in its path into mere dust, while the boundless shockwaves locked down the space ahead. Come on, Chuemo, Fu thought, astonished but resolute not to concede. As the divine dragon approached with increasing proximity, Fu's countenance shifted. He sensed that the silvery energy harbored an overwhelming destructive force, far surpassing his expectations. This cannot be regarded as an ordinary attack. Fu broke out in a cold sweat and hastily drew forth his purple longsword to shield his chest. Boom, boom, The starlight dimmed, its momentum surging throughout the galaxy, as the location where Fu stood was reduced to a void of black holes. The violent explosion fractured the very fabric of space. After a prolonged moment, the tremendous force of the explosion gradually subsided. In the vicinity of Chumo and Fu, spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers, not a single planet remained. Instead, a multitude of black holes voraciously devoured everything in sight. Fu furrowed his brow, shaking his numbed hand, and suddenly noticed fine cracks appearing on the surface of his purple longsword. This weapon of the demon realm had been damaged. Such an occurrence had not transpired in billions of years. You are indeed formidable. I could sense the breath of death just moments ago. Truly unforgivable. Fu spoke coldly, his icy gaze radiating boundless killing intent. In the next instant, Fu propelled himself into the void, leaving behind several afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Chumo. With a resounding impact, the two unleashed powerful punches, colliding and sending forth a wave of energy that reverberated as if the entire galaxy had been shaken. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Chumo's mouth as he felt a sudden numbness in his arms, causing his body to be propelled backward, crashing through a star comparable in size to the sun. With a swift strike, Fu seized the opportunity and pursued Chumo's trajectory closely. One silver and one red. They raced forward in tandem, two streaks of light moving at an astonishing pace. Fu accelerated, delivering a powerful kick to Chumo. Poof. Chumo spat out a mouthful of blood, his body pierced once more. However, after a surge of intense pain, the wound healed again, and Chumo felt his combat prowess elevate once more. Humph, what a tenacious opponent. Friend coldly regarded Chumo, thinking that if it weren't for this fellow's formidable regeneration abilities, he would have been felled dozens of times already. Is that so? You certainly will not be disappointed next. Chumo's voice roared like that of a ferocious beast, a wave of brutal energy swiftly enveloping the entire northern galaxy. A terrifying aura, imbued with a chilling coldness, permeated the atmosphere. The silver aura enveloping Chumo gradually transformed into a verdant green. The ability to metamorphose is truly fascinating. Feng Lung gazed intently at Chumo's silhouette. Roar. Chumo emitted a ferocious roar, and the verdant energy enveloping him surged once more. With a series of explosive sounds, countless purple lightning bolts pierced through the cosmos, resembling grand fireworks erupting in the void. In a fleeting moment, thousands of celestial bodies succumbed to the overwhelming force of Chumo's presence, resulting in their cataclysmic destruction. At this juncture, Chumo, with his flowing grass-green hair, appeared to be teetering on the brink of madness. However, his once vibrant eyes devoid of pupils began to transform into a profound black, as his aura shifted from wild ferocity to an air of haughty majesty. How do you find this? With a chilling smile, Chumo clasped his hands together, and his once diminutive form swiftly expanded to nearly a meter in height, surrounded by a searing inferno that engulfed the air within several yards. He had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of the transmutation's power. Although it had yet to reach the enigmatic realms of mystery, he sensed an inexhaustible wellspring of strength surging within him. Was this merely an enlargement? How intriguing. With a sinister grin, Fu lunged forward, intent on attacking Chumo. With his muscles taut and a formidable aura emanating from him, Chumo's grass-green hair soared high. In an instant, he blinked and traversed thousands of meters, materializing before Fu. Has his speed increased? Fu exclaimed in astonishment at the sudden appearance. Bang! Bang! The two clashed fiercely. In that moment, there were no intricate combat techniques, just fists, elbows, knees, and legs unleashed like a Gatling gun, both determined to overpower the other. After transforming into a transcendent state, Chumo's defense surged to unprecedented levels, matching Fu blow for blow. Who would have thought your strength could continuously amplify? Truly an extraordinary scion, Fu remarked coldly, a glint of malice piercing through his gaze. Come, let me witness the true extent of your power, you abominable creation. Chumo let out a cold shout, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful punch towards Fu. However, Fu gently pointed at the void before him, and an ethereal barrier immediately enveloped him. With a powerful punch, Chumo struck the energy shield, causing ripples of light to emanate from it. Chapter 69, Transcendent Super Saiyan, Chumo. Suddenly, there was a resounding bang as the shield was instantaneously shattered. A force akin to destruction surged towards Fu, who swiftly retreated, pushing his hands forward to conjure the shield once more. A colossal energy manifested upon the shield, and with a thunderous clash, the two forces collided. In no time, the energies neutralized each other. Observing that Chumo's offensive had been thwarted, Fu seized the opportunity to execute a swift split, sweeping Chumo aside. However, Chumo remained unfazed. After being sent flying, he effortlessly halted in midair. Futile. I grow stronger with each battle. Bring it on. With a thunderous roar, Chumo felt his combat prowess surge once more. Moments ago, he had felt slightly inferior to the mysterious realm, yet now he was beginning to transcend it. Bolstered by an inexhaustible stream of formidable energy that filled him with renewed confidence. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him, a swift and powerful strike unleashed. The air resonated with a deep hum as the very void trembled and the planet quaked under the weight of this earth-shattering punch, hurtling towards Chumo with lethal intent. Observing the impending blow, Chumo's expression shifted, and he braced himself for the onslaught. This seemingly ordinary punch was astonishingly swift, compelling Chumo to instantaneously conjure a radiant energy shield that enveloped him. With a resounding crash, the fist collided with the shield, causing ripples to cascade through the surrounding space, shattering the protective barrier. A tremendous force surged towards Chumo, prompting him to bellow with fervor as he clasped his hands together, unleashing a powerful energy blast. The Kamehameha wave. Chumo released a wave of energy to deflect Fu's assault. He continued to retreat until he had distanced himself by 1,000 meters, dissipating the vibrations caused by the clash of their formidable powers. Chumo, I never expected your strength to have surged so dramatically in such a short time. Yet, your mastery over this power pales in comparison to mine, ensuring my victory in this battle. Prepare to perish. With that, Fu's form flickered, and in an instant, he appeared beside Chumo, delivering a powerful punch imbued with a radiant aura that exuded an overwhelming desire to annihilate everything in its path. Chumo let out a cold snort and charged forward with a straight punch directed at Fu, a surge of excitement blossoming within him. As long as you cannot defeat me with a single blow, my mastery over power will deepen with each passing moment in this battle. I shall not be vanquished by you. This exemplifies the extraordinary might of a Super Saiyan. Their fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic force that reverberated through the cosmos. The sheer intensity of the energy wave caused a tumultuous explosion, obliterating a significant portion of the northern galaxy's planets with a single strike. Meanwhile, the North Kai was already drenched in cold sweat. He was not alone, as even the East Kai, West Kai, South Kai, and Grand Kai felt the tremendous clash of these two forces. Yet, they dared not delve deeper into the battle between Chumo and Fu with their senses. For both the North Kai and Grand Kai had already coughed up blood, injured by the unleashed energies. The Grand Kai hurriedly reported to Jebet God. But all he received were 4 words: observe and await developments. As Chumo and Fui collided, they instantly separated, only to come together once more in a sudden impact, unleashing a tremendous pressure that reverberated throughout the galaxy. In an instant, Chumo materialized before Fu, unleashing a formidable dragon fist. A golden energy coalesced into a divine dragon, radiating a cataclysmic brilliance as it surged toward Fu. Upon witnessing this, Fu's countenance shifted dramatically, and he summoned all his strength to counter with a punch of his own. With a resounding crash, the surrounding space began to collapse under the immense pressure. The two combatants remained evenly matched. Chumo shouted with excitement, growing increasingly powerful with each strike, his combat prowess surging once more. A vibrant green aura erupted around him, so intense that it caused a change in Frieza's complexion. This fellow becomes stronger with every blow. What on earth is happening? Hey! As Chumo became increasingly exhilarated, he pivoted and delivered a swift kick towards Fu. Unyielding, Fu raised his right fist and retaliated with a powerful strike. Bang! Their fists and feet collided instantaneously, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The cosmos erupted with a cacophony of roars as the shattered space visibly expanded at an alarming rate. In but a fleeting moment, numerous gargantuan black holes, each several hundred meters wide, had formed. The tempest of spatial chaos surged forth, bearing an ominous intent of annihilation. Yet, this seemingly formidable storm of space was dissipated and scattered when Chumo and Fu's blows met, vanishing into nothingness. The space began to mend itself. While their fierce combat persisted, the violent clashes between the two once more shattered the surrounding dimensions. Boom! Fu and Chumo's fists collided anew, and in an instant, they separated. With a temporary cessation of their battle, the realm in which they fought finally caught its breath, rapidly healing itself. Just as a terrifying spatial storm threatened to emerge, the space had restored itself to its pristine condition. Chumo and Fu exchanged a glance, an astonishing aura emanating simultaneously from both of them. The stage was set for an epic confrontation, as they each assumed their stances in preparation for the impending battle. In an instant, they sprang into action, their fists colliding with a thunderous crash, shattering the recently minted space once more. Chuemo swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick, which was met by Fu's left fist. A resounding explosion reverberated as energy dispersed, shattering the surrounding space further. In an instant, the two combatants separated once more. Chuemo then executed a rapid teleportation, reappearing behind Fu, and launched a kick towards him. Fu abruptly surged forward, attempting to evade the impending strike. Yet his speed fell just short. With a resounding thud, Fu was sent flying by Chuemo's kick, hurtling through the air. With a cold smirk, Chuemo accelerated swiftly, catching up to Fu, and launched an elbow strike toward him. The overwhelming pressure instantly confined the space surrounding Fu. Upon noticing this, Fu executed a somersault, raising his foot to deliver a kick aimed at Chuemo's chin. In an instant, Chuemo switched his technique, bringing his hands together to block the incoming kick. Fu sneered, then swiftly executed a graceful roll, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Chuemo's abdomen. However, Chuemo's expression hardened, disregarding Fu's assault. With a swift motion, he conjured a powerful energy sphere and hurled it forward. Fu, not daring to underestimate the attack, swiftly dodged to the side. Just as he intended to counter, Chuemo had already closed the distance, delivering a ferocious punch. Bang! The first strike was barely parried by Fu. Uffed. The second punch struck true. Bang! The third blow sent Fu hurtling backward, a spray of blood escaping his lips. With a cold smirk, Chuemo accelerated once more, seizing the feet of the flying Fu and forcefully hurling him into the distant cosmos. Following this, his legs collapsed, and he swiftly pursued Fu, appearing above him in a matter of moments. Clenching his fists, he struck fiercely at Fu's body. Chapter 70, The Terrifying Transcendental State Boom. A cloud of dust erupted as a massive crater formed on a colossal star. This collision had obliterated a significant portion of the celestial body. As the dust cleared, Fu swiftly emerged from the pit, charging towards Chuemo with great speed. Observing Fu's approach, Chuemo met him head-on, and an intense exchange of blows ensued, each strike resonating with ferocity. The very fabric of space fractured continuously, and a series of tremendous sonic booms echoed through the air. With a resounding crash, the two combatants were instantly separated, while the space they had fought within gradually began to mend itself. After such a prolonged battle, I believe it is time we unleash our full strength to determine the victor. Otherwise, the entire galaxy may face devastation, Fu remarked calmly. In that moment, he fully acknowledged Chuemo's power, realizing it was no lesser than his own. How about that? I hope I haven't disappointed you. As the battle progressed, Chuemo grew increasingly adept in wielding his transcendental power. Initially, he estimated he could only endure for half an hour. Yet now he discerned that even an additional half hour would be inconsequential. Moreover, his combat prowess had undoubtedly surged into the tens of millions, sufficient to contend with Fu's current state. I admit I underestimated you. I never anticipated that a scion could possess such a variant, Fu stated earnestly. Truthfully, I never expected it myself. With great excitement, Chuemo exclaimed that the transformation into a Super Saiyan is indeed formidable. No wonder it can contend evenly with the Super Blue Vegeto. However, there is one drawback. The power is exceedingly volatile, making it challenging to fully harness. In the animated series, Whis remarked that Broly is the prime candidate for the role of a god of destruction. It is evident that mastering such ferocious power requires at least the mental fortitude of a god of destruction. In an instant, the two vanished from their original positions, dashing towards one another, their fists colliding with tremendous force. A resounding boom echoed through the air as the space trembled violently. A cacophony of thunderous roars ensued, and the surroundings emitted cracking sounds as they fractured. Bang! Another thunderous impact resounded as Fu and Chuemo exchanged another blow, and then, with a swift motion of his left hand, a sharp purple longsword was drawn, slicing towards Chuemo with lethal intent. In an instant, Chuemo deftly evaded and conjured a green energy orb with his right hand, directing it towards Fu. Observing the energy sphere, Fu made no attempt to dodge. Instead, he swung his purple sword directly at the orb. A dull thud resonated as the energy ball was cleaved in two. However, Chuemo had already maneuvered to Fu's side, delivering a swift kick aimed at his chest. Fu, anticipating such a move, performed an agile flip to evade the strike. I had foreseen you would act this way. Chuemo let out a cold laugh as his right hand swiftly unleashed a crimson beam of deadly energy. The lethal ray moved with astonishing speed, leaving Fu no time to react. In desperation, he positioned his purple sword horizontally, hoping to deflect the oncoming death ray. With a resounding bang, there was no explosion, However, a crack appeared on the purple sword, and the ancient magical artifact, forged over countless millennia in the demon realm, shattered into pieces. Chumo's lips curled into a smile as he unleashed thousands of beams of deadly light. Like a barrage of lasers, although Fry managed to conjure a protective energy shield, it was shattered in an instant. Chumo's figure materialized before Fu, delivering a powerful punch that struck Fu squarely. Fu was sent hurtling backward, but Chumo swiftly accelerated, landing an elbow strike to Fu's abdomen. Puff! Fu coughed up a spray of blood, sustaining significant injury. Undeterred, Chumo leaped forward, seizing Fu's leg and hurling him towards a nearby planet. With a thunderous crash, dust and debris erupted as the planet was pierced, crashing down heavily onto another celestial body. Yet Fu was no ordinary opponent. He soon surged forth from the planet's core, charging swiftly towards Chumo. Dark energy surged. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, compressing the very fabric of space into a vacuum. Fu squinted, extending his hands to unleash a barrage of energy blasts into the void. At that moment, Chumo appeared, his obsidian eyes locking onto Fu, followed by a blaze of grass-green flames. Ultimate flash. The verdant energy wave surged forward. Puff, 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 amidst the muffled sounds. Space itself tore apart. The two immense energy waves collided, but the extraordinary physique of Chumo manifested once more, as boundless energy surged forth, countering Fu's energy waves. Puff. Fu was engulfed in the explosion, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Seizing the opportunity, Chumo's massive fist struck Fu again. With a bent arm, he exerted tremendous force, sending Fu flying once more. Fu grimaced in pain, his expression contorted, before retaliating with a heavy blow against Chumo. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each sustaining injuries as they propelled themselves in opposite directions. In an instant, two streaks of light flashed through the void, revealing that both combatants had bounced back with renewed vigor. A vast impact zone was left in their wake as they once again entangled in battle. "You will pay for this," Fu roared, dark energy morphing into a powerful wave of light. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he bellowed with malevolence. Dark obliteration sphere. Black energy orbs materialized in the void, shooting towards Chumo. Sensing the approaching energy orbs, Chumo braced himself and launched forward. Dragon Fist eruption. With a thunderous shout, a magnificent golden dragon ascended. Its colossal form obliterated all the energy orbs before crashing directly into Fu. Boom! Like the detonation of an interstellar nuclear bomb. The shattered galaxy was once again devastated, obliterating an entire planet. A faint whoosh echoed as Fu's figure vanished. Damn it, he still lives. Chumo panted heavily. Despite possessing boundless energy, the relentless execution of the Dragon Fist left his body aching profusely. Mentally, he was utterly exhausted, yearning for slumber as he struggled to harness such ferocious energy. His mental fortitude had been nearly depleted. Even if Frieza chose not to flee, he would find it impossible to sustain his Ultra Saiyan form any longer. Otherwise, he would succumb to unconsciousness, transforming into a mindless beast driven solely by destruction. Chumo exited the transcendent state and gently descended onto a verdant planet. After ensuring that there were no imminent dangers in the vicinity, he allowed himself to succumb to slumber. It is uncertain how long he remained in this state, but upon awakening, Chumo felt revitalized. More significantly, he sensed an abundance of vigor coursing through his body, far surpassing his previous strength by innumerable folds. Chumo summoned the system interface to examine his attributes. Chumo. Male, age, 26, combat power, 10 trillion, base combat power, 5,000 trillion, mysterious realm, 5 quintillion, transcendence, bloodline, Super Saiyan, transcendence bloodline superpowers, telekinesis, time reversal, healing ability, S rank, potential enhancement, SS rank, regeneration ability, SS rank, skills, chi perception, void dance technique, residual shadow fist, Kamehameha wave, demon flash, instant transmission, death beam, death energy bomb, King Kai fist, spirit bomb, dragon fist. Chapter 71 reveals a constant power of 10 trillion. No wonder my strength is so formidable. It turns out my base combat power is already at 10 trillion. Chumo was exceedingly exhilarated, feeling as though he had emerged anew from the ashes of his former self. Moreover, through his recent transformation into a Super Saiyan, he had gained profound insights into this state, fostering a belief that he could maintain it for an extended duration in the future. Indeed, he was confident that, in the near future, he would be able to fully master the Super Saiyan form. Upon returning to Earth, Chumo pointed 2 fingers to his forehead and instantly teleported home. However, Upon arrival, he was met with an unsettling silence. There was not a soul in sight. Chuemo closed his eyes, attuning himself to the breath of the earth. But soon his brow furrowed in distress. There was not a soul to be found. Before him, the city lay in ruin, a desolate landscape reduced to mere debris. Moreover, from a nearby skyscraper, thick plumes of smoke continued to billow into the air. It appeared that Baby had exerted control over all of humanity and the divine, leading them away from this world. Upon reflection, Chuemo swiftly comprehended the situation. Suddenly, a formidable aura manifested within Chumo's perception. However, this energy did not emanate from Earth. It resided in the distant cosmos. Was this energy that of a scion? Could it be Son Goku? Chumo suddenly contemplated. Then with a mere touch of his fingers to his forehead, his form vanished from the Earth. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, the surface was suffering severe devastation, with immense craters emerging one after another. Baby, I shall not let you escape, Sun Wukong declared angrily, hovering before Baby. It is not you who will spare me, rather. It is I who will not spare you. Today, I will ensure the annihilation of your scion race. Baby retorted disdainfully. He recalled another detestable scion, Chumo, equally unforgivable. I will not be defeated. Sun Wukong stepped forward, his expression grave. He then immediately transformed into his ultimate form, unleashing an overwhelming energy as he entered Super Saiyan 3, with silver serpents spiraling around him. Instantly, the entire planet of Zufel became still. Ah, I did not expect your power to have increased so significantly, Baby remarked with surprise, finally setting aside his disdain and adopting a serious demeanor. The power exhibited by Sun Wukong compelled him to exercise caution. Suddenly, an even more tyrannical energy surged forth. As the two peak powers collided, the sky ruptured, unleashing a cataclysmic force that generated a terrifying whirlwind, causing the very planet of Zufel to tremble. The aftershocks radiated hundreds of kilometers away, creating a gaping rift in the vast sky. Alas, Xiao Fang, caught unprepared by the aftershock, stumbled and fell to the ground. Whoosh! At that moment, Chumo appeared beside Xiao Fang, grasping her collar and lifting her into the air. He then decisively erected a protective shield, encasing her within. Their combined powers had reached an extraordinary level. How dare you linger on this planet? Such audacity. Chuemo squinted his eyes, gazing into the distance with a soft sigh. The prowess of Sun Wukong and Baby, when placed among humans, was unparalleled. Sun Wukong had immersed himself in the realm of Super Saiyan 3 for over a decade. His potential fully unleashed, resulting in an astonishing surge in strength. Who are you? Xiao Fang inquired, observing Chuemo, yet she could scarcely perceive his aura. This phenomenon was something she had previously experienced with her father, Sun Gohan. Chuemo, he is considered your elder and also a scion. Then Grandpa Chuemo. Please hurry and assist Grandpa, Xiao Fang exclaimed urgently. Chuemo touched his nose and remarked, I am merely 26 years old. How have I already become a member of the grandfather generation? This is utterly bewildering. No need for haste. My grandfather shall not concede defeat. Chuemo smiled and shook his head. Not only was Sun Wukong eager to break through, but he too longed for Sun Wukong to reach Super Saiyan 4. In doing so, he could harness Sun Wukong's state to successfully simulate and attain Super Saiyan 4 himself. Nevertheless, even if that proved impossible, he was still confident in his own chances, believing he had a 50% likelihood of achieving the transformation, especially after having entered the transcendent state. Can Grandpa really defeat Baby? Xiao Fang turned her head to ask, her face etched with concern. Do not worry, he reassured her. Even if Sun Wukong cannot overpower Baby, he will not fall short by much. Chuemo consoled Xiao Fang, his gaze firmly fixed on the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Baby. He sought to extract the essence from this pinnacle confrontation. The clash reached its zenith as Sun Wukong and Baby levitated in midair, both accelerating their movements until they vanished completely. Bang, bang, bang. The indistinct figures suddenly reappeared, colliding before vanishing once more. At this moment, neither Sun Wukong nor Baby could be seen in the sky. Only the deafening sounds of their collisions echoed, accompanied by dazzling flashes of light. Flickers of brilliance danced as both combatants moved at incredible speeds. Boom, boom. With the final flickers, a violent explosion erupted, causing the ground to tremble under the immense pressure before suddenly descending. Gradually, even magma began to spew forth. At this juncture, Majin Buu and his companions gathered near Chuemo. How incredible! I don't even dare to get close, Buu exclaimed, his wide eyes filled with awe. Indeed, the intensity of the battle between the teacher and Baby had surpassed their limits. It was utterly astonishing. Buu echoed in shock. Do you think Grandpa will definitely win? Xiaofang, the weakest among them, struggled to keep up with the rapid pace of the fight. Raised his brow, realizing that Sun Wukong still lacked something essential. The energy consumption of Super Saiyan 3 was excessively high. If he could not transform into Super Saiyan 4, defeat was inevitable. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the old Kaioshin and Kibito watched anxiously, their expressions reflecting deep concern. Ancestors, do you believe Mr. Wukong can prevail? Kibito inquired solemnly. It is difficult to say. The old Kaioshin replied. However, with Chuemo present, there is little cause for alarm. Just days ago, he and the fiends from the demon realm obliterated a significant portion of the northern galaxy. This fellow truly knows how to create chaos. Fortunately, your creativity has notably enhanced. If you dedicate yourself to restoring the northern galaxy, the rest will take care of itself. With him around, all shall be well. The old Kaioshin, possessing vast experience, understood that as long as Chuemo was present, victory was assured. Upon hearing the old Kaioshin's words, Kibito could not help but roll his eyes, realizing that he was relegated to the role of mere laborer. On the North Kai planet, the North Kai was astonished by the battle between Sun Wukong and Baby. Chapter 72, Pitiful Baby. Trembling and clutching his head, he lamented, "Oh heavens, have I fallen into misfortune? Just days ago, a significant portion of the northern galaxy was destroyed. And now Wukong is battling this monster. Is he intent on obliterating my stronghold?" His misfortune was overwhelming. Why did calamity always befall the northern galaxy? The outcome is imminent. Sun Wukong fervently summoned the energy within him, his body flickering before he teleported beside Baby. Super Kamehameha! Sun Wukong exclaimed, extending his palm and unleashing a mighty shout. A chilling energy coalesced between his hands and surged forward, a brilliant blue light piercing the air. A terrifying wave of energy erupted, hurtling towards Baby. Caught off guard, Baby had not anticipated that Sun Wukong would suddenly appear before him. As the attack approached, his expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted urgently, "Kamehameha!" In an instant, a thunderous roar filled the air. The planets cried out as a dreadful aura stirred the atmosphere, sending shockwaves that stirred tumultuous waves. As the dissipating smoke cleared, visibility returned, revealing Baby with his arms hanging limply, crimson liquid trickling down his arm, his silver hair a disheveled mess, and several abrasions marring his cheeks. "Wonderful! Grandpa is going to win!" Xiaofang exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing Baby's injuries. "Not so fast." Bu pouted, his small eyes intently observing. "No. Baby's wounds are merely superficial. They have not affected his core. In contrast, Sun Wukong, the burden of Super Saiyan 3 is proving too great. It seems he may falter." Chuemo shook his head in regret. It seemed he had to take action, for otherwise it would be exceedingly difficult for Sun Wukong to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Chuemo stepped forward, his form instantly materializing between Baby and Sun Wukong. And then he produced a magic bean, tossing it towards Sun Wukong. Upon consuming the bean, Sun Wukong's vitality was swiftly restored. Upon witnessing Chuemo before him, Baby's countenance darkened ominously. In a chilling tone, he declared, "Chuemo, it is you once more." Chuemo replied with a smirk, "Indeed, it is I? What is it? Are you displeased?" "Yes, I am most displeased. I shall kill you." Baby roared, his imposing aura intensifying, his gaze ferocious. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than Chuemo sent Super Baby hurtling away with a kick. "Weakling, you lack the right to be upset." Chuemo spoke, his disdainful demeanor inciting even greater fury within Baby. "Sun Wukong, look above." Following Chuemo's words, Sun Wukong gazed upward, where a resplendent full moon greeted his sight. Thump, thump. His heart raced violently, and Sun Wukong's eyes began to lose their luster. Soon, his cheeks contorted in agony, his complexion first paling before swiftly turning a ghastly shade, eventually morphing into a grotesque visage. "Damn it!" Baby exclaimed in rage, rushing over to strike Chuemo. However, before he could make contact, his body was hurled backward once more, as Chuemo had kicked him again. "What are you yelling about, you repulsive creature? Just sit quietly and watch the show." Chuemo placed his foot upon Baby's face, rendering him unable to rise for an extended period. "You revel in chaos and disgust, yet here I am, crushing your visage." Although you now inhabit Vegeta's form, at this moment, Son Goku felt his blood surging wildly through his veins, his physique transforming rapidly. His nose elongated, fangs protruded from his mouth, and his body expanded to an astonishing height of 40 to 50 meters. The golden-haired great ape emerged, a manifestation of the Super Saiyan state, stimulated by the full moon. This form boasted a power increase equivalent to the fusion of Super Saiyan transformation and Great Ape transformation, yielding a staggering 500-fold energy amplification. The mindless golden Great Ape roared, unleashing streams of golden energy from its maw. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, radiant light illuminating half the planet. Wherever the tempest swept, everything was reduced to mere flatness, even scraping away thick layers of earth. What is this? Chumo, feeling exasperated, departed from Baby's head. Baby had just clumsily regained his footing when he was immediately met with a formidable onslaught. After fending off the storm, he let out a furious roar. It was only after he discerned the golden giant ape that Sun Wukong had transformed into that cold sweat began to beat on Baby's forehead. Having inherited the memories of the Zephyr King, he was acutely aware that scions possessed the ability to metamorphose into giant apes. In bygone days, the Zephyr people had been annihilated by the rampaging scions in their giant ape forms. Thus, a sense of trepidation gripped Baby's heart. What has transpired? How could grandfather have transformed into this? Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's frenzy, Xiao Fong cried out in alarm. Just as she was about to soar towards the golden giant ape, she felt Chumo firmly grasp her wrist. Do not approach. That is the giant ape form of a scion. Sun Wukong has lost his reason and can no longer recognize you. It is you who has caused grandfather to become this way. What are your intentions? Xiao Fong demanded loudly. You shall soon find out. Spare me the chatter. I am your elder, so simply observe obediently, Chumo replied. Chumo restrained Xiao Fong, quietly observing the golden great ape, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Beside him, Bu and Oob, sensing Chumo's anger, dared not intervene and fell silent. The golden great ape represents a state preceding the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. As long as it regains its reason, it can revert to its humanoid form of Super Saiyan 4. Chumo addressed Xiao Fang, urging her to attempt calling out to Sun Wukong in hopes of awakening his reason. Well, I shall give it a try, she replied, though discontent lingered in her heart regarding Chumo's domineering demeanor. With determination, Xiao Fang shouted towards Sun Wukong, Grandfather, please awaken. Upon hearing her urgent call, the golden giant ape exhibited a flicker of reaction, its fierce visage turning towards Chumo and the others. Then it let out a thunderous roar, abruptly shifting its focus to Baby. What on earth is happening? Why has the attention turned to me? At that moment, Baby felt as though a multitude of frustrations ran rampant within him. How tragic. With a furious roar, the golden giant ape unleashed a torrent of scorching energy, a shockwave erupting from its maw. Subsequently, it seized a colossal boulder, hurling it towards Baby. Boom. The stone crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Oh no, I must evade. Baby grimaced and dodged, his anger directed at Chumo, whose actions had caused this turmoil. Seeing that its assault had failed to yield results, the golden giant ape became increasingly enraged, relentlessly charging at Baby. With a thunderous stomp, the ape's foot crashed down upon Baby, the immense force fracturing the ground like a spider's web. Baby's expression darkened, turning a deep shade of pale. His trembling hands raised above his head, he felt a sharp pain in his upper body, and suddenly, a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. While lower-class scions lose their reason upon transforming into giant apes, a faint vestige of consciousness remains. A prime example of this is when Vegeta invaded Earth upon transforming. Gohan's first target was Vegeta, despite later having his tail severed by him. After becoming a golden giant ape, Sun Wukong's power surged significantly, though devoid of reason. It was still formidable enough to pose a grave threat to Baby. In that moment, Baby resembled a volatile volcano on the verge of eruption, yet faced with the unfeeling, mindless golden giant ape, he felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Baby's mind. He soared into the air, deftly evading the golden giant ape's assaults. An unthinking monster wishes to defeat me? How preposterous. Baby sneered as he appeared behind the golden giant ape, generating a flat beam of energy between his fingers and striking towards the ape's tail. You are overestimating yourself. With a swift kick, Chumo sent Baby flying, striking him squarely in the face. He had envisioned transforming Sun Wukong into a Super Saiyan 4 and could not allow Baby to sever Wukong's tail. How infuriating. You wretched creature. Baby glared at Chumo, his hatred now 100-fold stronger than even that which he harbored for Sun Wukong. Beware of your own fate. Chumo let out a cold laugh. Were it not for his desire to experience the essence of Sun Wukong, he would have effortlessly disposed of this fool. What? Baby was taken aback. As a cacophony of roars filled the air, the golden giant ape had once again set its sights on him. His complexion fluctuated between ashen and pale, a surge of fury boiling within him. The golden giant ape launched yet another assault. Boom. The very fabric of Zifur Star seemed on the brink of collapse. Chumo floated back to Xiao Fang's side and said, "Continue to call upon the consciousness of Sun Wukong. It would be best to restore his sanity." All right. Though Xiao Fang was uncertain of Chumo's intentions, she trusted he had his reasons. Thus, she repeatedly invoked the name of Sun Wukong. In the realm of the King of Worlds, a tumultuous energy surged from the lower universe, permeating the starry skies. The elder King of Worlds and his companions were gathered around the crystal orb. "What does Chumo intend to do?" exclaimed Jabite, astonished. "This fellow is truly perplexing. He could easily annihilate Baby." "You are simply too young," replied the elder King of Worlds, squinting slightly. "Chumo's actions undoubtedly hold significance. He is likely conducting an experiment. Perhaps a formidable warrior is on the brink of emergence. Are you suggesting that there is still hope for Sun Wukong's restoration?" Jebite inquired, regaining his composure. "Indeed. Through destruction comes rebirth. The training of the scions has always followed this principle, and this instance is likely no different. With Chumo present, there is surely no cause for concern." The elder King of Worlds, confident in Chumo's extraordinary identity, asserted this. Boom, boom. The vast sky trembled as waves of energy, causing souls to shudder, spread forth. The golden giant ape roared in fury, wreaking havoc as it swung its fists, while Baby, having lost his previous composure, flailed in panic. What infuriated him further was that every time he attempted to sever the golden ape's tail, Chumo would appear, sending him flying. With rage-filled eyes fixed on the golden giant ape and Chumo, a chilling aura of murderous intent thickened in the air. "Damn it," Baby seethed, never having encountered someone so unabashedly audacious. Chumo gazed at the roaring giant ape, pondering that by now, Sun Wukong should have nearly transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. "Grandfather, please awaken soon." Xiao Fang's melodious voice resonated in the ears of the colossal beast. The golden giant ape ceased its movements, its two blood-red eyes fixating intently on Xiao Fang's crimson silhouette. "Roar." The giant ape bellowed while thumping its chest, revealing that her words had indeed made an impact. In Chumo's heart, a wave of joy surged. "No, I cannot remain passive." The usually self-assured Baby found himself in a flurry, swiftly moving to Bulma's side. "Hurry. Devise a way for me to transform into the great ape state." Bulma replied respectfully, "Lord Baby, we merely need to activate the Bulus beam amplifier to enhance the moon's reflected light. Quickly, get the machine running." Baby urged, his face a mask of urgency. "Yes." Bulma promptly initiated the machine. At last, the golden great ape awakened Sun Wukong's consciousness, gazing down at the tearful child. With a mighty roar, the golden great ape began to emit a radiant, shimmering glow. Its colossal form gradually diminished, revealing a humanoid figure, a robust man adorned with vibrant red fur. Gone was the golden aura. His entire body was cloaked in a layer of crimson hair, while his tresses transformed back to black, cascading down to his shoulders. His eyes shimmered with a golden hue, framed by red irises, complemented by an alluring smile. Indeed, this was the Super Saiyan 4. Chumo gazed with exhilaration at Sun Wukong, whose physique had grown remarkably robust. A tremendous and overwhelming aura surged forth from within Sun Wukong. He endeavored to extend his own spiritual energy, seeking to comprehend alongside Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 4 state. Before long, a look of enlightenment flickered across Chumo's face. It was that simple. Indeed, the power of Super Saiyan 4 was on an entirely different plane compared to Super Saiyan 3. It had transcended the very dimensions of existence. Chumo smiled. In truth, the mysterious realm is a unique state within the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. However, its aura is even more prolonged, and its energy consumption significantly lower. One could say that the mysterious realm exists between the Divine Mirror and Super Saiyan 4, capable of evolving in either direction. It may even advance simultaneously in both. Chumo suddenly conceived a bold idea. With his system, nothing seemed impossible. The realm of the gods represents a level of existence, while Super Saiyan 4 signifies the evolution of the body. No matter how formidable one's realm, without a powerful physique, one may merely end up like the King Kai. A coward at best. The only contender capable of rivaling Super Saiyan 4 is, of course, the Super Saiyan God. Both forms embody an even greater strength. Suddenly, Chumo experienced a profound realization as he beheld the majestic presence of Super Saiyan 4, an aura as formidable as a mountain enveloping him, elevating his own realm exponentially. Chapter 74. Attaining the Ultimate Mastery. Grandpa. Seeing Sun Wukong regain his sanity, Xiao Fang rushed towards him, exhilarated. Sun Wukong had always held a deep affection for his 9-year-old granddaughter. "You've worked hard, Xiao Fang." Leave the rest to Grandpa. Xiaofeng murmured softly, standing proudly. Sun Wukong emanated a tremendous aura, which, in an instant, overshadowed the entire planet of Zifur. No, the entirety of the North Galaxy was encompassed by his presence. Bush shook slightly, smacking his lips. It's so cold. This feeling is unbearable. Wukong is truly too powerful. Meanwhile, Ub was visibly thrilled. This is Wukong's energy. I never imagined he could become this strong. It seems Baby's doom is imminent. On the experimental platform, Baby sensed the terrifying aura of Sun Wukong. His pupils suddenly constricted as his fears materialized. Baby surmised Chu Mo's intentions and shouted, "Is the Bruz Beam amplifier not ready yet?" "Lord Baby, it will be ready shortly." "Accelerate the process." Baby 06 appeared exceedingly anxious. "Ancestor, Wukong's current form is..." The old Kai nodded, squinting his eyes. "This is a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3. It must be the Super Saiyan 4 that Chu Mo has been seeking as a breakthrough. Sun Wukong is now undoubtedly the strongest in our universe. Though he still pales in comparison to Chu Mo. Then Baby is no match for Mr. Wukong? Jebite inquired urgently. Indeed, the levels are no longer comparable. The old Kai affirmed with certainty. In his memory, it had been several 100 million years since a scion had reached this realm. Oh no, ancestor, look. Baby has transformed into a golden great ape. Jebite exclaimed suddenly. What? The old Kai shrieked, shoving Jebite aside to peer into the crystal ball. What is Wukong doing? The old Kai's expression turned pale. Though Chu Mo refrained from taking action, he could comprehend the reasoning behind it. However, the fact that Sun Wukong also abstained from intervening was utterly ludicrous. Ancestor, do you truly believe that Mr. Wukong can emerge victorious? Jebite looked utterly despondent. The old Kai was rendered speechless, as the speed of the slap to the face was astonishingly swift. With such a demeanor, you retain some semblance of interest. Sun Wukong uttered coldly, prompting Chu Mo to roll his eyes in exasperation. Damn it, you simply relish in flaunting. I possess overwhelming strength. What do you have? Nothing at all. With a resounding clash, two fists collided, momentarily halting the fabric of space. There were neither earth-shattering explosions nor dazzling displays of light, only the sheer, unrefined force of brute strength. Sun Wukong seized the fist of the colossal ape and, with a vigorous heave, sent the golden giant hurtling through the air. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. Pure violence. The manifestation of ultimate power. This is Super Saiyan 4. Unlike Super Saiyan God, it embodies the pinnacle of strength. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Chu Mo gazed intently. The Scion had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3, attaining the utmost limits of his capabilities. However, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 transcended the boundaries of mere mortals, evolving strength to an entirely new echelon. Although, due to the divergent rules of the world, Super Saiyan 4 could not attain the divine realm akin to Super Saiyan God. There was no discernible difference in combat prowess. Much like the Super Saiyan God, the power amplification remained a staggering 40,000 times. This represented a genuine transcendence in the essence of life itself. Chu silently gazed ahead, suddenly closing his eyes as he began to simulate the state of Super Saiyan 4 within his consciousness. A flash of lightning surged through his mind, akin to the first ray of light illuminating the world, as the visage of Super Saiyan 4 crystallized in his awareness. The ferocious and domineering power, the unparalleled majesty, wielded immense might with every gesture. In that moment, Chu's spirit became enlightened. A faint smile graced his lips as inspiration sparked within him, and he grasped the crux of his transformation. With a swift turn, he instantaneously transported himself to the realm of the Kaioshin. It was time to ascend to Super Saiyan 4. In the depths of his heart, Chu Mo silently urged, breakthrough, as if in response to his imposing presence. The azure expanse of the King of Worlds suddenly resonated with a thunderous roar. Golden clouds began to spread across the entire sky, swiftly enveloping the cerulean realm in a magnificent tapestry of shimmering gold. Radiant hues cascaded from the celestial layers above, bathing the heavens in a resplendent glow. With a crackling sound, the air hesitated for a fleeting moment before erupting in a cacophony of explosive bursts. From within a colossal void, a profound and divine will descended upon the scene. As a shaft of golden radiance illuminated the surroundings, Chu Mo found himself levitating involuntarily, his aura gradually dissipating. Ancestor, what is happening? The god of Jebit felt an overwhelming shock. This fellow is also on the verge of a breakthrough. Super Saiyan 4. The old King of Worlds remarked with a sense of awe. Streams of golden light radiated from the resplendent brilliance, resembling the sun itself. Before the god of Jebit stood Chu Mo, his long black hair billowing, his body adorned in a cloak of crimson fur and clad in light yellow trousers. Chu-mo chuckled with satisfaction, having finally attained the magnificent Super Saiyan 4 transformation, feeling the exquisite peak of power within him. The difference compared to the mysterious realm was indeed like heaven and earth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task and receiving the sign-in gift package. Would you like to open the sign-in gift package of 960? Open it immediately. Chu-mo was brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipating the rewards of this Super 4 sign-in package. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully opened the package and obtained the basic Freedom Extreme skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the energy absorption skill of Super 17. What a delight! The Freedom Extreme skill is a high-level technique that can only be mastered by gods of destruction. Even Sun Wukong was permitted to train in it only through Whis' special allowance, and now, unexpectedly, he could cultivate it himself. That fellow Beerus underwent billions of years of training, yet still has not reached the perfection of the Freedom Extreme skill, illustrating just how challenging it is. As for the energy absorption skill, it is merely an added bonus for Chu-mo. This truly is a remarkable tool for showcasing one's prowess. How is the battle on planet Zephyr progressing? After obtaining the Super Sign-In package, Chu-mo felt rejuvenated and moved closer. The old Supreme Kai picked up the crystal ball and remarked, "The situation is not looking good. Baby, in his great ape form, is blocking Goku's attacks. But Goku is formidable as well." Chapter 75, Swallowing the Energy Blast. Is Goku on the verge of victory? Jebbet God inquired with excitement. It's hard to say. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation consumes a significant amount of energy. This is Goku's first transformation, and he has yet to fully master the power of Super Saiyan 4. So the battle is bound to continue. Now, it remains to be seen who will falter first. Chu-mo shook his head, harboring doubts about Sun Wukong. The god Jebbet was taken aback. Does this mean Wukong might be defeated? Indeed, such a possibility cannot be dismissed. The old Kaioshin pondered for a moment and concurred with Chu-mo's assessment. If Sun Wukong could fully master the power of Super Saiyan 4, then vanquishing Baby would not pose a formidable challenge. Unfortunately, this was Sun Wukong's inaugural transformation, and how long he could maintain the Super Saiyan 4 state remained uncertain. Alas, this is far from favorable news. The god Jebbet, visibly distressed, hastily addressed Chu-mo. "Mr. Chu-mo, are you able to intervene now?" "Certainly. It is no problem at this moment." Chu-mo chuckled, having already surpassed his limits and ready to vanquish Baby at any moment. With a brief smile, he instantly transported himself to the planet Sifil. The dark red planet was engulfed in a tempest of battle, threatening to tear it apart. Baby, transformed into a colossal ape, roared towards the heavens, his enormous fist swinging wildly. Sun Wukong could only evade, appearing as insignificant as an ant in comparison to the golden giant. At that moment, Sun Wukong was engulfed in a pale golden flame, his long black hair dancing in the air, exuding an air of ease. "You detestable scion," Baby bellowed, his massive jaws gleaming with a chilling light. "You infuriate me. I shall send you all to hell." He turned his head, his colossal palm sweeping downwards. The air surged, whipping up a fierce gale. "Come on," Sun Wukong shouted, a surge of energy rising from his feet. With a resounding bang, he accelerated and appeared before Baby in an instant. He aimed for the most vulnerable spot, Baby's eyes. Baby could hardly believe it, his mouth agape as he shielded his head with his hands. The eyes, being the most fragile part of the body, were particularly susceptible to attack in this massive ape form. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong bent his arm and struck Baby with a powerful punch. The force erupted forth, a penetrating energy slicing through the air and landing squarely on the golden giant's belly. Although part of the impact was absorbed by the thick hide, the intensity of Sun Wukong's assault penetrated deeper, reaching the internal organs. With a pained howl, Golden Baby opened his mouth wide, suddenly revealing a fierce glare as his massive body bore down upon Sun Wukong. The ground shattered beneath them, erupting with countless fissures as Sun Wukong found himself pinned beneath Baby's immense form. Wow! Blood spilled from Sun Wukong's mouth. He should be all right, right? You squinted, fist clenched, steam suddenly gushing from the small hole atop his head. "Grandpa," Xiaofang cried out, "that must hurt." "Master Wukong," Ub shouted, his eyes fixed intently. Kamehameha. A pale blue light illuminated beneath the golden giant, a surge of energy shooting skyward, propelling the giant ape into the air. Sun Wukong's disheveled figure emerged as he vigorously shook off the dust from his body. "Well, Sun Wukong, you don't look too good right now." The silhouette of Chu-mo materialized in midair, accompanied by a teasing tone. Have you also attained Super Saiyan 4? Impressive. I've heard about you from Buu. You defeated Vegeta. Sun Wukong gazed at Chu Mo, his face alight with excitement, the thrill of encountering yet another formidable opponent. Buu? Chu Mo glanced over. This chubby fellow must have heard from Sun Wukong about his victory over Vegeta. Defeating him was exceedingly simple, lacking in excitement. It is the prospect of contending with both of you that truly piques my interest. Chu Mo spoke softly. Given his current combat strength, even if he were only at Super Saiyan 1, he could effortlessly overpower Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 4. Even if Lu also transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Without merging into Vegito, he would stand no chance against him. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. Sun Wukong gazed at Chu Mo. Unable to discern the extent of his power, yet his sixth sense warned him that he was not a match for Chu Mo's Sun Wukong. I shall end your life. Baby soared towards him, disregarding Chu Mo's presence. Even transformed into the golden great ape, Baby felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation towards Chu Mo. Soon, Baby and Sun Wukong were embroiled in battle once more, but as time passed, Sun Wukong began to struggle with the unfamiliarity of his first transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Bang! Sun Wukong was sent flying by a punch from Baby, spitting out blood once again. His body was driven deep into the ground, unable to rise due to the immense energy expenditure. Haha, Sun Wukong, you are doomed. Baby's lips curled into a triumphant smile, brimming with excitement. Once I eliminate you, I'll take care of Chu Mo. All Scions deserve to perish. A terrifying black energy sphere, pulsating with powerful lightning, formed in Baby's hands. Revenge Energy Ball. With great pride, Baby hurled the colossal energy sphere, measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter, towards Sun Wukong. However, disappointment soon washed over him as a crimson figure appeared in the path of the energy sphere, opening his mouth wide to consume it. Whoosh! The energy sphere, which had filled Sun Wukong with despair, was astonishingly swallowed whole by Chu Mo burp. Chu Mo emitted a satisfied burp, as if thoroughly content. No way. Is it really you, Chu Mo? Baby's eyes narrowed in disbelief. What is happening? The energy sphere I painstakingly gathered was devoured just like that. This must be a joke. Xiao Fong rubbed her eyes, wearing an expression of incredulity. The sheer terror of that energy sphere filled her with despair. Yet the outcome was unexpectedly humorous. Bubu, equally astonished, found it hard to fathom such overwhelming strength. We are bound to win, Teacher Wukong. However, Bu licked his lips, clearly tempted by the deliciousness of that sphere. I want to taste it too. Chu Mo listened in silence for a while. Are you going to eat? I fear you would be utterly obliterated. What a truly reckless individual. Nevertheless, Chu Mo was quite pleased with the effect of his display of bravado. With the acquisition of this energy absorption skill, it had indeed become an essential tool for his daily showmanship. Chapter 76. Annihilation of Baby. Your strength remains disappointingly feeble. This is quite tiresome. It seems the only course left is to eliminate you. Chu Mo gazed coldly at Baby, deeming him useless. It was time to strike decisively. Chu Mo smiled radiantly at Baby, yet the brilliance of his smile sent shivers down her spine. Flee. This was Baby's immediate thought, as for thoughts of revenge. She could only consider them if she survived. Want to escape? It is too late. Do you not wish to inhabit my body? Here I am. Where do you intend to go? Chu Mo let out a cold laugh. With a wave of his right hand, an invisible force instantaneously pressed down, enveloping Baby within its grasp. What have you done to me? No. Please, don't. Baby felt paralyzed, panic surging through him. At that moment, sheer terror gripped Baby as he discerned the murderous intent in Chu Mo's eyes. The figure before him was exceedingly formidable, able to control his body with merely a wisp of energy, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Even the thought of escaping Vegeta's body was beyond his reach. Just as despair consumed Baby, Chu Mo's fist struck, landing heavily against Baby's chest. The excruciating pain caused Baby to arch his body, blood spewing forth. His complexion paling drastically. A surge of searing energy coursed through Vegeta's body, crashing into Baby's form within. Pain. Agonizing pain. Baby's eyes widened in horror. What now? Did you believe I was powerless against you? Observing Baby's anguished expression, Chu Mo remarked with a mocking tone. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy punches followed, eliciting cries of agony from Baby, yet he remained helpless, fear etched across his features. With each punch delivered by Chuma, not only did Baby experience excruciating pain, but what was even more terrifying was the overwhelming heat that penetrated his being, as if it sought to incinerate his very soul. This was one of the formidable energies of Super Saiyan 4, an intense heat. At that moment, Baby was paralyzed by fear, fully ensnared by Chuma's intangible aura, unable to escape from the confines of Vegeta's body. Grandpa Chuma, you must prevail. Hurry and vanquish this villain. In the distance, Xiaofang's encouraging shouts nearly caused Chuma to stumble, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Ha, Grandpa. I'm only 26. Chuemo chose to disregard the young girl entirely, opting instead to vent his frustrations upon Baby with unrestrained fervor. Bang, bang, bang. Chuemo relentlessly struck Baby with powerful punches, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Remember this pain, this terror in your eyes. I revel in your fear." Upon hearing the murderous intent in Chumo's voice, Baby was instantly filled with panic. "It is over, Baby. Remember not to provoke me in your next life." As Chumo's indifferent words fell, a fierce aura erupted from him, unleashing a tempest that raged wildly across the planet. In the distance, Yu and his companions were swept back several kilometers, while those under Baby's control, including Gohan, were rendered unconscious by the sheer force of the storm. Within the tempest, crimson lightning crackled incessantly. The terrifying aura emanating from Chuemo instilled a sense of trepidation even in Sun Wukong. How could this be? Baby's eyes reflected despair. No matter how formidable he became, he paled in comparison to even a fraction of Chumo's power. Why did he feel so utterly helpless and insignificant before this scion? Chumo's fist struck heavily against Baby's face. The latter's massive form was propelled through the air, skimming the ground and scraping a thick layer of mud as he soared several thousand meters away, accompanied by the acrid scent of scorched earth. At that moment, Baby's breath grew feeble. He struggled to rise, but the injuries he sustained rendered him incapable of lifting his formidable frame. Wait, you can't kill him. That would mean Vegeta's demise as well. Sun Wukong suddenly shouted, rushing forward to halt Chuemo. He had perceived the intense murderous intent in Chumo's eyes, unmistakably signifying a deadly resolve. Without even casting a glance at Sun Wukong, Chuemo let out a cold laugh and waved his hand, summoning a fierce whirlwind that swept Sun Wukong aside. Bang! The energy orb unleashed by Chumo collided directly with the colossal ape, sending dust swirling into the air. Sun Wukong shut his eyes, unable to bear the thought of Vegeta meeting his demise in such a manner. He refrained from intervening, fully aware that the crisis engulfing the universe could not be resolved without the elimination of Baby. Thus, Vegeta's death was imperative. Yet, as the blinding brilliance subsided, Sun Wukong opened his eyes to discover that the anticipated outcome had not materialized. The golden giant ape remained intact, though its tail had vanished. It dawned on him that the scion's malevolence resided within the tail. Severing it would render the creature powerless. Understanding Chumo's words, Sun Wukong released a sigh of relief. It seemed that Chumo was not as heartless as he appeared. He must have had his own strategy in mind. The giant ape lay unconscious, yet Baby was still alert. Sensing Vegeta's form diminishing, Baby seized the opportunity to escape. As long as he could flee, there remained a chance. Perhaps Chumo's formidable essence would one day belong to him. The thought of Chumo's overwhelming presence filled Baby with exhilaration. However, before he could contemplate further, a voice filled with despair echoed around him. Was it too late to realize this now? Chuemo gazed coldly at the writhing entity within Vegeta, uttering a detached remark. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wasn't Baby the very artificial being that manifested in the later Dragon Ball heroes? Could it be that Frieza's true objective in GT was not Son Goku and his companions, but rather Baby? As Chuemo contemplated, he increasingly felt the likelihood of his thoughts. However, he was left wondering where Fu had vanished to. He had no knowledge of whether Fu had acquired Baby's genes, and it appeared he had arrived too late. Suddenly, a radiant crimson glow emanated from the palm of Chuemo, enveloping Vegeta's form in an instant. With a swift clench of his right hand, the glow rapidly contracted. Impossible. How could you possibly seize me? What is happening? Baby's voice resonated with sheer terror, as he found himself unable to move even a fraction within Vegeta's body. Moreover, the overwhelming pressure intensified, seemingly intent on crushing him utterly. Damn it! Cursed Chuemo. If you have the ability, release me. Baby struggled frantically, but it was to no avail. At that moment, Vegeta's physique finally returned to its normal size. Though his expression contorted in agony, as if enduring excruciating pain, yet the crimson mark on his forehead gradually faded, and his silver hair began to revert to its natural black hue. Upon hearing Goku's voice, Vegeta swiftly regained consciousness. Chapter 77, Super 17. Before long, Vegeta was entirely restored to his former self. However, Baby continued to roar in fury, that detestable scion. His voice gradually diminished until it ultimately vanished. Vegeta. Goku soared toward him, repeatedly calling out his name. As soon as he awoke, Vegeta sensed the immense power coursing through his being. This extraordinary force caused Vegeta's body to tremble with exhilaration. The overwhelming energy left him astounded. Do not be overly astonished. You have unexpectedly benefited from misfortune. Baby's power has completely merged with your body. Furthermore, the Blutz wave has awakened your inner potential. Your current strength is now comparable to Goku's Super Saiyan 4. Upon witnessing that this individual was primarily concerned with his own strength, Chumo could not help but scoff. What? Super Saiyan 4? Kakarot has already attained Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta appeared utterly bewildered, casting incredulous glances between Son Goku and Chumo. He had never heard of this before, yet it must be an immensely powerful form. Vegeta promptly rose to his feet, clenched his fists, and meticulously attuned himself to the power within. Indeed, this formidable strength was exponentially greater than what he had previously possessed, far surpassing the capabilities of Super Saiyan 3 Kakarot. Vegeta's power was astonishingly potent, nearly rivaling that of his mentor, Goku. Ub looked on in shock. Truly impressive. I am no match for him at all. Buu squinted his small eyes, inquiring, So, are you pleased with your current strength? Chuma gazed calmly at the visibly excited Vegeta. Upon hearing Chuma's words, Vegeta composed himself, stepping forward to stand before Chuma. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would have perished long ago. Vegeta could faintly sense the mercy Chuma had shown earlier. Otherwise, he could have easily slain Baby, and he would not possess the strength he has now. It was a rare occurrence indeed for the proud Saiyan prince to bow in gratitude, his demeanor reflecting utmost respect. Even Kakarot had rarely heard Vegeta express thanks over the years. Chumo smiled softly. This proud prince was, in truth, rather remarkable. With Baby eliminated, Vegeta, through a twist of fate, acquired the formidable power of Super Saiyan 4, culminating in a splendid conclusion. If Vegeta diligently continues his training, he will undoubtedly transcend Super Saiyan 4, placing his strength on par with that of Sun Wukong. Under the influence of the ultra-divine water, all of Earth's inhabitants regained their sanity. However, the disappearance of Android 18 left Krillin in a state of anxiety, as none knew her whereabouts. Not even the underworld bore her essence. Yet, one soul was privy to the truth, Chumo himself. He could not allow his wife's doppelganger to linger here. Krillin, with his diminutive stature, was unworthy of her. If he could retrieve the Android 18 from this realm and facilitate her fusion with his wife, the power of Super 18 would swiftly elevate, undoubtedly reaching the Super 4 level. However, not all news was favorable. Although Sun Wukong had previously gathered all the Black Star Dragon Balls and entrusted them to Dandy and, at that moment, both were already under Baby's control, leading them to neglect returning the Dragon Balls to their rightful places. Consequently, after Baby's wish, the Black Star Dragon Balls scattered once more across the cosmos. Now, Earth had less than 2 weeks before its impending explosion. In such a brief span, gathering the 7 Dragon Balls from the vastness of the universe was no trivial endeavor. Thus, Sun Wukong and his companions resolved to have the Earthlings wait on the planet Zypher for 2 weeks. Once the time elapsed, they would summon the Namekian dragon Purunga to restore Earth, after which everyone would be relocated back to their home planet. Time flew rapidly, and 2 weeks after defeating Baby, Earth erupted in a resounding explosion. Subsequently, Sun Wukong journeyed to the Namekian planet, wishing for Earth to revert to its former state. Soon, all humanity returned to Earth, restoring tranquility once more. However, Chu Mo never awaited the reappearance of Fu, uncertain whether the fellow's injuries had not healed or if he had departed from this world altogether. He attempted to summon Kane using the time and space ring, yet received no response, leading him to suspect that the ring might be defective. Soon, 3 months elapsed. During this period, Chu Mo diligently cultivated under a gravity intensity of 10,000 times. After this duration, his base combat power had once again doubled, reaching an astonishing 20 trillion, a truly fearsome feat. Nevertheless, he remained apprehensive, convinced that Fu, having undergone such an experience, would undoubtedly emerge even stronger. If Fu were as formidable as the prison planet at this juncture, his only option would be to flee. Throughout this time, Chu Mo also engaged in sparring sessions with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, though their transformations only extended to Super Saiyan 1. Each encounter left the two warriors battered and bruised. Yet they relished the challenge. After all, confronting powerful adversaries was the greatest source of joy for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Meanwhile, on Earth, the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Yet Chuemo found himself devoid of any interest in such competitions. At this moment, in the depths of hell, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew had united, scheming together as they engaged in the development of an ultimate weapon designed to confront their loathed nemesis, Sun Wukong, as well as the oblivious Earthlings. At this point, Super 17 should be making his appearance soon. Chuemo was cultivating alone on the back mountain of Baozi Mountain. He was attempting the rudimentary technique of ultimate freedom, and the results were quite promising. With his current prowess, he could only sustain it for 2 to 3 minutes. It is no wonder that even the fully powered Sun Wukong could only maintain such an astonishing state for a mere 5 minutes. The consumption of energy was simply too immense. Chuemo silently calculated that even with a combat power of 100 quintillion, he could only maintain it for a mere 3 minutes. Unless he were to surpass the full power of Super Saiyan Blue Goku or master the perfect level of Ultra Instinct. Android 17, what brings you here? A figure stood before Trunks, revealing himself to be the long-absent Android 17. Ever since he had dealt with Cell years ago, he had not shown his face. What could have compelled him to suddenly appear now? Moreover, under the enigmatic gaze of Android 17, Trunks felt an unsettling aura emanating from him. Without uttering a word, 17 merely smirked coldly, raising his right hand to conjure an energy sphere directed at Trunks. What are you planning to do? The disappearance of Android 18 is not my concern. We are all searching for her, Trunks exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 78. The Gates of Hell seemingly indifferent to Trunks' words. Android 17 unleashed the energy sphere towards him. Trunks, with no choice, swiftly dodged. Boom. In the next instant, the ground erupted beneath the terrifying energy sphere, creating a deep crater. Damn it, what do you intend to do? Trunks shouted at 17. Before he could finish speaking, 17's fist struck Trunks squarely in the face. Bang. Trunks was sent flying by the force of the blow. Yet, Android 17 was relentless, forming another energy sphere in his palm and launching it directly at Trunks. Boom. A violent explosion ensued, hurling Trunks away and leaving him severely injured. His aura diminished. Vegeta, Goku, come quickly. What is that? Bulma's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Vegeta had just concluded a duel with Chuemo and was still at the Capsule Corporation, witnessing the astonishing scene unfold. Chuemo stepped out and followed the direction pointed by Chi-Chi. To his astonishment, a colossal black hole was manifesting in the sky. The Gates of Hell? Was the ultimate number 17 about to emerge? Chuemo cast a fleeting glance, suddenly recalling the plot of GT. What is this Hell's Gate? The ultimate 17? Sun Wukong and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? It's nothing, but a formidable adversary is about to emerge. You two should prepare for battle. Allow me to advise you, it is exceedingly powerful. With a subtle smile curving at the corners of Chumo's lips, one could only wonder if the ultimate 17 was aware of the existence of 18 in his grasp. Ultimate 17? A formidable adversary? Excellent. Leave it to me. Vegeta cracked his knuckles, his demeanor brimming with excitement. Despite his efforts over the past few months, he had yet to transcend to Super Saiyan 4. A fact that irked him, leaving him perpetually overshadowed by Kakarot. A glimmer of exhilaration flickered across Son Goku's face. The prospect of a powerful opponent was precisely what he craved, for Chumo's overwhelming strength rendered battles somewhat mundane. At that moment, Trunks stumbled in, battered and bruised, clearly having endured a severe beating. Trunks, what happened? Who injured you? Vegeta rushed to support his son, embodying the protective instincts of a devoted father who could not abide anyone harming his family. The gates of hell have been opened. Dad, be wary of Ultimate 17. Before he could finish his warning, Trunks collapsed. He had ventured to East City to summon Vegeta home, only to encounter 17 along the way. Ultimate 17? Very well. Vegeta gritted his teeth in determination. However, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He was well aware of 17's capabilities and found it hard to believe he could inflict such injuries upon Trunks. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in hell, where two nefarious old men huddled together, their faces adorned with sinister grins. Haha, we have succeeded. Now this is entertaining. Watch closely. We shall return to the mortal realm. These two men were none other than the wretched Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, both having met a tragic fate at the hands of their own creations. Fate had brought these two geniuses together once more in the depths of hell. Behind them loomed the true Android 17, enveloped in a terrifying aura of energy, clearly under their control. A masterpiece indeed. Were it not for the technology you provided, Dr. Mew, I doubt I could have achieved such perfection, Dr. Gero marveled. Oh, not at all. It is your androids that have allowed me to realize my vision, Doctor. Me replied, the two villains basking in mutual flattery. 17. Commence. We await your triumphant news. Dr. Gero raised a container of oil and drained it with pride. This time, no one would thwart their ambitions. Upon receiving the command, 17 let out a low growl as dark energy surged from his being, erupting into a frenzy. The black energy coalesced into a beam that pierced through the very ground of hell. Simultaneously, the hellish 17 in the mortal realm unleashed his own terrifying black energy, transforming it into a menacing beam. The two beams shot through the vast black hole above, causing ominous clouds to swirl as if some unseen force had opened a conduit to the profound depths of hell. The gates of hell had been unlocked. We have succeeded. Cheers. Two wicked old men eagerly consumed the motor oil in their possession, their faces alight with glee. Soon, they discovered that the gateway from hell to the human realm had been flung open, allowing countless spirits to surge forth from the depths of hell. Among them were the numerous souls vanquished by Sun Wukong, who densely flocked through the infernal portal, vanishing into the abyss. The two nefarious old men, accompanied by Android 17, also traversed the gateway to hell. A splendid new life was about to commence. Observing the dark radiance emanating from Hell 17, Vegeta scoffed. I found him, over there. That detestable fiend. With that, he vanished from sight, soaring through the air towards the indicated direction. Chuemo and Sun Wukong exchanged glances and proceeded to follow suit. The malevolent beings emerging from hell abruptly manifested in the mortal realm, inciting chaos and unrestrained destruction. Before long, the trio arrived at the location of Hell number 17, where they encountered two nefarious scientists alongside android number 17. The two wicked scientists observed the ravaged city with smirks of satisfaction, reveling in the chaos they had orchestrated. A bunch of rubbish. Allow me to personally send them back to hell. Vegeta seethed with rage, for it was these very foes who had harmed Trunks. We meet again. Vegeta, you remain as arrogant as ever. If that is the case, I shall begin with you, proclaimed Dr. Gero with a malicious grin. You must be the father of that boy from earlier. I intentionally spared him. You should be grateful. Android number 17 sneered, his expression brimming with arrogance. Good. Then prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta retorted with a scoff, directing his gaze toward android number 17, and surged forward with explosive speed. Like a tempest, Vegeta's figure materialized behind android number 17 in an instant. Before the android could react, Vegeta's fist struck with tremendous force. Bang! Android no. 17 was sent crashing into the ground, enveloped in a cloud of dust and debris. TCH, hardly a challenge. Following this, Vegeta concentrated energy into a sphere within his palm, unleashing it before android number 17 could recover. Rumbling. The earth trembled violently, creating a deep pit hundreds of meters wide. Android no. 17 shrieked in agony as he was propelled into the air, crashing back down with a resounding thud, smoke billowing from his form, accompanied by the acrid scent of scorched earth. Nanny? How is this possible? How can Vegeta's power be so formidable? Dr. Gero was struck with disbelief. His data indicated that Vegeta's combat strength paled in comparison to that of android number 17. Yet now, the reality was starkly contrary, as Vegeta had decisively overpowered android no. 17 with overwhelming force, expending minimal effort. Damn it. I will kill you, Vegeta. Android number 17, still reeling from the earlier blow, now seethed with fury, soaring into the air with fire in his eyes as he glared at Vegeta. With a swift motion, he charged at Vegeta, convinced that his prior defeat stemmed from overconfidence. This time, he would approach the battle with utmost seriousness, ensuring that the previous events would not repeat. However, android number 17's hopes were swiftly dashed. His fist collided heavily with Vegeta, yet inflicted no damage whatsoever, merely passing through Vegeta's form. A mere afterimage? This cannot be. Android number 17 was stunned, having felt no shift in Vegeta's position. Surprised, are we? You are far too weak. Vegeta, with an air of cool detachment, made a striking entrance behind Hell's android 17. Chuemo felt quite awkward, as this fellow was once again putting on airs. However, little Sun Wukong seemed quite energized by the spectacle, causing Chuemo to look at him with disdain. Although this guy possessed a high combat IQ, he was otherwise rather foolish. It was fortunate for him that he was the protagonist. Otherwise, he would have met his demise countless times already. Suddenly, Hell 17 trembled violently, about to turn and launch another attack. But he was quick. Vegeta was even quicker. Vegeta's massive fist came crashing down, striking Hell 17 squarely on his handsome face. In an instant, Hell 17's body plummeted like a meteor, crashing heavily into the mountains. What had transpired to make Vegeta so powerful? Doctor. Jiro's expression darkened as he glanced between Vegeta, little son Wukong, and the seemingly relaxed Chuemo, sensing that the situation was grim. Dr. Mew was equally astonished. If he knew that Vegeta's newfound strength was due to Baby, it would certainly be amusing. Boom. A deafening explosion shattered a mountain thousands of meters high, sending Hell 17 soaring into the sky, his body enveloped in a terrifying black aura, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Damn Vegeta, I will not let you escape. No. It's I who will not let you escape. A chilling voice from behind startled Hell 17. When had Vegeta appeared behind him? Bang. Bang. The two fists collided. As Android 17 stepped in front of Vegeta, blocking his powerful punch on behalf of Hell 17. Let us team up. You alone are no match for him. Android 17 regarded Vegeta with cold eyes, a similar terrifying black aura surrounding him, instilling fear in those who gazed upon him. The two 17s exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison, their figures darting towards Vegeta. However, little son Wukong soared alongside them, reaching Vegeta's side. 2 against 1 is hardly fair. I shall join in. Little son Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Humph, who asked for your meddling, Kakarot? I can handle them both by myself. Vegeta retorted, displeased that Kakarot was trying to steal his thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta charged towards the two 17s. But little son Wukong was not to be outdone and took off after him, snatching one for himself. It was clear that the two 17s were no match for them, as they were soon battered and bruised. We need to come up with a plan. Let us fuse. Then let us fuse. The voices of the two 17s echoed simultaneously. Their faces twisted into cold smirks. How weak. Vegeta remarked coldly, his interest barely piqued. Indeed, their strength was disappointing. Little son Wukong also concurred. Although the combat prowess of the two number 17 surpasses that of the previous Buu, he and Vegeta have long since evolved beyond their former selves. Allow me to handle them, Vegeta stated coldly, ultimate flash. With his palms brought together, a terrifying surge of energy coalesced and surged towards the two number 17s. However, the expressions of the two remained utterly unperturbed. Their bodies gradually became ethereal, then began to overlap. An astonishing brilliance radiated forth, and one could faintly discern the merging of two figures. The ultimate number 17 has finally arrived. Chuemo gazed at the dazzling radiance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As the brilliance dissipated, a robust figure with long flowing hair emerged before him, an alluring gentleman. Strands of bangs danced in the breeze, and at this moment, the ultimate 17 exuded an even more sinister charm. Yet, his eyes were filled with a deadly intent, faced with Vegeta's ultimate flash. The ultimate 17 showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he spread his arms wide, allowing the formidable energy wave to crash against him. A heavy, muffled thud echoed as the powerful shockwave failed to even stir a splash of water. Nevertheless, the overwhelming force did propel the ultimate 17 backwards several meters. Huh. Is this truly the extent of your power, Vegeta? How utterly uninspiring. The ultimate 17 scoffed, brushing aside his bangs with disdain. His gaze coldly fixed on Vegeta and the young son Goku. Huh. We have succeeded. The ultimate 17 has been born. In this universe, none can rival him. Doctor, Jiro exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, the first step toward domination of the universe has officially commenced. Dr. Mew echoed, his face alight with exhilaration, erupting into maniacal laughter. The prowess of the ultimate 17 had surpassed their initial expectations. Furthermore, he possessed a formidable skill, energy absorption. He could absorb all energy attacks, converting them into his own strength. Thus, while his opponents weakened, he grew ever more powerful. Hey, the battle has yet to commence. And you are already dreaming of universal domination. Is that truly wise? A chilling voice resonated from behind, startling the two oblivious old men. You truly are unsophisticated. No wonder your creations have all been vanquished by their own makers. Your laughter is utterly repulsive. The voice belonged to Chuemo, who held little regard for the knowledge of these two old men. However, their lack of sophistication was so pronounced that he felt reluctant to interrupt them. Who are you? You are the one who was with Son Goku just now. When did you? The two old men, their faces etched with caution, retreated several dozen meters to maintain a safe distance. Chuemo, however, observed everything with a cold smile, refraining from intervening. Chapter 80, Ultra for Vegeta. Well, have you all chosen your positions? If so, allow me to send you on your way. It is time for your return. Farewell. With a smirk curving at the corners of his mouth, Chuemo raised his right index finger, aiming it directly at the two unfortunate old men. Death beam, they cried out. sensing the terrifying energy emanating from him. However, it was too late. The bullets had already been fired and could not be halted. Whoosh, whoosh. Chumar unleashed two beams of death, decisively ending the resurrection of two brilliant doctors. In a fleeting moment, the two souls returned to the depths of hell. After decades of arduous effort, they were revived for barely 2 minutes. What a tragic fate. Dr. Gero was exceedingly reluctant to accept this outcome. Yet he knew nothing of Chumar's identity, not even realizing who had claimed his life. Dr. Mew, equally bewildered, thought to himself, Earth is perilous, teeming with such formidable beings. It seems even the desire to show off is futile. The confrontation was abruptly concluded before it had truly begun. However, the Ultimate 17 showed no signs of agitation due to the Doctor's demise. It continued to coldly observe Vegeta and Goku. The three exchanged glances, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. Vegeta, noting the formidable fusion of the two 17s, proposed, perhaps I should take this one on. Goku, unconcerned about offending his dear friend, retorted, no way. This is my fight. He injured Trunks, I must avenge him. Vegeta seized a perfect excuse, his blood surging with fervor. Humph. Witness how I shall defeat him. The Ultimate 17 is nothing but refuse in my eyes. With a cold smirk, Vegeta exuded confidence in his power. Kamehameha, he declared. His hands coalescing with energy as hundreds of energy blasts shot forth like arrows, sealing off every avenue of escape for the Ultimate 17. Humph. A mere trifle. The Ultimate 17 scoffed, showing no hint of concern. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, sending thick clouds of smoke spiraling into the air. Vegeta, brimming with pride, was left dumbfounded when the smoke cleared. Ultimate 17 remained unharmed. Goku, too, was perplexed. Even he had not underestimated the barrage of energy blasts. Yet the Ultimate 17 appeared even more powerful than before. It was utterly bizarre. Only Chumar was aware that all of Vegeta's attacks had been absorbed by the Ultimate 17. Is that all the strength you possess? What a disappointment. Where has your earlier bravado gone, Vegeta? The Ultimate 17 gazed disdainfully at Vegeta, its tone laced with contempt. How dare this mere android look down upon me? Let me demonstrate what true power truly is. Vegeta's eyes widened with fury. The moment reminding him of the humiliation he faced in battles against Android 18 and her companions. With a cold snort, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy blasts. Boom, boom. Dust and smoke billowed upwards. At last, the Ultimate 17's movements halted, leaving deep imprints on the ground. Now, do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Vegeta taunted. Vegeta let out a cold chuckle. Be cautious, Vegeta. This Android 17 appears to be utterly unfazed. Goku hastily warned. Indeed, as the dust settled, the formidable silhouette of the Ultimate Android 17 emerged. Not a trace of injury marred his form. Nor was there even a single tear in his attire. Truly, he is a formidable adversary. Vegeta could not afford to be careless. This opponent had withstood a considerable barrage of his energy blasts without so much as a scratch, which was quite vexing. Vegeta, have you not yet realized? Android 17 is immune to energy attacks, and he possesses the ability to absorb your assaults, converting them into his own power. An exceedingly grotesque skill. As Chuamo spoke, a sudden realization struck him. He too possessed this skill, which brought him immense satisfaction. So that was the case, no wonder. Vegeta remarked coldly. Then cast his gaze upon Ultimate Android 17. Since you enjoy absorbing, I shall grant you ample opportunity. With that declaration, a terrifying aura emanated across the entire Earth, ultimately reaching the solar system and the galaxy. It was Super Saiyan 4. To his astonishment, Vegeta had achieved this transformation so swiftly. Gazing at Vegeta, whose upper body was adorned with crimson fur and whose physique had grown several times more robust, Goku sensed a familiar energy. It evoked memories of his own ascent to Super Saiyan 4. Once Vegeta completed his transformation, his red tail swayed with agility and his expression turned exceedingly stern. Seeing you transform excites me. I shall join you. With a resounding roar, Goku transitioned into Super Saiyan 4, his stature becoming even more imposing. His face adorned with a cold smile. How pretentious, Vegeta scoffed. At least he had finally caught up with this rival. Don't you relish absorbing energy? Allow me to provide you with an abundance. Vegeta directed a frigid gaze towards Ultimate Android 17, then raised his palms, beginning to gather energy. Ultimate Flash, he bellowed, unleashing a formidable blue energy wave. The powerful beam, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave, surged towards Ultimate Android 17. faced with such overwhelming energy. Even Ultimate Android 17 could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. Yet, there was also a glimmer of delight, should he manage to fully absorb this immense energy. His power would significantly increase. With this thought, Ultimate Android 17 fixed his gaze upon the approaching beam. Boom. The dreadful energy erupted just before 17, sending debris flying in all directions. In that instant, the Earth began to tremble violently. The area where 17 stood had transformed into a massive crater several hundred meters in diameter. Humph. An easy target. Vegeta crossed his arms, looking disdainfully at the depths of the crater where Ultimate Android 17 lay. What a pathetic android, daring to absorb my energy. He must be reduced to mere dust by now. However, before he could finish his thought, the sound of footsteps echoed from below. 1 step, 2 steps. 1 step, 2 steps. It was the approach of a malevolent force, unmistakably clear. Soon after, the figure of Ultimate 17 emerged. Though somewhat disheveled, he appeared to be mostly unscathed. Furthermore, Shu-Mo could discern from 17's aura that he had already absorbed the energy emitted by Vegeta moments earlier. Sigh, this fellow truly revels in his power. It seems that Super Saiyan 4 is about to lose its significance. Vegeta, however, wore a ghastly expression just moments ago. He had unleashed his most formidable attack after transforming into Super Saiyan 4. He never anticipated such an outcome. Chapter 81. The Fear of 17 Indeed. Ultimate 17 is incredibly formidable. Son Goku's expression hardened. The recent Ultimate Flash Cannon was comparable to his own tenfold Kamehameha. Yet, despite such a potent assault, it inflicted minimal damage upon him. This indicated that his own tenfold Kamehameha was equally ineffective. More critically, that individual had absorbed Vegeta's Flash Cannon. His strength must have undergone a monumental transformation. Consequently, it became difficult to gauge the opponent's battle power. Taking a deep breath, after absorbing the final remnants of energy, Ultimate 17 felt an unprecedented surge of power erupting from various parts of his body. Gradually, he lifted his head. What is this? No more attacks? With a chilling voice, Ultimate 17 narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at both Vegeta and Son Goku. Now it's my turn. Huh. With a thunderous roar, Ultimate 17's eyes widened suddenly. In an instant, the ground collapsed beneath him, creating a massive pit several hundred meters wide. How is this possible? Both Vegeta and Son Goku's expressions shifted dramatically, taken aback. This guy, merely with a glance, possessed such overwhelming destructive power. Together, Son Goku exclaimed. No need for you, Kakarot. I can handle this alone. Vegeta stubbornly insisted, refusing to concede defeat to these artificial beings. Yet the outcome was unmistakable. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 energy could no longer inflict true harm on Ultimate 17. Ultimately, after exhausting his energy, he could no longer maintain his transformation. Soon enough, Son Goku joined the fray, but against the significantly enhanced Ultimate 17. Even with careful control over his energy to prevent absorption, he was unable to triumph over him. Son Goku, stop wasting energy. You should go to hell to deal with Cell and Frieza. If they continue to resurrect, the world will descend into chaos. Leave this to me. Shu-Mo glanced around and ultimately resolved to take matters into his own hands. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong surveyed the incessant explosions surrounding them, recognizing that unless the source of hell was addressed, this world would descend further into chaos. Very well, I shall descend into hell to rectify this. You handle the situation with number 17. Sun Wukong had confidence in Chu-Mo's abilities, as he had initially hoped to enlist his aid. With that, Sun Wukong plunged directly into the portal to hell. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? If that is the case, I shall eliminate you first. Bang! In the next instant, Ultimate number 17's fist struck Chu-Mo squarely in the abdomen. It was alarmingly swift, so much so that it was nearly invisible. Vegeta watched in astonishment. The speed of Ultimate number 17 was simply astonishing. What's wrong? Are you unable to evade such speed? It seems I have somewhat overestimated your abilities. Ultimate number 17 taunted. Oh, is that so? I merely wish to gauge your strength. From what I see now, you possess a modicum of power. Chu-Mo suddenly let out a cold laugh, patting his chest as if to brush away dust. However, if this is the extent of your power, then I must say I am truly disappointed. Chu-Mo slowly pushed back the fist of Ultimate 17 with his hand, a mocking expression adorning his face. At this moment, Ultimate 17 indeed possessed strength that surpassed that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. However, for Chu-Mo, whose battle power was already at an astounding 20 million in his normal state, it was hardly a challenge. It was merely a single attack that he had received. One should not let success cloud their judgment. You fool. Anger flared on Ultimate 17's face, unable to tolerate such disdain. He then leaped into the air, his right leg sweeping down with tremendous force towards Chumo's head. The speed was akin to lightning, causing the very air around to tremble and shudder as if it were on the brink of being torn apart. Alas, your speed is far too sluggish. Can you not be a bit swifter? Chumo disdainfully spoke, then swiftly seized the heel of Ultimate 17, exerting force to hurl him away. With a resounding crash, Ultimate 17's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, piercing through countless mountains before finally coming to rest 10,000 meters away. Along the path, the mountains bore witness to a series of circular holes left in his wake. How infuriating. Who on earth is this individual, and how can his strength be so formidable? A grave expression settled on Ultimate 17's face. If the first encounter was merely a fluke, then the second required a re-evaluation of his opponent's prowess. Whoosh. Yet, Chumo's figure followed closely behind. Come on, I haven't even warmed up yet. At this moment, he had ascended to a mysterious realm, appearing as if he were in his usual state, truly embodying the epitome of arrogance. With a playful smirk, Chumo gazed at Ultimate 17 and remarked lightly, "What's the matter? Are you already frightened? Frightened? Do not be so presumptuous. I shall tear you into pieces." The furious roar of Ultimate 17 echoed, causing him to retreat several dozen meters, suspended in midair. His hands formed into claws, their fingertips shimmering with a dark luminescence. Hell bomb! With that shout, Ultimate 17's hands ignited with sparks, gathering hundreds of black, spherical energy orbs. He then swept his hands, sending the energy orbs hurtling towards Chumo. Boom. A deafening hum accompanied the explosive cloud of smoke that engulfed Chumo's figure in an instant. The landscape transformed into a gaping chasm. Alas, your attacks merely stir up some dust. You cannot naively believe this will defeat me, can you? Before Ultimate 17 could revel in his perceived triumph, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Upon hearing the mocking tone, Ultimate 17 hurriedly moved forward several hundred meters before finally turning around. However, as he did, he was met with the infuriatingly handsome visage of Chumo. Ultimate 17 retreated once more, this time by several hundred meters, while Chumo remained coldly observant. Taking no action, Chumo clasped his hands across his chest, completely disregarding Ultimate 17 as a worthy adversary. How dare you belittle me time and again? This time, I shall annihilate you. Ultimate 17, consumed by fury, momentarily lost his sanity. With a thunderous roar, he raised his palms high above his head. An orb of golden energy swiftly coalesced, expanding rapidly like a balloon. In mere seconds, the energy sphere had swelled to several hundred meters in size. You fool, prepare to meet your demise. With that declaration, Ultimate 17 hurled the colossal energy sphere directly at Chumo. Chapter 82. Super 17, Perish. The energy orb contained the power to obliterate an entire solar system in an instant. You truly believe that such a thing could kill me? You underestimate me gravely. Chumo curled his lips in a disdainful smirk. With a swift motion, he opened his mouth and swallowed the terrifying energy projectile whole. Burp. Chumo patted his belly, exclaiming, "What? Impossible. You actually swallowed it." A look of fear suddenly appeared in the eyes of Ultimate number 17. The energy sphere just now had gathered all of its strength. Yet, despite this, it had failed to inflict even the slightest damage on that insufferable foe. This battle has become exceedingly dull. I have lost all interest. Though in another world you may be my brother-in-law, here, you are unworthy. Chumo glanced at Ultimate 17, who appeared quite disinterested. The Ultimate 17 before him seemed excessively feeble, vastly differing from his expectations. Of course, this disparity might stem from his own formidable strength. Moreover, his beloved wife would undoubtedly have no qualms about him delivering a lethal blow to this malevolent version of 17. You wretched being, even in the throes of arrogance, there should be limits. Ultimate 17's face contorted with rage. Little did he anticipate that after a brief display of power following his fusion, he would encounter such an inscrutable adversary. Life had become exceedingly arduous. Perish. Already in a frenzy, Ultimate 17 could not afford to ponder whether he should flee. Instead, he launched himself recklessly at Chumo with renewed ferocity. His speed surged once more. You seek your own demise. Do not blame me. With a disdainful remark, Chumo's figure flickered as he directly confronted the fist of Ultimate number 17. A thunderous collision erupted, unleashing a colossal sound wave that resonated through the air. The ground beneath them instantly caved in by over 1,000 meters, propelling Vegeta several dozen meters away. Fortunately, he had regained much of his strength. Otherwise, he could have been fatally overwhelmed by the force. If that were the case, it would be even more humiliating for him. How infuriating. I must continue to grow stronger. Vegeta clenched his fists, unable to bear the thought of being so easily defeated. The earth began to tremble violently, the terrifying quakes obliterating the landscape in a radius of hundreds of miles. Chuemo remained perfectly still, a smile still gracing his face. However, Ultimate No. 17 was not as fortunate. It shot upward like a meteor, piercing through the atmosphere and ascending into the vastness of outer space. The might of Chum is truly astonishing. Ultimate 17 stands no chance against such power. In fact, Ultimate 17's right arm has been utterly obliterated, leaving an empty shoulder from which crimson fluid spills forth. It remains uncertain whether it is oil or blood, as it is indeed a fusion of a human and a pure machine. The overwhelming force has even caused the distant moon to shatter. Whoosh. In an instant, Chumo teleported directly before the Ultimate 17. Is this all the power you possess? He taunted, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Ultimate 17 soaring into the depths of space. Chumo then pursued, raining blows upon the Ultimate's face, before planting his foot firmly on the handsome visage, driving it deep into the Martian surface. Once again, he followed up with relentless strikes to the Ultimate 17's face, ultimately embedding him into the very core of Mars. The two had astonishingly arrived on the Martian terrain. The so-called Ultimate Android was nothing of consequence. With the decision made to obliterate the Ultimate 17, Chumo harbored no hesitation. The Ultimate 17 struggled wildly, his face contorted with unending fury. Yet he remained ensnared beneath Chumo's foot. His striking features scraped against the cold, unyielding earth, and at that moment, his energy plummeted, rendering him inferior to even Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Death Energy Blast. As Chumo's voice faded, a formidable energy sphere coalesced in the palm of his hand, which he then hurled directly toward the body of Ultimate 17. Haha, you cannot kill me this way. Ultimate 17 laughed, exuding confidence. Such immense energy is truly invigorating. Go on, absorb it if you can. Chuemo scoffed, then enveloped himself in a luminous energy shield. With a thunderous roar, the energy sphere detonated, sending sparks flying in all directions. Only a green barrier lingered in the vastness of space, while the body of the Ultimate was left in utter annihilation, reduced to mere remnants. With a faint smile, Chuemo observed the solitary green barrier lingering in space, while the body of Ultimate 17 had been utterly obliterated. Although he possessed the ability to absorb energy to enhance his strength, the energy unleashed by Chuemo was overwhelmingly potent, surpassing the very limits of Ultimate 17. Task accomplished. It was time to conclude. Chuemo clapped his hands, appearing quite at ease. Although he effortlessly dispatched Ultimate Android 17, a sense of joy eluded him. It seemed that both Baby and Ultimate Android 17 were far beyond his reach, leaving him feeling challenged in his pursuit of strength. He could only await the arrival of Super Shenron and Gogeta. The images of Super Shenron and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta flashed through his mind, igniting a spark of excitement in Chumo's eyes. Whoosh! Chumo instantly teleported back to Vegeta's side, then grasped him and teleported to the Heavenly Temple. Half an hour later, after Dandy's treatment, Vegeta finally recovered. Has Ultimate Android 17 been dealt with, Mr. Chumo? Dandy inquired with a curious expression. The Earth had returned to peace. Yet he was uncertain about the fate of the android, as he could not sense its energy. When I take action, there is no reason for it not to be resolved. Chumo replied with a smile. With a smile, Chuemo observed that Ultimate number 17 had perished. And with the assistance of Sun Wukong, the underworld swiftly returned to tranquility. However, the moon was lost, Mars was destroyed, and with the demise of so many humans, it was only natural for the dragon to assist in restoration. Thus, Sun Wukong embarked once more on a quest to seek the Dragon Balls. And this time he swiftly gathered them all. Yet, Chuemo scoffed at their foolishness, for they had carelessly scattered the Dragon Balls and were now wandering in search of wishes. Unlike them, he found it far more convenient to collect them directly, granting wishes whenever he felt bored or troubled. Moreover, he could have the celestial deity Dandy purify them regularly. What a delight that would be. Remaining silent, he observed quietly, aware that this time marked the corruption of the 7 Dragon Balls. How formidable was the Super One-Star Dragon, truly capable of withstanding Gogeta. Chapter 83. The Smoking Dragon Come Forth, Dragon. Sun Wukong called out with seasoned expertise, reciting the incantation to summon the dragon. However, this time, an unexpected silence enveloped the space. Minutes passed, yet the Dragon Ball showed no sign of change. A cool breeze swept through, leaving Sun Wukong in a state of palpable embarrassment. Noting the skeptical gazes of the crowd, he felt his face flush with heat. He had no choice but to summon again. Come forth, dragon. Regrettably, the 7 Dragon Balls remained unresponsive, as if defiantly refusing to emerge. Bulma, perplexed, recalled her own experiences with summoning the dragon. Indeed, the incantation had not changed. Yet, why was the sky still bright and the dragon silent? Wukong, is there an issue with your Dragon Balls? She inquired. No problem at all. I followed the dragon radar you provided. However, I can't understand why the Dragon Balls 0, 2, and 3 exhibit some cracks, Sun Wukong replied. Alas, I sense an ominous premonition. Chu Mo crossed his arms and spoke calmly, without the dragon. How can we restore the moon? It was you who destroyed both the moon and Mars. Bulma directed her ire towards Chu Mo. This is not my concern, after all. Who can blame me for your husband Vegeta's failure to handle the ultimate 17? If I do not intervene, your husband will be lost. Chu Mo absent-mindedly picked at his earwax, disregarding Bulma's complaints. Umph, who could have known that fellow would absorb energy? It was not my intention. Vegeta, feeling the flames of criticism directed at him, hastily sought to clarify. However, the truth of the matter was evident to Chu Mo, who cast a disdainful glance at Vegeta. Alas, the once proud Scion prince had transformed, now reduced to a devoted husband and father. I shall make another attempt, Sun Wukong stated helplessly, but before he could finish, the sky abruptly turned a blood-red hue, and the very earth trembled violently. Is there an earthquake? Bulma exclaimed, startled. This was unlike anything she had experienced before. Was this the Dragoness entrance in a different manner? Piccolo looked utterly bewildered. An ominous aura permeated the air. Dandy remarked earnestly, for as a deity, he was acutely sensitive to malevolent energies. Among them all, only Chu Mo remained calm, even gazing with a hint of curiosity towards the heavens. A smoking dragon was poised to appear. Blue smoke wafted through the sky, gathering to ultimately form the shape of a dragon. Yet, this dragon bore a striking difference from the customary green dragon of your grandfather. Is this the dragon? Xiao Fong expressed her distaste. How ugly. It must be, after all. It emerged from the Dragon Balls, Bulma replied, uncertain, having not seen the dragon in quite some time. Perhaps there had been some mutation over the years. One could never tell. Sun Wukong directed his gaze towards the smoking dragon and called out, Dragon, please restore the destroyed planet and resurrect the unfortunate souls who have perished. Upon finishing, Sun Wukong looked at the smoking dragon with eager anticipation. Aside from Chu Mo, the others also wore expressions of eager expectation. However, a comical scene unfolded. The smoking dragon took a deep drag from a cigar and then exhaled a thick cloud of smoke towards Sun Wukong and the others. It bore the demeanor of a ruffian rather than that of a divine dragon. Ha ha, this is truly amusing. Chu Mo felt a surge of amusement, suddenly struck by an impulse to keep the smoking dragon as a pet. It must be quite entertaining. However, an unsettling feeling lingered in the air, as if the dragon was not to be trusted. A woman's intuition proved to be formidable, as Bulma immediately voiced her suspicions. No sooner had she spoken than the smoking dragon leisurely declared, Hee, I am free now. I shall no longer heed the commands of you foolish humans. Farewell. With that, the dragon promptly inhaled the 7 Dragon Balls in one breath. Its form then transformed into 7 divine dragons, each soaring off in different directions. Chu Mo refrained from intervening against the malevolent dragons. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement within him, eagerly anticipating a confrontation with the Super One-Star Dragon. The lineage of the Super Saiyans ignited within him an insatiable desire to battle formidable opponents, causing his blood to boil with fervor. Subsequently, the North Kai, along with the Old Kai, conveyed the truth to Goku and his companions. The North Kai aimed to enlighten Goku regarding the origins of the evil dragons, while the Old Kai, however, took the opportunity to chastise Goku and his friends for their reckless use of the Dragon Balls. Ah, so this is how it is. It appears the situation has indeed become rather troublesome. Chu Mo feigned ignorance, yet upon hearing that there was some trouble, the old Supreme Kai fell silent. This matter seemed to truly inconvenience him. It was entirely the fault of Son Goku and his foolish companions, particularly Bulma. The old Supreme Kai berated Son Goku and Bulma. What does it have to do with me? Bulma retorted defiantly, if you have the guts, come out and say it. How dare you speak to a beautiful lady in such a manner? She boasted, I have never lost a verbal battle, not even against Chi-Chi, who is merely my equal. Mom, this is telepathy. There's no need to come out. Trunks quickly intervened, reminding Bulma that this was the Supreme Kai, and one should not speak so recklessly. If I could come to your realm, I would certainly give you a piece of my mind. Currently, Earth is isolated by this malevolent energy. You cannot escape. Nor can we enter. The old Supreme Kai still wore a reluctant expression. Now Earth has become a slaughterhouse for these evil dragons. You must handle them yourselves. Enough. Old man, stop your incessant prattling. If you keep this up, I will simply dismantle your Supreme Kai realm. They are merely a few small snakes, nothing to worry about. And tell me, why is there so much negative energy associated with the Dragon Balls? Don't you have any awareness of that? Chumo extracted a piece of earwax and flicked it away. Upon noticing Chumo's anger, the old Kai ceased his speech. This little ancestor, when incensed, could truly bring ruin to their realm. Very well, let us leave it to Sun Wukong and his companions. If there is nothing else, you may merely observe. As if watching a film, it's hardly a matter of great importance. Chumo scoffed. These deities were utterly ridiculous during battles. They would always retreat to a safe distance, never offering assistance. Yet now, they acted as if they were wise after the event. Were it not for the severe destruction wrought by villains like Frieza, there would be no frequent need to utilize the Dragon Balls. Ultimately, it is these gods who are ineffectual. A single Bu had instilled fear in the East Kai for millions of years, truly a disgrace to divine dignity. After interrupting the conversation with the Kai, Sun Wukong and the others commenced their plan to vanquish the evil dragons. To prevent future calamities, they must strike them down until they revert to the form of Dragon Balls and seal them away forever. Chapter 84. Instantaneous defeat of the three-star dragon. All right. Let us split up. Vegeta, Sun Wukong. We shall each take a different direction and force these malevolent dragons back into their Dragon Ball forms. Chumo has made arrangements. As for the others, it is best for them to refrain from taking action. When encountering a first-tier dragon, aside from the three of them, the rest would inevitably have to kneel. Chumo proceeded directly towards the Arctic, descending after flying several tens of thousands of kilometers into a city sculpted from ice. It seems that this place must have been visited by the three-star dragon, engaging in frosty amusements. How intriguing. Chumo walked slowly, as the air around the earth was permeated with malevolence, making the quest to swiftly locate the three-star dragon a formidable challenge. Suddenly, a pale green beam of light shot towards Chumo, revealing the presence of someone lurking nearby. Chumo let out a cold laugh. He did not evade. The light from the east struck directly upon his right arm, although there was no sensation of pain in that instant. His right arm was enveloped in a layer of frost, resembling a sculpture of ice. Indeed, he was akin to a mere mouse. Chumo cast his gaze towards a shadowy corner, where a creature resembling a pterosaur, entirely cloaked in verdant green, resided. Do you presume I am a fool? Compelled to engage in close combat? How much more delightful it is to resolve conflicts with ease. Your demise is imminent. The pterosaur sprang forth, landing before Chumo. Its countenance twisted with malevolence. What I detest most are those cowardly scoundrels like you, who resort to underhanded ambushes. Once, there was a loathsome individual whom I dispatched over 1,000 times. You shall experience the torment of existence that is worse than death, and only then will you understand that true joy lies in the thrill of battle. The cold, indifferent voice of Chumo resonated as a fleeting shadow remained in place, his body having already materialized before the three-star dragon. With a powerful punch unleashed, it seemed as if space itself was being compressed, causing the three-star dragon's expression to change drastically. In an instant, Chumo's fist pierced directly through the dragon's chest. How is this possible? You're unscathed? How could you move so swiftly? The three-star dragon was taken aback, utterly unable to perceive Chumo's actions, not even a hint of them. Had he truly been slain so easily? His pupils trembled in a frenzy, yet he could utter not a single word. Then, with a clenched fist, golden light radiated from the dragon's body. With a resounding boom, the three-star dragon's form erupted, revealing a cracked three-star sphere that fell directly into Chumo's grasp. Come forth. Yet another rodent. Chumo scoffed as the explosion subsided. As the smoke cleared, a towering figure emerged within his line of sight, cloaked in white. Adorned with two white antennae atop its head, and elongated black bone spikes protruding from its back and elbows, it exuded an aura of chilling coldness from its crimson eyes, which held a proud arc. You must be the one-star dragon, correct? Chumo gazed coldly, confronting the formidable evil dragon, the one-star dragon. It was truly a disgrace to our divine dragons that it could not even handle a mere monkey. The one-star dragon met Chumo's gaze with an icy stare, then raised its fingertips slightly. A faint green energy was swiftly unleashed from its fingertip, the speed astonishing. The grass-green energy beam struck Chumo's chest directly. With a muffled thud, it left no mark whatsoever. Is this how you extend a greeting? A glimmer of indifference flickered in Chumo's eyes as he regarded the one-star dragon with a detached gaze. It appears that you possess quite the prowess. Before I deal with Sun Wukong, I wouldn't mind engaging in a bit of warm-up. With measured steps, the one-star dragon approached Chumo, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Warm-up? How fortuitous, for I had the same sentiment. Chumo similarly advanced step by step towards the one-star dragon. From the moment this creature emerged, he felt an intense aversion towards it. In the next instant, a deep, rumbling roar erupted, followed by two terrifying auras soaring into the sky. Chumo's form was enveloped in crimson flames, while the one-star dragon was surrounded by pale green fire. Where these two infernos converged, arcs of golden lightning erupted, and in that moment, the ground began to collapse, rippling outward in concentric waves. Within mere seconds, the entire city had transformed into a gaping chasm. Two formidable presences manifested. Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously turned their gazes toward the Arctic, the very location of Chumo. This malevolent dragon is extraordinarily powerful, even surpassing the four-star dragon. Sun Wukong murmured, having already vanquished 3 wicked dragons, aside from the four-star dragon. The others had posed little challenge. Yet, the recently emerged sinister aura hinted at a potential strength beyond his own. At that moment, the one-star dragon gritted its teeth, clearly having exhausted all its strength, yet still unable to gain the upper hand. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in both their eyes as they decisively unleashed their punches in perfect harmony. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force, creating a deep fissure in the ground. Chumo remained utterly still, yet the body of the one-star dragon was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily into the ruins. You are simply too weak, Chumo disdainfully remarked. In my super force state, I possess a staggering combat power of 80 trillion, while you, Star Dragon, can muster no more than 2 trillion at best. This is inconceivable. How could your aura possibly be so formidable? You surpass even Sun Wukong in strength. Who on earth are you? Star Dragon, visibly alarmed, could hardly fathom the existence of someone far more powerful than Sun Wukong. Star Dragon, I initially intended to toy with you, but my mind has abruptly shifted. The crimson aura enveloping Chumo blazed fiercely, his icy gaze fixated on Star Dragon, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What a charade! I refuse to believe you possess such immense strength. Gritting his teeth, Star Dragon launched himself directly at Chumo, his fist radiating a pale green glow. With a resounding impact, his punch landed heavily against Chumo's chest. What? In the next moment, Star Dragon was utterly engulfed in panic. The full force of his punch had struck Chumo's chest, yet he did not budge an inch. Such power is utterly terrifying. You are truly weak now. Chumo grasped the fist of the one-star dragon with a firm grip, a subtle coldness curling at the corners of his mouth. He then executed a powerful throw, propelling the one-star dragon's body into the air, crashing it into the ground and creating a massive crater. Chumo continued his assault, manifesting a black energy orb in the palm of his hand, which he hurled directly into the deep crater created by the one-star dragon. A thunderous roar erupted as a terrifying crimson light surged from the ground, leaving the earth riddled with countless fissures. Simultaneously, the one-star dragon's form was propelled upward by the scarlet radiance. Chapter 85, Savage Beating of the One-Star Dragon. However, the one-star dragon appeared rather disheveled at this moment. Its body bore various wounds, with 2 of the black spines on its back broken. Its scarlet pupils were filled with fury. The audacious scion dares to show such insolence. I shall not let you escape unscathed. The one-star dragon seethed, its body trembling with rage as it gritted its teeth and roared. In a flash, it lunged once more towards Chumo. Yet now to Chumo, the one-star dragon seemed utterly weak, lacking both speed and strength. Chumo swiftly dodged and delivered a powerful kick to the one-star dragon's face. Bang! The one-star dragon was sent flying once again. It was time to bring this to an end. Chumo gazed at the one-star dragon, which was sent flying backward, and his deep voice resonated. Kamehameha! The terrifying azure energy wave surged forth directly towards the one-star dragon. Helplessly, the one-star dragon could only watch as Chumo's Kamehameha struck him, sending him soaring through the air with a force so formidable that evasion was impossible. Ah! The one-star dragon's pupils constricted as he emitted a piercing cry. In mere moments, his form was engulfed by the Kamehameha wave, gradually vanishing within the searing energy. Was it truly over? Sun Wukong and Vegeta rushed to the scene, followed closely by Son Gohan, Trunks, and others. They awaited the conclusion of Chumo's confrontation, pondering if it could indeed be deemed finished. Chumo spoke softly, his senses failing to detect the presence of the Star Dragon. Yet, he remained vigilant. For another figure had yet to materialize. The one he had previously injured, Fu, he presumed, should still be lingering in the vicinity. However, he was now conspicuously absent. Beneath the unnoticed ground, a white mass of flesh writhed incessantly. Before long, the scattered morsels coalesced into a singular entity, which then began to transform. In that moment, Chumo's thoughts were solely consumed by Fu, leaving him oblivious to this peculiar metamorphosis. Perhaps this individual had departed prematurely, after sustaining such injuries. It was understandable that he would feel reluctant to linger. After a moment of contemplation, Chumo still failed to detect any trace of Fu and could only console himself. Xiaofang, this 3-star Dragon Ball is for you. Observing Sun Wukong and Vegeta placing their Dragon Balls with Xiaofang, Chumo decided to gift her the 3-star Dragon Ball he had just acquired. Wonderful. Only the 1-star Dragon Ball remains. Grandpa Chumo. I shall go below to retrieve it, so please wait for me. Xiaofang exclaimed excitedly, preparing to soar down into the deep pit. Why does she always call me Grandpa? I am merely 26. Chumo's face displayed a sense of helplessness. He had corrected Xiaofang countless times, yet each attempt proved futile. Wait, do not go over there. Suddenly, Chumo exclaimed, as he felt the presence of a celestial dragon once more. How could this be possible? In such circumstances, you should have been doomed. Chumo leaped forward, intending to shield Xiaofang, but he was a mere half a second too late. A thunderous roar erupted as dozens of energy orbs shot forth from the ground, exploding midair. Time seemed to stretch as smoke billowed and debris scattered. A figure darted out, striking Xiaofang away, and then swiftly snatched all 6 Black Star Dragon Balls. Chumo's body flickered and appeared directly in midair, while Sun Wukong caught Xiaofang. Though Xiaofang possessed commendable strength, she was akin to an ant when faced with the formidable 1-star dragon, utterly incapable of evading such a surprise attack. As Sun Wukong cradled her, Xiaofang gazed weakly at him before losing consciousness. Aha, did you think I was dead? Thanks to a certain individual who granted me their cells, I have merged with them. The chilling laughter of the 1-star dragon echoed from the dust. You truly are a resilient creature, yet you still cling to life. Hearing the taunts of the 1-star dragon, a smile involuntarily crept upon Chumo's lips. This fiend was indeed tenacious and cunning. However, the mention of that individual cast a shadow over Chumo's heart. Could it possibly be Fu? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, a flicker of anger crossing his features. How dare this creature harm Xiaofang? Humph. No matter your might, you could not have anticipated this. The 1-star dragon wore a smug expression, his gaze fixated on Chumo. It was he who had just made him taste the bitterness of death. The 6 Dragon Balls were consumed by the 1-star dragon, instantly amplifying his power. Yet, Chumo sensed something amiss. Could it truly be this simple? He refused to believe that Fu had not prepared a contingency plan, especially since he had been unable to trace Fu's whereabouts. And the time-space ring in his possession remained unresponsive. I shall not let you escape, 1-star dragon. You wretched creature. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, seething with rage. Chumo. Please look after Xiaofang. After entrusting her to Chumo, he turned his attention back to the confrontation. I intend to battle, so do not interfere. Sun Wukong retorted defiantly. Do you wish to challenge me? You are no match for me. The 1-star dragon scoffed at Sun Wukong. Even without consuming additional Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong's prowess would suffice to defeat him. Nevertheless, his true adversary was none other than Chumo, and to triumph over him, he needed to transform into the Super 1-star dragon. Only then would he stand a chance. You have harmed Xiaofang, and I will ensure you pay for it. Sun Wukong's fists tightened in fury. In that instant, a golden aura erupted from his body. Crimson flames swirled around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Impressive. But I'm even stronger. With that declaration, the 1-star dragon unleashed a terrifying roar, an overwhelming aura radiating from his being. Instantly, the ground was riddled with cracks. And even Sun Wukong was propelled several meters away. Under my power, you can barely stand. How do you propose to fight me? The Super 1-star dragon remarked coldly. His eyes now fixated on Chumo, implying that it was his turn to engage. Such formidable energy. You truly are remarkable. Sun Wukong exclaimed earnestly, fully aware of the immense power emanating from the 1-star dragon. It was astonishing to discover that the 1-star dragon, having consumed 6 Dragon Balls, had become exponentially more powerful, an astonishing increase by dozens of times compared to before. This was utterly unbelievable. At this moment, the one-star dragon had undergone a significant transformation. The original one-star ball on its chest had vanished, replaced by 7 Dragon Balls. The Super One-Star Dragon was undeniably potent. Its combat prowess at least tenfold that of its previous state. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something amiss. What could possibly be the underlying issue? Chu Mo pondered deeply, persistently sensing something amiss. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, so he embraced Xiao Fang and remained by her side, watching with a sense of calm. Chapter 86. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Come on, Son Goku. Weren't you eager to teach me a lesson? Approach me. The Super One-Star Dragon beckoned Goku with a flick of his finger. Kakarot, this time I shall let you take the lead. If you falter, it will be my turn. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, determined to vindicate his own prowess. I understand, Vegeta. You insufferable one-star dragon. Even if you have grown stronger, I shall still punish you. Goku clenched his fists and charged forward with lightning speed. In less than half a second, his fist struck the Super One-Star Dragon's body. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the Super One-Star Dragon staggered back a few steps. Seizing the moment, Goku followed up with a powerful kick that landed squarely on the One-Star Dragon's head. However, such a formidable assault merely caused the One-Star Dragon to tilt its head slightly. Kakarot's attack was utterly ineffective. How could this be? Vegeta was astonished. Goku's flurry of strikes was undoubtedly as potent as his own. Yet they had inflicted no damage on this so-called Super One-Star Dragon. Damn it. If that's the case, then let us try this. Tenfold Super Kamehameha. A crimson wave of energy surged towards the Super One-Star Dragon, releasing a tremendous force that gouged the earth, creating a chasm hundreds of meters deep. Yet, the Super One-Star Dragon stood frozen, seemingly stunned, displaying a hint of disdain in its eyes. Rumbling. The ground quaked as if a catastrophic earthquake had struck, fracturing continuously. The ice sculptures behind the Super One-Star Dragon crumbled to dust, swept away by the wind, reduced to ashes. Yet, even against such terrifying energy, the Super One-Star Dragon remained unscathed. How could this be? Kakarot's tenfold Kamehameha was utterly futile. Vegeta was taken aback, his fist clenched tightly. An expression of deep frustration etched on his face. If Goku's efforts bore no fruit, then his own attempts would likely yield the same result. Chumo's eyelids twitched incessantly, and he thought to himself, I knew that the Super 4 had begun to lose its value. What? Nothing at all happened? Sun Wukong's expression grew serious. How had this individual become so formidable? In this case, relying solely on his own strength was insufficient to vanquish this Super One-Star Dragon. Sun Wukong, it seems I have overestimated you. Your current power is hardly worthy even to wipe my feet. The Super One-Star Dragon contemptuously tapped his toes, fully aware of his own superiority. Hey, over there, you are Chumo, right? Aren't you going to make a move? Weren't you quite impressive before? Come on, it's your turn. The Super One-Star Dragon beckoned Chumo with his finger, harboring a lingering grudge from their previous encounter. With a cold chuckle, Chumo descended to the ground, entrusting Xiaofang to Sun Wukong. Chumo, wait. This is our world's affair, let us handle it for now. Vegeta flew to Sun Wukong's side, urging Chumo to pause. After all, Chumo was not a denizen of their realm. While they had not yet reached the brink of despair, there was no need for Chumo's intervention. Following the ordeal with Super 17, Vegeta had contemplated much and ultimately set aside personal pride. Vegeta, what do you mean? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. Let us fuse. For the sake of our world. Vegeta gazed into Sun Wukong's eyes, articulating each word with intent. Really? That's wonderful. Let us commence the fusion at once. Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight, reluctant to continually rely on Chumo's might. They were the rightful guardians of this world, destined to confront their adversaries with their own strength. I trust you do not mind waiting a moment longer. If you wish to fight me, you must first contend with them, Chumo remarked nonchalantly. Intrigued by the prospect of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's fusion. Vegeto, the new generation of warriors. Who truly possesses greater strength, the formidable Vegeto or the newly emerged warrior, Vegeto? This has been a relentless topic of discussion among Dragon Ball enthusiasts, and Chumo eagerly anticipated this opponent. Having witnessed Super Vegeto's prowess, he was curious to see just how formidable Super Vegeto had become. Very well, I shall observe what they are capable of. The Super One-Star Dragon remained unperturbed. In his eyes, Chumo was his sole rival. As the humorous antics of Sun Wukong and Vegeta commenced, their voices harmonized. At the moment their fingers touched, a brilliant golden light erupted forth. The entire earth seemed enveloped in this radiant glow. Curse it! This aura, It sends a shiver down my spine. The Super One-Star Dragon's expression shifted dramatically, sensing an ominous foreboding. He moved to thwart the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but it was too late as he stirred. Chomo acted as well. Boom, boom. The two clashed with an explosive force, each being sent staggering back several meters. Splendid. Father and the others have successfully fused. Son Gohan exclaimed, his eyes wide with joy as he beheld the golden halo. From within that radiant sphere, he sensed an immensely powerful energy, one that defied description. This energy was truly astonishing, instilling a sense of fear within him. Ub trembled uncontrollably. This power exceeded all his previous understanding of ki, reaching a level without limits. With a smile, Chuemo remarked on the formidable strength of the combined warrior he had eagerly anticipated. Gogeta's aura surpassed even that of his Super Saiyan 4 form, boasting a battle power of at least 200 trillion, far beyond that of any Super One-Star Dragon. This revelation stirred the latent Ultra bloodline within Chuemo, igniting an exhilarating sensation at the presence of such a powerful adversary. I will not allow you to succeed. The Super One-Star Dragon roared defiantly, discarding his previous assertions in the face of impending doom. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him. He darted towards the golden aura, and this time, Chuemo refrained from intervening, for it was unnecessary. In an instant, the Super One-Star Dragon surged towards the golden radiance, only to be cast back with even greater speed the very next second. 3 distinct scars marred his face, with purple blood seeping from his nostrils. At last, the blinding golden light dissipated, revealing a red figure that was both imposing and cold. Chapter 87. Gogeta's recklessness. The figure boasted crimson hair, piercing blue eyes, and a red tail raised high behind him, clad in the stylish vest of a Metamorian. A defiant, wicked smile played upon his lips. His golden energy soared to the heavens, interspersed with countless twinkling star-like lights. What is happening? Who are you? The Super One-Star Dragon inquired, wiping the blood from his nose, astonished by Gogeta's presence. I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who can defeat you. Gogeta's voice resonated with authority, accompanied by a mischievous grin. Defeating me is impossible. The Super One-Star Dragon bellowed, raising his fist and lunging at Gogeta once more. Yet, upon making contact with the golden aura, he was sent flying backward again. Only Chuemo perceived the true nature of the event, for Gogeta had remained utterly motionless throughout. How astonishing! He merely relied on his aura to send the Super One-Star Dragon flying. OOB exclaimed in disbelief. This was not merely an aura push. Gogeta had already struck the Super One-Star Dragon multiple times in the blink of an eye, came the astute observation. Chuemo replied, the speed is indeed astonishing. At this moment, the Super One-Star Dragon inexplicably bore 3 distinct fist marks upon its body. Was my attack too swift? Let me try again. This time with a bit more restraint. Vegeta remarked haughtily, his tone dripping with disdain. To him, the Super One-Star Dragon appeared no more significant than an ant. Crushing it would merely require a flick of his finger. Stop trembling, you wretched monkey. The Super One-Star Dragon gritted its teeth and charged once more at Vegeta. However, upon making contact with the golden flame, its body quivered violently. It was then sent flying once again. This time, everyone witnessed the Super One-Star Dragon being propelled backward. Though Vegeta had indeed slowed his pace, the Super One-Star Dragon could not evade that kick. Vegeta, you should expedite the conclusion of this battle. Chuemo observed Gogeta reveling in his antics and, with good intentions, offered a word of caution. Regardless of whether they transformed into Gogeta or Vegeta, these 2 individuals exhibited an overwhelming arrogance. They thrived on indulgence. To eliminate him? No. I am yet to savor the thrill. Gogeta shook his finger at Chuemo, displaying a countenance of displeasure. Alas, soon you shall regret this. Chuemo ceased his speech, allowing them to indulge in their revelry. Do you possess no sense of reality? Such formidable energy cannot possibly merge in less than 30 minutes. In a flash, Vegeta appeared beside the Super One-Star Dragon. In an instant, he was behind the Super One-Star Dragon, leaving it no time to react, thoroughly enjoying the game. Vegeta then unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the Super One-Star Dragon. Yet, each blow fell short of delivering a fatal blow, executed with remarkable precision, devoid of any intent to terminate the Super One-Star Dragon's existence. Within a mere 3 minutes, the Super One-Star Dragon was adorned with numerous wounds, presenting a most tragic sight. Vegeta delivered a swift kick, sending the Super One-Star Dragon crashing into the ground. Ah, how infuriating! The Super One-Star Dragon gritted its teeth, glaring at Vegeta. astonished that it had been so thoroughly bested in such a brief span of time. An unforgivable offense. Hey, what are you doing? Are you preparing to surrender? Stand up and fight. I have not yet had my fill of this. Vegeta regarded the Super One-Star Dragon with a mocking smile. You wretched monkey. You think a mere increase in power grants you such arrogance? The Super One-Star Dragon's eyes blazed with fury as it rose to face Vegeta, hands poised in attack. Let us see where you shall flee. With that, a terrifying energy sphere erupted from its fingertips. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, Vegeta made no attempt to evade, allowing the fearsome energy spheres to strike him repeatedly. Vegeta, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Swiftly conclude this battle, for your fusion time is nearing its end. Shumo remarked, observing Vegeta's continued enjoyment of the skirmish. This fool was destined for defeat if he persisted in this manner. Hey, Shumo, do not rush. Only 5 or 6 minutes have passed. I have ample time to entertain myself with this fellow. Vegeta waved nonchalantly at Shumo, exuding an air of ease. After enduring a relentless barrage of energy attacks for a full minute, the Super One-Star Dragon conceded. Its onslaught had proven to be mere tickling, utterly ineffective against Vegeta. Sigh, this is dreadfully dull. Though time remains, your power is simply too disappointing. This is no fun. Vegeta smirked disdainfully at the Super One-Star Dragon. The disparity in their strengths was far too vast, rendering the contest unenjoyable. Subsequently, he raised his right palm, gathering a potent energy sphere aimed directly at the Super One-Star Dragon. It is all over for you, Super One-Star Dragon. I shall now send you to the depths of hell. As Gogeta's voice reverberated, a colossal energy sphere materialized above, radiating waves of energy in concentric circles. What? Halt! The Super One-Star Dragon gazed at the Genkidama with growing trepidation. From that energy sphere, he sensed the ominous aura of death. Perish, Super One-Star Dragon! Gogeta roared, hurling the energy sphere forth. However, just as he released the sphere, Goku and Vegeta suddenly disintegrated. Moments before the Genkidama was to strike the Super One-Star Dragon, it transformed into specks of light, vanishing into the air. Nanny, what is happening? What is this situation? Could it be that a new enemy has emerged? Gohan and Ub exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Though the cause remained unknown, the expressions of all present darkened significantly. The disintegration of Goku and Vegeta signified their failure. Goku and Vegeta, equally bewildered, looked at one another, unable to comprehend their sudden dissolution. What on earth is happening, Kakarot? Vegeta inquired, his brow furrowed. This is a monumental embarrassment. We agreed that the fusion would last for half an hour, yet hardly 10 minutes have elapsed. Chapter 88. A ruthless beating of the Super One-Star Dragon. How should I know? This is all your fault, Vegeta. If you hadn't been so reckless in taking your time to eliminate that fiend, we wouldn't be in this humiliating predicament. Goku began to shift the blame. Kakarot, do you even have any shame left? It was your desire to play. The two engaged in a heated quarrel. Haha. The Super One-Star Dragon cackled maniacally, casting a cold glare at Goku and Vegeta. In that brief moment, I nearly thought my demise was imminent. Yet it appears that fate has spared me. However, now it is my turn to annihilate you. The Super One-Star Dragon, brimming with arrogance and pride, interjected, Oh, it seems you've forgotten about me. Did I give you permission to act so boldly? Shu Emo let out a cold laugh as he slowly stepped forward, his face adorned with a look of disdain. Oh, and you, Chu Wu Lu Chi Emo. The Super One-Star Dragon flashed a charming smile, declaring, Revenge is a dish best served promptly. I abhor harboring grudges overnight. So do I. I have no desire to keep lingering enemies. Thus, you shall meet your demise. With that, Chumo's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing in the blink of an eye before the Super One-Star Dragon. How can you be so fast? The Super One-Star Dragon gasped in astonishment. Despite having absorbed 6 Dragon Balls, he found himself at a disadvantage. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and before he could react, his body was sent flying backward. Ugh! The Super One-Star Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his ribs had been shattered. I loathe this sensation, he exclaimed in fury as he was propelled away. Your strength is simply inadequate. Chumo's figure caught up, gripping the head of the Superstar Dragon with one hand, then forcefully slammed it into the ground. Boom! The earth violently caved in, sending a tremendous cloud of dust soaring into the sky, as magnificent as a fountain. A massive pit, several hundred meters in size, emerged, with countless particles swirling in the air. Coughing, the Superstar Dragon, with its head buried underground, leaving only its 2 feet exposed, stubbornly declared, I will not concede so easily. It was clear that it was filled with an indomitable spirit. So, do you possess the strength to rise again? Chumo grinned menacingly, still gripping his opponent's head, lifting it upward, only to forcefully drive it back into the pit. Bang. Once. Bang. Twice. Bang. Thrice. Sun Wukong and his companion stood there, dumbfounded, observing the brutal Chumo hammering the head of the Super One-Star Dragon into the depths of the pit. The earth soon cracked open once more, fissures stretching for thousands of meters as if lamenting Chumo's ferocity. The Super One-Star Dragon, in utter frustration, spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, as the mightiest of dragons, when had it ever endured such humiliation. What now? Wasn't vengeance your intent? Is this truly your method of retribution? Chu Mo grasped the head of the Super One-Star Dragon, lifting him up and delivering a series of punches to his face. Bang, bang, bang. Oob watched the bloodied visage of the Super One-Star Dragon with a twinge of empathy, questioning whether their actions were excessively cruel. Are we being too harsh? He lamented. I feel a pang of guilt. I share your sentiments. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, his expression reflecting the same concern. Silence. What nonsense about villains and heroes? Do you still wish to save the earth? With a cold snort, Chu Mo declared, if that is the case, I shall no longer concern myself with it. Who are you all? Engaging in benevolent acts that lead to misfortune? No, no, no. Uncle Chu, forget I said anything. Sun Wufan quickly interjected, shaking his head. Oob, too. Bore an expression of total acquiescence, convinced that whatever Chu Mo stated was infallible. Even Sun Wukong, who had initially intended to speak, fell silent, recognizing that their earlier recklessness had squandered a golden opportunity. Cursed, cursed. I must seek vengeance. The Super One-Star Dragon bellowed, yet he appeared exceedingly feeble, lacking the strength to break free from Chu Mo's grasp. It was not that he was entirely powerless, rather, his combat prowess barely reached 20 Jing. Although Chu Mo had not fully unleashed his 80 Jing of combat power, he was undeniably beyond the reach of this creature's resistance. With a resounding slap, the Super One-Star Dragon's face immediately swelled. Another slap followed, leaving both sides of his visage puffed up. After a flurry of slaps, the once formidable Super One-Star Dragon was now lamentably transformed into a super fat pig. Speak again. Why don't you? Why the silence? The more you talk, the more exhilarated I become in my strikes. Chumo coldly remarked, then swiftly hurled the Super First Star Dragon away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a mere flick of his finger, numerous crimson beams of lethal light shot forth. Thud, thud, thud. Instantly, dozens of gaping wounds appeared on the Super First Star Dragon, trailing a relentless stream of blood. Gaga, you have forced my hand. Even in death, I shall ensure your demise. The Super First Star Dragon staggered to its feet, its tail severed. In my name, I wish to join the demon realm and become its eternal slave. The Super First Star Dragon chanted the incantation, its gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Chumo. Chu Mo suddenly sensed an ominous portent. Could this be the contingency left by Fu? It appeared he was not mistaken. To become a servant of the demon realm. This was indeed Fu's final stratagem. Even in death, he would not allow Chu Mo to revel in triumph. A thick, malevolent darkness poured from the heavens, accompanied by violent bolts of black lightning that struck relentlessly. In that moment, it felt as though the apocalypse had descended upon the world. The entire galaxy was gripped by this oppressive aura. The deities of the realms trembled in fear. Such terrifying demonic energy possessed the potential to annihilate the cosmos. Alas, this was but a mirrored world, devoid of destroyers and angels. Should destruction ensue, they too would vanish. Ancestors, what should we do? The trembling Jebet god inquired, his voice quaking with dread. How could I possibly know? At this juncture, aside from Chu Mo and his companions, no one can salvage this universe. Lamented the former king of the realms, his countenance woeful. He pondered that even if the king of time were to arrive, he would likely be powerless. For this conflict did not involve the manipulation of time and space, and the abilities of the king of time were also finite. As the dark energy surged into the Super One-Star Dragon, the sky grew increasingly dim. The spines along the creature's back turned an ominous black, elongated and fearsome, radiating a chilling light. The aura of the Super One-Star Dragon intensified, its eyes transformed to a fiery red, and even the external flames morphed into searing black fire. In mere seconds, the ground within several hundred meters of the Super One-Star Dragon melted into bubbling magma. How terrifying! Retreat! Sun Wukong exclaimed in alarm, grasping Xiao Fang and soaring into the distance, while the others hastily followed suit. Chapter 89. The superstar dragon transforms into darkness. This creature's power has surged dramatically. However, something feels amiss, as though it has ingested a stimulant. Chumo gently caressed his chest and chin. At this moment, the Super One-Star Dragon bore a striking resemblance to Broly in his earlier days, both experiencing a tremendous surge in power while gradually losing their sense of self. Of course, the Super One-Star Dragon lacked the transcendent genes, and the ensuing outcome was a result of deceit from those who bestowed the genes upon him. Although these genes could amplify his strength, they would overshadow his consciousness, leading him to a fate where, despite his immense power, he would forever succumb to the existence of a destructive fiend. The Cursed One, the demonized Star Dragon, incessantly called out Chumo's name. Yet the brilliance in its eyes gradually faded, becoming murky. Its consciousness was nearly lost, yet it still remembered its intent to kill me. We are hardly acquainted. Chumo's remarks instantly left Sun Wukong and the others feeling a deep sense of shame. Just moments ago, you had inflicted such a dire state upon others. And now you claim to be unfamiliar with them. Do you truly believe that others will simply overlook this? Chu-Chu, the enchanted one-star dragon, incessantly called out Chumo's name. Its crimson eyes seemingly poised to emit beams of laser-like intensity. The magma on the ground had spread over several kilometers, transforming the once frost-laden city into a blazing inferno. What a predicament! It appears yet another arduous battle awaits. Chumo couldn't help but curl his lips in disbelief. The aura of this enchanted one-star dragon had remarkably intensified, reaching a level nearly comparable to his own within the span of merely a minute. He was genuinely intrigued to inquire of Fu what sort of elixir this was, for it was astonishing how it could amplify combat prowess by several times, no, at least tenfold, as Chumo sensed the increasing flow of saliva from the demonic one-star dragon. He felt its aura intensify, while the bony spikes sprouting from its back multiplied. If the previous Super One-Star Dragon was merely at 20 trillion, the current demonic one-star dragon undoubtedly reached an astonishing 200 trillion, although the cost was rather steep. Chumo, perish. With that, the voice of the demonic one-star dragon echoed, and its body abruptly vanished from sight. Chumo moved with remarkable swiftness, his figure flickering in and out of sight. However, the demonized one-star dragon was even faster, trailing closely behind as Chumo's silhouette vanished once more. Their velocity was such that even Sun Wukong and Vegeta could merely catch glimpses of their afterimages. As for Son Gohan and the others, they were unable to discern anything at all, left in a state of astonished bewilderment. Startled, Chumo exclaimed, "Damn it." The demonized one-star dragon, though diminished in consciousness, exhibited astonishing speed, surpassing even his own. With no means to evade the onslaught of the demonized creature, Chumo had no choice but to raise his arms defensively across his chest. Almost as soon as he lifted his arms, the fist of the demonized one-star dragon struck with tremendous force. Bang! A deafening sound of collision erupted, sending Chumo's body hurtling backward. Wow, it's scorching hot. With a gasp of astonishment, Chumo realized that the temperature of the dark flames emanating from the transformed one-star dragon was astonishingly high. If his Super Saiyan 4 aura reached 6,000 degrees, then the dark flames of this demonic one-star dragon must exceed 10,000 degrees. Truly terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Chumo was forcefully hurled away, shattering dozens of towering skyscrapers along the way. Ha, Chumo, you're doomed. The demonized one-star dragon observed the gaping holes in the buildings ahead, a sinister grin spreading across its face. This fellow's strength is truly extraordinary. What a potent stimulant this is. It works wonders. Chumo burst forth from a towering edifice, shaking his arms as if they were ablaze, overwhelmed by a profound ache. Die, Chumo. I shall slay you. The demonized one-star dragon appeared to be in a state of oblivion, relentlessly calling out Chumo's name, consumed by a singular desire to extinguish his life. What a significant predicament this has become. It seems that a direct confrontation is the only recourse. Chumo cast a fleeting glance at the demonized one-star dragon, and in an instant, propelled himself forward. His fist, enveloped in crimson flames, surged directly toward the dragon's brow. Humph. Die. The demonized one-star dragon scoffed, retaliating with a punch aimed at Chumo. At that very moment, a fiery aura enveloped the dragon, causing the surrounding air to become unbearably hot. After all, temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees are not to be trifled with. With a thunderous roar, their fists collided, unleashing a colossal shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. The earth trembled under the immense force, creating a chasm 100 meters wide and several thousand meters long. From the vantage point of outer space, it appeared as though the entire planet had been cleaved in two. Even Sun Wukong and Vegeta were violently hurled away by the terrifying shockwave. Wah, wah, ugh. Sun Gohan and among others, coughed up blood, their faces paling instantly. The sheer intensity of the energy released from the impact was astonishing. Sun Gohan and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically, making them even more hesitant to approach. After a fierce exchange of blows between Chumo and the demonized one-star dragon, both individuals were propelled backward, soaring over 100 meters. However, in this clash of strength, the demonized one-star dragon gained the upper hand. Oblivious to his injuries, he fought with reckless abandon, exhibiting an even greater ferocity than anticipated. This unexpected resilience made him a formidable opponent, complicating the battle significantly. Chumo shook his fists and pondered. If the demonized one-star dragon possessed its own consciousness, it might have hesitated momentarily. However, a frenzied one-star dragon disregards such considerations, attacking with unrestrained fervor. Moreover, it demonstrates remarkable resilience, which is exceedingly infuriating. The combat prowess of the demonized one-star dragon evidently surpasses Chumo's current capabilities, and if he fails to continue his ascent, he risks being defeated. Perish, perish. Chumo, meet your end. The demonized one-star dragon gazed at Chumo, its excitement palpable. The power of its demonization intensified. The dark aura enveloping it like a monstrous beast, its gaping maw exuding an aura of terror. A mere mindless puppet dares to challenge me, how audacious. Chumo lifted his head and glanced at the corrupted one-star dragon with a look of disdain. He still had two cards up his sleeve, the transcendent transformation or the primary freedom technique. However, he wished to maintain his Super Saiyan 4 form, aiming to elevate his power to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4 energy. Only then could he claim to have achieved a flawless Super Saiyan 4 state. Die. I will end your life. The corrupted one-star dragon harbored intense animosity towards Chumo, especially after suffering a significant blow from him moments ago. With a gaping maw, it unleashed countless powerful energy blades that sliced through the void, hurtling toward Chumo's figure. The sheer force was magnitudes greater than that released by the six-star dragon. Chumo remained unperturbed, opening his mouth wide like a voracious beast, effortlessly devouring the energy blades emitted by the demonized one-star dragon. Swish, swish, swish. Chumo let out a satisfied belch, feeling utterly satiated. His energy was brimming. Fortunately, his capacity to absorb energy surpassed that of the ultimate android 17. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed just moments ago. After the absorption, Chumo sensed a significant increase in his combat power, now reaching at least 100 quintillion. This energy absorption skill proved to be exceptionally useful, though it had a drawback. Now that he was fully energized, he could not continue to absorb more, otherwise. His combat prowess could escalate infinitely, free from any concern regarding the demonized one-star dragon. Seeing that Chumo had evaded its attack, the demonized one-star dragon became even more enraged. It glared menacingly at Chumo, the black spikes on its back glinting ominously, and suddenly, bolts of black lightning descended from the heavens, targeting Chumo directly. Goodness, it possesses such a technique as well. This is truly troublesome. Chumo furrowed his brow and spoke with evident displeasure. Although the abilities of these malevolent dragons were not particularly formidable, the peril transformed entirely when such powers coalesced within a single deranged yet formidable individual. The energy of the demonic first-tier dragon appeared to be virtually limitless. Surging forth with reckless abandon, a tempest of lightning began to envelop Chumo, shrouding the surrounding space and rendering escape exceedingly difficult. Crack! The relentless black lightning struck down incessantly, forcing Chumo to evade continuously. It seemed that this course of action was not a viable solution. Chumo's mind raced, contemplating how he could evade the onslaught of the demonic star dragon while simultaneously delivering a delightful surprise. The freezing beam and lightning strike had failed to make their mark, inciting an even greater frenzy in the dragon's crimson eyes. Suddenly, it unleashed two beams of pale green light. My goodness! Chumo swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the peril. Whoosh! Chumo evaded the sound, but then came a resounding bang. As Chumo barely steadied himself, the formidable figure of the corrupted one-star dragon suddenly materialized before him. Perish! The dragon unleashed a powerful punch, striking Chumo squarely in the chest. With a resounding crash, Chumo's body soared through the air like a falling meteor, hurtling downward with great force. He crashed into the earth, plunging over 1,000 meters beneath the surface. The ground, molten like lava, was rent asunder, creating a vast and deep crater. Countless sparks erupted into the sky like fireworks, scattering beautifully in all directions. Oh no, this is going to be painful. Chuemo felt that the recent blow had inflicted considerable injury upon him. That punch was undeniably powerful. However, endowed with formidable regenerative abilities. He would recover from his wounds in due time. Let me send you to your demise. As if sensing that Chumo's injuries had begun to heal, the enraged demonic one-star dragon unleashed a thunderous roar. With both hands raised high, it concentrated a colossal energy orb in its palms. The moment the energy orb materialized, it was propelled fiercely towards Chuemo zzz. Chuemo braced himself against the energy orb with both hands, his body sinking into the ground beneath him. The terrifying energy surged. Die. Witnessing Chumo's relentless struggle against the onslaught, the demonic one-star dragon pressed down forcefully upon the energy orb, amplifying its power to drive it downward. How infuriating, you mad dragon! How dare you attempt to obliterate me in such a manner? With a resounding shout, Chuemo summoned the energy orb that had completely sunk into the ground, lifting it gradually. Remarkably, he was still alive. The demonized one-star dragon momentarily regained a semblance of awareness, staring in astonishment at Chuemo. However, this version of Chuemo only fueled its fury further. How infuriating! No matter how formidable you are, you shall perish. The demonized one-star dragon bellowed, its fleeting clarity vanishing once again, leaving behind only its crimson-hued eyes. Chuemo paid no heed to these matters, raising both hands to wield an energy orb. His body ascended gradually until it aligned with the corrupted star dragon, at which point he launched the energy orb skyward with a powerful kick. Boom! The immense energy shattered a significant breach in the malevolent barrier enveloping the Earth. Subsequently, the energy orb detonated within the solar system, obliterating the entire celestial realm. The galaxy was suddenly plunged into darkness. If all energy failed to secure victory, then it was time to adopt a different approach. Let me unveil my transcendent Super Saiyan form. Chuemo raised his head, his eyes filled with immense fury. His black hair defied the winds, and a vibrant green aura surged forth from within him, coiling around his body like a divine dragon. In that moment, Chuemo's eyes widened in rage. His pupils shifted back to black and then transformed into a striking gold. How infuriating! How could he still be alive? Sensing the resurgence of Chuemo's power, the demonized one-star dragon erupted with renewed anger. This Chuemo made him exceedingly uncomfortable. The demonized one-star dragon roared, summoning energy orbs with relentless fervor and launching them towards Chuemo simultaneously. His body darted forward with blinding speed. In the face of the ceaseless barrage of energy orbs, Chuemo merely smiled, unleashing a powerful roar that sent the incoming projectiles hurtling back. The ground trembled violently, countless skyscrapers disintegrating into dust, carried away by the wind. In the blink of an eye, Chuemo's form became an indomitable sword, hurtling directly towards the demonized one-star dragon. Come! The demonized one-star dragon clenched his fists tightly, completely oblivious to the notion of evasion. Bang! 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 The fists of man and dragon collided with tremendous force, continuing to strike like a tempest. The horrific shockwaves flattened the entire city and even regions spanning hundreds of kilometers, causing the Earth to sink by thousands of meters. The planet itself teetered on the brink of collapse, threatening to explode at any moment. It was utterly madness. If this continued, the Earth would surely meet its demise. Sun Wukong, taken aback, swiftly instructed Vegeta and the others to place their hands upon his shoulders. In an instant, they teleported to the realm of the Kaioshin. Had it not been for the earlier clash between Chuemo and the demonized one-star dragon, which shattered the barriers, Sun Wukong would have found it impossible to rely on teleportation to escape. The others would have to wait for later, relying on the Dragon Balls for restoration. On Earth, both Chuemo and the demonized one-star dragon were thrust back thousands of meters. Chuemo felt as though his fists were being scorched by flames, the pain unbearable. Fortunately, his physique had grown significantly, and his muscles were considerably more robust. However, the demonized one-star dragon was not faring well, as its arm was shattered by the force of the impact. Chapter 91. The Scion Monarch, Cursed Be. Chuemo, you shall perish. The demonized one-star dragon roared once more, the excruciating agony fueling a surge in its combat prowess. This creature truly becomes more formidable with each battle. With a cold smile, Chuemo thought. Who is afraid of whom? The evil dragon unleashed a barrage of skills: electric shock, tornado slash, freezing ray, and in a moment of fury, the demonized star dragon released all its powers. A multitude of attacks surged towards Chuemo, driving him to the brink of madness. Dark clouds billowed into the sky, forming a fearsome beast with its gaping maw wide open. Ah! Ah! In the next instant, Chumo let out a furious roar, unleashing a powerful sonic wave that shattered the demonized Star Dragon's onslaught. Your voice is no match for mine. With a cold sneer, Chumo unleashed a fierce surge of grass-green energy from within, igniting the surrounding dark mist into flames and transforming the sky into a vivid green hue. From a distance, it resembled a majestic green dragon ascending into the heavens. Chumo felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body, reaching a state of near overflow. If one were to quantify the Super 4's energy at 100 quintillion, then his current transcendent Super Saiyan state surpassed 200 quintillion. Furthermore, this energy was continuously escalating, growing stronger with each battle. This is the terrifying nature of the transcendent Super Saiyan. Boom, boom, boom. The sound reverberated like thunder. The energy flames wreaked havoc wherever they spread, instantly obliterating everything in their path, transforming the landscape into billowing smoke and a sky filled with debris. It was nothing short of apocalyptic. The Earth itself succumbed to such cataclysmic collisions, erupting with a deafening explosion. Countless humans, caught in this annihilation, possessed no capacity for resistance. Sun Wukong and his companions, who had only just arrived in the realm of the Kais, were left utterly astonished. Merely the clash of energies had resulted in the obliteration of an entire star. Chumo disregarded all else. His primary objective was to conquer his adversaries before contemplating the energy control of Earth. Hesitation would only lead to his own defeat. How formidable! Was this the essence of Chumo's aura? It was astonishingly comparable to our recent fusion, indeed impressive. Sun Wukong was taken aback, as was Vegeta. They had never witnessed such a terrifying and frenzied presence emanating from Chumo. It felt as though their Super Saiyan 4 forms were on the brink of submitting to this overwhelming aura, as if he were the destined Scion Emperor. It was simply unimaginable. The aura rapidly enveloped the entirety of the universe. How frightening. It seemed that Uncle Chumo alone could vanquish the corrupted one-star dragon. Son Gohan's face was etched with terror, his body completely kneeling on the ground. He had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 4 and found himself utterly powerless against Chumo's transcendent Super Saiyan aura. Son Gohan and Trunks, along with their companions, quivered as if bowing before the Saiyan monarch. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong and the others appear in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin wore an expression of displeasure. Their arrival brought no advantage. Moreover, even the Kaioshin realm could feel the violent aura radiating from Chumo's ancestor. That fellow's energy has even reached the Kaioshin realm. It's even more terrifying than last time, exclaimed Jebbit, his face stricken with fear. Although Sun Wukong and his companions were also Scions, they were worlds apart from Chumo. The Super Saiyan 4 form could not defeat the Super One-Star Dragon, and the current corrupted One-Star Dragon was even more formidable. Yet, Chumo stood strong, able to contend with the corrupted One-Star Dragon single-handedly, showcasing his immense power. What a terrifying individual, possessing such an overwhelming state. The old Kaioshin's expression was grave as he observed Chumo's silhouette within the crystal ball. This individual posed a greater threat than the evil dragon. If my instincts are correct, he must be a transcendent Super Saiyan. The transcendent Super Saiyan, as described in ancient legends, possessed talents and powers that far surpassed those of ordinary Scions. Yet, the destruction they wrought was exponentially greater than that of their typical counterparts. Upon experiencing even a modicum of anger, their fury could be magnified infinitely. They could transform into Super Saiyan with remarkable ease. However, upon becoming a transcendent Super Saiyan, they would completely lose consciousness, becoming mere instruments of battle, fighting relentlessly until they were utterly exhausted. The quest for flowers often leads one to ponder how many times the universe has narrowly escaped annihilation at the hands of those nefarious beings. Presently, Chumo's combat prowess eclipses that of the legendary Super Saiyan from ages long past, his power surging to a degree that renders him unstoppable. Should he unleash his fury, there exists no force capable of hindering him. In a twist of fate, it was not the malevolent one-star dragon that brought the universe to the brink of destruction, but rather Chumo, a solitary figure. Consequently, the old Supreme Kai finds himself increasingly apprehensive about Chumo. His current state of rage echoes that of the fabled Super Saiyans. Super Saiyan? The god Jebbit is left in utter bewilderment, having never encountered such a term before. He can only hope that Chumo proves to be an exception, akin to the last encounter, where he maintained his lucidity post-transformation. Otherwise, for the universe, it would herald a cataclysmic disaster, he remarked with visible concern. This time, he refrained from reprimanding Jebbit, and witnessing the elder's expression of dread only intensified Jebbit's own trepidation. Nearby, Goku and his companions felt a growing unease upon hearing such discourse, recalling their own encounters with a so-called Super Saiyan. However, Broly had not exhibited the same level of ferocity as Chumo, merely showcasing the strength of a Super Saiyan 2, and had long since been vanquished by them. Previously, they had sensed Chumo's terrifying aura across various corners of the universe, yet nothing transpired thereafter. Thus, they harbored unwavering confidence in Chumo, much like their absolute faith in their king. At this moment, what was once Earth, now transformed into a colossal black hole, had emerged from the cataclysm of a dying star. Yet, Chumo and the malevolent one-star dragon regarded the black hole with disdain, impervious to its influence. I shall slay you. The one-star dragon, now nearly unrecognizable, was enveloped in dark, chilling spines, exuding an aura of terror. The contrasting shadows of black and green stood out starkly against the black hole, and should the black hole possess consciousness, it would surely berate Chumo and the one-star dragon for their utter lack of respect. Chumo's expression was frigid, a sinister smile subtly curling at the corners of his lips as he clenched his hands. Chapter 92, The Enormous Vitality Bomb. The grass-green aura enveloping his body erupted like fireworks, seemingly rendering the formidable gravitational pull of the black hole non-existent. Wherever the grass-green flames touched, they detonated violently. We need greater power. Come forth, demon realm. Bestow upon me even greater strength. The demonized one-star dragon suddenly regained a semblance of awareness. Yet it was tinged with heightened terror, oblivious to its ghastly transformation. It craved more power from the demon realm, desperate to escape death at Chumo's hands. Meanwhile, in a distant dimensional laboratory, the purple-clad Fu screamed with exhilaration. Yes, just like that. You desire power, and I shall grant it to you. Haha. Chumo, your demise is imminent. At that moment, although Fu appeared largely unscathed, there was a discernible lack of light in his left eye. A reminder of the last encounter with Chumo that had left him partially blinded. Even in the depths of the dimensional abyss, the god of time, Kaioshin, frowned, taken aback by the resurgence of Chumo's aura, now more terrifying than before. Surely this fellow won't come to harm. It seems I must retrieve him post-haste, after all. The denizens of the demon realm are not easily subdued, and they are cunning. In truth, she had not intended for Chumo to confront Fu directly. She had merely anticipated him tracking the situation. Though a trainee god of time, Chumo's strength had yet to reach that of a full-fledged deity, rendering him more akin to a temporal inspector, much like Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta from Dragon Ball Heroes, tasked solely with monitoring and tracking. However, Chumo had now directly engaged the enemy, transcending the limitations of a mere inspector. Reflecting on Chumo's mischievous grin, Kaioshin felt her cheeks flush. That insufferable brat, making me endure several days of this nonsense. Curse him. And you rascals, why must you disrupt the fabric of time, forcing me to seal and suppress you endlessly? Kaioshin vented her frustrations at the swirling abyss before her, resembling a petulant young girl. Before her, the demonized one-star dragon had transformed into a mass of black flames, the terrifying outer layer of fire pulsating menacingly. With a roar, the demonized one-star dragon had morphed into a beast, lunging toward Chumo with lightning speed, so swift that Goku and the others within the crystal ball could only perceive a fleeting shadow. Bang! With a soft thud, the onlookers followed the direction of the demonized one-star dragon, astonished to find that its full-force punch had inexplicably halted. When they beheld Chumo's figure once more, their astonishment deepened. He had merely raised a finger. With merely a single finger, Chumo effortlessly deflected the mighty blow of the magical one-star dragon. His movements appeared remarkably relaxed, akin to scratching an itch. At this moment, Chumo stood nearly 3 meters tall, while the magical one-star dragon loomed at nearly 10 meters, creating a comically mismatched spectacle before the eyes of all. However, the magical one-star dragon had lost all consciousness, utterly oblivious to the concept of fear. Upon witnessing its fist being thwarted, 2 large eyes resembling red lanterns emitted twin beams of green light, frozen rays. Yet, this time, the once invincible freezing rays faltered, failing to even graze Chumo's form, as they were intercepted by the verdant aura enveloping him. Despite its loss of awareness, the creature remained audacious. Did it truly believe such a sneak attack would prove effective? Allow me to demonstrate what true power really is, Chumo coldly declared, his body flickering in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to the chest of the corrupted one-star dragon. The dragon bent into an arc, reminiscent of a lobster, as the tremendous force of the strike even shattered a distant planet, obliterating yet another star. The North Kai broke into a cold sweat, witnessing the loss of yet another celestial body from the solar system. These terrifying beings truly excelled at dismantling star systems. Roar! Though the corrupted one-star dragon could no longer articulate words, it did not mean it was devoid of pain. It let out a resounding roar, revealing its immense suffering. Bang! With a swift kick, Chu-Mo sent the demonic star dragon flying, shattering the bones in its chest to fragments. Farewell on your journey, star dragon. Chu-Mo's figure emerged, standing atop the chest of the one-star dragon, swiftly conjuring a blue-white energy sphere in his hand. Oh, denizens of the universe, those who wish to live, hasten to contribute a portion of your vital energy. Otherwise, if this malevolent one-star dragon remains unvanquished, you shall all meet your demise. The energy sphere he formed was distinct from that of Sun Wukong. While Wukong employed a tone of entreaty, Chu-Mo resorted to outright intimidation. Remarkably, this approach proved more effective. In a fleeting moment, the energy sphere, initially no larger than 100 meters, expanded to a size surpassing that of the sun. Its blinding radiance rendered Sun Wukong and his companions, encased within the crystal sphere, unable to open their eyes. This technique is indeed potent. It has amassed energy in such a short span. With a sly smile, Chu-Mo realized that these beings could only be intimidated. Otherwise, like Sun Wukong, no amount of earnest pleading would yield substantial results. Death. Chu-Mo hurled the energy orb with tremendous force, its velocity akin to that of lightning. Boom. The 647th demonized one-star dragon attempted to evade, yet it was as if it had collided with an invisible wall. The surrounding space was ensnared by Chu-Mo's power. Overwhelmed by an intense despair, the demonized one-star dragon was directly purified by the energy orb, transforming into cosmic dust. Thus, it came to an end. Chu-Mo took a deep breath, calming his excitement as he cast a cold smile at the already vanished demonized one-star dragon. This technique was indeed effortless. Otherwise, he would have been utterly exhausted after the battle, far from the ease he now experienced. Boom! The energy blast surged forth, and the one-star dragon transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. Subsequently, 7 golden Dragon Balls descended gracefully. Bang, bang, bang. Marvelous. It is the Dragon Balls. The malevolent dragon has been vanquished. Sun Wukong and the others gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls within the crystal sphere, their faces alight with exhilaration as they spoke in unison, overflowing with joy. At that moment, the cracks that marred the surface of the Dragon Balls had vanished, rendering them identical to the ones before. Upon detecting the presence of Sun Wukong and his companions, Chu-Mo instantaneously teleported to their location. Splendid! The Earth is saved. With the Dragon Balls, everything can be restored. Thank you, Chu-Mo. As soon as he landed, Sun Wukong exclaimed with exuberance, his expression brimming with excitement. Chapter 93. The Halo of a Handsome Man? No worries, it's merely a trifling matter. Chu-Mo smiled faintly and spoke with a calm demeanor. He held a keen interest in such adversaries. Each encounter only served to amplify his strength. Following this battle, his base combat power had escalated to an astounding 100 trillion, marking an impressive 5-fold enhancement. Although his transformation into Super 4 had elevated his power to 500 quadrillion, he was acutely aware that his future opponents would be even more formidable, not to mention the likes of the God of Destruction, Angels, Grand Priests, and Xeno. Just the Golden Frieza alone possessed a combat power of 100 quintillion, and Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta were even stronger. There were also other powerful foes from different universes, which meant Chu-Mo could not afford a moment's complacency. Each one was a potent adversary, and he had no desire to be trampled upon like Goku and his companions. If he was to engage, he must aim to be the strongest. Now, with the support of the Supreme Kai of Time, if he could seize this opportunity wisely, he was certain he could harness the power of time and space to shorten his training period, to avoid being shackled by them, controlled by their whims, or eliminated at their behest. He must become stronger, surpassing them all. Regardless of the circumstances, he was genuinely grateful. Uncle Chu-Mo. Gohan displayed a look of deep appreciation. His wife and mother were gone, and his home lay in ruins, leaving him with no choice but to rely on the power of the dragon. Enough of this sentimentality. Once Earth is restored, you all must treat me to a grand feast. Chu-Mo had grown accustomed to addressing his uncle and grandfather in such a manner. After all, he could not escape the reality of his elder status. Expressions of gratitude seemed trivial compared to the significance of a shared meal. Very well. I shall ask my mother and Bidalai to prepare a sumptuous feast for Uncle Chu-Mo. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. For them, this was merely a small favor. When weighed against the safety of Earth, a meal was indeed a paltry matter. Now, the Dragon Balls lie before you. The next course of action is in your hands. Chu-Mo addressed Sun Wukong and the others, indicating the connection to the devastation of the solar system. This is related to the frequent use of the dragon. The old Kaioshin suddenly interjected. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he was intimidated into silence by the fierce gazes of Son Gohan and the others. Enough, old man. Given the current circumstances, there is no need for the Dragon Balls. As for future matters, let Dandy handle the purification. It would be best to place the Dragon Balls in the Heavenly Temple, preventing others from misusing them. Chuma waved his hand dismissively, expressing his disdain towards the old Kai. If you dare to hinder my efforts to rescue Bulma, I shall dismantle your Kai realm. Vegeta, exhibiting a more blunt demeanor, intimidated the nearby Jebet, causing him to shrink back in silence. Father, shall we summon the Eternal Dragon now? Gohan inquired of Goku. Indeed. First, we must restore the solar system to its former state, and then resurrect all the deceased humans. Goku replied decisively. Their initial intent in summoning the dragon was to restore the ravaged Earth and to revive those who had been slain. This endeavor had inadvertently led to a significant crisis. However, fortunately, tranquility had been restored. The threat to Earth was alleviated, and normalcy had truly returned. Yes, Gohan nodded, acknowledging that restoring the solar system and resurrecting the fallen was of utmost urgency. Sighing, the old Kai observed Goku and his companions as they made their decision. He could only exhale in resignation, casting a complex glance at Chuma, the legendary Super Saiyan who astonishingly wielded such power. Truly a marvel. How do you control that power? The old Kai queried. What power? Chuma was momentarily perplexed, yet he swiftly grasped the situation. The old Kaioshin must be referring to the legendary power of transcendence. Perhaps it is simply my innate divine strength that grants me the ability to wield forces beyond the comprehension of others. Chuma spread his hands, for he truly did not know how to articulate his thoughts. Mr. Chuma, you are remarkably formidable. The god Jebite felt that he had yet to recover from the shock. It was astonishingly powerful, beyond imagination that such a being could exist within the universe. Indeed, your prowess is impressive. I hope you can always remain true to your essence. The old Supreme Kai nodded in agreement with Jebite's sentiments. Rest assured, I am aware of the path I must take. Chuma nodded earnestly. This transmission was unlike any other. Once it spiraled out of control, one's self-awareness would be utterly obliterated. He had no desire to become a mindless instrument of destruction. With the aid of the divine dragon, the solar system regained its former prosperity and the deceased were resurrected. Chuma materialized on a distant planet and, with a forceful motion of his hands, tore through the void, summoning forth a black hole. Within it lay a crystal coffin, specifically designed for deities, capable of preserving a body for eternity. However, inside this exquisite chamber rested a stunning woman with short hair. Had Sun Wukong and his companions been present, they would undoubtedly recognize her as the long-lost number 18. On a distant planet, Chuma established a realm and confined the 18th entity from the GT timeline within a coffin, ensuring her perpetual slumber. His prowess far surpasses that of the divine dragon, rendering it impossible for the latter to locate the 18th entity within this hidden space. Ding! A new sign and task has been issued. Kiss the King of Time for an hour, and perhaps a corresponding gift will be rewarded. Ah, yet another peculiar sign and task. Might there be an alternative? Chuma found himself in a state of helplessness. Despite the enjoyment derived from the process, the consequences were dire. Lives were at stake. Even if the opponent were lacking, they were not a deity akin to the King of Worlds, who merely hides away. Their combat prowess was formidable. After all, how else could one seal the formidable beings of the demon realm? Even Frieza would not dare to confront them head-on, which speaks volumes. Previously, while completing the sign-in task with Android 18, the host acquired a hidden attribute, the charming aura. Any female who encounters the host automatically experiences a 30-point increase in affection. The system's voice remained as frigid as ever, leaving Chuma quite exasperated. You must be joking. When did I ever possess such a charming aura? I fail to see any allure. Where is this 30-point affection? Chuma posed a series of inquiries, yet the system remained unresponsive. He eventually relented, resigning himself to chance, pondering whether a mere bicycle might transform into a motorcycle. Such rewards are typically exceedingly generous. Suddenly, Chuma's figure vanished, only to reappear in the sky. Having ascended into the form of a Super Saiyan, poised as if awaiting the embrace of a fair maiden. 2 seconds later, the heavens seemed to tear apart, revealing a graceful silhouette that accurately descended into Chuma's arms. Chapter 94. Acquisition of time travel abilities. You wretched being, cried Kane, struggling against him. However, Chuma had transformed into a Super Saiyan, towering nearly 3 meters, rendering any escape impossible for a petite girl. The newcomer was none other than the Kaioshin of time, Kane. Chumo sensed a faint ripple of temporal energy and, after a moment's contemplation, deduced her identity. Who else could locate him with such precision and wield formidable temporal powers? If not Kane? As for Whis, he was unlikely to appear here, and the system had already provided a hint. Chumo was not so foolish. Indeed, Kane had arrived. Yet, she did not land with such accuracy into Chumo's embrace. Rather, he had employed his time manipulation abilities to reverse the moment of her arrival by a second. Thus, the beautiful maiden fell into his arms. This was not my doing. You came of your own accord. Chumo smiled, a sense of pride evident in his expression. You have actually comprehended the reversal of time, and you applied it to me. How unexpected. Kane, despite her unwillingness, spent countless years to grasp even a fragment of this ability. Who would have imagined? Chumo has grasped it so swiftly. Moreover, judging by the time just now, at least 2 seconds have elapsed. It has only been a short while since his understanding dawned. Hee. Chumo chuckled softly, tightening his embrace even further. This sensation was undeniably reminiscent of a loli. 077, release me. Kane's anger flared, her delicate features freezing into an icy glare. Let go. Will you release me or not? No, I won't. If you refuse to let go, don't blame me for being impolite. Kane coldly retorted, her gaze radiating frost. However, who was Chumo? He was not one to be easily intimidated. Fear of a woman was not in his nature, even if she were a divine being from the world of time. She was still a goddess. Kane remained undeterred, unleashing a formidable aura that caused the very planet to tremble. Yet, having weathered countless storms, Chumo was unfazed. His own Super Saiyan aura surged in response, his body still firmly embracing Kane. How infuriating. Let go. Kane struggled fiercely, yet found herself unable to break free. The two remained locked in this stalemate, Kane fighting against him, while Chumo exerted every ounce of strength to hold on. For the sake of this reward. For his own survival, and, not least, for the sake of charming the girl, Chumo was giving it his all. An hour passed, and they remained in this singular posture. Chumo felt himself nearing his limit, straining to maintain his Super Saiyan power, his mental energy waning significantly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the sign-in task. You have received the sign-in gift package. Would you like to open the package now? Of course, he thought. I need to open it quickly. I can barely hold on any longer. In the depths of his heart, Chumo erupted with joy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the sign-in gift package. He has acquired tenfold the mental prowess of the King of Time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining tenfold the power of time and space, with the ability to reverse time enhanced to 20 seconds. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability to traverse through time and space. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an upgraded version of the charming male aura, which naturally elevates the goodwill of males towards the host by 60. Goodness, I've struck gold this time. Time travel. Moreover, this charming male aura is indeed quite remarkable. And it's an upgraded version. You are formidable. Chumo held great admiration for the system. Truly remarkable indeed. From now on, he would rely on this system to charm the ladies. How infuriating. Kane's anger intensified. She had been taken advantage of by Chumo. After all, she was a goddess. As her aura surged once more, Kane's form began to expand. A radiant halo emerged behind her, her purple skin transforming into a delicate pink, flowing orange-red hair cascading down. Golden eyes sparkling, and a perfectly sculpted visage, she epitomized breathtaking beauty, a divine presence that demanded reverence. The former Kane was merely a youthful girl. Yet now she had metamorphosed into an enchanting beauty brimming with vitality. However, her icy demeanor instilled a sense of fear in those who gazed upon her. Yet, Chumo, audacious and unyielding, seized the moment as the goddess Kane had transformed before him, exerting his full strength with renewed vigor. To disrespect a goddess was something he had long desired to accomplish in his previous life. Such a frosty beauty only heightened his sense of achievement. How dare you show disrespect to the divine? I too am an apprentice of the gods. What do I have to fear? Upon hearing Chumo's words, Kane was momentarily at a loss for words. This apprentice of the time realm's god had been elevated by her own hand, making him, in a sense, a demigod. Moreover, inexplicably, upon seeing Chumo's rogue yet resolute handsome face, Kane found herself momentarily entranced, realizing that perhaps she felt no aversion towards him. Upon seizing the opportunity, Chumo immediately pressed forward, leaving Kane momentarily stunned, her expression one of sheer disbelief. She had never anticipated that her first kiss would vanish in such a manner. The two stared at each other, momentarily paralyzed, neither making a move. Perhaps it was due to the enhanced mental fortitude bestowed upon him by the tenfold goddess. But Chuemo managed to maintain his transformed state for a full 2 hours without incident. Sensing that the danger had subsided, he gradually retracted his Super Saiyan form, aware that such a state would continually deplete his mental energy. Most astonishing of all was the fact that Kane had not resisted. Eventually, as if coming to a realization, Kane pushed Chuemo away. Chuemo also released his embrace, letting go of Kane. For a moment, silence enveloped them, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat awkward. I will take responsibility. After a long pause, Chuemo chuckled. Kane, however, maintained her gaze fixed upon him, and after a few minutes, she finally spoke. Your desire to take responsibility is admirable, yet your strength is still lacking. You must first become the champion of the Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament and surpass the God of Destruction before we can discuss this further. My partner must undoubtedly exceed my own prowess. A hint of a smile graced Kane's golden eyes, rendering her enchanting. She held a deep curiosity about Chuemo, having spent the past few days delving into his past. Yet, she could not uncover how he appeared in this future timeline, nor could she find any information regarding him. Nevertheless, she was quite fond of Chuemo's character, bold in love and hate, decisive in action. Thus, she had chosen him as her successor without hesitation. When a woman becomes intrigued by a man, it marks the beginning of her downfall, and even a goddess is not immune. No problem, there is nothing I cannot achieve. After all, becoming the champion of the 12 universes is merely a simple task. Chuemo could not believe in his own limitations. Chapter 95, Come on, Vegeta. However, how did you come to know about the Universe Martial Arts Tournament? I can foresee events that may transpire. Kane replied with irritation. Then did you see me securing the first place? Curiosity ignited within Chuemo as he inquired, I cannot see you. Your presence eludes me. Hence, I am intrigued. In the vision of the future I perceive, your existence is entirely absent. Kane replied earnestly, could it be that the future has altered? Naturally, you cannot behold me, for I am a traveler through time. In his heart, Chuemo mused, without him, I shall seize the first place. Not only for the sake of the goddess, but also to prove my own prowess. All right, I have come to escort you back. Let us depart, Kane declared, poised to activate the time-space tunnel. Wait, I have one more task to accomplish. You must be patient. Additionally, please assist me in bringing someone along. With that, Chuemo tore through the fabric of space and summoned Android 18. Is this the manifestation of your wife in this realm? Kane couldn't help but marvel at 18's beauty, which rivaled her own. No wonder Chuemo was so fond of her, even to the extent of wanting to take this counterpart along. Very well, attend to your matters. And then return here. I shall await your arrival. With those words, Kane descended to the ground. Chuemo smiled at her for a moment, then instantly vanished from the deserted planet. Upon returning to Earth, Chuemo directly sought out Sun Wukong and Vegeta. I must take my leave, Chuemo inquired. Where are you headed? Sun Wukong asked, curious about his destination. I am departing from this realm, returning to my own world. Chuemo elucidated, in that case. I shall challenge you. Vegeta, aware of Chuma's origins from another realm, promptly accepted the challenge. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong also displayed an eager demeanor. Forget it. Neither of you alone could rival me. This time, let us spar with both of you fused together. Chuma stated directly that he was determined to engage in a one-on-one duel with Gogeta, fulfilling a long-held aspiration. Having already faced Vegeta, he felt that not battling Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta would be a lingering regret. Vegeta, acknowledging the truth in his words, remarked that individually, neither he nor Goku stood a chance against Chuma. Why not fuse? He suggested, that would give us a fighting chance. Though Goku was eager for battle, he recognized their collective limitations. Vegeta clenched his fists, his face flushed with intensity. After a moment, he finally relaxed his grip and, with a steely demeanor, said, Kakarot, you make a compelling argument. I concur. Let us fuse and ensure we defeat this Chuma. He must not be allowed to leave with such arrogance. Then let us proceed to a suitable battleground. With a faint smile, Chuemo remarked, let us depart. Indeed, this place is most suitable. Sun Wukong chuckled in agreement. Meanwhile, within the realm of the King of Worlds, Jebite sneezed, instantly sensing an ominous portent. It seemed that misfortune was imminent. As anticipated, in the next moment, 3 figures materialized before him. Hey, are you 3 here to brawl again? If you must fight, kindly do so elsewhere. Do not continually wreak havoc in my domain. The old King of Worlds wore an unwelcoming expression. However, Chumo and his companions paid no heed to this. Fear not, old man. I am about to depart. Consider this your final arena for our contest. Chumo chuckled. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta commenced their fusion, following a brilliant flash of light. The figures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta vanished, giving rise to the even more formidable Gogeta. Chumo, come forth, Gogeta said with a wicked smile, instantly flickering and soaring into the distance. With a knowing smile, Chumo swiftly darted away. Bang! Thousands of meters away, the two figures collided, their formidable fists crashing together with tremendous force. A radiant explosion ensued, accompanied by thunderous roars, as the terrifying energy of their clash created a deep crater in the once solid ground. Oh dear, my planet quakes. You two dastards. The old Supreme Kai lamented, his heart aching. It seemed they would have to relocate once more. Meanwhile, Chumo and Gogeta were thoroughly enjoying their battle, both sporting excited expressions. Chumo, reveal your true strength. Super Saiyan 4 is not your ultimate power. With such abilities, you cannot defeat us. With that, the figure of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta vanished in an instant. In a flash, he charged towards Chumo with lightning speed. In mere seconds, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta appeared before Chumo, delivering a powerful punch. Bring it on. Chumo dared not to be negligent at this moment. Ultra Instinct Gogeta possessed a staggering combat power of at least 1,000 trillion, far surpassing his own. He immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, with a vibrant green aura erupting into the sky as if to pierce through the heavens. With a thunderous roar, a tempest of energy surged forth. And then he clenched his fist, launching a tremendous punch. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as the mighty fists of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and the Super Saiyan Chumo collided. The immense backlash sent both warriors staggering backward, each retreating several dozen meters. The ground beneath them cracked like a spider's web, spreading terrifying fissures in every direction. Truly, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta demonstrated formidable strength. Chumo appeared exceedingly exhilarated, feeling as though the blood coursing through his veins was about to boil over. You are not to be underestimated either, in this state. Your strength is continually on the rise. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta instantly recognized the formidable nature of Chumo's transformation. He chuckled, how else could I possibly contend with you? With a mighty roar, Chumo continued to elevate the energy within him. The surging waves of power intensified, reducing all material on the King Kai's planet to mere dust. Impressive. I am not to be outdone. Bring it on. Observing Chumo's relentless increase in energy, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta became even more exhilarated. His golden aura suddenly surged dramatically as thunder rumbled continuously from the heavens above. These two warriors sighed. The old King Kai gazed upon the spectacle, resigned to the fact that these combative souls were indeed quite troublesome. Chumo and Vegeta refrained from immediate action, their bodies emanating a terrifying energy that clashed continuously, generating fierce whirlwinds. The two formidable forces intertwined, rendering the sky shrouded in darkness, with countless bolts of lightning striking wildly, as if in a furious roar. Even the air became searingly hot, and the very fabric of space began to warp. I have arrived. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, aware of his limited duration of power, swiftly initiated his assault. In an instant, Vegeta's figure vanished, reappearing at Chumo's side, delivering a powerful elbow strike. Chumo, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated with a swift punch. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted, instantly shattering the ground for miles around. A massive pit, 1,000 meters deep, was formed in an instant, with dust propelled into the sky, creating a gray canopy above. Once more, the figures of the two combatants flickered in and out of existence as they unleashed a flurry of blows, their fists colliding with relentless ferocity, while legs and elbows struck like a Gatling gun, producing a cacophony of sounds. Within the realm of the King of Worlds, countless mountains were reduced to rubble by the violent shockwaves, boulders plummeting from the heights, creating a pockmarked landscape below. The elder King of Worlds and Jebet temporarily retreated to another planet, trembled in fear, even from billions of kilometers away, still shaken by the overwhelming force of their clash. On a planet closer to King of Worlds, the energy from their confrontation obliterated the terrain. Another series of black holes formed, their immense gravitational pull consuming all light. Darkness began to envelop the surroundings, save for the brilliant radiance emitted by the golden and green auras of Chumo and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, who continued their relentless battle. Chuemo incessantly elevated the power of Chuan Chao as if it were boundless. 600 trillion, 800 trillion, 1,000 trillion, 2,000 trillion, 5,000 trillion. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta mirrored this, and upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, his combat strength surged to an astounding 5,000 trillion. However, merely a minute later, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta sensed that his energy was nearly depleted. I have only a minute left. I must continue to ascend. If you wish to concede, feel free to say so. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta bellowed, then initiated another surge. 6,000 trillion. Ancestor, are they intent on obliterating our Kaioshin realm? Such terrifying energy. Jebet God inquired, trembling. Not yet. The old Kaioshin would not lose face, yet their power was nearing the limits of our Kaioshin realm, truly formidable. In a mere 10 seconds, Chuemo and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta exchanged over 10,000 punches, the immense force of their strikes obliterating the Kaioshin planet. Even nearby planets within several tens of millions of kilometers were devastated. As they clashed again, both figures were sent reeling, but this time, Chuemo was propelled over 10,000 kilometers away, showcasing the sheer terror of this Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Chuemo transformed his anger into a formidable force, once again unleashing the mysterious power within him, thereby elevating his combat prowess. 6,000. At this juncture in battle, all three warriors were experiencing the pinnacle of satisfaction. Chuemo, prepare to receive my ultimate move. 100-fold Kamehameha. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta clasped his hands together in a blossom-like formation, as a resplendent blue radiance coalesced between them. The sheer magnitude of this terrifying energy caused even the Elder Kai to change countenance in astonishment. Good heavens, just as I spoke. They are about to unleash such overwhelming power? Very well. Witness my most formidable technique. Dragon Fist. With a swift contraction of his right hand, Chuemo concentrated all his strength into it, as a brilliant golden light began to shimmer. A formidable azure wave surged forth. The golden divine dragon roared to life, soaring towards the blue light wave. With a thunderous crash, the collision of these two immense energies sent both combatants hurtling thousands of kilometers away in an instant. Chuemo directly spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his breath significantly weakened. Meanwhile, Vegeta also disintegrated, transforming back into Son Goku and Vegeta. Haha, what a relief! Chuemo exclaimed, and under the influence of his regenerative abilities, his injuries swiftly healed. Alas, before the battle could truly reach its zenith, time was called. Such words could only belong to Sun Wukong. Vegeta, too, appeared to harbor lingering sentiments, having gained a more profound understanding of Chuemo's prowess. Recognizing that with his current combat power, he was unqualified to challenge Chuemo. Having concluded the bout, it was time for me to depart. I hope that when we meet again, we can engage in a more joyful clash. With a smile, Chuemo remarked that the exhilarating experience of engaging in battle was truly delightful, even though a definitive victor had not been established. However, he felt considerably better off than Broly, who had been subjected to a severe thrashing. The prospect of meeting again filled him with joy. The next time they crossed paths, he vowed to leave a lasting impression. Goku, brimming with excitement, declared that he would personally challenge Chuemo next time, ensuring that Kakarot would have no opportunity to intervene. Vegeta, on the other hand, wore a disdainful expression. For him, merging into Vegito was a source of humiliation, as he had no desire to fuse with Kakarot. Chum chuckled softly, choosing not to speak. The next encounter would revolve around his victory over Gogeta, alongside Vegeta's impending challenge. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to continue, by the way. If you seek more opponents to engage in battle, I have an intriguing proposal for you to consider. What kind of proposal? What is it about? Upon hearing the prospect of more adversaries and the opportunity for continuous combat, Sun Wukong and Vegeta became animated. This was indeed the most effective method to enhance their combat prowess. In this world, few could rival their strength. Meanwhile, Chum was preparing to depart, as they were in need of worthy challengers. As for me, I have a deity above who can traverse the fabric of time and space. Thus, my duty is to confront those formidable foes who threaten to disrupt the temporal realms, which is precisely why I have come to your world. Chuemo elucidates the reasons for his presence here, stating that those adversaries possess formidable strength, and you shall not be disappointed. Before confronting me, you may battle them to enhance your own prowess. Consider this, the rationale behind seeking them out, in addition to the formidable powers of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, is that Chuemo requires assistance in shouldering his responsibilities. He must continuously elevate his own strength. Wandering aimlessly is a waste of precious time. Furthermore, Sun Wukong and Vegeta harbor immense potential. Nurturing them serves not only to cultivate competitors, but also to motivate himself to strive harder in his training. Unable to contain his excitement, Sun Wukong readily acquiesces, declaring, "No problem, I agree. Please take me to meet that deity, Chuemo." Although Vegeta is equally willing, he maintains a semblance of restraint, slowly articulating, "Since Kakarot has consented, very well, I shall also agree. I fight for the sake of justice." To which Chuemo retorts, "What justice do you speak of? It was you who once sought to annihilate the earth." Chuma cast a disdainful glance at Vegeta, yet he chose not to expose him. This proud prince of all scions had undergone significant transformation, otherwise he would not exhibit such a devoted nature, becoming a doting father. Chapter 97. You must give Beerus a sound thumping. Thus, under Chuma's recommendation, Son Goku and Vegeta became two temporal patrollers under the guidance of the Supreme Kai of Time, Kane. Subsequently, led by Kane, Chuma departed from the GT timeline. Where is this? After traversing an unfathomable number of dimensions, Kane brought Chuma to a peculiar planet. Everything here appeared distorted. The sky swirled in vortexes, and the planet was dominated by a colossal palace, suspended in midair. However, much like the realm of the Supreme Kai, Chuma immediately sensed a formidable spatial constraint upon his arrival, one even more resilient than that of the Supreme Kai's realm. This is the Temple of Time, where countless troublemakers of time are sealed. It is also my residence. You shall train here for 3 years, Kane remarked, narrowing his eyes. Why? Chuma found himself in a state of helplessness. Was he truly confined? It was due to his own weakness that, in 3 years, the god of destruction, Beerus, would descend upon Earth. Although ultimately, Goku and his companions managed to resolve the situation with minimal peril, I sincerely wish for your strength to be more formidable. You must assist me in delivering a sound thrashing to that wretched Zenz. The first half of Kane was quite commendable, yet the latter portion left Chuma somewhat speechless. While the challenge of confronting the god of destruction, Beerus, is undeniably steep, it is not insurmountable. What grievance do you harbor against Beerus? Chuemo was filled with curiosity. In the face of 10 million, he remarked that I was too short, and then claimed I was too fat. Such words were difficult for me to swallow. If you truly wish to be my man, shouldn't you teach him a lesson? Kain chuckled, leaving Chuemo speechless. Goodness. She even remembered events from 10 million years ago. Truly a goddess, her capacity for holding grudges surpasses that of any woman. Well, I found myself utterly at a loss for words. What more can Chuemo say? One word suffices. Kain, naturally delighted, continued. Do you know what the greatest distinction between mortals and deities is? Lifespan. The first impression that Chuemo had was this. It is a persona. Kain articulated the answer. The divine possesses a persona that transcends human existence. Some prefer to refer to this as dimension. Deities from different dimensions inherently suppress those from a higher dimension, even if the latter possesses greater combat prowess. However, the psychological pressure stemming from the divine will render the opponent incapable of enduring it. Chuemo suddenly realized that there exists a dimensional disparity among deities. Lower dimensional gods inherently fear their higher dimensional counterparts. This explains why the celestial god Bik lacked even the courage to engage in battle when confronted by the king of time, Shin, such as the suppression stemming from dimensional differences. Therefore, if I aspire to become the king of time, must I first elevate my own dimensional status? Chu pondered deeply. The god of time stands as a deity of temporal dimensions, holding a status comparable to that of the destroyer and the Kaioshin within the cosmos. With a gentle smile, Kane gazed at Chu and remarked, indeed, that is the essence of it. However, for an ordinary mortal, ascending to a higher dimension is no simple feat. In my own past, I devoted several million years to elevate my own dimension. To mortals, gods are beings of prolonged lifespans. Yet, upon reaching the tier of a destroyer, one could even be deemed immortal. Attaining such heights is no trivial endeavor. While figures like Sun Wukong and Vegeta can achieve a demigod state through their scion transformations, they cannot truly become gods. Therein lies the dimensional disparity. Your previous realm is already akin to that of a demigod, and with a little more effort, transcending to true divinity should not pose a significant challenge. Kane continued, thus, your primary focus should be on elevating your dimensional level. Although this may slow the enhancement of your power considerably, remember that the more solidly you establish your foundation, the stronger you will become in the future. Furthermore, only by becoming a genuine god will your lifespan extend indefinitely. And how might I achieve this elevation? Chuemo inquired, sensing that this young lady must have ulterior motives for bringing it up. Coincidentally, within the Temple of Time and Space, there exists a place to elevate one's dimension. Would you care to give it a try? It seems you have been prepared for this all along. How could I possibly refuse? Chuemo spread his hands, feigning indifference. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not something one could easily dismiss. His current combat prowess hovered around 1 quintillion, yet to contend with Beerus. He needed to elevate it to over 1,000 quintillion within 3 years. However, his foundational combat strength was barely 200 trillion. And the endeavor to raise it to 2,500 trillion presented a formidable challenge, even with the legendary Super Saiyans power doubling each year. Achieving this feat seemed improbable. Consequently, Chuemo chose to remain in the realm of the Kaioshin of time, diligently honing both his status and combat abilities. 3 swift years elapsed. In the primary universe, on an ochre-hued planet, a group of pig people busily toiled in the kitchen. Have you not finished yet? Hurry. That esteemed individual can no longer wait. Move faster, for this pertains to the safety of our great pig planet. An anxious pig person king, adorned with a crown, shouted. At long last, after several minutes, an array of peculiar yet delightful delicacies was prepared and laid out upon a long dining table. Lord Beerus, this is the finest cuisine our planet has to offer. Please indulge. The pig king said, his expression ingratiating, eyes filled with trepidation and reverence. After awakening, Beerus, accompanied by Whis, had come to this grand pig planet in search of a meal, threatening destruction should the culinary offerings not meet his expectations. In the end, Beerus was quite satisfied with the feast, yet in an effort to preserve his dignity, he concocted an excuse. Your dishes are commendable, he remarked, causing the pig king's expression to shift dramatically as he hastily inquired, is there anything that displeases you? Speak freely, and we shall rectify it immediately. No need. Beerus replied, it's merely that the fat content is excessively high. Should I consume this, I risk becoming portly. Thus, you are fortunate. I shall allow this planet to remain, albeit only half of it. With that, Beerus delicately tapped the dining table with his elongated claw. A violet ring of light instantly materialized, swiftly engulfing half the planet. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the cosmos, resulting in the obliteration of half the ochre-hued pig planet. Lord Beerus, you appeared quite pleased. Why then, destroy half of their planet? Whis inquired with his alluring voice. This is food that could lead to weight gain. I certainly do not wish to end up like Kampa. Let us depart for another planet. Beerus, with his elongated claws, leisurely picked his teeth and spoke. The old Kai, far away in the realm of the Kais, suddenly trembled and then became utterly disinterested. His voice quivering, he proclaimed, this is quite troublesome. Chapter 98, Beerus arrives. In just a few days, Beerus had obliterated dozens of planets. However, in the vast expanse of the universe, this was merely a drop in the ocean. Have you located that Super Saiyan god? I wish to engage him in combat, for he has intruded upon my dreams. Is he also a deity? Whirling his magic staff, Whis caused the gem at its tip to shimmer, conjuring a luminous screen before him. This god cannot be found. I wonder if he even exists? Whis mused, furrowing his brow. However, there are signs of scion activity on Earth. Then we shall proceed to Earth, declared Beerus. Indeed. However, there is a scion training on North Kai's planet. Would you like to visit North Kai first? Whis chuckled. North Kai, the one whose planet I have nearly destroyed? How intriguing that a scion resides there. Beerus stroked his chin, seemingly recalling something. Then we shall first visit North Kai, and subsequently Earth. Perhaps they possess some knowledge. I cannot rest until I uncover this elusive Super Saiyan god. Very well, Lord Beerus, we shall set forth. Whis tapped his staff, and they immediately embarked on their journey. At that moment, North Kai was suddenly beset by an inexplicable chill, causing him to tremble, and then he too lost all interest. Thanks to the old Kai's warning, North Kai finally comprehended the cause. That dreadful fiend had awakened and was once again coming to his domain. Curse my ill fate. I must relocate. No. It would be too late to move now, North Kai muttered to himself, his expression a tumult of emotions. What is wrong, North Kai? You look anxious and drenched in sweat, Goku inquired, approaching mid-training, startling North Kai. The old Kai had just instructed him to ensure Goku never met the destroyer, Beerus. It's nothing at all. Merely a warm day. Continue your training. North Kai wiped the sweat from his brow, his face flushed. Suddenly, as if recollecting something, he exclaimed, Oh yes, isn't today Bulma's birthday? You should return and attend her birthday party. Resume your training later. It is best to send this fiend away quickly. The encounter of 2 destroyers would be catastrophic. I had already informed Bulma that I would forego the birthday celebration to continue my training. Chumo has undoubtedly grown even more powerful if I do not exert myself. I shall never catch up to him, Sun Wukong remarked, furrowing his brow, embodying an indomitable spirit. Had Chimo witnessed the current state of Sun Wukong, he would surely be astonished, for Sun Wukong's usual combat prowess had astonishingly reached 10 trillion, far surpassing his former strength when he transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. In merely 4 years, spurred by Chimo's influence, Sun Wukong had made such remarkable progress. Moreover, a nagging feeling lingered within Sun Wukong that the North Kai was concealing something from him. His male intuition suggested that the North Kai was indeed suspicious. Alas, there is no time. You must return indoors and refrain from coming out. The North Kai trembled, his expression reminiscent of a man on the brink of an explosive revelation. He had sensed that familiar aura, one that echoed the terrifying presence from years past. North Kai, what is the matter? Is a formidable enemy approaching? Leave it to me. I shall undoubtedly assist you, Sun Wukong inquired, a mix of confusion and excitement etched upon his face. However, he could not detect any aura, indicating that the approaching individual was not to be underestimated. What sort of adversary could instill such fear in the North Kai? Fighting was his forte. Do not ask questions. Just return to your room. The North Kai hastily ushered Sun Wukong inside, unwilling to allow him to encounter Beerus. As soon as Sun Wukong was secured within the room, the North Kai felt a chilling presence behind him. It has arrived. The North Kai's heart raced in alarm as he turned to face the source of his dread. North Kai, it has been many years. You still possess your charm. A languid voice emerged, laced with impatience. Upon turning, the North Kai beheld Weiss's solemn visage, alongside the feline countenance of Beerus, whose mere presence haunted his dreams. You seem to be less than welcoming, Beerus remarked, licking his paw with an air of discontent. Not at all. It is an honor for Lord Beerus to grace my North Kai planet. I extend the warmest welcome. However, may I inquire what brings you here? Lord Beerus? The North Kai rubbed his hands together, adopting a fawning demeanor. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, overhearing the North Kai's words, became increasingly curious. Who is this Beerus? Is he formidable? Why can I not sense his energy? Sun Wukong pondered, perplexed. Suddenly, he recalled Chimo's words. There are 3 types of beings one cannot sense: robots, androids, and the third, gods. Could he be a god? Sun Wukong's excitement surged. A combat-ready deity was a rarity for him. In his previous encounters, the celestial beings, Kai, and even the Kaioshin were of the non-combat variety, often leaving the battles to the scions. Lord Beerus has traveled a great distance. Shall we not first share a meal? The North Kai cautiously remarked, hoping that this harbinger of doom would depart swiftly after finishing his meal. His dominion was already sparse, rendering him the most pitiable of the Kais. Oh, what delectable treats have you prepared? Upon hearing of a feast, Beerus nearly forgot the very purpose of his visit. I assure you of your satisfaction. The North Kai quickly replied, secretly relieved that this formidable being would leave soon. Would it be better to take him to the Grand Kai? Ah, have you forgotten something, Lord Beerus? Vados interjected suddenly. Ah, indeed. I nearly overlooked the purpose of my visit, all thanks to you, you insufferable glutton. Beerus retorted with irritation. I would never dare. This is merely to honor your arrival. Lord Beerus, the North Kai said, fingers nervously interlocking, a facade of deception crumbling. Very well, I shall let this slide. Call forth that individual from your dwelling. I have certain inquiries regarding his fate. Beerus's gaze shifted to the abode behind the North Kai, having already sensed Goku's presence within. Chapter 99, The Search for the Super Saiyan God. The North Kai was momentarily speechless. Damn it, just when I thought I could avoid this. It was now evident that Beerus had come specifically for Goku. Goku, please come forth. Lord Beerus wishes to pose you some questions. The North Kai could only hope that Goku would refrain from provoking Beerus. However, it was clear that the North Kai's hopes were in vain. Lord Beerus, it's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Goku's overly familiar demeanor caused the North Kai to break into a cold sweat, hastily wiping his brow. Beerus frowned but chose not to comment further, licking his claws leisurely before inquiring, Are you a scion? Do you know of the Super Saiyan God? The Super Saiyan God? Goku furrowed his brow, perplexed. I've only heard of the Super Saiyan. Who is the Super Saiyan God? Is it a realm beyond Super Saiyan? Has Chuma perhaps achieved it? Goku's thoughts instantly turned to Chuma, though he could not be certain. It seems you are equally unaware of this individual. What a pity, Beerus remarked, his interest waning. Lord Beerus, I suspect this person does not exist. Let us return. It is impossible for anyone in this universe to rival you, Vados said with a gentle laugh. No. I believe this is far more than a mere dream. The oracle fish foretold the existence of the Super Saiyan God. It cannot be false. Let us proceed to Earth. The inhabitants there should possess the knowledge we seek. Lord Beerus, please wait a moment, Goku interjected, causing the North Kai to feel a surge of joy at the prospect of sending Beerus off. However, his heart shattered upon hearing Goku's plea. What is it? Little ancestor? Can't you wait until this esteemed individual departs before speaking? The North Kai nearly cursed but refrained from doing so. What do you want? Beerus inquired, his demeanor radiating impatience as he cast a sharp glare at Goku. I wish to challenge you, Goku declared earnestly. The North Kai's plump form collapsed in disbelief. It's over, he thought, consumed by despair. You dare challenge me? Beerus replied coolly, a flicker of menace gleaming in his eyes. As the god of destruction, he was the most formidable deity of the seventh universe, excluding Whis, of course, and the audacity of someone daring to challenge him was a direct affront to his authority. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Beerus spoke chillingly, dismissing the matter as a mere formality. The outcome was inevitable. Goku was swiftly defeated, rendered unconscious by a single hand of Beerus. Yet, Beerus refrained from exterminating Goku, taking a few moments to relish the battle before knocking him out. This fellow is rather amusing. I'm in a good mood today, so I shall let it slide, he remarked nonchalantly. Whis, let us depart. He nonchalantly dropped the unconscious Goku to the ground. Let us visit Earth. Perhaps we might encounter that individual named Chuma. It's intriguing that he claims that Scion could potentially defeat me. During their earlier confrontation, Goku had mentioned the more formidable Chuma, piquing Beerus's interest. Chuma? I am aware of him. He was indeed quite powerful a few years ago. I wonder how he fares now. Surely, he cannot stand against Lord Beerus, Whis mused thoughtfully. For years prior, Chuma was even stronger than Goku at present, yet Whis doubted Chuma's ability to triumph over Beerus. Those who ascend to the rank of God of Destruction are unparalleled geniuses, and Beerus had held that title for countless eons, even with his habitual slumber. He was not a scion who could be surpassed in merely a few years. Oh, have you encountered him? Beerus inquired, his expression darkening at the thought that Whis had not mentioned him previously. Indeed, how does he compare to this individual? Beerus gestured towards Goku. Chuma is likely superior. Although Goku is a natural warrior, his experience is still insufficient, Whis replied. Then let us journey to Earth. We may just cross paths with him. Perhaps he is the fabled Super Saiyan god, Beerus exclaimed with excitement. Perhaps, but he seems to be absent from this universe at the moment. Whis remarked with a hint of indifference. Maybe if I go, he will return, Beerus persisted, unwilling to resign after awakening from his slumber without seeking the truth. Upon arriving on Earth, Beerus had frightened Vegeta half to death, leaving him in a state of trepidation, until Bulma, unaware of the circumstances, delivered a resounding slap to Beerus, prompting the devoted husband, Vegeta, to transform into a hero and launch a fierce assault against him. Unfortunately, he too met the same fate, easily defeated by Beerus. Subsequently, Tangent and others attempted to intervene, yet none could stand against Beerus, suffering a complete defeat. Whis, however, observed the spectacle with great delight, as Android 18 took the opportunity to prepare a plethora of delicacies for him. Having spent considerable time with Chuma, she had occasionally heard him speak of the angel Whis and the god of destruction Beerus, and was well aware that both were true gourmands. As long as there was good food, even exceptions could be made without hesitation. This was the specialty of Earth, a culinary paradise, incomparable to bizarre and grotesque dishes. Instantly, Whis transformed into a connoisseur of fine cuisine, indulging lavishly aboard a luxurious cruise, much to Bulma's astonishment. Was this truly the terrifying visage of the servant of the god of destruction? Although Beerus was rather displeased, Goku returned just in time. Ultimately, under Whis' persuasion and the allure of various culinary delights, Beerus momentarily consented to allow Goku to summon the eternal dragon to seek the Super Saiyan god. However, the dragon's actions left Goku and the others utterly astonished once more. It turned out that even the proud dragon had moments of subservience, casting aside its dignity. Divine authority was indeed paramount. Yet, the dragon was unaware of the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan god, leaving Goku and the others deeply disappointed. Then please bring Chuma back here, Goku and Vegeta suggested, contemplating that perhaps Chuma might possess a means to confront Beerus, who was undeniably an anomaly. You may change your wish. I cannot summon him. He is not within this dimension. The dragon found itself in an awkward predicament, as its omnipotence was called into question by its repeated failures to fulfill wishes. Then tell us if there is any way to manifest the Super Saiyan god. Bulma was incensed, Her 43rd birthday celebration had unexpectedly spiraled into chaos. In Chapter 100, the method for Goku and his companions to attain the form of Super Saiyan God was revealed by the dragon Shenron. Coupled with the fact that Videl was with child, Goku ultimately transformed into a Super Saiyan God. In a distant dimension within the sky, Chumo wore an expression of disbelief. With a sigh, he remarked, "This Super Saiyan God form has drastically enhanced combat prowess. This is astonishingly effortless." Following this, he took a hearty bite of the enchanting goddess Kane at his side. Over the past 3 years, Chumo had invested immeasurable effort into winning Kane's affection, serenading her, sharing jokes, and telling stories. He utilized all his past experiences in courting women to charm Kane. A goddess, pure-hearted for eons, had never encountered such fervor. Within merely half a month, she willingly surrendered her heart. Although Chumo had previously succeeded due to his handsome allure, achieving a 60% success rate, it was clear that without these efforts, the outcome might have been uncertain. Then, on a tempestuous night, the goddess Kane became Chumo's second partner. Of course, his promise to confront Beerus remained steadfast, as did his intent to participate in the Universe Martial Arts Tournament. "Chumo, please, not like this. If you continue, I might be bedridden for days. Be careful not to exhaust me," Kane teased, licking her lips in a seductive manner. With a sudden jolt, Chumo realized that this was not the opportune moment. He had not anticipated that the goddess's performance in bed would rival that of number 18. Her display was as wild and stimulating as one could imagine. Suppressing the roaring flames of desire within, Chumo began to earnestly observe the battle between Super Saiyan God Goku and Beerus. He estimated that Goku's combat prowess had ascended to an impressive level of at least 80 quintillion. Presently, the Super Saiyan God could not yet compare to the later Super Saiyan Blue, who would ultimately triumph over Golden Frieza. Alas, it was futile to measure oneself against such extraordinary beings. Despite his relentless training, he had only reached 200 quintillion. Meanwhile, these 6 individuals could effortlessly unite to transform into Super Saiyan God, which felt exceedingly unfair. Chumo was quite displeased. Well, let us not dwell on this any further. Currently, the situation is still conventional, yet it is not something that the red-haired individual can easily overcome. Kain chuckled softly. For some reason, she found joy in observing Chumo's furrowed brows. Furthermore, after attaining divinity, combat power is no longer of paramount importance. Remember this, if one solely pursues combat prowess, they shall fall into mediocrity. Kain stated earnestly. "All right, I understand. You are becoming quite the nag, lamenting every day." Chumo chuckled softly, well aware of the underlying principles, though he struggled to adapt momentarily. Suddenly, a notification chimed, announcing the commencement of a new sign-in task. Watch the epic battle between the illustrious Sun Wukong and Beerus until its conclusion to receive corresponding rewards. The system's voice resonated once more, leaving Chumo with a sense of foreboding. This is quite intriguing, he mused. Simply watching suffices. Thus, he summoned a sofa within the dimensional space, cradling Kane while munching on seeds, attentively observing the forthcoming clash between Sun Wukong and Beerus. "My apologies for the wait. Lord Beerus, shall we begin?" Sun Wukong bowed, unable to conceal his excitement. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, at least 1,000,000 times greater than before. "What is happening? I can't sense Kakarot's energy at all. This shouldn't be the case," Vegeta pondered, bewildered. Given Kakarot's recent actions, his battle prowess should have intensified. Son Gohan furrowed his brow, equally perplexed by the situation. The others, including Tien Shinhan, were expressions of confusion as well. "We cannot perceive the aura of a god," Android 18 remarked nonchalantly. "Oh, you seem to know quite a bit," Whis interjected. "My husband mentioned certain characteristics of gods. I merely took note," Android 18 explained. "Ah, it must be Chumo then." "That makes sense," Whis concluded, assuming that Chumo had obtained this knowledge from the Kai of Time, thus making Android 18's awareness unsurprising. "From the aura surrounding you, it appears you have succeeded. That is splendid. However, your hair differs from what I envisioned in my dreams." "Never mind, let us proceed." Whis squinted at Sun Wukong, his eyes shimmering with fervor. With a swift motion, as Beerus' voice faded, Sun Wukong wasted no time launching an attack. He recognized the terror that Beerus embodied. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind Beerus, though the distance was significant, several dozen meters apart, making it impossible to strike him. Beerus remained unmoved, still gazing at Sun Wukong with narrowed eyes, aware that this was due to Sun Wukong's unfamiliarity with his newfound power. "Wow, this is simply astounding." The speed is beyond comprehension, Sun Wukong exclaimed, exhilarated by the tumultuous energy within him. Take a moment to acclimate. It seems this power is quite substantial, Beerus advised, adopting a sage demeanor, allowing Sun Wukong to adjust to his strength. This fellow has suddenly gained such immense power. Naturally, he cannot adapt so swiftly. I, on the other hand, have truly cultivated my strength. In the dimensional space, Chu Mo cast a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong, akin to the feeling of sour grapes. Kane, witnessing this, erupted into a fit of giggles, causing him some embarrassment. In truth, he held little regard for such divine ascension. It merely constituted a day of divinity. Although his strength had reached the divine tier, his status remained unaltered, and his lifespan had not been extended. Thus, Chu Mo awaited an opportunity, yearning to evolve into a Super Saiyan god atop the foundation of Super Saiyan 4. Only then would there be a true amalgamation of power and realm. Sun Wukong began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks in the air, ceasing after several minutes. Thank you, Lord Beerus. I am ready now. I shall not disappoint you this time. He bowed in gratitude towards Beerus. Then let us commence. Beerus beckoned with his palm, signaling him to proceed. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong darted towards Beerus with a swift movement. This time, he exhibited exceptional control over his power and speed. A resounding thud echoed as Sun Wukong's fist struck Beerus's palm with great force, yet he did not budge an inch. This cannot be, he thought, astonished that such a formidable punch could yield no tangible result. Lord Beerus, you are truly formidable, Beta observed, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Though he could not sense their auras, the sound of Sun Wukong's punch slicing through the air indicated that he could not withstand such power. Beerus appeared somewhat unimpressed. This level of assault required minimal effort on his part. Is this all you possess? He inquired. Certainly not. There is greater strength within me. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his body flickering as he unleashed a relentless barrage. Bang, bang, bang. His fists pummeled Beerus from every angle, moving so swiftly that even Vegeta struggled to discern them. Yet, Beerus maintained an air of nonchalance, effortlessly deflecting the strikes with but a single hand. The intensity of Sun Wukong's punches escalated, both in strength and speed. Nevertheless, Beerus continued to parry with ease, employing merely one hand. The overwhelming force of the blows stirred the ocean into tumult, sending waves crashing violently. Even Bulma's luxurious yacht swayed precariously, teetering on the brink of disaster. The sky had descended into utter darkness, evoking a sense of impending doom. The Pilaf gang, who had just clambered onto the yacht, trembled in fear, huddled together. This is terrifying, utterly terrifying, Krillin remarked, his face ashen. Although he believed his combat power had reached several hundred million, he felt insignificantly small in the face of such overwhelming might. Indeed, with such a fearsome opponent, Wukong must give his all. With Chu Mo absent, we can only rely on you. Yamcha, gritting his teeth, spoke with trepidation. Everyone else clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, their gazes fixed intently upon the battle in the sky. Only number 18 appeared unfazed, continually offering various delicacies to Whis. Whis, feeling that sampling delicacies while swaying was rather unseemly, tapped his staff against the deck, conjuring a blue barrier that shielded the cruise ship from the powerful gusts. At last, the ship's rocking ceased, and the crowd felt a sense of relief. Aren't you nervous? If Sun Wukong loses, Earth is doomed. Whis regarded the enchanting woman before him with curiosity. She bore a striking resemblance to his sister, both exuding calmness and confidence. I believe he will return in time. He won't allow our home to be destroyed, number 18 remarked with a smile, lightly brushing her hair aside. The group remained fixated on the sky. Even Vegeta could only perceive the successive sonic booms flickering above. Two figures danced through the air, colliding and then separating. Sun Wukong gradually unleashed his power, his formidable strength forcing Beerus to adopt a defensive stance. Even now, he was compelled to continuously attack and defend. For failure to do so would result in a severe beating. Sun Wukong's rapid growth and strength exceeded Beerus's expectations, prompting him to summon even greater power. Indeed, it seems Sun Wukong has truly transformed into a Super Saiyan god, managing to contend with Lord Beerus in such a manner. Alas, he still cannot match Lord Beerus. Whis savored a pudding cake, his expression one of complete satisfaction. You seem quite pleased, Whis. Why not give this a try? Suddenly, a voice broke the moment, causing Whis to turn. Ah, Chu Mo, you have returned. What is this? The smell is rather peculiar. Whis pinched his nose, regarding the unsightly dish before him with distaste. What do you know? This is stinky tofu. The uglier it is, the better it tastes. Chu Mo spoke softly, then opened his arms wide. A figure rushed in, and it was the long-missed number 18. After years apart, number 18 embraced Chumo tightly, the warmth in her eyes stirring something within him. The two then engaged in a passionate kiss that lasted a full 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Vis, seemingly unfazed, decided to take a bite of a peculiar delicacy. To his surprise, he found the taste quite enjoyable. 1 piece. 2 pieces. Soon, he devoured the entire platter of stinky tofu, still craving more. As Chumo and number 18 finished their affectionate exchange, both felt a comforting warmth in their hearts. If you enjoy it, you are welcome to visit Earth often, and I shall prepare it for you. Chumo spoke lightly, embracing the slender waist of number 18. Really? I am immensely grateful. As long as there are delectable treats. I will introduce Bados to you in the future. Weiss, eager for more culinary delights, cast a knowing glance at Chumo. Goodness, this angel is rather impure, he mused. But I like it. Chumo, it has been years since we last met, and your prowess has astonishingly escalated. You are on the verge of breaking through to the divine realm, are you not? Weiss quickly discerned Chumo's current level of mastery. Understanding that while his combat power was not significantly inferior to that of Beerus, there remained a considerable gap in their realms. After all, Beerus was a top-tier genius among the destroyers. Though not quite on par with angels, he was undeniably formidable. Perhaps it merely required the right opportunity. Perhaps a bout with Beerus would suffice. Chumo chuckled, asserting that whether for the sake of breakthrough or to avenge Cain, he was determined to confront Beerus. It seemed that today, Lord Beerus would have the opportunity to engage in a thrilling battle. Whis remarked with a smile. I too can finally unleash my full potential. It is rare to encounter such a worthy opponent. For 3 years, Chumo had not fought at his full capacity, which left him with an undeniable itch to unleash his strength. In the sky, Goku and Beerus had been battling for over half an hour, yet neither had emerged victorious. A result of Beerus not exerting his full power. Goku, however, grew stronger with each exchange, gradually finding his rhythm. Yet Beerus, feeling dissatisfied, remarked, Is this all the strength you possess? I must say, I am rather disappointed. As soon as he finished speaking, Beerus's movements accelerated dramatically, vanishing from Goku's sight in an instant. Nanny? So fast? Goku exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that in that fleeting moment, he had not even perceived how Beerus had disappeared. Quick. 0.6 is truly astonishingly fast. As Chumo's expression turned grave, he realized that he had merely caught a glimpse of Beerus's movement. Evading such an attack seemed nearly impossible, as his consciousness and actions were out of sync. His body could not keep pace with his awareness. Unless he could harness the Ultra Instinct technique, allowing his cells to react autonomously, he would be unable to evade Beerus's onslaught. Ah. It appears Lord Beerus is quite serious now, Whis remarked with a smile, holding a chicken wing. Though you have transformed into a Super Saiyan god, you remain insufficiently strong. My interest in your battle has waned. It is time to conclude this. A chilling voice echoed from behind Son Goku. Instantly, Goku's figure seemed frozen, unable to move. Chapter 102. Acquiring destruction attributes. Goku sensed a searing heat radiating from his back. His extensive combat experience informed him that it was a terrifying energy blast. Danger loomed. Krillin and the others felt a wave of dread wash over them. The peril was palpable. Before Goku could mount a defense, the energy blast in Beerus's hand was unleashed with great ferocity. He was no indecisive deity. Goku's body shot forth like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into the ocean and sending waves soaring thousands of meters high. The earth trembled at that moment, and the sea heaved, producing towering waves that engulfed coastal cities. Yet, no one was concerned about that. Vegeta and the others were solely focused on whether Goku could still fight. If he failed, Earth would be doomed. Their attention fixated on the battle, they remained oblivious to Chumo's return. Damn it. I can already sense Kakarot's energy. He is now quite weak. Having evidently reverted from the Super Saiyan God state, Vegeta seethed with frustration, unable to accept that such a powerful Kakarot was still no match for Beerus. Gohan and the others were enveloped in despair. Such formidable power had been effortlessly defeated by Beerus. Was there no hope for Earth? Damn it. Kakarot, get up. You have taken my strength. How can you allow yourself to be defeated like this? Vegeta clenched his fists, his face a mask of anguish. Krillin and the others wore expressions of deep concern. If even Super Saiyan God Goku could not stand against Beerus, was there anyone left who could contend with him? It seemed that Lord Beerus was truly angered. Weiss displayed an air of indifference, having witnessed the annihilation of countless planets over the years. The countless souls lost could be measured in thousands. Suddenly, the sea churned violently once more, and a figure shot forth from the depths. It was none other than Sun Wukong, who, at that moment, was battered and bruised, his garments tattered and torn, gasping for breath with evident exhaustion. Indeed, Lord Beerus is formidable. I am no match for him. Sun Wukong trembled, his spirit unwilling to accept defeat. He had believed that after transforming into a Super Saiyan god, with enhanced powers, he would not be so easily vanquished. Yet, upon his opponent's serious engagement, he found himself utterly outclassed. Furthermore, he was now incapable of achieving the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, leaving him in utter despair. I apologize. I am not a worthy opponent for Lord Beerus and have disappointed you. Sun Wukong lamented, turning to Vegeta and the others with a resigned expression. Don't speak such defeatist words. We haven't lost yet. I will fight to the bitter end. I refuse to concede, Vegeta bellowed. Fully aware that he stood no chance against Beerus, yet driven by the desire to protect his family and home, he was determined to give it his all. A poignant scene unfolded, but alas, Beerus's chilling voice interrupted. Regrettably, I must still destroy the Earth. A massive purple energy sphere materialized at his fingertip, causing Sun Wukong and the others to pale at the sight of such overwhelming power. They could sense the terrifying aura emanating from this energy sphere, one so dreadful it instilled a sense of hopelessness. Are you not going to make your move? If you delay any longer, I shall never again savor the delights of Earth's cuisine, wise chided Chumo. For heaven's sake, how can you remain passive after being treated to such a feast? Chumo replied with irritation, there is no way around it. Angels cannot intervene in earthly matters. Since this is the decision of Lord Bigos, I am even less able to interfere. Viz swallowed a pudding in one gulp, feeling the sharp tang. It seems I must once again take the initiative. Chumo chuckled, noting that Beerus's power was far more formidable than depicted in the anime. In the series, Super Saiyan God Goku exhibited at least 60% of Beerus's capabilities. Yet from what he had just witnessed, it seemed that he at most displayed a mere 20%. Ding. Congratulations, host. On successfully observing the battle and completing this signing-in task, you have received a signing-in gift package. Would you like to open the gift package immediately? Naturally. One must proceed to open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. On successfully opening the signing-in gift package, you have acquired destructive attributes. Ding. Congratulations, host. On obtaining the righteous energy necessary for evolving into Super Saiyan God. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the effect of divine immobilization. Upon hearing this, Chuemo was filled with immense joy. This destructive attribute was indeed the exclusive domain of the god of destruction, and he never anticipated that he could also attain it. Moreover, with the righteous energy derived from the evolution into Super Saiyan God, he could directly ascend to the status of Super Saiyan God, further complemented by the divine spark. Chuemo can immediately ascend to a divine realm on par with that of a god of destruction, his power reaching unfathomable heights. Lord Beerus, this is not yet over. I am coming. Chumo's figure materialized in the sky, his demeanor exuding an air of serenity, embodying newfound confidence. Chuemo, is it truly you who has returned? Sun Wukong exclaimed with joy, this is splendid. I entrust Lord Beerus to you. Ha, you choose now to make an appearance? How utterly predictable. You ought to be mindful of the timing. Vegeta retorted with indignation, clearly irked by Chumo's return, which once again stole the spotlight. Marvelous. Chumo is back. Earth is saved at last. Krillin declared, his excitement palpable, his faith in Chumo surpassing even that of Sun Wukong. Go, big brother Chumo. Yajirobe shouted enthusiastically, his voice ringing out with rare fervor. You are Chumo? At long last, we have awaited your arrival. Beerus squinted at Chumo, noting that his strength eclipsed that of Sun Wukong's from moments prior. Yet, Beerus remained unconvinced, believing that Chumo still fell short of being his equal. Despite his formidable power, lacking the divine essence of a Super Saiyan God rendered victory over Beerus an impossibility. However, you have left me quite disappointed, Beerus remarked coolly. Disappointment or not, the demonstration will reveal the truth. With a faint smile, Chumo gestured towards Beerus, suggesting, since you are so confident, let us first see how you fare against this annihilation energy sphere. A glint of sharpness flickered in Beerus's eyes as he waved his hand. The energy sphere shot forth like a meteor, hurtling directly towards Chumo. Chumo, unwilling to take any chances, let out a thunderous roar. A terrifying emerald green aura surged forth, causing his hair to stand on end, transforming into a brilliant green hue. In an instant, the verdant flames illuminated the entire sky, casting it in a radiant green light. Chapter 103, Beyond Super Saiyan 4, Chumo transformed directly into the Super Saiyan form. for only in this state could he contend with Beerus. His combat power soared to an astounding 1,000 quintillion, a testament to the progress he had made over the past 3 years. Chumo let out a furious roar towards the heavens, then, with unwavering determination, inhaled the destructive energy orb launched by Beerus. A tempest arose, and the originally swift violet energy projectile accelerated even further. In an astonishing display, the destructive energy orb was effortlessly drawn into Chumo's being. With a resounding thud, the terrifying energy orb reverberated within him, reminiscent of a thunderous echo. Chumo let out a resounding belch, his physique suddenly becoming more robust. Remarkably, this fellow could consume even more than I can. A flicker of astonishment crossed Beerus's eyes, as he found it hard to believe that anyone would dare to directly swallow his energy blast. Beerus scrutinized Chumo once more. Although he had only exerted less than 80% of his power, even the so-called Super Saiyan god, Goku, would have been unable to withstand it. It was utterly unexpected that Chumo managed to devour it whole, a truly astonishing method of attack. How impressive. After 3 years, Chumo's strength had become even more unfathomable. Goku's face reflected disbelief, as he had never witnessed such a technique before. Vegeta clenched his fists, his expression one of incredulity. How infuriating. This guy has grown even stronger. I cannot fathom how he trains. Who would have thought that we Scions could attain such power? However, Chumo was not as untroubled as they perceived. Beerus's destructive energy was intensely formidable, nearly rupturing every meridian within Chumo's body, while his combat prowess surged post-consumption. It was evident that this rapid ascent could not match the extent of the destruction he faced. Chumo's body began to swell dramatically. 3 meters. 4 meters. 5 meters. What on earth? Did I not acquire destructive attributes? Why am I still in such agony? In a state of great anxiety. Chumo realized that although the power of the Super Saiyan was formidable, it was impossible to fully absorb such an immense energy in a short period. Resolute, he thought to himself, I possess the energy of righteousness. Thus, he immediately commenced the evolution into the Super Saiyan god. Determined, Chumo resolved to experiment with this method. Suddenly, he was enveloped in a dazzling crimson flame, reminiscent of the moment when Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan god. Witnessing the transformation unfolding before him, Beerus fixed his gaze upon Chumo, pondering the implications of his evolution into a Super Saiyan god, which would undoubtedly enhance his power, potentially rivaling even his own. Below on the cruise ship, Krillin and the others were equally astonished. Krillin exclaimed in disbelief, Super Saiyan god? Is Chumo truly about to transform into a Super Saiyan god? How can he achieve this? I thought it required the energy of 5 righteous Scions. Vegeta clenched his fists, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, as Chumo consistently delivered remarkable surprises. The aura surrounding Chumo began to fade, as a profound and divine will descended upon him. With the emergence of a golden radiance, his body involuntarily lifted, his essence gradually dissipating, transforming into a state reminiscent of the divine. At that moment, an air of sanctity enveloped him entirely. Soon, a crimson halo ignited, and his once sharp, grass-green hair transformed into a vibrant red, emanating a fiery glow. Within the swirling red mist, Chumo's appearance also altered. His hair became a deep crimson, and his eyes shone with a vermilion hue. The powerful aura that once surrounded him vanished, rendering him akin to an ordinary human. A true deity is devoid of presence. Thus, Chumo's life form had finally ascended. Savoring the exquisite power coursing through him, Chumo smiled with satisfaction. He felt distinctly that his state surpassed that of Super Saiyan 4, imbued with a more profound and tangible essence. What would transpire if one were to merge Super Saiyan 4 with the divine Super Saiyan? Contemplating this, Chumo resolved to continue harnessing his energy. As the state of the divine Super Saiyan shifted once more, his crimson hair began to lengthen, and the scarlet flames took on an additional layer of gold. Chumo's gaze began to transform into a brilliant golden hue, and a tail swished behind him. The sky morphed into a radiant golden expanse, with golden light cascading down, accompanied by a faint rosy glow. The once unremarkable presence of Chumo now emanated a divine and formidable aura. What is happening? One moment I can sense Chumo's aura, and the next moment I cannot. What is this situation? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Having recently transformed into a Super Saiyan god, he was well versed in the essence of divinity. Yet Chumo's current state was both godlike and human, leaving him bewildered. For reasons unknown, an intense unease gripped Vegeta. How infuriating. I am the prince of the Scions. How could I possibly submit to Chumo? He clenched his fists, having already transformed into Super Saiyan 3, fiercely resisting Chumo's aura. Although this aura was unconscious and not directed at anyone, it still caused Vegeta immense distress. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks had already knelt, gazing up at Chu-Mo in the sky with expressions of bewilderment and submission. Gohan had also transformed into a mysterious state. Yet his resolve was not as steadfast as Vegeta's. His body began to bend slightly, struggling to withstand the pressure. As for Krillin and Yamcha, they too had succumbed to their knees, yielding to the divine power of the Super Saiyan 4. Interesting. This fellow's strength far surpasses that of Sun Wukong. It seems I must unleash my full power as well. Beerus's eyes glinted with intensity. During his earlier battle with Sun Wukong, he had merely used his base form. Hence, Whis believed that Super Saiyan God Sun Wukong possessed about 60% of his true strength. However, should Beerus decide to engage seriously and unleash his full might, it would be a different matter entirely. Under the influence of this Super Saiyan 4 divine aura, Earth began to undergo a transformation. The planet, which had been trembling, now radiated a sacred glow, and its quality began to strengthen remarkably. 1 minute later, Earth's strength surpassed that of North Kai's planet. 5 minutes later, it exceeded that of East Kai's planet. 10 minutes later, Earth's strength was comparable to that of the Supreme Kai's planet. Chapter 104, Super Saiyan 4 Chu-Mo versus Beerus. Oh ho ho, I did not expect Chu-Mo to become so formidable. Is he attempting to elevate Earth to the status of a divine planet? Whis immediately discerned Chu-Mo's intentions. Only by ascending to the rank of Destroyer God could one possess the divine power necessary to transform a planet, akin to the realm inhabited by Beerus. However, a universe can harbor but a single Destroyer God. Until the incumbent retires or meets their demise, no being, regardless of their potential to attain Destroyer-level strength, can truly become one. Nevertheless, while he may not achieve the status of a Destroyer God, his divine power could still claim a planet as his divine domain. Such a planet would possess a strength surpassing even that of the Supreme Kai's realm. As long as this deity endures, the divine domain can be restored even amidst universal annihilation. At present, Chu-Mo embodies this very notion. He ignited the spark of divine fire, elevating his divine realm directly to the 4th tier, equivalent to the divine power of a Destroyer God, while simultaneously allowing the divine radiance from his ascension to transform Earth. This would alleviate the constant devastation Earth endures, simplifying its restoration. Following the ascension of his divine domain, the lifespans of Earth's inhabitants significantly increased, rendering a 200-year lifespan commonplace. Moreover, it could withstand formidable energy assaults, as long as the energy did not surpass Chu-Mo's limits. The destruction of Earth would prove exceedingly challenging. Even so, I shall still annihilate Earth, Beerus coldly declared. That is no certainty now. Chu-Mo revealed a wicked smile. Although he felt that he might not be as formidable as Beerus in his state of ultimate freedom, he too possessed the ultimate freedom technique. As the battle progressed, the outcome remained uncertain. Humph. Let me assess your strength. Beerus coldly snorted and prepared to engage. The two stood suspended in mid-air, locking eyes, their fierce auras clashing violently. The air, under the pressure of their divine might, emitted a low, hissing sound. It seemed as if the atmosphere began to boil, splitting the sky in two under the force of their immense energy. Even Sun Wukong was awestruck by their overwhelming presence, exclaiming in disbelief, merely the collision of their auras has induced such a terrifying transformation in the sky. Had it not been for the Earth's significantly enhanced resilience, the planet might have exploded outright. Just moments ago, Vegeta had tested his prowess, and even with the formidable power of Super Saiyan 3, he could only shatter a few meters of stone. The cataclysmic devastation of the past seemed virtually impossible now. Indeed, Uncle Chu-Mo is extraordinarily powerful, able to contend with Lord Beerus. Son Gohan nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Beerus filled with awe. Android 18, while not voicing her thoughts, revealed a flicker of excitement in her azure eyes, harboring her own sentiments. The man she admired was truly exceptional. In a different dimension, Cain observed Chu-Mo's newfound strength with exhilaration, swinging her small hammer in delight. Chu-Mo had now reached a level comparable to slightly weaker gods of destruction. Even if he fell short of Beerus, the difference was minimal. It remained to be seen if he could assist me in delivering a thrashing to Beerus. Even if today proves futile, in a few millennia, it would surely be achievable. The thought of Beerus being reduced to a pulp by her husband filled Cain with excitement. Beerus, prepare to face my wrath, Chu-Mo exclaimed with excitement, and in an instant, his body resembled a streak of lightning, arching backward as he propelled himself forward. With a resounding boom, the air beneath him crackled, creating a violent disturbance that formed a vacuum in its wake. Chumo accelerated further, penetrating the fabric of space to appear before Beerus. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Beerus's golden eyes as he calmly extended his palm and forcefully thrust it forward. Upon the collision of his palm with a fist, a seemingly mundane exchange ensued, yet the air lingered for a few seconds before erupting in a series of sonic booms. In the realm of deities, the battle had returned to its essence, devoid of unnecessary and ostentatious movements. After years of training under Kane, Chumo, having actually honed his skills for centuries within the temple of time and space, possessed a profound understanding of the principles at play. As for Beerus, his extensive tenure as a god of destruction had afforded him countless battles. With their elevated realms of power, both warriors had gained clarity, their movements straightforward and direct. A contest solely of strength and speed. Their combat unfolded with a grandiosity that left Goku, Vegeta, and the others below struggling to keep pace. Yet, an exhilarating thrill coursed through them. The innate warrior spirit of the Scion blood surged, finding excitement in the intensity of the clash. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocity of the battle darkened the skies as Chumo and Bisons exerted their full might. Absent were the dazzling lights and flamboyant techniques, instead. An extraordinary synergy characterized their exchanges. Chumo and Beerus engaged in a fierce duel, each countering the other's moves with precision, and for the moment, neither had gained the upper hand. Remarkably, both warriors reveled in the exhilaration of battle. Beerus, receive my strike. With a resounding shout, Chumo's figure suddenly became ethereal, wavering between reality and illusion, making it difficult for onlookers to discern the truth. In an instant, he materialized before Beerus. Beerus narrowed his eyes with a smile, keenly observing Chumo's movements. Suddenly, he executed a perfect backflip, evading Chumo's assault. With a swift pivot, he seized the momentum from his previous maneuver to launch a counterattack. In a seamless motion, he struck with a precise knife hand. Bang! Chumo was equally swift, using his fist to directly block Beerus's hand strike. The sky erupted with a brilliant radiance, followed by a series of sonic booms that rippled outward. Chumo shook his arms, the intense impact of countless strikes causing a numbing ache to spread through his limbs. With a swift motion, he executed an elbow strike aimed at Beerus. Excellent. Indeed, he possesses remarkable skill. Beerus staggered back several dozen meters, his face alight with exhilaration as he shouted in delight. A joyous glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Since ascending to the role of the god of destruction, he had not experienced such a thrilling battle. The sensation of pain only fueled Beerus's fervor. He began to retaliate, re-engaging Chumo in a fierce struggle. Their figures danced through the skies, only to plunge suddenly into the depths below. The entirety of the earth resonated with the echoes of their fierce conflict. What a thrill! Chumo, you are truly impressive. Just average. In Chumo's eyes sparkled a radiant brilliance as he laughed in response. He felt an incredible surge of power within him. The battle with Beerus had provided him with a unique experience. In the conflicts between masters, one often gains unexpected insights, allowing for a swifter recognition of one's own shortcomings. Beerus reveled in their combat, and Chumo was no less exhilarated. Chapter 105. Are superpowers ineffective against gods? Bang, bang, bang. Chumo and Beerus engaged in an incessant exchange of blows, their fists, arms, elbows, and knees colliding repeatedly. Each second witnessed thousands of impacts, each generating a surge of intense energy fluctuations. Despite their elevation of several thousand meters above the ground, the mighty energy unleashed caused the sea to churn violently, giving rise to towering waves reaching heights of 10,000 meters. Chumo, indeed, demonstrated his remarkable prowess by transforming into a form even more formidable than Super Saiyan 3 after attaining the Super Saiyan God state. His strength had transcended my own by leaps and bounds. Upon witnessing Chumo's extraordinary transformation, Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment. Just moments ago, after his own transformation into Super Saiyan God, he felt as though he had reached an insurmountable plateau, unable to ascend further into the Super Saiyan realm. To his surprise, Chumo had not only built upon the Super Saiyan God foundation, but had also surpassed the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Thus, Sun Wukong realized he was far outmatched by Chumo. Having personally experienced Beerus's formidable strength, he understood that even in his Super Saiyan God form, he could merely keep pace with Beerus's onslaught. He sensed that at that moment, Beerus was likely not exerting his full strength, making it difficult to ascertain the extent of his power. The current Beerus seemed to be an entirely different entity, exhibiting a level of might exponentially greater than before. Meanwhile, Chumo, while enduring Beerus's overwhelming assaults, continued to counterattack with relentless vigor. Such strength was truly astounding. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong pondered that even with Chumo's remarkable abilities, defeating Beerus would prove to be a formidable challenge, unless Chumo possessed some extraordinary power yet to be unleashed. This was indeed a daunting predicament. Beerus's strength was staggering, making the completion of Kane's task exceedingly difficult. Chumo gazed at the increasingly exhilarated Beerus, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Telekinesis. Chumo shouted loudly, then unleashed his extraordinary abilities in an attempt to manipulate Beerus's actions. Just as Beerus was about to strike, he suddenly paused, as if ensnared by an unseen force, his form suspended in midair, utterly motionless. What has happened to Lord Beerus? Son Goku inquired, puzzled. With great delight, Chumo was taken aback to discover that superpowers could also be effective against deities. Just as he intended to deliver a powerful punch, the moment he approached Beerus, he was met with a chilling smirk on the latter's face. Instantly realizing the peril he was in, he swiftly crossed his arms defensively across his chest. Bang! Chumo's figure was sent flying backward, swiftly retreating. It was indeed futile. How infuriating! Chumo was deeply perplexed. Just moments ago, Beerus had clearly been affected. That was indeed a supernatural ability, wasn't it? Alas, such powers hold little sway over deities. Beerus elucidated, you managed to manipulate my time for a mere 0.00001 seconds, yet under the formidable might of a god. It disintegrated instantaneously. He was more than willing to clarify this for Chumo, emphasizing that the strength of a deity vastly surpasses that of mortals. Ah, now I understand. No wonder in anime, gods rarely fall prey to supernatural abilities. Moreover, nearly every deity possesses their own unique powers. Chumo remained speechless. Since manipulating objects from a distance proved futile, he resolved to attempt the divine power instead. Fine. Chum unleashed the ultimate technique of Beerus, yet it proved futile. Chum, in silent contemplation, realized that this was fundamentally one of Beerus's own signature moves, thus it would be of no effect against him. Oddly, Chum's Super Saiyan god form appeared to possess certain peculiarities. Could it be that the state of a Super Saiyan god was inherently more advantageous? Goku pondered with a hint of confusion. The notion of a Super Saiyan above that of a Super Saiyan god left Vegeta in a state of bewilderment, deepening his lack of understanding. Damn it, Kakarot, now that you have transformed into a Super Saiyan god, you undoubtedly comprehend the subsequent transformations. Father, can you achieve this? Gohan gazed at Goku with eager anticipation. It should be possible. Goku replied earnestly, then let out a fierce roar, commencing his transformation into a Super Saiyan god. A divine crimson aura erupted around him as he ascended into the state of a Super Saiyan god. With Goku's transformation, a powerful energy began to swell within him once more. Upon sensing this formidable energy, everyone stared at Goku in astonishment. They beheld the crimson flames enveloping his body gradually morphing into a brilliant blue aura, while his hair transitioned from red to blue. Has he transformed again? Vegeta remarked in a tone laced with incredulity. Is this the form above the Super Saiyan god? He inquired. Indeed, but Chum and I differ slightly. He maintains both the Super Saiyan god state and the Super Saiyan state simultaneously, while I have fused the two into one. How strange. Goku observed Chum with curiosity. This is due to him being a true god, which renders this form the most suitable for divine beings. Your crimson form consumes less energy and allows for greater mobility. In contrast, the power of Goku's blue form appears significantly stronger, but is prone to exhausting one's stamina. Therefore, in my view, your super blue form is more efficient in unleashing power and is indeed more formidable, while the super red form embodies the true essence of divinity. At that moment, Whis, still savoring a sauced pork knuckle, took on the role of an elucidating expert for Vegeta and the others. Moreover, since Goku's new form is a culmination of the righteous energy from all 5 benevolent scions, it does not stem from his inherent power. Thus he cannot sustain it for an extended period. Thus, I believe that Ultra Blue is the most suitable transformation for you. And it is the form that closely resembles divinity. With another bite, Whis remarked nonchalantly, his lips glistening with oil. At this point, Vegeta and the others finally comprehended the distinction between Chumo and Son Goku. Chumo had truly attained the status of a Super Saiyan god, making this form the most fitting for him. Moreover, in conjunction with his Super Saiyan state, his power had multiplied immeasurably. Indeed, Chumo's unique path to divinity was remarkably formidable. Can I cultivate myself to attain godhood like him? Son Goku voiced Vegeta's unspoken thoughts. This was the most appropriate state. Theoretically, it is possible, but you must undergo divine training first. Furthermore, Achieving such a level is exceedingly challenging. I recommend that you continue pursuing Son Goku's Ultra Blue form. It might very well serve as a new avenue to divinity, was suggested lightly. Chapter 106, Is Chuemo also a god of destruction? If you wish to emulate Chuemo, you must aspire to become an apprentice god of destruction or an apprentice Supreme Kai, gradually elevating your own dimension through the passage of time. However, this hinges on whether Beerus and the Supreme Kai are willing to cultivate Son Goku and his companions as their successors. If you lack the requisite abilities, I shall still proceed to obliterate the earth today. Beerus had battled Chuemo for quite a while. Although Chuemo was powerful, he still fell short in comparison to Beerus. It seems that Lord Beerus must now unleash his full might. Oh, Chuemo, I have high hopes for you. Whis, with grease smeared across his mouth, had lost all semblance of decorum. Destruction energy sphere. With that, Beerus clasped his hands, swiftly condensing a destructive energy sphere several hundred meters in size. This represented 90% of his strength, sufficient to annihilate the entire seventh universe. How astonishing! As Son Goku and the others beheld this energy sphere, their expressions shifted dramatically. Should it descend, it would likely spell the end of their universe. We're doomed. Oh, ancestral spirit, why is this god of destruction so terrifying? The Supreme Kai lamented. The old Supreme Kai retorted irritably, how should I know? It's all Chuemo's fault. He should have let that rascal Beerus destroy the earth without fuss. At worst, we could have given him another planet. Now look. The seventh universe is on the brink of annihilation. Another wave of destructive energy? Let it come. What an extravagant gift. Chuemo gritted his teeth, infused with destructive attributes. He held no fear of the so-called annihilation energy sphere. Transforming his palm into a claw, he summoned a similar violet orb of destruction into his grasp. Its potency rivaled that of the annihilation energy condensed by Beerus, exhibiting no diminished strength whatsoever. What is happening? Is he also a god of destruction? That cannot be. Each universe harbors but a single god of destruction, and I have yet to retire. Beerus was astounded, pondering the inexplicable phenomenon before him. He cast a glance toward Whis, pondering whether such destructive attributes could be possessed by anyone other than a god of destruction. He was still in good health and had yet to seek a successor. Meanwhile, Whis adopted a serious demeanor, his gaze fixated intently on Chuemo. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Could it be that Chuemo absorbed Lord Beerus's annihilation energy sphere? No, that is inconceivable. Chuemo had yet to attain divinity. The mere act of contact would have obliterated him into dust, even for a deity, with the sole exception of a god of destruction. But can there truly exist two gods of destruction within a single universe? TCH, though I am uncertain why you possess destructive attributes, I refuse to believe your power surpasses mine. Without a moment's hesitation, Beerus hurled the massive annihilation energy sphere toward Chuemo. If you doubt it, then let us see. With a confident smile, Chuemo hurled the destructive energy orb he held. Ziz. The two destructive energy orbs collided, producing a series of piercing sounds that ignited the very air around them. However, what transpired next left everyone astonished. Instead of exploding or generating terrifying shockwaves, the two streams of destructive energy began to devour each other. Minutes later, they completely neutralized each other, vanishing before the eyes of all. We're saved, Clint exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, his face ashen and devoid of strength. Beside him, Yamcha and Jiaozi were equally shaken, sitting helplessly on the ground, feeling as though death was imminent moments earlier. Meanwhile, Son Goku and the others were too preoccupied to worry about this. Their attention was fixed on the shimmering screen presented by Whis' staff, which displayed the fierce battle between Chuemo and Beerus. The two deities were engaged in a fierce confrontation, moving with such speed that even Son Goku found himself unable to keep pace. Fortunately, Whis, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, graciously showcased the unfolding combat to them. In the fleeting moment when Chuemo countered the two annihilation energy blasts, he propelled himself forward with astonishing swiftness, delivering a fierce punch aimed squarely at Beerus. His speed was akin to lightning, leaving even Beerus momentarily astonished. However, it was not astonishment that gripped Beerus. Rather, she found herself utterly unable to gauge Chuemo's elusive movements, as if he had momentarily transcended time or his reactions had lagged by a second. With a resounding impact, Chuemo's fist connected forcefully with Beerus's face, the sheer might of the blow contorting her feline visage dramatically. Seizing the advantage, Chuemo pressed on. Yet Beerus was no weakling. She swiftly regained her composure, raising her hands to deflect Chuemo's rapid onslaught. The air reverberated with powerful energy waves, as if the very heavens were collapsing under their might. giving rise to countless black holes birthed from the collision of these two divine forces. The Earth had ascended to a godly realm, and such a cataclysmic effect signified that the unleashed energies were nearing the zenith of Chumo's capabilities. As their fists collided, a terrifying wave of energy surged outward in all directions, causing the vast ocean within a 10,000-meter radius to churn violently, erupting into towering geysers of water. Yet, this time, Beerus was forced back several meters, clearly at a disadvantage in this fierce confrontation. The advantages of Chuma's Super Saiyan God and limitless energy have manifested at a staggering 480. Even the formidable Beerus is beginning to feel a sense of weariness, yet Chuma remains vibrant and utterly unyielding, showing no signs of fatigue. Beerus clenches his fists tightly, feeling a tingling sensation in his arms, one he cannot recall experiencing in quite some time. Furthermore, the fact that his greatest trump card, the destructive energy, is also wielded by his opponent is exceedingly vexing. Once more, with a face radiant with excitement, Chumo had successfully repelled Beerus for the first time. The current Beerus was exponentially stronger than when he had battled Son Goku, and Chumo had accomplished this feat through his own genuine prowess. As the exhilaration of his triumph echoed, Chumo surged forward once more. Simultaneously, Beerus charged to meet him. How could he possibly accept defeat? The clash resounded bang, bang. In a matter of mere minutes, the two deities engaged in a staggering multitude of exchanges, their fists reddened from the relentless strikes. Their forms collided, separated, and collided again in an unyielding cycle of fierce combat. After tens of thousands of clashes, Chumo began to feel his body grow numb and fatigued. Not to mention Beerus. Although Chuma possesses boundless energy, he pales in comparison to Beerus, who, despite his formidable strength, is beginning to show signs of fatigue. The contrast is stark, as Beerus is drenched in sweat, his complexion decidedly worse. Chapter 107, The Ultimate Freedom Versus. The Ultimate Freedom. It seems that Lord Beerus and his companions have been remiss in their training, for they have become exhausted after such a brief encounter. The next time I see Lord Zeno, I shall report this matter, Vui's remarked, leisurely taking a bite of fried noodles, then transforming once more into a dramatic culinary connoisseur, showering praises with exaggerated flair. Cut it out with your meddling, Beerus retorted, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features upon hearing Vui's words. Well done. You are the first in billions of years to push me to this extent. I find myself increasingly exhilarated, Beerus said, narrowing his eyes. A glint of cold light flashing within them, startling Chuma, who sensed that Beerus was about to unleash his most formidable power. Suddenly, in Chuma's gaze, the violet aura surrounding Beerus vanished, only to be replaced by a rising silver flame, countless silver tendrils erupting from his body. The ultimate freedom technique? Chuma was taken aback, realizing that he had truly compelled Beerus' strength to reveal itself. However, he too possessed formidable power. Previously, Chuma had attempted to harness the technique of unfettered ultimate intent. Yet this technique demanded divine energy. Even with a combat prowess of 1,000 quintillion, he could only sustain it for less than 30 seconds. It was only after Kane's elucidation that he understood the folly of straining to wield unfettered ultimate intent without having reached the divine realm. It would merely exacerbate the burden on his physical form. With his eyes closed, Chumo allowed himself to fully relax as the radiant golden aura began to dissipate, replaced by swirling streams of silvery light, reminiscent of Beerus. Observing the silvery glow emanating from Chumo, was suddenly became attentive, his gaze fixed upon him. It was astonishing that Chumo had mastered the Ultra Instinct technique. Truly impressive, Whis remarked casually. Ultra Instinct? Goku and Vegeta were taken aback, marveling at Chumo's diverse capabilities. Whis, what exactly is Ultra Instinct? Goku could not contain his curiosity and inquired. It is a new realm of mastery. Unlike your previous combat methods that rely on sensing ki, it involves reflexive movements of the body without the need for conscious thought, maximizing speed and reaction time. The body and consciousness operate separately, allowing each part to instinctively perceive surrounding dangers, negating the necessity for the brain to process thoughts before taking action, was explained. Body and consciousness operating separately? Goku expressed his confusion, noting how Ultra Instinct seemed to contradict the Super Saiyan state. If one must think before reacting, speed is inherently limited. There is a time lag as sensations travel from the five senses to the brain, then through the nerves to the body. If every part of the body could independently assess and act, one could evade any peril. However, this is exceedingly challenging. Even Beerus has not succeeded. What? Lord Beerus has not succeeded? Goku and Vegeta were astonished. Is Ultra Instinct truly that difficult? What about Chumo? Chumo's situation is akin to that of Lord Beerus. Both are likely utilizing an imperfect form of Ultra Instinct. However, Chumo's potential is unpredictable. He may yet achieve the perfect form of Ultra Instinct. Lord Beerus has trained for over 1 billion years and still shows minimal progress, Whis remarked nonchalantly. Hey, Whis, refrain from making irrelevant comments, Beerus interjected, displeased. What do you mean by stating that after 1 billion years of training, there has been little advancement? Are you implying he is inferior to Chumo? Whis, have you achieved the perfect form of Ultra Instinct? Vegeta suddenly interjected. Well, how should I put it? I suppose so, Whis replied with a hint of pride. Suddenly, a series of sharp cracking sounds resonated from Chumo, as if every bone in his body were trembling slightly. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, and a mysterious aura began to radiate outward, eliciting a flicker of surprise even from Whis. Chumo's body began to levitate, as the forces of time and space intertwined with destructive energy within him, gradually merging to form a droplet of silvery liquid. At that moment, it seemed as though Chumo's entire being had transcended, and he opened his eyes. I never expected you to master the ultimate freedom technique. It appears I have underestimated you. Bips, having waited for Chumo to open his eyes, prepared to engage in battle once more. Yet, the astonishment within him was beyond measure. He could hardly believe that what he possessed, Chumo also wielded. This was utterly bewildering. You cannot fathom the depths of what lies ahead. Come again. Chumo was filled with elation. For the first time, he possessed the confidence to defeat Beerus. Come forth, let me witness your true power. Beerus smirked slightly, finding such a battle far more intriguing. In an instant, he vanished, his speed multiplying several times over, rendering Goku and the others unable to discern his form. Yet, to Chumo, such velocity was inconsequential. Observing Beerus's formidable onslaught, Chumo remained remarkably composed, extending his right hand to seize Beerus's fist directly. Although he staggered back a few steps, he nonetheless held his ground firmly. Beerus, it seems your strength has not increased significantly. With a slight smile curling at the corners of Chumo's mouth, he felt a profound satisfaction, realizing that his strength had now matched that of Beerus, the eminent god of destruction. I am more than capable of dealing with you, he declared, as Bivens let out a cold snort. As Chumo and Beerus parted ways once more, bolts of blue lightning erupted in the sky with each collision of their fists. Waves of immense energy surged through the atmosphere, threatening to annihilate the Earth. Fortunately, Chumo had previously elevated the planet's status with his divine radiance. Otherwise, such a blow would have obliterated the Earth several times over. Nonetheless, the planet trembled violently, akin to a fragile vessel amidst a tempest. Their might was overwhelming, so formidable that if this continued, it would be not the Earth that perished, but the very universe itself. Within the realm of the Kaioshin, the old Kaioshin appeared utterly speechless. Such fierce combat had seldom been witnessed in the 7th universe. It was truly terrifying. What should we do, ancestor? The Kaioshin Exine asked, his complexion pale, while Jebet beside him turned a deep shade of crimson at the sight. These mortals were audacious beyond measure, not only ascending to divinity but also engaging in battle with a god of destruction. Was there no law to govern this? All they could do was look to Mr. Whis, hoping he would not remain a passive observer. Otherwise, given the state of the two combatants, the universe itself could face obliteration. The old Kaioshin observed Whis indulging in delicacies, seemingly indifferent to the chaos unfolding, which left him quite vexed. Yet, such was the nature of angels, he could do little to intervene. Chapter 108. Beerus, you have lost. The battle between the two intensified. Yet neither could land a blow on the other, as if they both possessed the foresight to anticipate each other's next move. The air was thick with the pressure of their flying fists, while silver starlight continuously shimmered around them, igniting their fervor. Their blood surged with passion. The imperfect Ultra Instinct consumed energy at an alarming rate, and even someone as powerful as Beerus could maintain it for only half an hour. However, for Chumo, this was a trivial matter. Even with the rudimentary form of Ultra Instinct, he could wield it with unwavering composure indefinitely. This cannot continue, Beerus thought. Observing the serene expression on Chumo's face, he realized that if this persisted, he would inevitably be the one to lose. Yet, as the god of destruction of the 7th universe, he could not afford to be easily defeated by a newly ascended deity. Although he was puzzled by how Chumo had suddenly surged to the 4th level of divine mastery, he, as a seasoned god of destruction, could not bear the shame of defeat. Grimly, Beerus gritted his teeth and forcibly accelerated his speed, even under the strain of his imperfect Ultra Instinct. Though this would further deplete his energy, he was unconcerned. With a resounding crash, Beerus's fist collided directly with Chu Mo's striking visage, igniting a surge of anger within him. Damn it, I thought we agreed not to strike the face. In an instant, Chu Mo retaliated with a swift punch. Both he and Beerus staggered backward. Yet in a mere heartbeat, they clashed once more with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. How is it that this fellow's energy seems inexhaustible? I am beginning to feel fatigued. As the battle intensified, Beerus grew increasingly alarmed. Even he, after enduring a relentless barrage of attacks, bore numerous wounds and felt a significant drain on his energy. However, Chu Mo not only remained unscathed but appeared to be growing stronger with each passing moment. Remarkably, Chu Mo was gradually surpassing Lord Beerus in speed. Goku and Vegeta, who were intently observing the luminous screen, swiftly recognized this shift. Initially, Beerus held a slight advantage over Chu Mo in their confrontation. Yet, as time progressed, Chu Mo began to mount a formidable counterattack. Just as Goku's words faded, Whis, holding his staff, narrowed his eyes as if he had discerned something significant. What is it, Whis? Goku inquired, noticing Whis's reaction. The injuries inflicted by Lord Beerus upon Chu Mo are healing almost instantaneously. Whis's revelation astonished both Goku and Vegeta. They witnessed Beerus's fist land heavily upon Chu Mo, only to see the injury vanish at an astonishing rate. Indeed, Goku exclaimed, his expression one of surprise. Could it be that the Super Saiyan god possesses self-healing abilities? Vegeta scrutinized Chu Mo, seemingly attempting to penetrate his very essence. Upon hearing Vegeta's conjecture, Goku pondered for a moment before responding, it does seem like that. When I battled Lord Beerus, I too experienced a degree of automatic recovery. Yet, it was not nearly as formidable as Chu Mo's. The severity of his injuries vanishes in the blink of an eye. Goku's words alleviated some of the confusion etched upon Vegeta's face. However, what Whis and the others remained unaware of was that Chu Mo's extraordinary regenerative capabilities stemmed not solely from the Super Saiyan god but also from the SS-level regeneration of Majin Buu, which was remarkably potent. The combined restorative power of the Super Saiyan god, along with Majin Buu's SS-level regeneration, rendered Chu Mo's healing abilities nearly comparable to that of Zamasu, who had received the boon of regeneration from the Super Dragon. After sustaining injuries from Beerus's attacks, Chu Mo's SS-level regeneration promptly mended his wounds. Furthermore, due to the scion physiology, once injuries are healed, their combat power increases. Thus, as Chu Mo engaged in battle with Beerus, he grew ever stronger. Injured, regenerated, empowered, injured, regenerated, empowered. The relentless cycle left Beerus increasingly disheartened. Bang! After 10 minutes of fierce combat between Chu Mo and Beerus, Chu Mo decisively intercepted one of Beerus's punches. It was now his turn. He retaliated with a powerful blow that struck Beerus squarely in the face. The sheer force of the punch propelled Beerus several hundred meters away. How does it feel to be struck in the face? Chu Mo chuckled lightly, relishing in the act of striking others while being unaccustomed to receiving blows himself. How infuriating! Beerus seethed with anger, yet at this moment, he found himself depleted of nearly half his energy, while Chu Mo remained utterly unaffected, as vigorous as ever. This perplexed him greatly. If this continued, the very fabric of this universe would be at stake. Suddenly, Whis uttered a chilling remark that sent shivers down the spines of Goku and his companions. Goodness, is this universe truly on the brink of annihilation? Such horror! They could scarcely fathom that Chu Mo's power had escalated to a level capable of obliterating the universe itself. Was he on the verge of surpassing the god of destruction? Whis, aren't you going to intervene? Goku gulped, realizing that if this continued, Earth too might be in peril. Whis seemed to sense Goku's apprehension and calmly reassured. Do not worry, you and the humans of Earth shall remain unharmed. As long as Chu Mo endures, you will be safe. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a moment of surprise, yet swiftly grasped the implication. Chu Mo utilizes his divine brilliance to facilitate the evolution of Earth, thus intertwining his fate with that of the planet. To annihilate Earth, one must either vanquish Chu Mo or take his life. As time progresses, the silvery aura surrounding Beerus gradually begins to dissipate, and the searing energy continuously fades away. Chu Mo could distinctly sense that the power of Zheng Si was gradually waning. It appeared that Lord Beerus's mastery of the Ultra Instinct was drawing to a close. Chu Mo smiled and remarked, "Humph. Even without the ultimate freedom technique, defeating you poses no challenge." Beerus retorted, visibly irritated by Chu Mo's demeanor. What is this fellow made of? Does he possess limitless energy? If Chu Mo were aware of Beerus's thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond, I am made of flesh. Beerus understood that once his energy was depleted, it would signify his defeat, Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Beerus, you have lost. With a subtle smile curling at the corner of Chumo's lips, it seems that his desire to deliver a thorough beating to Puss is on the verge of realization. Chapter 109. Unleashing a ferocious assault on Beerus. Chumo awaited the moment when the tranquil state of ultra instinct enveloping Beerus would dissipate, anticipating the instant the silver aura vanished. Chumo leaped into the air, seizing Beerus by the shoulders, executing a shoulder throw while simultaneously delivering a kick to Beerus's chest. Whoosh! Beerus reveled in the exhilaration of soaring through the air, traveling thousands of meters in a horizontal flight. Upon his return, he was met with the sight of a smiling Chumo, which instantly filled him with ire. How dare he, the god of destruction, be sent flying by someone else? This sensation had not been experienced in many years. Only during battles with fellow gods of destruction did he find himself at a slight disadvantage. Chumo ascended further, embarking on a vehement act of slapping, a request made by his beloved mistress who was observing from a dimensional space, in a bid to curry favor with his wife. Kane, Chu 630 did not hesitate to risk offending Big O's as he launched into a frenzied assault. Left hook, right straight. Chumo relentlessly struck Beerus for an entire minute, leaving Sun Wukong and the others utterly astonished. Could their eyes deceive them? Was he truly retaliating against the god of destruction? Such incredible prowess. They had toiled tirelessly to resist Beerus, and even the mighty Super Saiyan god, Sun Wukong, had met with failure. Yet, upon Chumo's return, everything seemed to have transformed effortlessly. From his solitary ascendance to Super Saiyan god, he then transcended further to attain Super Saiyan 4. Thus illuminating a new path for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. While it may not guarantee their success, it undeniably provided them with a clear direction. As Chumo yearned to continue his assault, a figure unexpectedly emerged. It was Whis. Chumo unleashed a powerful punch upon the magic staff, yet Whis remained utterly unmoved, as if the immense force had dissipated into nothingness. That will suffice, Chumo. Your task has been accomplished. With that, Whis winked at Chumo, though his gaze shifted towards a certain dimension where Kane resided. Chumo reflected on the punch he had just delivered. Although it possessed merely 60% of his full strength from Whis' demeanor, it was evident that he was far from being Whis' match. At best, he was on par with Beerus, and any potential victory was solely due to his SS-level regenerative abilities and infinite energy. Furthermore, the unique scion physiology, which enabled them to grow stronger with each battle, led Beerus to continually miscalculate his opponent's power, resulting in his own disadvantage. It was also worth noting that Beerus had not engaged in such intense combat for many years, having grown rather complacent. Thus, he found himself unable to fully harness his capabilities in this fierce encounter. In simple terms, Chumo had attained a level of power comparable to that of a god of destruction, yet he had not yet reached his pinnacle. Only by defeating Beerus in his most formidable state could he provide definitive proof of his strength. Beerus glared at Chumo with a menacing gaze, still reeling from the fact that he had been struck for an entire minute, an utterly unforgivable affront. How utterly disgraceful, he muttered. Suddenly, a delicate voice interrupted, catching Beerus off guard. Well, Beerus, look who's having a rough day. Chumo turned to see the source of the voice and was met with the sight of Kane, resembling a cherubic little girl. You, little fatty? Beerus exclaimed, causing Chumo to be momentarily speechless. Little fatty? He surveyed Kane's cherubic appearance and thought, is this really what one would call fat? This is merely a healthy baby chub, her skin radiant and elastic, pleasantly soft to the touch. Yeah, you scrawny cat, you're nothing but skin and bones. Kane retorted angrily, stamping her foot. I have baby fat, not excess weight. Hearing this, she seethed at Beerus for his insensitive remark, wondering if he didn't realize how much a goddess cared about her figure. Thankfully, she had someone now, and a little extra weight no longer troubled her. With a triumphant grin, she linked her arm with Chumo's, declaring, Dare to call me fat, will you? How does it feel to be on the receiving end of my husband's wrath? If you ever mention my weight again, I'll have Chumo teach you a lesson. She raised her tiny fist, looking utterly adorable. Husband? Chumo? Beerus was taken aback. Could it be that this chubby girl had found a partner? His eyes narrowed skeptically as he scrutinized Chumo, wondering if this fellow had truly lowered his standards. Meanwhile, Android 18 wore a bemused expression, grappling with the bewildering news that her husband had acquired yet another woman. Although she did not mind, the little girl seemed rather small. Perceiving the confusion of number 18, Chumo gently patted Kane's small hand, signaling her to transform, lest number 18 mistake him for having inappropriate inclinations. Kane looked at number 18, giggled, and then a dazzling light radiated forth. When the brilliance faded, What appeared before everyone was a slender and extraordinary beauty. Her exquisite appearance rivaled that of number 18, yet exuded an additional touch of delicate charm that evoked a sense of compassion. Kane approached number 18, clasped her hand, and the two stunning women exchanged smiles, devoid of any quarrel, thus gratifying Chumo's dignity. After all, a man must ensure that his harem remains harmonious. Ahem. Well, esteemed Lord Xingxi, you are aware of the earlier situation. It was indeed an order from above that I had no choice but to comply with. With a sly grin, Chumo held no animosity towards Beerus. Although this character could be somewhat unreasonable, he was indeed quite commendable within the realm of anime. At present, he appeared equally admirable. Even during his transformation, Beerus refrained from interference. The battle unfolded with utmost fairness, which was rather impressive. Humph. You, of all people, have a penchant for plump women. Lord Beerus's purple visage darkened with indignation. He felt utterly wrong to have been vanquished by someone with such an eccentric disposition. His anger simmered. Being defeated by Chumo was one thing, but to discover that he was still the man of the rotund supreme Kai of time was an unbearable humiliation. It felt as though he had been bested by Cain. What a disgrace. Lord Beerus, do not be so petty. If you are dissatisfied, you may engage in combat more frequently in the future. Chumo wore a smile, for he was indeed the victor and ought to display magnanimity. A brawl? I came here to annihilate the earth, yet I now bear witness to the emergence of a new deity. To be mocked by a mere girl is truly humiliating. Alas, I shall say no more. Weiss, let us depart. Beerus felt quite displeased and wished to leave this place swiftly. Oh, wait a moment. Chumo exclaimed loudly. What? Do you still wish for me to stay? Beerus, with a menacing gaze, replied, Certainly not. Do not take offense. Lord Beerus has traveled a great distance. Although we possess very little here, we must extend our hospitality. How about you sample a bite? Consider it a taste. With a smile, Chumo expressed his belief that once the delicacies were presented, Beerus would soon cease to be angry. In Chapter 110, the god of destruction conquered by stinky tofu. Beerus looked at Whis in confusion, only to discover that Whis had already indulged in the feast, losing all semblance of an angelic demeanor. As for Kain, Beerus noted that this little chubby girl was enjoying herself immensely alongside Chumo's wife. Dishes such as grilled squid on iron plates, braised pork knuckles, and roasted wings delighted them. It must be said that the allure of Earth's cuisine is unparalleled. Initially, Kain harbored some resentment towards Android 18, as she was a deity while the latter was merely a mortal. However, she had now grown quite fond of Android 18, causing Beerus to unconsciously salivate. Come, come. Lord Beerus, do try this dish. It has been specially prepared for you. Chumo chuckled cheerfully. Beerus turned his head, his face twisted in disdain. What on earth are you holding? It exudes a repugnant odor and appears rather unappealing. Surely, you do not intend to offer me something akin to feces? I am a cat, not a dog. Wow, I never expected this, Chumo. You truly lack consideration. Whis, upon noticing the dish of stinky tofu in Chumo's hands, was instantaneously enraptured, his eyes widening in delight. Observing Beerus's look of disgust, he quickly interjected, Lord Beerus, if you refuse to partake, may I have it instead? Not a chance. This is mine. Upon witnessing Whis's eager expression, Beerus swiftly snatched it away, eyeing Whis warily. Familiar with Whis, he understood that this was indeed a delicacy. Is it truly that delectable? Beerus pondered, cautiously lifting a piece of stinky tofu to his mouth. It seems rather delightful. After tasting one piece, Beerus's eyes lit up, prompting him to reach for another. One piece, two pieces. Unable to restrain himself, Beerus poured the entire bowl into his mouth. Exquisite, Beerus exclaimed, flicking his tongue over his lips, shouting in delight. Is there more? Bring it on. Beerus was astonished that something resembling excrement could be so delicious. Its foul smell was overshadowed by the sheer joy it brought when consumed. It was a juxtaposition of sensations, the stench and the flavor creating an extraordinary experience. What do you think, Beerus? With a cheerful smile, Chumo produced another bowl. In light of the enticing stinky tofu, I shall overlook this. Beerus glanced at the stinky tofu, and then at Chumo, ultimately succumbing to the delectable allure of the dish. However, you must prepare 10 tons for me. I wish to take some home. Beerus declared emphatically. I was taken aback. Goku and Vegeta exchanged incredulous looks, as they had expected Beerus to be enraged. To their astonishment, it was merely a dish of stinky tofu that won him over, which significantly diminished their respect for the god of destruction. It turned out that food enthusiasts possessed such whimsical tendencies. Ultimately, Beerus, thoroughly satisfied, lingered on Earth for a mere 2 days before departing, and within Whis' dimensional realm. He filled it with stinky tofu and grilled fish. As a feline being, how could he resist fish? Wow, Chumo, you are truly remarkable. You have even managed to conquer Lord Beerus. Goku exclaimed with delight, having witnessed a battle of a higher caliber that thrilled him immensely. Even Vegeta wore a look of admiration. He had braced himself for a fierce struggle, only to find life to be so exhilarating, with its rapid ups and downs. From despair to renewed hope, Vegeta found himself entirely convinced by Chumo. Even his tone reflected his respect. So, what do you think? Do you wish to enhance your strength and become even more formidable than Beerus? Chumo suddenly posed a tantalizing question. He believed that enhancing the powers of Son Wukong and Vegeta would be beneficial. After all, when confronted with foes mightier than Beerus, their contributions would prove invaluable. No matter how formidable one becomes, they remain but a solitary individual, constrained by their own limitations. If overwhelmed, the thrill of battle diminishes. Even the Grand Minister, despite his prowess, ranks merely among the top 5 across the 12 universes, unable to truly claim the title of the strongest. Thus, enlisting a few allies would be prudent. Furthermore, with an impending competition against the 6th universe, it would be unreasonable to expect him to bear the burden of combat alone. Looking ahead to the Universe Martial Arts Tournament, Jiren, a being rumored to surpass the God of Destruction, poses a significant challenge. Even the perfected Ultra Instinct of Son Wukong could only manage to achieve a stalemate against him, and the energy consumption of this technique is considerable at that time. Even Son Wukong could only sustain it for a mere 5 minutes. Chumo was uncertain whether he was indeed stronger than Julian. Thus he resolved to persevere in his efforts. Although many asserted that Bips's prowess surely surpassed that of Julian, without a direct comparison, who could truly know? Chumo would not allow such unforeseen events to transpire. Furthermore, there are the subsequent heroic tales, featuring the malevolent scion Kamba, Zamasu, and the assassin Has, who seeks to eliminate the king of all. Additionally, the enigmatic Fu poses a considerable challenge. Although Chumo triumphed once, the outcome of their next encounter remains uncertain. The extent of that individual's power is shrouded in mystery, leaving one to ponder what might transpire upon their next meeting. Thus, it is imperative for Chumo to elevate the strength of both Son Wukong and Vegeta, along with Tien and Piccolo. Currently, Chumo possesses the capability to enhance their potential to the level of Super Saiyan 3, resulting in a combat power of at least 80 billion. In the ensuing period, Chumo commenced the development of Tien and others' potential. Although 770 is a deity endowed with boundless energy, the journey has proven to be quite exhausting. However, it is considerably less taxing than that experienced by the old Kaioshin, who requires prolonged rest to recuperate. Over the course of several days, even Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Videl benefited from a boost to their strength. After all, greater power correlates with longevity and prolonged youth, making it an opportunity these 3 women would not overlook. While Chumo was enhancing the potential of Tien and the others, Beerus inquired of Whis during their return to the God of Destruction's planet. Whis, what is the story with that fellow? How is he capable of utilizing Ultra Instinct? That little chubby girl Kane certainly cannot. Beerus suspected that Whis had imparted this technique to Chumo. Although Chumo is an apprentice to the Kaioshin of time, Kane is not a combat-oriented individual and is incapable of mastering Ultra Instinct. I have never taught him. I have only met him a few times. And that was at Lady Kane's request to identify suitable candidates for apprenticeship. Whis replied with an expression of indignation at the accusation. He truly had been wronged. Having had limited interactions with Chumo. Oh, please. In the entire 7th universe, only you and I can wield Ultra Instinct. Tell me, were you scouting for a new God of Destruction while I was asleep? Beerus remarked, wearing an expression that suggested he felt someone was plotting against him. Chapter 111. The gluttonous duo of deities. I am not that bored, Whis replied nonchalantly, peeling open a sausage with an air of enjoyment. So why does he treat you so well? He even shares such delicacies with you. Beerus wore an expression of displeasure, realizing he had been deprived of such culinary delights compared to Whis. Personal charm, how would I know? Whis leisurely finished his sausage before asking. Then why doesn't Lord Beerus mention he can still utilize destruction energy? How would I know? I certainly have no intention of seeking a successor just yet. Beerus was momentarily at a loss for words, perplexed as to why Chumo could wield destruction energy. This was indeed bizarre. He had spent over 1 billion years grappling with the imperfect Ultra Instinct, while other gods of destruction had yet to comprehend it. It is evident how challenging the art of ultimate freedom is. However, it is astonishing that at such a tender age, Chuemo has mastered a level of this skill that rivals my own. It truly defies reason. Hey, Whis, do refrain from consuming your food so hastily. That Genoa ham belongs to me as well. And that Zizzalong fruit jelly too. As Beerus observed Whis devouring one delicacy after another, his irritation peaked, prompting him to join the fray for the food. As for Chumo's perplexity, it was of no concern. The priority was to indulge first. If there was not enough, they could always venture to Earth again. In that moment, Beerus felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, Earth remained unscathed. Should you desire to grow stronger, you may seek out Whis, Chuemo said. Weiss? That divine servant? Vegeta was taken aback and inquired, his tone tinged with disdain. Alas, this is precisely why I assert that your strength is lacking. Look at Goku. He just shared chicken wings with Weiss and left a remarkable impression. Chumo was utterly speechless at Vegeta's perspective. Well, what about Whis? He seems perplexed as well, Goku interjected. Whis is not merely a servant of the gods, strictly speaking. He is the master of the god of destruction, Beerus. The entirety of Beerus's formidable power has been cultivated under Whis's tutelage. What? Nanny, you must be joking. Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that the androgynous, perpetually dramatic Whis held such a significant status. He is, in fact, more powerful than Beerus, serving as his mentor. Do you truly believe I would deceive you? He is an angel, a being of higher rank than a god of destruction. His strength is unfathomable. Do you think I paused in battle out of choice? The truth is, I am currently unable to match his prowess. Chuemo is undeterred by the potential impact of his words. Therefore, should you choose to take him as your master, you will undoubtedly reap benefits. However, at present, Weiss has already departed from Earth alongside Lord Beerus, and given his elevated status and formidable power, there is no guarantee that he will impart his knowledge to us. How can we even locate them now? Vegeta felt a deep sense of disappointment, berating himself for being such a fool to have missed such an exceptional opportunity. Alas, had he known sooner, there might have been a chance for redemption. Now, Goku too wore a despondent expression, lamenting the loss of such a splendid prospect. Regrettably, they are gods, completely unable to perceive their auras. Hey, Chuemo, why do you still sport that crimson hair? Goku suddenly recalled that Chuemo had been maintaining his Super Saiyan god form all along. I have achieved divinity on my own. This energy is entirely mine. So what is there to fear? This is merely the basic state of a god. It is not a matter of great consequence. I am a god. What else could I possibly be? With an exasperated glance, Chumer cast a disdainful look at Sun Wukong. Unlike Sun Wukong, who transformed by harnessing the collective righteous energy of 5 individuals, he possessed the remarkable ability to maintain his form indefinitely. Allow me to share some delightful news. Both Whis and Beerus are insatiable gourmands, and it won't be long before they devour all the delectable dishes. When that time comes, they will undoubtedly return to Earth, and whether or not you seize the opportunity will depend entirely on your own resolve. Having said that, he patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder, leaving the two of them in silent contemplation. Upon returning home, Chumer indulged in a lavish banquet, reveling in the pleasures of companionship. However, Cain did not linger for long. Just a few days later, she returned to the Temple of Time, as she needed to continue safeguarding Tawa and thwarting the mischief of those who disrupt the temporal fabric. Chuemo curled his lips, realizing that he would have to obliterate those individuals directly. How could his woman be burdened with such menial tasks? A month later, Weiss indeed returned to Earth. Noticing that only Weiss was present, Chuemo surmised that Beerus must be slumbering once more. No, you are mistaken. Lord Beerus is in the midst of his training. He is currently striving to restore his utmost strength. Await the next challenge from Lord Beerus, Weiss elucidated, perceiving Chumo's thoughts. Training? Beerus? Very well. It seems he has underestimated this god of destruction. He does possess a sense of pride. However, Lord Beerus sleeps for 3 days and trains for merely half an hour. Weiss added with a sigh. In Chume's heart, a thought emerged. It seems I have overestimated this god of destruction. This time, Vegeta did not squander Chume's guidance, as he and Whis roamed about indulging in culinary delights. Tempted by the exquisite cuisine, Whis willingly accompanied Vegeta and Goku back to the god of destruction's planet for training. Kakarot, this is all my doing. Why are you tagging along? Vegeta expressed his displeasure, feeling irked that after toiling for half the day, he still had to include this fellow. Sharing is caring. It doesn't hurt to have me along, right, Whis? Goku said unabashedly, eager to enhance his training without minding the company. As Goku and Vegeta departed, Chume embraced a blissful life, indifferent to worldly affairs. Under the management of Android 18, His jewelry empire thrived, rivaling Bulma's capsule corporation, both standing as global magnates. Android 18 enjoyed a life of luxury, free from the burdens of family obligations, only occasionally overseeing the group's affairs as others managed the day-to-day operations. After unlocking their potential, Krillin and the others diligently pursued their martial arts aspirations, striving for higher realms of mastery. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the universe, a colossal spaceship sped through the cosmos. Lord Sorb, is it truly possible for King Frieza to be resurrected? Inquired a bald figure strikingly reminiscent of a certain superhero, gazing at a new healing machine. Humph. Do you doubt me? I sought the wish of the Namekian dragon, who assured me that Lord Frieza could indeed return. Sorb replied coldly. They had searched Earth, but the Dragon Balls remained with the Supreme Kai, making retrieval impossible. Thus, they exerted considerable effort to locate the Namekian Dragon Balls, cleverly deceiving the Namekians until they assembled all the orbs. Just as they spoke, the power detector of Sorb and his companions suddenly exploded, followed by the healing machine detonating as well. The cold-faced Frieza emerged from the machine, striking a formidable figure. A cadre of cosmic overlords eagerly awaited Frieza's emergence, ready to shower him with praise. However, the next moment, Frieza expelled a nauseating green healing liquid, which splattered directly into the mouth of the nearest subordinate. Ugh. A wave of intense retching ensued, and the unfortunate subordinates instinctively vomited. The others looked on in disgust, relieved that they had stood a few paces back. Frieza observed his retching subordinates with a cold smirk, a malevolent grin curling at the corners of his lips. Enjoy your vomiting? Then go to hell and continue. Frieza's face was shrouded in an icy demeanor as he spoke coldly. Frieza, the great king. Before the others could finish their words, Frieza clenched his fist, and a series of explosive sounds echoed, resulting in instant demise. The remaining individuals gazed at Frieza with a mixture of awe and fear, their previous urges to vomit abruptly quelled. Welcome back to the mortal realm, Frieza, the great king. Solbei respectfully lowered his head, his voice tinged with both trepidation and delight. Oh, and who might you be? Frieza inquired, finally noticing the insignificant beings before him. Great King Frieza, my name is Solbei. I previously served as an advisor in the Third Star region under your command, and at present, I temporarily lead your Frieza force. Solbei spoke with a hint of pride, yet maintained a demeanor of utmost reverence towards Frieza. Since Frieza had been slain twice, all of his elite subordinates had perished, allowing Solbei the opportunity to ascend to power. You lead my Frieza force? You? Haha. Frieza regarded Solbei with a cold glare, expressing his disdain. What a pitiful creature, thinking it can command my Frieza force. Truly oblivious to its own mortality. Enough. The current state of the Frieza force has likely devolved into an inconsequential faction. Frieza mused lightly. Regardless, I have been resurrected, and the universe remains mine. Damn scion monkeys, you shall await your doom. This time, I shall eradicate every last one of you. With that thought, Frieza clenched his fist tightly, his sharp nails piercing his palm, leaving trails of purple blood. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Compared to the humiliation inflicted by Goku and Chuma, this was nothing. The indignities he had endured would be repaid 100-fold. No. He would return it 1,000 times over. Recalling the torment he had suffered in hell and the nameless void where he was ensconced within a cocoon-like confinement, tormented by diminutive creatures akin to angels, he had endured enough of such existence. Even now, resurrected, the memories sent chills down his spine. Scion monkeys? Great King Frieza, do you intend to seek vengeance upon those scions on Earth? Solbei inquired softly upon hearing Frieza's voice laced with resentment. What? Do you seek to impede my wrath? Frieza turned to face the diminutive subordinate, his voice cold and menacing, a fierce killing intent rising within him. Great King Frieza, during your absence, many events have transpired in the universe, and I believe it is imperative that I report them to you. Solbei lowered his head, trembling with fear under the oppressive aura of Frieza. However, he was quite well informed about the events transpiring on Earth. Frieza, having recently been resurrected, was now seeking vengeance. Yet such a direct approach could easily lead to his demise at the hands of others once more. Oh, if you have something to report, please proceed, Frieza said. Dissipating his murderous intent, he realized that he must not act recklessly and should first gather more information. Those scions from Earth had effortlessly vanquished Majin Buu several years prior. Moreover, a month ago, the god of destruction, Beerus, had also visited Earth. Yet, it was rumored that he was ultimately defeated by someone named Chuma. What? The esteemed god of destruction, Beerus, was defeated? Frieza exclaimed, astonished. It seemed implausible. The specifics remain unclear to us. Which is why I believe that now is not the opportune moment for you, King Frieza, to settle the score with them. Sorbet hastily clarified, his heart racing with trepidation. The pressure of being in Frieza's presence was indeed overwhelming. Majin Buu had long been mentioned by Frieza, with strict orders issued to avoid any confrontation. As for the god of destruction, Beerus, they had merely heard whispers of his name, yet the extent of his power remained a mystery to them. Only King Frieza comprehends these matters. The ability to vanquish the Majin Buu is undeniably terrifying, and having defeated the god of destruction Beerus, it appears that the power of these scions has grown to an almost despairing magnitude. However, Sorb believes that as long as they do not provoke the scions, their ambitions to conquer other planets should remain feasible. Thus, he hopes that Frieza can maintain his composure and lead them in dominating other worlds without seeking vengeance against the scions, as such a pursuit would be exceedingly perilous. Frieza, too, furrows his brow. He has not encountered either Majin Buu or Beerus, and he is unaware of the true extent of their prowess. Nevertheless, he recalls his father, King Cold, who warned him and Cooler from a young age about two beings in this universe that their race, the Frost Demons, should not provoke, Majin Buu and Beerus. To his astonishment, these formidable adversaries have been defeated by the Scion monkeys. This revelation necessitates a re-evaluation of the Scion strength. Although Frieza has undergone soul training in that peculiar realm, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities, he does not believe he can triumph over Lord Beerus. Therefore, he considers that reviving his father and brother first would increase their chances of victory. Sorb promptly articulates his thoughts and awaits Frieza's decision. Chapter 113. Frieza's Assault. Humph. Do you doubt my capabilities? As for those two, I am the strongest genius of our family. Previously, circumstances did not allow it. But now I wish to start anew and train earnestly. Frieza states solemnly, give me a few months, and I shall surpass them. I am determined to eliminate them. Especially Son Goku and Chuemo. The memory of being ruthlessly slain by Chuemo, without even a chance to resist, fills him with anguish. Your subordinate vows to follow you to the death, great king. Sorb, a master of opportunism, recognizes the futility of further persuasion. Continuing would surely lead to his demise. Therefore, he refrains from further commentary, choosing instead to align himself with King Frieza. Yet, what Frieza may not anticipate is that his presence has already been sensed by Chuemo. Far away on Earth, this aura is malevolent, yet somewhat familiar. Who could it be? As Chuemo diligently applied sunscreen on number 18 at their private beach, he suddenly sensed a familiar malevolent aura. Dear, what's wrong? Hurry up and apply it. Someone is still waiting, number 18 pouted. Ever since she merged with her counterpart from the GT timeline, number 18 had become even more enchanting, and her combat prowess had significantly escalated. Presently, she was on par with Goku at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Blue, her power having reached a staggering 100 quintillion. According to Kane, each time one merges with another version of themselves from a different timeline, their power increases geometrically with each fusion. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for No. 18 to elevate her strength from that of a Super Saiyan 3 to that of a Super Saiyan Blue. However, each universe has its limitations in terms of timelines. They do not extend infinitely, making it quite challenging to locate another equivalent counterpart. Furthermore, there exists an upper limit to such fusions, capping at the level of a god of destruction. Upon hearing number 18's playful tone, Chuemo quickly responded, coming right away, my love. I just sensed a familiar presence. It's nothing to worry about now. After speaking, he gazed at number 18, appreciating her extraordinary beauty and figure, which truly complimented him. That aura must belong to Frieza. I never expected him to resurrect. Chuemo suddenly recalled the owner of that malevolent presence, Frieza. He had not anticipated that Frieza, whose soul had been devoured by Cell, could return to life. He had thought Frieza was utterly obliterated and unable to resurrect. Yet, considering this was the Dragon Ball universe, nothing seemed impossible. Even Zamasu, who had been erased by the Omni King, managed to come back, so Frieza's revival appeared rather trivial. After all, what was a mere Frieza? How much trouble could he really cause? At worst, he could be treated as a practice dummy for his beloved. At present, Chuemo's prowess is such that he could effortlessly crush even the formidable Golden Frieza with but a mere finger. He contemplated the unfolding of events in his mind, realizing that Frieza's arrival on Earth would not occur for at least another 4 months, affording him ample time. Having spent nearly 4 years away from this realm, he felt a deep sense of indebtedness towards Android 18 and decided that a leisurely escapade was in order. The universe is vast, and he yearned to explore its wonders. As a man of refined taste, Chumo was disinclined to emulate the relentless battles of Sun Wukong, nor did he wish to lead a life akin to Beerus, who merely indulged in feasting and slumber. Having ascended to divinity, he understood that life is long and need not be solely dedicated to cultivation. To elevate his divine stature, he recognized the necessity of insight, thus he deemed it the perfect moment to embark on an adventure. Consequently, the following day, Chumo whisked Android 18 away on an impromptu journey aboard a spacecraft, departing from Earth. This left Yamcha and the others with expressions of envy, pondering when they might possess strength akin to that of Chumo. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting. Merely catching up to the Sun Wukong of several years past filled them with excitement. Before departing, Chumo specifically instructed that the group must diligently train over the coming months to surprise their opponents. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were earnestly dedicating themselves to their training on the Destruction God planet, with the aspiration of surpassing the God of Destruction, Beerus, and Chumo as their paramount objective. Under the tutelage of the esteemed Whis, both warriors experienced remarkable progress within a mere month. Notably, Vegeta achieved the Super Saiyan Blue transformation just 2 weeks prior, underscoring the significance of a proficient mentor. With his newfound power, Vegeta gained a more profound understanding of Chumo's Super Saiyan God's Super Saiyan form. Indeed, the Super Saiyan God state is the pinnacle of transformation. However, both he and Sun Wukong opted not to pursue that path, as they had not traversed the enigmatic realms nor forged their own divine status. Consequently, they were relegated to a pseudo-divine state, possessing the power of a god without the corresponding rank, which was described as a dimensional limitation. Although their strength had multiplied significantly, they remained vulnerable to extraordinary abilities and were unable to achieve immortality. Their only hope lay in potentially becoming successors to the god of destruction and the supreme Kai, within a mystical realm where they could elevate their dimensions until attaining true divine status. Chumo is fortunate, having received the recommendation from Whis, becoming the apprentice of the god of time. He successfully conquered the god of time, Cain, and emerged as the sole apprentice of the god of time. Unlike the gods of destruction, the god of time has the ability to select from various universes and timelines, allowing for multiple competitors. However, those competitors have now lost their chance. Presently, Vegeta has not only caught up to Son Goku, but also possesses the potential to surpass him. This is due to his ability to finally unleash the strength he has cultivated over many years in the gravity chamber. Unbeknownst to him, Son Goku is contemplating an entirely different realm, not one beyond Super Blue, but rather the extraordinary state that Chumo and Beerus once demonstrated, the Ultra Instinct. It represents the pinnacle of divine combat, attainable only by the gods. Son Goku and Vegeta have chosen paths distinct from that of Chumo, a fact Whis has discerned but refrains from interfering, as it is their choice to make. For months have passed, a colossal spaceship traverses the universe at remarkable speed, trailed by a swarm of smaller vessels. Observing their trajectory reveals they are headed towards the solar system, with Earth as their target. I have finally returned. I shall make those scion monkeys my first victims, marking the beginning of my dominion over the universe. Indeed, it is Frieza and his entourage aboard that spaceship. Frieza, brimming with confidence, believes it is time for retribution. Chapter 114. Unbearable defeat. It has been 10 years, an entire decade. He has endured torment in an unnamed dimension at the hands of those demons, who are, in truth, minor angels. Frieza holds Chumo and Son Goku accountable for this suffering. He has vowed not to spare Earth. Yet, Frieza remains oblivious to the fact that Earth has now transformed into a divine realm. As long as the energy does not surpass Chumo's limits, any energy unleashed upon Earth will be largely absorbed. Thus, no one can now destroy Earth. Lord Frieza, you are truly remarkable. At this moment, neither Chumo nor even the god of destruction, Beerus, stands a chance against you. Solb, ever the opportunist, immediately sought to flatter Frieza upon witnessing his demeanor. That is indeed accurate. However, I still may not measure up to Lord Beerus. But eliminating those scion monkeys will pose no challenge. The notion that they could defeat Lord Beerus is utterly ludicrous. Frieza could never believe that Chuma and his companions could triumph over Beerus, convinced that they had merely employed tricks to preserve Earth. After 4 months of relentless training, Frieza had fully harnessed the powers he had cultivated over the years, elevating his combat prowess to an extraordinarily terrifying level. Thus, he brimmed with confidence. Though he still felt inferior to Beerus, an imbalance he anticipated would eventually rectify itself. With this newfound assurance, his reverence for Beerus had diminished considerably. As the spaceship approached, the Dragon Ball warriors on Earth sensed an ominous and potent energy drawing near. This presence felt eerily familiar. Who could it be? Piccolo, eyes closed in concentration, recognized the malevolent aura, his expression shifting dramatically. Uncle Piccolo, it seems to be Frieza's energy. How is he still alive? Wasn't he? Suddenly startled during his training with Piccolo, Gohan interjected, the Dragon Balls. Someone must have used them to resurrect Frieza. These fiends are utterly despicable. I wonder how Namek is faring. Being one of the most astute regarding the Dragon Balls, Piccolo quickly deduced a possibility. Moreover, as a Namekian, he held a deep concern for his kin. Frieza's energy is astonishingly powerful, many times more so than before, Gohan said with a serious expression. After years of training, his strength in the mysterious realm had significantly increased, yet he still felt a sense of dread in the face of this overwhelming force. Compounding their troubles, Chuma, Goku, and Vegeta were absent from Earth. Fear not, we are still here. Come, Gohan, let us see how much progress this Frieza has made, Piccolo urged, not wavering in his resolve, as he beckoned Gohan to follow him. Gohan, motivated by the need to protect his wife and child, promptly complied. At that moment, it was not just Piccolo and Gohan who sensed Frieza's formidable energy, Krillin and the others felt it too. Instantly, they abandoned their training and rushed toward the source of the energy, for this was a battle to protect Earth. An hour later, the colossal spaceship finally descended, accompanied by hundreds of smaller vessels. As Frieza disembarked, he immediately spotted Gohan and the others standing ready, a sly grin spreading across his face. Ah, you've all come. It seems I won't have to search for you individually. This certainly simplifies matters. Frieza soared high above in his flying vessel, surveying Gohan and his companions with a sense of dominion reminiscent of his former reign over the fates of all. This thrill invigorated him. Subsequently, the doors of the ships behind him opened, unleashing a multitude of Frieza's soldiers into the sky, their sheer numbers darkening the heavens. Pathetic creatures, daring to boast. Piccolo sneered at the ant-like extraterrestrials, utterly disdainful. In his eyes, only Frieza was worthy of a battle. How audacious to provoke on Earth. It was crucial to note that even the weakest among them possessed the power of Super Saiyan too. Frieza, your survival is truly unexpected, Gohan remarked coldly, his mind drifting to their encounters on Namek. I am far from here for leisure. Having returned, my intent is to annihilate you all. I desire a barren Earth, Frieza declared with a malevolent grin, relishing the thought of vengeance. Ah, where are Chuma and Goku? What unfortunate timing. I should also pay Vegeta a visit. Frieza scanned the surroundings, disappointment washing over him as he failed to locate the trio. If they were present, the encounter would have been far more entertaining. Otherwise, dealing with these insignificant insects held little appeal. Uncle Piccolo, leave Frieza to me. I seek to avenge the past, Gohan asserted coldly, brimming with confidence. And I shall join as well. Though my father is absent, I will ensure these fiends are dealt with, Trunks proclaimed resolutely, embodying the man of the house in Vegeta's absence. Oh, you are Vegeta's son? How intriguing. You all possess such confidence? Frieza responded with equal assurance. Having cultivated his strength to a terrifying extent over the past 4 months, an evolution beyond his wildest imaginings. To think a swarm of insects would dare confront me. How foolish. Eliminate them all, Frieza commanded with a wave of his hand. At his behest, the swarm of soldiers surged forward like a horde of locusts, intent on obliterating Piccolo and the others. Then let us join the fray. It has been too long since we had such exercise, Krillin and Yamcha exclaimed, unleashing their energy to engage in battle. Nearly garbage, Piccolo scoffed, exuding a powerful aura. Special beam cannon. He pointed a finger, unleashing a formidable energy wave that sent a multitude of extraterrestrials tumbling, clearing a vast space around him. Kamehameha. Tangent Fan brought his hands together in a triangular formation, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that surged forth, clearing a vast expanse. Kamehameha. Kamehameha. Krillin and Yamcha, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed their most potent energies, sweeping through the Frieza Force warriors like a fan-shaped torrent, obliterating them in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 115. The bewildered Frieza observed his subordinates being decimated, remaining utterly unfazed, devoid of even a hint of concern. Only Sorbet's face turned pale with terror as he retreated in fright. What manner of beings are these? They are utterly terrifying. In less than a minute, the majority had been vanquished. Fear not, for I am here. It is no surprise these fellows possess such strength, Frieza remarked coldly, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Soon, He would personally eliminate each of these adversaries one by one. Lost in thought, Frieza was abruptly interrupted by a blue energy sphere hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Akin to a flash of light, his expression shifted as he swiftly exited his spacecraft, hovering midair. Boom. In the next moment, the spacecraft erupted violently, claiming the lives of several nearby subordinates. You are that little brat from years past. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Frieza seethed, his fantasies abruptly curtailed. Come on. Frieza, Gohan bellowed, his confidence soaring after months of rigorous training. You seem quite self-assured, Scion Monkey. Allow me to showcase my latest and most powerful form. Frieza's countenance hardened as a wave of silver energy erupted forth. He transformed into his ultimate form. Then, in a flash, he lunged forward, aiming a devastating punch at Gohan, intent on bringing him down. Boom. A thunderous clash ensued, causing Frieza to recoil several meters, with Gohan also staggering back, neither yielding an inch. Damn it, you foul monkey. Frieza roared, resuming his assault. Gohan, undeterred, retaliated swiftly. Bang. The two collided once more, this time standing their ground. Frieza's massive fist was firmly grasped by Gohan, rendering it immobile. Impossible. Your strength. Frieza exclaimed, astonished. Lacking the ability to sense ki, he was unaware of Gohan's true power. However, after two encounters, he recognized Gohan was no longer inferior to his own form. Under Frieza's incredulous gaze, Gohan seized the diminutive Frieza and began to pummel him relentlessly, delivering blow after blow to his head. Soon, Frieza's face was drenched in blood, his nostrils a chaotic mess. Frieza, you are but a mere shadow of your former self. Son Gohan smirked, a disdainful expression adorning his face, his jet black hair lending him an air of chilling ruthlessness. Sorbet, utterly bewildered, watched in disbelief as the mighty cosmic Emperor Frieza was treated like a mere child, being mercilessly battered as though being ground into the earth. Was Gohan's strength truly this formidable? How terrifying. Krillin swallowed hard, realizing he could no longer gauge Son Gohan's power. Astonishing. Yamcha also bore a look of amazement, unable to comprehend how significantly Gohan's prowess had escalated in such a brief span. Frieza attempted to struggle, but to his surprise, he found himself still unable to move, his tail firmly grasped by Gohan, who swung him around like a lifeless dog. Ultimately, Gohan delivered a powerful kick that sent Frieza flying, contorting him into a shrimp-like shape. Racked with pain. Unforgivable. Frieza was consumed by rage. He could not fathom that after being defeated by Goku, he was now being humiliated by his son. This was intolerable. Boom. In the next instant, the ground began to tremble violently as a shallow crater several meters wide formed beneath Frieza's feet. An overwhelming aura surged skyward, scattering the clouds. Yet, Frieza's expression darkened further. What is happening? I unleash such tremendous power, and yet I cannot even create a 5-meter pit? At this moment, Frieza began to doubt his own strength. However, this doubt quickly morphed into fury. He could not endure being so thoroughly bested by Son Gohan. That damned little brat. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Soon, you shall experience the depths of despair akin to hell itself. Frieza roared in anger, adopting a posture of dominion as he glared at Gohan. Simultaneously, a terrifying energy erupted from within him, golden flames igniting around his body. This fearsome golden aura seemed poised to incinerate everything in its vicinity, scorching the ground and raising the temperature several degrees. Yet, Frieza regarded the scorched earth and then his own power with confusion, sensing something was amiss. Why was his energy so potent yet the impact on Earth so minimal? He recalled that when he first transformed into this golden state, a star many times larger than Earth had exploded. Yet now, Earth appeared largely unaffected. Had his strength diminished? No. It is impossible. There must be some kind of error. What Frieza is unaware of is that the Earth has transformed into a divine planet. As long as one's power does not exceed Chuma's limits, the majority of that power will be absorbed by the Earth's core. Thus, the damage inflicted by Krillin and the others pales in comparison to the mechanical excavation. Although Frieza harbors some doubts about himself, Krillin and his companions do not share this uncertainty. They can distinctly sense the terrifying aura emanating from Frieza. How could such a presence be so fearsome? Yamcha's complexion changed drastically, and his words became disjointed. They had initially believed that Frieza had unleashed his ultimate power, hence their lack of apprehension. However, the now golden Frieza appeared even more extraordinary, and his overwhelming aura left them utterly astonished. This is utterly terrifying. How has this creature trained? Was he not supposed to be dead? Krillin trembled. The intensity of the aura was simply too frightening. It truly instilled a sense of despair, leaving them to rely solely on Gohan. Piccolo furrowed his brow, suggesting, "Let us retreat a bit and make room for Gohan and the others." At this moment, the sky was completely bathed in gold, as if the very atmosphere bore down upon the earth. Frieza had undergone a complete transformation, his entire being now radiant with golden light, a devilish smile playing at the corners of his mouth. To be forced to this extent, I must admit, you Scion monkey possess some skill. Prepare to face my wrath. Frieza practically roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Come on. Gohan snorted disdainfully, transformed into his enigmatic state. He was now in a semi-divine form, exuding an icy demeanor. Let me show you my true power. Frieza squinted, his voice chilling. Chapter 116. Frieza's affection for Android 18? With that, Frieza surged forward once more, his speed having multiplied several times over. Even Krillin and the others could no longer discern Frieza's figure, though Gohan still managed to catch glimpses. As Frieza approached in a flash, Gohan harbored no thoughts of evasion. Instead, he took a few steps back, ready for a direct confrontation. Bang! In an instant, their fists collided with tremendous force, sending a terrifying shockwave rippling outward for hundreds of meters, creating a pit several meters wide and deep at their point of impact. However, Piccolo and the others were blown back thousands of meters, sustaining injuries before the battle had truly begun. Even Gohan found his feet driven deep into the ground, retreating several meters and leaving clear tracks behind. Frieza, too, staggered back several steps, leaving behind a series of deep footprints. Yet, it was evident that the golden Frieza held a slight advantage. Not bad, little monkey. I did not expect your strength to have increased so swiftly. However, you shall still meet your end. Frieza sneered menacingly, stating that the more formidable Gohan appeared, the more he yearned for blood. Your transformation is indeed impressive, yet I fear not. Come forth. Gohan replied with unwavering confidence. Is that so? Just now. I merely unleashed half of my strength. Now, prepare to face my full power. With that, Frieza released an explosive surge of energy. A powerful wave of energy surged skyward, instantly sending Gohan, who was closest, flying several dozen meters away, as a tempestuous wind roared through the air once more. How formidable! Gohan gasped. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly unleashed all of his energy to withstand Frieza's terrifying presence. What's wrong? Is this too much for you? Frieza laughed heartily, advancing step by step towards Gohan. Tell me, does my power instill fear within you? Or have you become so terrified that you can no longer speak? Frieza, radiating a golden aura, smirked as he laughed boisterously. How strong was Frieza in his golden form? Gohan found it difficult to ascertain. However, simply in terms of raw power, the oppressive aura that enveloped the sky was palpable, confirming Frieza's earlier words. He had not even exerted 50% of his strength. In unison, both combatants lunged forward, their forms blurring as they pierced through the air, entangling in an instant. Each punch generated a tempest of energy, each strike seemingly capable of tearing the very fabric of space. A cacophony of sounds erupted, reminiscent of boiling water. But more prominently were the thunderous impacts echoing through the air. Bam! 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 As Gohan and Frieza clashed, the entire sky trembled rhythmically. Gohan's fists, gleaming with brilliance, struck Frieza, yet it felt as though two iron masses collided. Electric sparks flew as both warriors recoiled, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. In the blink of an eye, their fists separated. Bam! The heavy blows collided once more, generating a sudden explosion of energy that radiated outward from their center, causing the ground to give way beneath them. A terrifying whirlwind swept through the atmosphere, rendering any words superfluous, as a dreadful power enveloped the entire earth. Ha ha, how amusing. Frieza grunted as he was sent hurtling backward, spitting out blood before erupting into laughter. Then, his expression shifted, his golden visage twisted into a menacing glare. Gohan fared worse, his body feeling as though it had been shattered, lying helplessly on the ground. It's over, I must rush to assist. Klin was taken aback. Although he knew he was no match for the foe, he rushed forward without hesitation. Piccolo and the others followed suit, attempting to rescue Son Gohan. However, they were swift. But Frieza was swifter. In the blink of an eye, his right hand transformed into a blade, poised to extinguish Son Gohan's life. Suddenly, a figure appeared, faster than Frieza himself. Was there another? Frieza turned to the newcomer and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, as the Shadow and Frieza were both forced back several hundred meters. It's 18. Thank goodness you've returned. Son Gohan, lying on the ground, recognized the figure and instantly felt relieved. He closed his eyes and slipped into unconsciousness. A woman? Who are you? Frieza stared at the newly arrived 18. Confusion etched on his face as he failed to recognize her. You need not concern yourself with my identity, however. I have heard that you have a quarrel with my husband, so I have come to teach you a lesson. 18 coldly regarded Frieza and spoke with an indifferent tone. Frieza did not attack immediately. He scrutinized 18's figure, frowning, for he knew this woman was formidable. The punch he had just thrown was his full force. Yet it had not gained him the upper hand. Who is your husband? Chuamo. Chuamo. Frieza gasped, his expression a mix of surprise and fury. In truth, you could choose to abandon Chuamo and join me instead. Frieza suddenly proclaimed, leaving Piccolo and the others utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? You are so powerful. If we join forces, this universe could be ours. Frieza declared with pride. Not interested. If you cannot even defeat me, how do you expect to dominate the universe? You are merely dreaming. My husband could crush you with just a finger. 18 retorted disdainfully, her tone nearly causing Frieza to leap in outrage. Then let us see. If I kill you, Chuamo will surely be heartbroken. Frieza seethed with anger and immediately charged forward, his speed intensifying. Frieza unleashed a barrage of attacks. Reminiscent of a Gatling gun, yet 18 effortlessly deflected them. The two engaged in combat for over 10 minutes, with no clear victor emerging. Frieza grew increasingly furious. Yet more importantly, he was alarmed. If what this woman claimed was true, then he was no match for Chuamo. How could this be? He refused to believe it. Frieza, unable to best her with his fists and feet, resorted to a frenzied assault with energy blasts. Facing the relentless barrage of energy waves, 18 revealed a cold smile. Wringing her hands together as countless energy blasts surged forth in an instant. Their numbers multiplied, and their power intensified. Boom, boom, boom. A formidable wave of power erupted violently, unleashing countless gales that formed amidst the tumult, while the sky shimmered with resplendent sparks and dense clouds of dust. Chapter 117. The 18th, who instilled fear in Frieza suddenly. The figure of the 18th appeared before Frieza, taking advantage of the lingering smoke. In the midst of Frieza's astonished gaze, the 18th delivered a powerful punch to his nose. The force was so tremendous that the very air resonated with a thunderous buzz. In an instant, the once mighty cosmic emperor was sent reeling, blood streaming from his nostrils. A pitiful sight indeed. However, the 18th was not one to relent. She immediately pursued him, intent on continuing her assault. Frieza, sensing the impending danger, quickly crossed his arms over his chest in a futile attempt to mitigate the impact. Yet, the effectiveness of this defense was negligible. With a resounding crack, the 18th's fist struck Frieza's crossed arms, the sound echoing like a cannon's roar, and his body was propelled backward as if shot from a cannon. He crashed through several small mountains, ultimately leaving a heavy imprint on a wall before sliding to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his arms felt numb. Any further attempts at offense would require a moment's respite for recovery. Damn it! Damn it! Who on earth are you? Frieza clenched his fists. Incredulity etched across his face as he regarded the 18th. In his recollections, there was no record of her existence. Guess? The 18th teased with a playful smile. Pressing her assault. Bang, bang, bang. The two continued to clash at an increasingly rapid pace, inflicting wounds upon one another. Yet it was evident that Frieza bore the brunt of the damage. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Frieza's once delicate visage had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, and his figure had expanded considerably, all the result of the 18th's relentless blows. The 18th bore her own share of injuries, yet in comparison to Frieza, they were negligible. At this juncture, Frieza could no longer afford to entertain thoughts of regret. Damn it, what kind of woman is this, so ferocious? Moreover, she appeared utterly tireless. After such an intense bout, he found himself panting, his breath ragged and disordered. Damn it, where did this woman come from? Frieza gazed in terror at the imposing figure of the 18th, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. She resembled a relentless fighting machine. She seemed impervious to pain, perpetually forcing him into a defensive position. Perhaps it would be prudent to retreat. Frieza's mind began to entertain the notion of fleeing Earth, realizing that today was not the day for vengeance. Furthermore, he discovered the planet's resilience was astonishing, even with all his might. He could only create a pit a few dozen meters deep. It was as if an unknown barrier absorbed the majority of his power, leaving the residual energy to inflict minimal damage upon the Earth. Just as he pondered this, Android 18 unexpectedly struck him again, sending him hurtling through the air. Frieza, now airborne, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Yet, Android 18 was not finished. She spread her arms wide, and a vibrant orange energy sphere began to coalesce between her hands, aimed directly at Frieza. I must evade. Sensing the terrifying aura encapsulated within that energy sphere, Frieza's complexion paled. He dared not confront it head-on. With a swift motion, he narrowly dodged two powerful energy blasts. Boom, boom. The two explosive impacts shattered two colossal boulders in the distance, sending debris flying. The ground trembled as if a massive explosion had occurred, raising clouds of dust hundreds of meters into the air. Twin mushroom clouds surged upward. Although the destruction was not immense, the spectacle was formidable. A nearly 100-meter deep crater marred the earth, showcasing the sheer force of the blasts. Were it not for the protective grace of Chuma, that last strike could have obliterated Earth dozens of times over. Frieza was taken aback. What manner of being was this woman? Capable of unleashing energy comparable to his most potent attacks? The urge to flee overwhelmed him. He had to escape Earth. It was far too perilous. However, before he could regain his footing, Android 18 appeared directly above him. With her fists clenched tightly into hammers, she descended upon him before he could evade, delivering a crushing blow. Bang! Frieza plummeted to the ground like a meteor, crashing down with tremendous force. The earth quaked violently, fissures sprawling outward, leaving onlookers in awe. It was imperative to note that this earth was no longer the same. To generate such a magnitude of chaos required a power that at least rivaled that of the original Super Saiyan god, Goku. As Frieza lay on the ground, doubt crept into his mind. For the first time, he questioned whether seeking revenge had been a hasty decision. This was a battle ill-timed. Against an adversary he had gravely underestimated, filling him with regret. Why had he provoked this woman? She was truly terrifying. I need to find my mother. Frieza was already in a state of panic, the desire to flee growing ever stronger. He simply could not afford to remain. Death was imminent. Although Frieza's power was comparable to that of a Super Saiyan Blue, the same could be said for Android 18. More crucially, she would not tire, save for in the bedroom, nor would she deplete her energy. The longer they fought, the more evident it became that Frieza was no match for her. Is this truly the grandeur of the universe's emperor? It seems rather lacking, doesn't it? How comfortable it must be to lie there. Android 18 coldly regarded Frieza, her eyes reflecting profound disdain, resembling an icy goddess. Hidden within the dimensional space, Chuma observed the sheer ferocity of Android 18, feeling a cold sweat break out over him. Yet, he soon felt relief. After all, she was his woman, and he had conquered her, rendering her utterly obedient in the bedroom. Her gentleness was a privilege solely for him to enjoy. How terrifying. Yamcha wore an expression of sheer horror. He had once viewed Android 18 as exceedingly beautiful, her allure even overshadowing her inherent menace. However, he now realized that her fearsome nature had not diminished with time. On the contrary, it had intensified. She was never inferior to the likes of Goku or Vegeta, truly the most powerful goddess of this universe. Indeed, he had initially perceived her beauty, but now he felt a deep-seated fear of her. One must never provoke a woman, Krillin exclaimed in terror. Android 18 seemed to have heard Yamcha and Krillin's words. Casting a cold glance their way, her frigid gaze sent chills down their spines, prompting them to quickly silence themselves. They then resumed whistling, as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, after consuming a Senzu bean, Gohan had also regained his strength, looking at Android 18 with admiration. Her combat prowess far exceeded his own. It was clear that he needed to continue his training diligently. Gohan, you can do it. Never give up. Piccolo, the ever-reliable mentor, offered his encouragement. Chapter 118. Escape from Earth. Frieza gasped for breath, his energy noticeably diminished. How infuriating. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be killed. I am the Emperor of the universe. How could I possibly be slain by a mere woman? That would invite ridicule across the cosmos. With his pride ignited, Frieza resolved that he could not allow himself to be vanquished by an Earth woman. Absolutely not. He began to devise a plan to escape this terrifying planet. As long as he lived, there would be an opportunity for revenge. Soon enough, Frieza conceived a brilliant idea. Without further hesitation, he swiftly gathered two fearsome purple energy spheres in his palms. Death Energy Blast. Frieza's gaze hardened as he forcefully swung his left hand, launching an energy blast towards Android 18. With his right hand, he unleashed another energy sphere directly at Piccolo and his companions, employing a cunning strategy of diversion. Android 18 furrowed her brow. While she could manage the assault, Piccolo and the others could not withstand it. Frieza, aware of Earth's peculiarities, realized that since he could not obliterate the planet, he would leverage the lives of Piccolo and his comrades to coerce Android 18. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to rescue Piccolo and the others. She crushed the energy sphere hurtling towards her and swiftly darted towards Piccolo's side. You've been deceived. Retreat now. Come again another time. Frieza sneered, promptly fleeing in the opposite direction, knowing that delay would spell doom. Piccolo and the others stood in stunned silence, bewildered by this unexpected maneuver. What had happened to the promised revenge against Earth? What had become of the vow to annihilate its inhabitants? How could the tide turn so swiftly? Was this the overwhelming aura of a cosmic emperor? Android 18, Frieza is escaping. Piccolo lamented, feeling a bittersweet pang. Not long ago, he was akin to Android 18, but now it was she who was rescuing him. The disparity had grown increasingly pronounced. Yet what could he do? She had a formidable husband. Frieza reveled in his triumph, poised to exit Earth, when suddenly, a familiar voice echoed ominously in his ear. Next time? You will not have a next time. The fear that gripped Frieza was profound. Upon hearing that voice, it stirred a deep-seated terror within him. It was the return of Uncle Chumo. Son Gohan and Krillin beamed with joy. They had indeed found a reliable ally. Frieza's golden visage paled to a ghostly white as he felt an overwhelming flood of dread, cascading uncontrollably like an overflowing river. Akin to the Yellow River in its relentless surge. The Kamiza monkey, Frieza spoke with trepidation, swiftly suppressing his fear, which was soon replaced by an overwhelming fury. Gazing upon the familiar visage before him, Frieza recalled the suffering he had endured over the years. After such a long absence, you remain diminutive. It seems you have failed to grow taller. As Chumo spoke leisurely, his words reignited Frieza's fury. How dare you? It is one thing to strike, but another to target my most sensitive vulnerabilities. Frieza had always been dissatisfied with his diminutive form, and the golden transformation offered him little solace. What options did he possess? Glancing at Chumo, towering nearly 2 meters tall, and then at himself, he noted that aside from his 2 small bald companions, everyone else outmatched him in height. Their initial encounter had already diminished his imposing presence. How could he seek vengeance now? Frieza's intimidation factor waned significantly, and much of his anger dissipated. However, upon catching a glimpse of Chumo's disdainful gaze, he lost all semblance of reason. Revenge was imperative. Fueled by impulsive rage, he charged recklessly towards Chumo Nova Strike. In his fury, he neglected to gauge Chumo's true strength. Die, Scion Monkey! Frieza bellowed, his speed rendering him nearly invisible. As he closed the distance to Chumo, a smug smile crept across his face. It seemed this adversary was not as formidable as he had envisioned. This punch would surely seal Chumo's fate. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Frieza was left dumbfounded, for his body passed straight through Chumo's form, failing to make contact with any tangible substance. The smile froze on his face, goosebumps prickled his skin. Danger. An afterimage? This was inconceivable. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. He had failed to perceive how Chumo's figure had vanished. Chumo hovered ominously above Frieza's head, gazing down at him with an expression of cold regret. Why? One might ponder. Why would you willingly march towards your demise? If you had chosen to remain hidden, I would have had no inclination to seek you out. Chumo appeared to be in a predicament, seemingly reluctant to take action. It is indeed a rare occurrence for you, a resurrected ice demon, to face extermination at my hands. Such an act seems profoundly unjust. Yet, I have no alternative but to reluctantly end your existence. As he spoke those final words, Chumo's murderous intent surged, generating a formidable wave of energy that forced Frieza back several dozen meters. Kill me? Do you possess the capability? Frieza retorted defiantly. The regret gnawed at him beneath his bravado. He recalled the ease with which Chumo had previously vanquished him, and it appeared that history might be poised to repeat itself. Enough of your grandiose claims. If you have the ability, then come at me. Frieza insisted, striving to maintain his composure. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he immediately regretted them, as his entire being was sent hurtling backward. Damn it! Why must I endure this sensation again? I absolutely detest being sent flying. Frieza fumed, frustrated by Chumo's unrelenting swiftness and immense power. Humph! What arrogance! I have bested beings far superior. Why should I concern myself with you, a mere golden variant? With a beaming smile, Chumo swiftly approached the flailing Frieza, who was clearly in disbelief. Impossible. Have you truly bested Lord Beerus? Panic gripped Frieza. If this were indeed the case, he would need to intensify his training, as seeking vengeance on Earth was premature. However, as a formidable overlord, he resolved to fight fiercely in the face of adversity. Channeling his fear into rage, he unleashed a powerful shockwave behind him, slowing his backward trajectory. Then, with a swift motion, he propelled himself towards Chumo once more, delivering a punch imbued with formidable force aimed directly at Chumo's chest, believing that at such a close range, Chumo would be unable to defend himself. Yet, Chumo maintained a cold smirk, mockingly regarding Frieza, and extended his right hand towards him. Freeze. With those two words, Frieza's form abruptly became immobilized, suspended in midair. What is this? Why can't I move? Frieza exclaimed in shock, as he realized his body was utterly beyond his control. How is it? Enjoying yourself? Chumo cast a cold gaze upon Frieza, remarking that perhaps the little angel would be more suited to keep him company. No. I refuse to return. I would rather perish than go back to that place. Upon hearing its name, Frieza's countenance shifted dramatically, his heart trembling with dread. He would sooner endure the torments of hell than set foot in that accursed location. Do not resurrect. Your presence is already a nuisance to me, and besides, you shall never amount to anything significant. Chumo's icy voice resonated as he clenched his right hand into the void. With the power of telekinesis, Frieza's body burst like an overinflated balloon, scattering flesh and blood across the sky, reduced to ashes by a single wave of Chumo's energy. Was it truly that simple to resolve? Krillin and the others watched with wide eyes, unable to approach. Even Gohan had been left severely weakened. Yet, with Chumo's appearance, the situation was effortlessly subdued, as if he were mercilessly crushing everything in his path, without expending any effort whatsoever. Otherwise, would they still need to treat him to a meal? Chumo said with annoyance, "All right, it's time to eat and drink." He then linked arms with number 18 and headed straight home. After a passionate interlude between the two, a few unexpected guests arrived at the villa. It was Whis, along with the god of destruction Beerus, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, seemingly with something important to discuss. "Lord Beerus, what brings you here again? Are we to continue our sparring session?" Chumo jested lightly, prompting Beerus to snort in response, as he was not yet inclined to entertain such notions. "Oh, I see. Chumo, do you have any interest in battling formidable opponents from other universes?" While Beerus remained silent, it was Whis who spoke up. Following this, Beerus, Son Goku, and Vegeta fixed their gazes intently upon Chumo, anxious about the possibility of his refusal. This was particularly true for Beerus, as the upcoming competition with Universe 6 held significant stakes regarding the culinary treasures of Earth. The thought of losing sent shivers down his spine. However, should Chumo agree to participate, victory for Universe 7 would be all but assured. That gluttonous creature, Kampa, would surely refrain from indulging his appetites, lest he be further tempted by the exquisite delicacies of Earth. Chumo seemed to perceive Beerus's concerns and smiled as he remarked, "I cannot seem to find any valid reason to decline. Engaging with other universes would undoubtedly be quite delightful." This statement illuminated Beerus's eyes. It seemed that there would be no issues after all. "Lord Beerus, I told you, Chumo will certainly participate. This time, victory is assured," Goku exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Beerus on the shoulder, radiating joy. Vegeta appeared significantly more confident as well. With this development, he could devote himself entirely without the need to ponder subsequent matters. If the sky were to fall, there would still be someone tall enough to support it. Now we merely need to summon Piccolo and Gohan. And that will make 5 of us, Goku declared with excitement. Chumo directed his gaze towards Beerus, recognizing that the ultimate decision rested in his hands. In the anime, Beerus had deliberately chosen a lackluster contestant to motivate Goku and Vegeta, allowing them to unleash their full potential without hesitation. With him now participating, it was likely that Beerus would no longer seek out any additional formidable contenders. "Let it be decided, you 5 shall take the stage," Beerus declared, casting a decisive glance at Chumo. Acknowledging this, Chumo understood that Beerus regarded him as the final trump card. With his presence, Beerus would save considerable effort in seeking others, eliminating the need for any pretense. "Rest assured, the warriors of Universe 6 stand no chance. I doubt my participation will even be necessary." Chumo spoke in a calm manner, suggesting that if Sun Wukong and Vegeta were to unleash their full potential, it might find himself at a disadvantage. As for the scions from the 6th universe, they had not even begun to tap into their capabilities, rendering them insignificant. The strongest among them was merely Hit. Coincidentally, Chumo was eager to test his abilities against Hit, curious to see whether his instant transmission or Hit's time reversal would prove superior. Perhaps the instant transmission could offer him insights, enhancing his mastery over time and potentially leading to further advancements. Indeed, that would be splendid. "You must train diligently and secure a complete victory against the opponents from the 6th universe. This way, I can revel in teasing Kampa," he chuckled. "Beerus, Upon hearing Chumo's affirmation, was filled with joy and confidence, swiftly departing with Whis. Chumo, let us engage in battle once more. Vegeta suddenly proposed after Beerus and Whis had left, his face brimming with confidence. Sun Wukong, standing beside him, mirrored his eagerness, both awaiting Chumo's consent. Chumo glanced at Vegeta and Sun Wukong, sensing that their strength had significantly advanced, far surpassing what it had been just a few months prior. Nevertheless, he remained unwaveringly confident in himself. It appears that your training under Whis has been remarkably effective, instilling you both with such confidence. Chumo said lightly, indeed. Your suggestion to train with Whis has significantly amplified our strength. Sun Wukong clenched his fist in excitement, aware that Chumo's ability to triumph over Beerus indicated his remarkable prowess. However, he felt compelled to engage in battle to uncover his own shortcomings. Thus, despite knowing he was not a match, he would persist in challenging Chumo. Similarly, Vegeta, having finally transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue, was eager to explore the extent of his enhanced abilities and identify areas for improvement. Chumo did not refuse. He gazed at the two confident individuals and said, I am also curious to see the educational prowess of Whis. Seeing your confidence, I shall accept your challenge. Both of you, come at me together. After speaking, he turned his attention to the pair, as facing them one by one seemed rather tedious and slow. Furthermore, he yearned to engage with Super Blue Vegeta. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Although Vegeta felt somewhat reluctant, he recognized that he was currently inferior to Beerus, while Chumo stood on par with him. To confront him individually would only lead to humiliation. Thus, they would join forces. Chumo arrived at a clearing far from the villa, ensuring that the ensuing battle would not disturb the newly constructed residence. He was not keen on the prospect of relocating once more. Chapter 120. Fierce battle with Super Saiyan Blue. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged no further words. Directly levitating opposite Chumo, a burst of energy erupted from them as they transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, enveloped in a formidable azure aura that surged around them, sending ripples of energy across the ground. Indeed, it is impressive that you can achieve Super Saiyan Blue in such a brief time. Chumo gazed at Sun Wukong, intrigue igniting within him. Are you not going to continue? Vegeta, observing Chumo in his Super Saiyan God form, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. When battling Beerus, he had at least transformed into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 4, yet now he remained in his unaltered state. Bring it on. Don't presume that I am lacking simply because of this. Chumo spoke softly. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had just recently attained the Super Saiyan Blue form, their energy still unstable, and thus he saw no need to take things too seriously.